Bai-Chin lounged on the leather sofa with one leg crossed over the other, a look of pure delight spreading across his face. Just moments ago he had applied to enter the matchmaking corner with an asset of 5,000 yuan, a sum he had painstakingly saved over 2.5 years of writing novels. The minimum threshold for entry was 1,500 yuan, but with 500,000 he qualified as a wealthy young man eligible to be matched with women of moderate beauty. As long as he could enter the matchmaking corner, Bai-Chin would have a chance at a sweet girlfriend and a perfectly happy family. He was now wildly daydreaming about which pose he might strike when the time came to have children. In this era where the male-to-female ratio had reached 10-to-1, women had become exceedingly rare, while men continued to multiply. Single men were steadily increasing in number, and any man who managed to have even one date with a girl could brag about it for years. Bai-Chin sat on the sofa gazing at the white ceiling above. His beautiful eyes seemed to emit starlight, and a thin trail of glistening drool leaked from the corner of his open mouth. Hee, I'm going to have a wife. I can finally fall in love. Hee. At that moment a staff member walked out carrying some documents. He approached Bai-Chin and gave him a peculiar glance, noting the drool still glistening at the corner of the young man's mouth. Bai-Chin quickly stood up and wiped his mouth. A smile was impossible to suppress on his strikingly handsome, almost bewitchingly beautiful face. The people around him regarded him with envious gazes. Handsome and rich, some people really do have it all. Well, surely I qualify to join the matchmaking corner, right? Bai-Chin's confidence came not only from his assets, but also from his own abilities. He had been writing novels from the age of 18 until 20, accumulating a total of 5,000 yuan, already a remarkable achievement. His novels on the Tomato platform were thriving, and he was confident he could push his savings toward 1 million. I'm sorry, Mr. Bike, but unfortunately you are not eligible to join the matchmaking corner. Haha. Then hurry up and arrange my first date for me. Wait, what did you just say? Bai-Chin suspected he must have misheard. Had the staff just said he wasn't eligible? With conditions like his, how could he possibly be denied entry? What kind of joke was this? The surrounding men immediately turned their attention this way. They all knew that Bai-Chin was a handsome young man with 5,000 yuan in assets. After all, they had witnessed just how showy he had been when he walked in. And looking at Bai-Chin, fair-skinned, dashing with plenty of money to boot, by all logic he absolutely should have qualified for the matchmaking corner, even being top-tier stock for it. So why was he being rejected? I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, you truly do not meet the requirements of the matchmaking corner. A look of regret crossed the staff member's face. Honestly, it was a bit of a shame that such a handsome, beautiful, and wealthy young man couldn't join the matchmaking corner. Bai-Chin's expression darkened. He suppressed his raging emotions and his voice dropped low. Why? Am I not handsome enough? Am I not rich enough? Why can't I join the matchmaking corner? The people around also wore puzzled expressions. Indeed, why couldn't this young man join? His conditions were clearly outstanding. Mr. Bai, because you are a participant of the balance plan, you are unable to join the matchmaking corner. Hearing the staff member's explanation, Bai-Chin went from initial confusion, wondering what this balance plan was, to a slowly dawning realization that filled him with a surge of shame. He felt the gazes of everyone around him shifting into something uncomfortable. Then a surge of fury shot straight to the crown of his head. Smack! When the hell did I ever sign up for this plan? Bai-Chin roared at the staff member. His eyes were bloodshot. He slammed the table and shot to his feet, his body trembling slightly, his breathing growing ragged with extreme rage. The balance plan. The surrounding men looked at Bai-Chin with strange expressions, some envious, some displaying a hint of contempt, and a few even breaking into ill-meaning smiles at the sight of his slender, delicate frame. Their thoughts remained unknown, but they were certainly nothing good. As participants of the balance plan, a policy that had only been in effect for 2 years and targeted only males, they all knew exactly what kind of plan this was. Because the global male-to-female ratio had become severely imbalanced, reaching 10-to-1, the government had introduced a related policy. The balance plan was proposed by a young man named Chen Yang. He used advanced technology to transform males into females, a true complete biological transformation, not the crude surface-altering surgeries of centuries past, gradually addressing the gender imbalance. Due to technical limitations, participants of this plan were restricted to males who were good-looking, well-proportioned with smaller bone frames, and ideally with a slightly delicate feminine air. In short, males naturally suited to become beautiful cross-dressing figures. The screening process was extremely strict, a personal demand from Chen Yang himself. As compensation, participants received generous benefits. Beyond attaining biology fully equivalent to that of a female, the government welfare funds could lift a middle-class family into moderate wealth and raise a poor family into a comfortable life. Additionally, the plan only targeted families whose children were all boys with no girls. For 2-boy families, one of them could be selected to participate. Only children were given the option to carefully consider whether to join. Over these 2 years, families and children who had joined the balance plan had seen their lives improve, but troubles had also come along with it. Participants of the balance plan were called balancers. Society held 3 distinct attitudes toward them. The first was normal treatment, treating them exactly as they would treat any other woman. The second was envy. Some people who couldn't participate in the plan deeply envied those who could because the women who emerged from the balanced plan were stunningly beautiful. So much so that an entire star-chasing fan community had sprung up around them. The third was disgust. This attitude came from both men and women. Men viewed balancers as shameful for trading their bodies for government benefits, while women found them deeply repulsive. Mister, why please calm down. You didn't personally sign up for this. It was your parents who registered on your behalf. Bai Qin was dumbfounded. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The gazes of everyone around made it impossible for him to lose his temper openly here. He clenched his fists tightly, then released them and ground out a single sentence through gritted teeth. There are too many people here. Take me somewhere private to explain. The staff member then led Bai Qin to the reception room. No sooner had they entered the reception room than Bai Qin blurted out impatiently, "Doesn't the balance plan require my personal consent to join? Why the hell did my parents sign me up without asking me?" The staff member wiped the sweat from his forehead. He genuinely feared that this handsome Mr. Bai might suddenly lash out violently. But looking at his slim build, his 170-centimeter height, and the way his angry face resembled that of an irritated small puppy, the staff member felt he could knock him down with a single slap. What was that saying? A body perfectly suited for the plan. Truly a beauty worthy of participating in the balance plan. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. Your mother registered you. Your family consulted together and chose you for this plan. You didn't know. Bai Qin's heart rate skyrocketed. Once again, he slammed his palm on the reception room table and let out a roar so loud it could be heard even outside. They never even discussed it with me. I never agreed to this either. His roar startled even the manager of the matchmaking corner into coming over. When he arrived, he found Bai Qin sitting on the sofa panting repeatedly, his entire body flushed red. Of course, there was also the staff member beside him trembling with fear. The manager gestured for the staff member to leave first so that he could speak with Bai Qin alone. The staff member felt as though he had been granted a great reprieve. He glanced at Bai Qin one more careful time. Beyond fear, there was also pure appreciation of his looks. If he put on a little skirt, a wig, and some makeup, he'd look just like a fierce-tempered girl. Are you saying your family chose you to participate in the balance plan without your consent? The manager handed Bai Qin a cigarette. This did indeed violate the consultation clause of the balance plan and fell short of its implementation standards. Bai Qin lit the cigarette, nodded, took a puff, and frowned slightly. He had never smoked before. He only started after a certain incident which also caused a rift between him and his parents and shattered his heart. From then on, he turned to cigarettes to calm his inner turmoil. This does violate the consultation principle of the balance plan, but don't worry. You can go home and confront your parents in person. As long as the plan hasn't been implemented on you, the participant can be swapped among family members or canceled entirely. Oh, by the way, how many people are in your family? The manager hadn't reviewed Bai Qin's profile, so he didn't know much about him. The only thing he noticed was that pretty face and figure and natural Nan Liang sacred body. If this person could join the balance plan, he would surely qualify for the highest tier of corrective procedures, the advanced correction. There are 5 of us in my family. My parents, my older brother, my younger brother, and I'm the second. Bai Qin exhaled a puff of white smoke, and his heart gradually found peace. 3 brothers. Are your older and younger brothers good looking? Oh no, I mean, do they meet the balance plan standards? The balance plan standards required good looks, preferably a not too large frame, and ideally men with a slightly feminine air. As long as they weren't steroid-pumped muscle men or truly ugly beyond redemption, they basically qualified. Obviously, Bai Qin was that person. He paused, took out his phone from his pocket, and showed the manager his family portrait. The manager looked and gasped. This whole family was genuinely full of handsome men, each strikingly good-looking. Only the second child, Bai Qin, had chosen to be both handsome and beautiful. Compared to his older brother's sunny handsomeness and his younger brother's bright, cheerful looks, Bai Qin was a beautiful boy who looked like a girl dressed as a man. Bai Qin was truly a beautiful boy, the kind that looked like a girl dressed in men's clothing. It seems all 3 brothers meet the balance plan standards. Go home and discuss it with your family first. If you truly don't wish to participate, the Balance Association won't force you to carry out the plan. The manager guessed that the boy before him might not be treated very well at home. Otherwise, why would the family consultation have been held without him? As for the balance plan, some people yearn for it desperately, some feel it is irresponsible toward one's own body, and others consider it entirely irrelevant to themselves. This led society to have 3 views toward balance plan participants: the fanatic, the contemptuous rejecter, and the indifferent bystander. Judging by this boy's intense reaction, he might truly despise balance plan participants. After saying goodbye to the manager, Bai Qin immediately hailed a taxi. In the past, he wouldn't have dared do this. How much would a solo taxi ride cost? But since he couldn't enter the matchmaking corner, yet he could spend this money freely for now. He rushed home in a frenzy. Bai Qin felt around and realized he hadn't brought his keys. No, wait, he hadn't carried the key to this door for a very long time. Bai Qin knocked on the door with a dark expression. Cloud, someone's here. Go open the door for Mom. A familiar shout came from inside. Oh. Bai Yun straightened his collar, then walked to the door and opened it. Looking up, he saw his second brother whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Bai Qin locked eyes with his younger brother. Bai Yun was completely stunned. Bro, second bro, why are you back? Bai Qin stared coldly at Bai Yun, giving him chills down his spine. After a long pause, Bai Qin finally gave a simple reply. Bai Qin replied, simply ignored Bai Yun and walked straight inside. In front of Bai Qin's home was a courtyard that could park cars and hang laundry. Beyond it stood the residential building. Bai Qin looked around. The house was still the same house, but his gaze suddenly landed on a neat pink little skirt hanging on the clothesline in the courtyard. A pink little skirt, the kind a primary school girl might wear. His breathing grew rapid, his eyes slowly turning red as painful memories rose from deep within his heart. Bai Yun also noticed his second brother's gaze at that moment. That position was that skirt. Oh no, they forgot to take it back. Awea. Bai Qin let out a sudden roar and sprinted like mad toward the pink little skirt. Like a man possessed, he tore at the skirt, shredding it apart, throwing it on the ground, and trampling it viciously. Bai Qin's parents heard the scream and stopped what they were doing, rushing out to discover their nearly broken son and the ruined pink skirt on the ground. Their hearts sank. Qiner is back. Bai Ili. Li Shuiqin. Bai Qin shouted his parents' full names at the top of his lungs, his mind filled with overwhelming grievance and fierce hatred. Unsatisfied, he bit and tore at the fabric with his teeth and hands, wishing he could shred the pink little skirt, meant for a girl no older than 10, into a million pieces. Hearing their son call them by their full names, the parents' bodies trembled, but they said nothing. All of this was their fault, or rather all Li Shuiqin's fault. Why did you still keep this damned skirt? Bai Qin knelt on the ground, tears finally streaming uncontrollably down his face. The moment he first laid eyes on that skirt, the darkness from when he was 10 resurfaced. Endless torment, from expectation to despair. No one knew what a 10-year-old boy had truly endured. Li Shuiqin, Bai Qin's mother, seeing him collapse in such agony, couldn't hold back and ran over to tightly embrace him. My son. Mom is sorry, Mom is so sorry. Woo. Bai Qin shoved his mother away and cried out hoarsely, you've done far more to wrong me than that. Why did you raise me as a girl from childhood? Why give me such a sissy name? Why did you force me to dress as a girl even after what I suffered? And also, Bai Qin wiped his tears, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at his still weeping mother. Why, without my consent, did you let me participate in that damned balance plan? Even as the family's matriarch, Li Shuiqin could not withstand her son's 5 consecutive questions. She hated herself deeply. She hated herself for not having given birth to Qiner as a girl, for not watching him better, and allowing those damned human traffickers to snatch him away, for letting the news of secretly enrolling Qiner in the balance plan leak out. Qiner, I did all this for your own good. Crying, all you do is weep. I didn't come back today to sit here listening to your tears. I just want to know, who the hell gave you permission to sign my name up without consulting me? Even if I die, I will never become a woman in this lifetime. Qiner, come back please. Mama was wrong. Mama regrets it. Mama shouldn't have ignored you. You're Mama's favorite child. Come back. Stop. Bai Qin felt an increasing irritability rising within him as the relentless weeping continued. He seriously considered whether he should simply silence his mother's mouth. When had Li Shuiqin ever been such a crybaby? At that moment, Bai Qin's biological father walked over. He supported his wife with one arm, guilt weighing heavily on his heart for how he had treated Bai Qin. Qiner, listen to your mother. Let's just come back as long as what? Bai Qin interrupted with a cold sneer. As long as I put on those damn dresses again and play the role of your good little girl. The parents' faces instantly darkened. Bai Qin pulled a cigarette from his pack and began smoking casually right in front of them, then deliberately exhaled a stream of smoke directly toward his parents. Bai Ili frowned but said nothing. You only ever loved that female version of Bai Qin. But I'm a man, a real man. I'm not here today to argue with you about this nonsense. Withdraw that application list, and I won't participate in that damn balance program. As he spoke, Bai Qin cast a glance toward Bai Yun. That single look made Bai Yun instinctively clench his legs. Though they had been close as children, their relationship had grown distant ever since their mother forbade them from speaking to their second brother following that incident. Now they were practically strangers. Humph. If you're looking to make a fortune through this program, send eldest brother or little brother instead. Before Bai Qin could react to his own words, something none of them expected happened. Li Shuiqin suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Bai Qin in a crushing embrace. Give me back my Qiner, you bad child. Li Shuiqin screamed into Bai Qin's embrace, tears streaming down her face. She remembered the girl she had known before age 10. So obedient, so lovely, so beautiful. But now all of that had been swallowed by this wicked child. Damn it. Bai Qin struggled fiercely to break free, but Li Shuiqin shouted for Bai Ili to help. Bai Ili, grab him. Bai Ili hesitated, frozen in dilemma. What was he supposed to do? Watching his wife desperately trying to seize Bai Qin and his son cursing at them, Bai Ili felt as though the sky itself was collapsing around him. Grab him, or I'm divorcing you. Li Shuiqin let out a piercing scream. Bai Qin's expression turned equally grim. Truthfully, he never wanted to swear in front of his family. What the fuck, damn it. Bai Qin's arms were pinned firmly behind his back by Bai Ili. He struggled violently, but could not break free. Bai Qin seethed with frustration. No matter how much he trained, his body remained frail, slender arms and thin legs. He despised being perceived as some delicate southern dynasty maiden. A thin sheen of cold sweat formed on Bai Qin's forehead from the pain. Seeing her son restrained so harshly by his own father, Li Shuaqin's heart ached once more. Husband, be gentle. Don't hurt Qiner. Li Shuaqin's voice was filled with tenderness. If it weren't for the fact that she was the one ordering her husband to restrain Bai Qin in the first place. Then Li Shuaqin entered the room and returned with an exquisitely wrapped box. Bai Qin stared at his mother, intensely wondering what she intended to do. Li Shuaqin smiled sweetly at Bai Qin and pulled out a delicate pink Lolita dress from the box. Qiner, this is a little dress Mama prepared for you. This time you'll truly become a real girl. Hearing his mother's gentle tone, Bai Qin's vision blackened. Blood surged to his head, and he fainted completely. When he awoke again, Bai Qin found himself in a familiar room. He jolted upright in alarm and immediately checked what he was wearing. Thank goodness, it was still male clothing. This was his own room. All those pink walls and cute cat posters he had once loved had been torn down by his own hands, and he would often curl up under the blankets and cry. Brother, you're awake. Bai Yun's voice came from beside him. Bai Qin gave him a cold glance, but said nothing. Brother, I'm sorry. Bai Qin let out a scornful laugh. Sorry. Why would you apologize to me? Bai Yun hung his head, his lips moving slightly. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I shouldn't have ignored you when we were children. I shouldn't have refused to talk to you. I know. You were just following that crazy woman's orders. Bai Yun gave his familiar yet strangely alien brother an odd look. Brother, that's our mother. Do you think what she just did even remotely resembled a mother's behavior? Bai Qin turned to face Bai Yun, waiting for an answer. Not really. Truthfully, Bai Yun had also been frightened by their mother's earlier frenzy. She had clung to his brother like a madwoman, refusing to let go no matter what. At that moment, Bai Qin suddenly offered his younger brother a gentle smile. Seeing that warm expression, Bai Yun felt a terrible premonition settling in. Little brother, you know, I've always wanted a younger sister. When had he ever wanted that? Bai Yun swallowed hard, unable to meet his second brother's gaze. Actually, I've always wanted an older sister too. Bai Qin's expression darkened once more. This idiot younger brother truly deserved a beating. Bai Yun's phone lit up. It was a transfer notification from his brother Bai Qin, whom he hadn't contacted on WeChat in 3 years. 10,000 yuan. Bloody hell, 10,000 yuan. Bai Yun didn't dare accept it. He had no idea what his second brother was planning. Go in my place and complete this balance program. How about I give you 200,000 yuan? Bai Yun looked at his second brother with a mixture of admiration and confusion. Second brother, how do you have so much money? 200,000. They didn't even have that much in the entire family. A faint smile curved Bai Qin's lips. He enjoyed being viewed with admiration. I write novels. How about it? Just go through with the balance program for me, and I'll give you 200,000 yuan. Writing novels was that profitable? Bai Yun couldn't help but be amazed. But shortly after, he still refused. I'm sorry, second brother. I really can't do it. Bai Qin's expression darkened once again. Second brother, let me explain. I've already signed up for the military. And eldest brother can't go either. Why? Bai Qin asked, his voice as dead as still water. Eldest brother is getting married. Bai Qin froze. After a long silence, he began to laugh. A strange hollow laugh. Ha 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 ha. I'm the last one to find out. Eldest brother is getting married, little brother is joining the army, and the fucking hell am I supposed to become a woman? Ha 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 ha, how wonderful, how splendid. These are all things I discover last. Ha ha ha. Bai Yun silently took several steps backward. He had a terrible feeling that his second brother was losing his mind. Chen Yang, son of biology PhD Chen Xian, had flawlessly inherited his father's biomedical expertise. At the same time, he was the architect behind the balance program. 2 years prior, to address the severe gender imbalance, Chen Yang proposed the balance program to the government, a scheme whereby men would undergo sex reassignment to become women, then be redistributed to men as spouses. Given the program's extreme nature and its potential to spark social discrimination, it had ignited considerable public controversy upon its introduction. As both the proposer and executor, Chen Yang needed to lead by example. His own spouse could only be a participant who had undergone male-to-female transformation through the balance program. Anything less would fail to convince the public. Yet 2 years had passed, and Chen Yang still had not finalized a spouse. This prolonged delay had only deepened the public's suspicions. Was Chen Yang secretly among those who despised the program's participants? Under mounting pressure, he was forced to select his wife, within a month marry her directly, and she had to be a balance program participant. Discrimination. Of course, such sentiments existed. While he had proposed the solution, he himself found the method somewhat repulsive. Nevertheless, to demonstrate his commitment, he could not let his true feelings show. He had no choice but to comply. As for his future wife, Chen Yang simply could not accept becoming married to a hirsute, unkempt, slovenly man who had merely undergone a physical transformation. Such men were entirely outside his type anyway. Moreover, the lead surgeon for the balance program's implementation had to be him personally. Therefore, 2 weeks earlier, Chen Yang had already begun scouting suitable male candidates. Though the phrasing was somewhat awkward, it was accurate nonetheless. Over the past 2 weeks, Chen Yang had only roughly identified 5 men worthy of careful review. After all, his standards were extraordinarily high. Chen Yang gazed at the files of the 5 men lost in deep thought. While he held no romantic interest in a wife, he certainly would not tolerate someone of ill character standing beside him. Thus, Chen Yang deliberately pushed Bai Qin's review to the very end. Although Bai Qin was the most handsome and feminine-looking among the 5 male candidates, his moral character was deeply flawed. According to the brief profile, Bai Qin had been a thoroughly delinquent student since middle school, stealing girls' underwear, taking up smoking, committing all manner of mischief at school, and associating constantly with local thugs. This severely tarnished Chen Yang's second impression of him. He decided to review Bai Qin's file last. Several days later, Chen Yang pinched the bridge of his nose, weakly sinking into his office chair. Throughout these days, he had diligently investigated the 4 candidates he deemed promising, but the results were deeply unsatisfactory. The first candidate was from Nanliang, genuinely from the region of Nanliang, and indeed handsome. However, upon closer investigation, Chen Yang discovered traces of prior cosmetic surgery. Though minimal, it warranted further consideration at a later stage. The second was also handsome, but turned out to be a notorious womanizer. What made matters worse, he had seduced and abandoned a wealthy older woman who subsequently hunted him down. Desperate, he had only considered using the balance program to change his sex and evade her wrath. This one was utterly disqualified. The third was not as striking as the first 2, yet still quite handsome. However, he was a confirmed mama's boy. Upon learning that the balance program offered substantial government subsidies, he decided to participate in hopes of becoming a pampered idol princess. Chen Yang kept a marginal consideration open for this lazy mama's boy type. Though not yet decided, if no better options emerged, he might have no choice but to select him. After all, Chen Yang's wealth was enough to sustain 3 lifetimes of indulgence. The 4th candidate had also undergone cosmetic surgery. Eager to qualify for advanced level correction under the balance program, he had recklessly transformed himself into a handsome man. Absurd. Such fraudulent tactics would inevitably be uncovered, ultimately relegating him to basic level correction. Still, the clinic that performed his transformation did possess notable skill. The results were genuinely handsome. The balance program offered 3 tiers of correction: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Additionally, there existed a hidden tier, corrections performed personally by Chen Yang himself. His surgical techniques far surpassed even the advanced level. 2 years ago, the first man Chen Yang had corrected had since become a celebrated beauty known nationwide through television, favored by a major entertainment industry figure, and had married and started a family. Chen Yang scratched his head. While refined, sophisticated women posed no problem whatsoever, he simply refused to entertain the prospect of marrying someone lazy and idle. Chen Yang felt on the verge of madness. With a helpless sigh, he shifted his gaze to the final file. Bai Qin, male, 20 years old. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, skipping over the row detailing Bai Qin's middle school misdeeds and his comparatively low-key, high school years, jumping straight to the end. Enrolled at Guangkou University Department of Literature. Guangkou University. Some obscure. Wait. Isn't Guangkou University a 985 institution? Chen Yang pondered for a moment, then searched online. No way. It genuinely was a 985. He found it hard to imagine how someone with such abysmal behavior in middle school and such quiet restraint in high school could gain admission to the only 985 university in the region, Guangkou University. Though a 985 university meant little to him personally, it remained an unreachable height for ordinary people, let alone for Bai Qin, whose middle school conduct had been so reprehensible. How intriguing. A faint curve touched Chen Yang's lips. Straightening himself, he set out to investigate the final candidate on his list. The most handsome among them, the one whose appearance had immediately caught his eye. What? Bai Qin has gone mad. When Chen Yang learned of Bai Qin's madness from Bai Tian, it felt as though the very sky had collapsed. Those afflicted with such conditions were disqualified from participating in the balance program. Bai Tian had only received the notification a few days prior, when he was happily enjoying time with his fiancée, until a phone call brought his mother's anxious voice. Xiao Tian. Qiner has gone mad. Bai Tian immediately released his grip on the mountainside and rushed back without delay. Upon learning the reason behind Bai Qin's madness, Bai Tian wept bitterly, blaming himself for driving Qiner to such despair. When Chen Yang arrived and revealed his identity, Bai Tian's heart thundered. Chen Yang did not conceal his purpose. He stated plainly that he was evaluating Bai Qin to determine whether he qualified for Chen Yang's personal intervention, whether he was worthy of becoming his husband. The architect of the balance program, heir to the Chun family assets exceeding tens of billions. Bai Tian could never have imagined such titles converging upon a single individual. Ecstasy surged within him. He knew, if Qiner could win Chen Yang's favor, then the Bai family would truly rise to prosperity. His family's housing troubles would be resolved. Wait, no, calm down. After deep contemplation, Bai Tian's heart shuddered violently. What had he reduced his brother to? A tool for generating profit. He was his own kin, his most cherished younger brother. Bai Tian would never forget the events of 10 years ago, the incident that had plunged Qiner into endless suffering. After an eternity of inner turmoil, Bai Tian finally raised his head to look at Qin Yang. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. Perhaps Qiner will not be able to participate in this balance program. Qin Yang was taken aback by Bai Tian's words. Why? Because Qiner does not wish to become a girl. The moment those words left Bai Tian's lips, Chun Yang's brow furrowed. I seem to recall my balance project operates on a voluntary basis. If he refuses to be a girl, then why is his name on the list? Bai Tian pressed his lips together, sighed deeply, and explained everything to Qin Yang. Chun Yang's expression darkened instantly, and he fiercely reprimanded Bai Tian. How dare you register someone without their consent? Do you have any idea how unacceptable this is? What if the person suffers psychological damage as a result? Qin Yang suddenly realized something. Could it be that this is precisely what drove Bai Qin mad? Bai Tian remained silent, for it was indeed the truth. Disappointment washed over Qin Yang, not only toward Bai Tian, but also toward the entire Bai family. Tell me which room Lin Wan'er is in. Bai Tian led Qin Yang to Lin Wan'er's ward, where Li Shuaqin, Bai Yili, and Bai Yun were all tending to the girl lying motionless in the bed. Hee, I'm the last one who knows. Hee, I'm a girl. Hee, I'm a wealthy little princess. A strand of saliva slipped from the corner of Bai Qin's crooked lips. Her once handsome and beautiful face now appeared grotesque. Be good, Qiner. Here, let's have some porridge. Li Shuaqin blew on a spoonful of porridge until it reached a comfortable temperature, then gently brought it to Bai Qin's lips. But Bai Qin only smiled foolishly, tilting her head and refusing to open her mouth. Hearing the door open, the others turned around and spotted both Bai Tian and Qin Yang. Xiao Tian, you're here. And who is this? Li Shuaqin was a quintessential beautiful wife and mother of 3, tending to Bai Qin with meticulous care, her maternal warmth radiating from every gesture. The moment Qin Yang set eyes on Li Shuaqin, he was struck by her radiant maternal grace, a sight that held devastating power for someone who had lost his own mother at an early age. How could such a beautiful and gentle mother force her son into something like this? Bai Qin must have had a wonderful childhood, one would think. Yet what could have driven him to this state? Perhaps she was not the one who made such decisions. It must have been his father. Mom, this is Qin Yang. He's the one who proposed the balance project. Those words from Bai Tian sent shockwaves through everyone present. The proposer of the balance project. The renowned biologist Qin Yang. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Qin Yang, who merely offered a warm and gentle smile in return. While all eyes were fixed upon Qin Yang, none of them noticed that Bai Qin, lying motionless in the bed, had clenched her fists tight, her once vacant gaze now flickering with rage. Everyone please step out for a moment. I am a national-level physician at one of the top hospitals in Xia Dynasty with expertise spanning multiple disciplines, including neurology. Allow me to treat her. Li Shuaqin's large eyes sparkled with hope, her lashes glistening with unshed tears. She stepped forward and grasped Qin Yang's hand firmly. Dr. Qin, I beg you. Please save my dear Qiner. Li Shuaqin had rushed Bai Qin to the hospital the very moment she realized her daughter had fallen ill, yet after thorough examinations the doctors found nothing physically wrong and could only advise bed rest. Feeling the soft, warm embrace of Li Shuaqin's hands, Qin Yang could not help but recall his late mother, whose touch had been equally gentle and comforting. His tone softened considerably. Rest assured, Aunt Li, I will bring Bai Qin back. Everyone except Qin Yang exited the room. He then requested some medical equipment from the hospital director and declined any assistance, leaving only himself and Bai Qin alone in the ward. Bai Qin continued muttering incoherently, though beads of sweat formed upon her smooth forehead. Ah, I'm the last one who knows. Hee, I'm a delicate princess. Hee. Qin Yang frowned, studying the figure before him. Was this truly the final subject under his observation? Fair-skinned with slender legs and a neat short haircut, her facial features were perfectly proportioned. Was her petite frame innate? Why did her waist appear so slim and her pelvic structure seem almost feminine? At first glance, Qin Yang had taken her for a girl. Seizing the moment before Bai Qin noticed, he directly opened her hospital gown. Bai Qin's true form was laid bare before Qin Yang's eyes. At that instant, he distinctly heard the mad ramblings pause. A momentary silence that only confirmed his suspicions. Qin Yang placed a stethoscope against Bai Qin's chest. The cool metal sent a shiver through her, yet she continued her endless vacant giggling. Nothing abnormal. Everything appeared normal. Qin Yang then produced a helmet-like device. By now he was fairly certain Bai Qin was feigning. Any genuine mental illness, such as epilepsy, would have disqualified her from the balance project altogether. An inexplicable fear rose within Bai Qin at the sight of the helmet-like apparatus. She sensed that donning it would unleash some terrible consequence. No, she must not wear it. Before Bai Qin could cry out, a needle suddenly pierced her arm. A wave of drowsiness overwhelmed her, and before consciousness fled entirely, Qin Yang had already secured the helmet upon her head. Damn it. When Bai Qin finally regained consciousness, she found herself in a room entirely white, every surface stretching into uniform blankness. What the hell is this place? She cursed under her breath, and her voice echoed back from all directions. Mom. This. Bai Qin closed her eyes and shook her head, bewildered by the surreal circumstances. The blinding whiteness felt like being lost in an infinite map with no sense of direction. It took Bai Qin a moment to pull herself to her feet, yet even standing amidst the overwhelming white, she had no idea where she was. What on earth is going on? Just as confusion consumed her, a crackling sound invaded her ears, and moments later a familiar voice resonated within her mind. As I suspected, you're not truly insane, Bai Qin. Chun Yang's voice echoed directly inside Bai Qin's consciousness, bypassing her ears entirely. Startled, Bai Qin frantically scanned the void, but could discern no trace of Chun Yang. You're Chun Yang? You clearly understood the conversation between your mother and me just now. How predictable. Bai Qin fell silent. There was no need for further explanation. She had been thoroughly exposed. What exactly do you want from me? Bai Qin harbored not an ounce of goodwill toward the mysterious proposer of the Balance Project. It was this very man whose scheme had forced her into playing the fool. I merely wish to understand you better. Oh really? My name is Bai Qin, I'm 20 years old, and I'm male. Are you satisfied now? Let me out of here. This is your inner world. I administered a general anesthetic to your physical body. Once you awaken in reality, you will return from here as well. Now let me truly understand you. Bai Qin's face twisted with fury. Who do you think you are? By what right do you presume to pry into my life? Chun Yang was dumbfounded by Bai Qin's scolding. What was happening? Was he really being cursed at? He couldn't recall anyone ever berating him in his entire life. Bai Qin, do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are. Stop talking to me. I have no desire to speak with you. Nevertheless, I'm afraid I must apologize, for I am conversing with you within your mind. No matter what you do, you cannot ignore my voice. Since you claim not to know who I am, let me introduce myself. I am Chun Yang, the proposer of the Balance Project, and the son of Chun Xin, chairman of the Chun Science and Technology Group. And I may very well be your husband. The earlier words meant little to Bai Qin, but the final sentence struck him like a thunderbolt. After the initial shock came an overwhelming surge of rage laced with profound revulsion. What the hell are you talking about? If you're here to humiliate me, just wait until I wake up. I'll tear you apart. Bai Qin roared within his own mind, wishing with all his might to tear Chun Yang to shreds. Chun Yang's brows knitted into a deep furrow as he gazed at the figure lying on the hospital bed. Sweat beading on his forehead, eyes tightly shut, his expression twisted with fury. He had been cursed at again. This was easily the most scolded he had ever been in his life. In the past, everyone around him walked on eggshells, terrified of saying the wrong thing. By all accustomed standards, Chun Yang would have simply had this Bai Qin dealt with. But regarding Bai Qin, he still refused to give up, because he truly found him strikingly handsome, utterly aligned with his own aesthetic tastes. Chun Yang remembered Bai Tian telling him that Bai Qin's current state stemmed from an incident 10 years prior. Before that, Bai Qin had been a lovable child adored by all who knew him. I shall see exactly what happened to turn you into this. Chun Yang's voice echoed within Bai Qin's consciousness. At first Bai Qin froze, then, as if recalling something, he urgently cried out, no. Chun Yang, who had been about to delve into his memories, was startled by Bai Qin's voice. For the first time, those words carried not anger or defiance, but raw fear and pleading. He was afraid. No, please don't. Don't look through my memories. I beg you. Within the mindscape, Bai Qin's image began to kneel. He didn't know which direction to face, nor where Chun Yang stood. His body trembled gently, his eyes brimming with terror. Chun Yang was taken aback. The fierce, foul-mouthed Bai Qin he had encountered moments ago now resembled a frightened kitten trembling on the ground. What exactly have you endured, Bai Qin? Look or not look? After a moment's deliberation, Chun Yang ultimately could not bring himself to proceed. I won't look through your memories. But stop playing the fool. Very well. The neural connection technology disengaged. Chun Yang summoned Bai Qin's family into the ward, only to notice that Bai Qin's mother Li Shuaqin was absent. Your mother went to buy food for Qiner. She'll be back soon. Bai Tian gazed at Bai Qin on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed with worry. Dr. Chun is Qiner. Rest assured he has recovered. The three members of the Bai family breathed a sigh of relief. A while later, Bai Qin slowly stirred awake. The first thing he saw was a strikingly handsome stranger. His hair was slightly curled with a few rebellious strands falling across his smooth forehead. His eyebrows were thick and dark as ink, their sharp lines framing deep, captivating eyes. You're awake. A gentle smile graced Chun Yang's handsome face, warm as winter sunlight, soothing a patient. But to Bai Qin, that smile felt like a threat. I suggest you stop pretending to be mad, or I will look through your memories. Bai Qin shivered and nodded. I'm awake. I'm not pretending. Please don't look through my memories. Chun Yang's smile faltered. Something felt genuinely off this time. Was he actually simple-minded? At that moment, Bai Ili's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number. Hello. Is this Mr. Bai Ili? Yes, speaking. May I ask who this is? This is the director of Zhen Hospital. Your partner, Miss Li Shuaqin, was involved in a car accident while crossing the street just moments ago. She is currently undergoing emergency surgery. Please hurry to the emergency room. Bai Ili didn't hear the rest. All he caught was the devastating news. His wife Li Shuiqin had been in a car crash. Since his phone was on speaker, everyone in the room heard it. Mother. In a car accident. Bai Tian and Bai Yun felt as though lightning had struck them. Just when Qiner had recovered, why did their mother suffer such misfortune? Xiao Yun, stay here and watch over Qiner. Your father and I will go take a look. Without waiting for Bai Yun's response, Bai Tian immediately followed Bai Ili toward the emergency room. Bai Qin, lying in bed, had heard their conversation too. When he learned his mother had been in an accident, his first reaction was unexpectedly relief. Bai Qin tugged at the bedsheets, a terrible premonition creeping over him. Could she die? Xinyang scratched his head. Why was this family so prone to accidents? He still hadn't managed to confirm what kind of person Bai Qin truly was. The version of him in the mindscape mirrored exactly this terrified appearance now. What on earth had happened to reshape him into this? For hours later, when the ward doors opened once more, Bai Ili and several doctors pushed a gurney inside. Lying upon it was a woman entirely wrapped in bandages. Mama. Tears instantly streamed down Bai Yun's face as he rushed forward, only to be held back by Qinyang. Chill. Aunt Li needs rest. Qinyang noticed Li Shuiqin was asleep and already stabilized. Now she required quiet recuperation. Bai Qin's heart skipped a beat upon seeing his mother in such a state. Damn it, how had she ended up like this? The incident had occurred when Li Shuiqin, returning from buying meat buns for Bai Qin, was struck by a drunk driver at a crosswalk. Given how rare women were in this era, and considering Li Shuiqin was exceptionally beautiful with outstanding genetics, the drunk driver was swiftly arrested and would soon face trial. Meanwhile, Li Shuiqin received the highest level of medical treatment. They wheeled her bed beside Bai Qin's. Beneath the sheets, Bai Qin's hand clenched. He understood his mother had been injured because of him. That fool. After the attending physician exchanged a few words with Bai Ili, the latter's expression darkened, and he followed the doctor out. Bai Tian recalled something as well. Touching the bank card in his pocket without hesitation, he followed his father out. Bai Yun, having just turned 18 and graduated from high school, had chosen to enlist in the military due to unsatisfactory academic performance. Currently penniless, he could only remain by Bai Qin and Li Shuiqin's side. Qin. Bai Yun startled, following the sound, to find his mother had slightly opened her eyes. Mom. Tears welled up in Bai Yun's eyes as he called out softly. Li Shuiqin's face revealed a gentle smile. Yuner. Qiner, is she awake? Bai Yun nodded, then turned to look at Bai Qin lying on the hospital bed. Bai Qin drew her legs together, resting her chin on her knees, wrapping her arms around her legs, curling into a ball like a frightened kitten. Second brother. Mom is awake. Bai Yun was a bit afraid of his second brother, mainly because he was too much of a social figure. When Bai Yun was in junior high, his second brother's reputation still circulated among the underworld circles. Qinyang frowned beside him, dissatisfied with Bai Qin's behavior. Their mother had just awakened from a critical moment, and this was his attitude. Even if she might have done something wrong to you, she is still your mother. With such a gentle and beautiful mother who even got into a car accident for your sake, how could you not cherish her? Just as he was about to scold, Li Shuiqin's voice, choked with tears, reached Qinyang's ears. Qiner. Mom sob. Mom is sorry, Mom. Just now Sob realized when I was hit that I shouldn't have forced you to wear skirts and be a girl. I shouldn't have neglected you just because you didn't want to wear skirts and be a girl. It was my fault. You were just a 10-year-old child back then going through that, and I still treated you like this. Mom was wrong. Mom says sorry to you. Can you come back to Mom? Qinyang was stunned. He hadn't expected that the first thing Aunt Li, so severely injured, would do upon waking was apologize to Bai Qin. And it seemed that what Bai Qin had experienced back then was indeed Aunt Li's fault. Such a beautiful and gentle Aunt Li. Qinyang looked at Bai Qin, who remained expressionless, but he could see the slight trembling of her body and the inner struggle reflected in her face. What a strange family this was. Without receiving Bai Qin's reply, Li Shuiqin began to cry sadly again. Just then Bai Ili and Bai Tian returned, and Qinyang and Bai Yun noticed the worry etched on their faces. They were happy to learn that Li Shuiqin had woken up, but that joy was layered over their anxiety. Bai Ili and Bai Tian looked at Qinyang, wanting to say something, but hesitating, unsure how to begin. Qinyang had roughly guessed the problem. Before coming, he had investigated Bai Qin's family. A family that could afford to eat and dress well, but nothing more. The medical expenses were likely exorbitant. Even though the drunk driver had covered most of the bill, the remaining amount was still beyond their means. Of course, for them. Mr. Qin, could you step outside with me for a moment? Bai Ili's words carried a plea. He had struggled internally for a long time before finally deciding to ask Qinyang. Though the hope was slim, he still tried. Qinyang nodded and followed Bai Ili and Bai Tian out. Bai Qin watched their backs, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. In a secluded corner, Bai Ili and Bai Tian knelt directly before Qinyang. Qinyang had anticipated this. But unlike in TV dramas or novels, he didn't rush to help them up and say no. He had seen such situations many times before and had grown numb to them. He was a doctor, but also a businessman. A businessman does not give selflessly. If you want my help, there must be a price. I can provide the money, but I'm very interested in Bai Qin. Tell me about her past. Bai Ili and Bai Tian exchanged glances, seeing the struggle in each other's eyes. Should they tell? They didn't know. That was the darkest memory deep in Qin'er's heart. Qinyang took in their expressions. Their hesitation only made him more curious about Bai Qin's past. But, even if you don't tell, I can easily find out anyway. Since you're unwilling to speak, I'll make another request. If Bai Qin agrees to marry me, of course after her transformation, then I'll be happy to cover the small expenses. When Qinyang arrived, he had already stated his intention. Bai Ili was inwardly astonished, looking at Qinyang with a somewhat peculiar gaze. If Qiner really became Qinyang's wife, then wouldn't I be the father-in-law of a billionaire? Then the Bai family would soar straight to the top. But, would Qiner agree? Bai Ili's joyful mood began to turn to worry. Given Qiner's current mental state, if she agreed, she might just go and commit suicide, right? As long as Bai Qin agrees, I will step in. I agree. Qinyang had just finished speaking when Bai Qin's voice sounded from behind him. They all turned to see Bai Qin clad in a hospital gown standing there. Her pupils were dark, her features handsome, her hair messy, and her face devoid of expression. Qiner, you're awake. Bai Qin nodded, still expressionless, as she looked at her brother and father, then added another condition. After the transformation, I will sever ties with you all. Her tone was flat, the condition non-negotiable. At these words, Bai Ili and Bai Tian felt their hearts shatter. They knew that this family had inflicted irreparable damage on Bai Qin's soul. Qinyang frowned as well. Bai Qin's words made it feel as if he was the one tearing her family apart. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Qin shot him a cold glare. This is my own family affair. We don't have that kind of relationship yet, so please don't interfere. At the payment counter, the surgery fee was 1.5 million yuan. When Qinyang pulled out a black card, the hospital director's eyes nearly popped out. The Great Xia Black Card, only 100 in the entire nation, with an unlimited credit limit, extremely rare. 1.5 million yuan was swiped away effortlessly. The Bai father and son stared in disbelief. Bai Tian especially, who was about to get married, knew the value of money all too well. Alright, it's done. Now I'm going to see Bai Qin. Qinyang had several reasons for helping. First, he was very interested in Bai Qin's story and wanted to help her change to return to the carefree, happy person she once was. Second, her mother Li Shuqin's maternal love deeply moved him. Such great love, Bai Qin should not lose. Finally, Bai Qin was simply too beautiful. The sickly, listless look of her curled up in the hospital bed stirred Qinyang's heart profoundly. He had never believed in love at first sight until he saw Bai Qin. What? You say he's a man? Is Qinyang gay? No, soon he won't be. When Qinyang's driver drove the luxury car with Bai Qin, and Qinyang about to leave, Bai Ili pushed Li Shuqin, who was in a wheelchair, along with Bai Tian and Bai Yun, to say goodbye. Li Shuqin was so happy to learn that Bai Qin was going through the balance program that she nearly tore off her foretube and bandages to jump up. Then, hearing that it was for her medical expenses, and that Bai Qin would cut ties with her, Li Shuqin shed tears of heartache, quickly asking her husband to push her out to say goodbye to Qiner. Li Shuqin, seated in the wheelchair, tightly gripped Qinyang's hand. The warmth of her hand deeply touched Qinyang. It felt just like his mother's hands. Dr. Chun, if possible, please pull my Qiner out of the darkness. It's my fault as a mother for not being good enough. I want to make it up to her. Li Shuqin's tearful voice reached Qinyang's mind. She held his hands tightly, as if placing all her hope in him. Don't worry, Aunt Li. I will. Qinyang made a promise. He would not only for Li Shuqin, but also for Bai Qin. Qiner, Mom knows you're still angry. Legally, you may sever ties with me, but by blood, Mom will always be your mother. I'll be waiting for you at home. Li Shuqin's tearful voice reached Bai Qin, who had already gotten into the car. The profound maternal love almost made Qinyang cry. He could feel that Li Shuqin's love for Bai Qin was real, although he didn't know what Aunt Li had done to Bai Qin before. Still, maternal love is always great. Surely Bai Qin must be crying too. Although Bai Qin was resistant to those memories, for Qinyang, uncovering that past was merely a matter of a quick investigation. After bringing Bai Qin home, he had been in a daze. Well-versed in psychology, Qinyang knew this was a psychological issue stemming from severe emotional trauma. In such a state, making rational plans was impossible. Since neither he nor his family wished to share that past with others, Qinyang would investigate it himself. This would take no more than a few hours. When Bai Qin's detailed profile came into Qinyang's view, he fell silent. Almost every villager knew of Bai Qin's bittersweet past. Newborn Bai Qin was fair-skinned and adorable, with wide, innocent eyes. The entire family believed they had welcomed a lovely baby girl, and their joy knew no bounds. Li Shuqin named this precious child Bai Qin. But the results stunned everyone. Doctor, could there be a mistake? Our beautiful, fair-skinned, adorable baby is a boy. Seeing Li Shuqin's disbelief, the doctor simply removed Bai Qin's diaper. Li Shuqin was devastated by the sight. Xiao Tian, you're the older brother now. You must take good care of your little sister. Li Shuqin instructed Bai Qin's older brother Bai Tian. Watching his adorable sister in a pink dress, her face beaming with happiness, twin bobs bouncing, as she held a Tonghalu, his heart melted completely. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take good care of my sister. Qiner loves Mom the most. It's born. A boy. Li Shuichin was disappointed once more. Mom. Opening her eyes, Li Shuichin found Bai Qin in a pink dress, those wide, innocent eyes glistening with tears. Mom, you're awake. Shall I sing you a song? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Hearing his daughter's sweet nightingale-like voice, Li Shuichin's heart softened. Bai Qin saw his mother's happiness and felt joy, too, though something else lingered beneath her smile. Perhaps sorrow or longing he couldn't quite name. Qiner, why do you have a peen? Are you a boy? Xiaohong, you peeked at me peeing. Mom said no one should see someone else pee. Bai Qin's lying. She's not a girl. He's a boy. I asked my mom, and she said only boys have penises. Girls are flat. Bai Qin is a boy. He's wearing girls' skirts. I'm not a boy. I'm a girl. You're lying. Bai Qin cried for the second time. The first was at birth. My Qiner is my sweet little cake, my lovely girl. They're lying to you. We could go back to school. Mom will handle this. Li Shuichin gently stroked Bai Qin's head as the child wept uncontrollably. A few days later, Xiaohong dropped out. Why did she drop out? I think her parents divorced. Xiaohong stayed with her mom. She's a girl without a father now. Xiaohong was the one who exposed Bai Qin. Bai Qin felt puzzled, yet secretly thrilled. That means Xiaohong had finally transferred away. Mom, help me. 10-year-old Bai Qin struggled desperately to break free from the man in black's grip, but couldn't escape. You little bastard, you're Li Shuichin's son, aren't you? You look more like a woman anyway. You damn pervert. Why not just turn you into a girl? Bai Qin's dress was ripped off, leaving him standing naked before the attacker. Fuck that green-headed bitch, Li Shuichin. She actually set herself up. She plotted to get me with her husband and recorded it all, haha. I couldn't resist the loneliness. Who could blame me when her husband is so handsome, haha. Bai Qin was terrified and began begging continuously. Old Wang let this little bastard feel the warmth of the workplace. Bai Qin passed out from the pain, then was doused with cold water to awaken him over and over again. When he opened his eyes again, the man in black had already been apprehended. Haha, you little pervert, you're a boy. Your mother raised you as a girl. I've already sent the video to all the villagers. I even added some nice patterns to your body, haha. It was Xiaohong's mother, a woman whose life was ruined by an affair, who harbored a bitter grudge against Li Shuichin and sought revenge through her child. She was sentenced to life imprisonment for her role in child trafficking. Wah! Mom, it hurts. It hurts. Bai Qin's screams of agony pierced through Li Shuichin's mind like a curse, but there was no choice. Those horrific tattoos had to be removed from her child. Despite their efforts, complete removal of the tattoos proved impossible. Most of the tattoos have been removed, but the succubus design on the lower abdomen and the two characters on the legs were done with special ink that laser treatment can't fully clear. From then on, Bai Qin stopped wearing anything that revealed their legs or midriff, keeping themselves completely covered. Li Shuichin shed painful tears. Mom, I'm not a girl, am I? How could that be? Qiner is the most lovely girl in the world. Mom, I don't want to wear skirts anymore. Why not, Qiner? Don't you love wearing skirts the most? I don't like them anymore, Mom. Please throw that dress away, okay? Qiner, when did you cut your hair? Li Shuichin broke down, seeing Bai Qin's short hair. I took Qiner to get a haircut, wife. Let's stop deceiving our child. Haven't you heard the gossip from the villagers? And what about Qiner's wrist-cutting incident last time? That's enough. I know what I'm doing. Qiner, when did you start smoking and drinking it? Li Shuichin screamed. Cough, humamai. Cough. I want to be a real man. Real men smoke and drink. I'm done pretending to be a girl anymore. Li Shuichin realized Bai Qin had changed. No longer cute, no longer beautiful, no longer innocent. He smoked, drank, stole girls' underwear at the new school, competed with classmates over his size. He had become a bad child. Chen Yang sat in silence after reading, his heart heavy with an indescribable sorrow. He finally understood why Bai Qin had become like this. Raised as a girl from childhood, a little princess adored by all, he had suffered from gender identity confusion from the very beginning. When his true gender was exposed, he faced endless ridicule and cold stares, and was eventually abducted by a trafficking ring, enduring inhuman torment. Then, because he refused to be raised as a girl any longer, he was ostracized by his mother and finally walked down the path of psychological darkness. Chen Yang's nose stung, and he didn't even realize when tears had fallen. No wonder Bai Qin was so terrified of his own memories. No wonder he hated his mother so deeply. Chen Yang sighed, looked up at the white ceiling, and his gaze gradually hardened. I will pull you out of the mire. I will make you the happy, carefree little princess again. Bai Qin was terrified. Bai Qin was extremely afraid. He regretted it. He didn't want to become a woman. He wanted to flee to a city where no one knew him and start over. I am a level 5 novel writer. I can earn 500,000 myself. Why should I care about them? Why should I sacrifice my future to save her? Just because she is my mother. Yes, because she is my mother. Why did you have to go buy me food? Do I even know you that well? This is a mother's love for you. Love. It disappeared when I was 10. I don't want to become a woman. I have to run away. Yes, I have to run away. Pat. Chen Yang pushed the door open. He had already prepared the balance plan and now needed to take Bai Qin to the hospital. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something was wrong. Bai Qin was curled up, trembling all over. When he saw Chen Yang, he flinched as if facing a natural enemy staring at him with a terrified expression. This state won't do for surgery. Chen Yang sighed, but the desire to save Bai Qin surged even stronger. He had to pull Bai Qin out of the abyss. And no, I can do it. Bai Qin gritted his teeth. After a mental struggle, he decided to keep his promise. He was a man of his word. Since he had agreed to something, he would see it through. Chen Yang had already paid the medical fees, so he wasn't someone who would go back on his word, was he? Bai Qin's words surprised Chen Yang. He noticed that although there was still fear in Bai Qin's eyes, some conviction, or perhaps morality, was holding him to his promise. Seems he's not beyond saving. Get off the bed and follow me. Just as Chen Yang turned around, he heard a thud. When he turned back, he saw that Bai Qin had fallen to the ground, unable to stand. I'm sorry. Bai Qin tried to push himself up with his hands, but his legs were as weak as if they were useless. After struggling for a long time, he still couldn't get up. Chen Yang had no choice but to go over and help him up. Only then did he realize how soft Bai Qin's body was. If not for the file stating his gender as male and the absence of any hormone treatment or medication, Chen Yang would have thought he was holding a woman. Bai Qin slumped limply against Chen Yang. It was more like Chen Yang was carrying him forward than supporting him. Bai Qin's body was soft and powerless, like a prisoner headed to the execution ground. The corner of Chen Yang's mouth twitched. Countless people in the world wanted him to perform the balance plan for them, yet he only helped at most 10 people a year through a lottery system. When had anyone ever been this terrified? Thinking of the people he had transformed, every one of them had stars in their eyes and pride in their hearts. Many had been scouted by talent agents, and some even tried to hit on him after transitioning. How ridiculous. I know every inch of your body's Chen Yang. But Bai Qin's story. Bai Qin slumped weakly into a chair, smelling the scent of disinfectant. The moment he caught that smell, his legs went weak. Well, to be fair, his legs had never been strong. His eyes were filled with terror, his heart pounding, so hard it felt like it might jump out of his chest. In the operating room, 2 assistants in surgical gowns were already waiting. They had assisted Chen Yang in many balance plan surgeries, but this was the first time they had seen a patient who looked like he was walking into an execution ground. Hey, do you have any idea how lucky you have to be to have Master Chen personally perform your surgery? And you're this scared? The 2 assistants helped the limp Bai Qin onto the operating table. By now, Bai Qin seemed resigned, lying motionless like a corpse, letting them do as they pleased. It's okay. Just sleep through it. Bai Qin kept repeating the self-hypnosis, trying to bolster his courage. Chen Yang changed into his surgical gown, sterilized himself, and returned to the operating room. The key to the balance plan lies in experiencing the surgery while fully awake. Chen Yang's words made Bai Qin, who had been gradually calming down, open his eyes wide. What did he just say? Experience the surgery while awake. Wait. Before Bai Qin could finish speaking, a needle was jabbed into the vein in his neck. The next moment, he could do nothing. But why hadn't he fallen asleep? One assistant poked Bai Qin's belly with a finger. To his astonishment, Bai Qin could feel the poke. Can you feel that? If so, blink. Bai Qin blinked. Then the assistant tested different parts of Bai Qin's body, and everything worked. This is an awakening anesthetic. Does the name sound contradictory? Exactly. It puts your body into a state of anesthesia while keeping your mind clear, even heightening your perception of external stimuli. Moreover, the drug prevents you from fainting from intense pain. That means you can feel, even more acutely, every step of the surgery. The most crucial step of the balance plan is to experience the changes in your own body. It's the highest level procedure that only I can perform. Only by enduring the ultimate pain can you later clearly feel your new self, your new skin, your new organs. This is also an important step for becoming my wife. Now I will explain each surgical step, its principles, and its effects. Chen Yang's words were as calm and terrifying as a demon's whisper. Bai Qin regretted it. He truly regretted it now. This meant he would have to feel the agony of cutting flesh and digging holes. This kind of thing. No. Now let's begin the surgery. Under Bai Qin's terrified gaze, Chen Yang produced a pink pill. XX pill. This is the first step to changing your body. Chen Yang pried open Bai Qin's mouth, shoved the pill in, and washed it down with water. The pink pill slid into Bai Qin's stomach. Bai Qin couldn't control his body at all. All he could do was blink. While the drug hasn't taken effect, yet let's remove your clothes first. Chen Yang signaled the 2 assistants. They had worked together many times, so they immediately took out scissors and cut Bai Qin's clothes to shreds. Bai Qin was like a fish on a chopping block, completely at their mercy. When they had stripped him bare, the 2 assistants raised their eyebrows. They had never seen such a beautiful male body. But the scars on his lower abdomen and inner thighs were off. Though the tattoos had been lasered off, the experienced eyes could still tell what had been there. The letters MG and the succubus pattern. Chen Yang remained silent. He had already known from the files, but seeing it in person still made his heart ache. But not anymore. I will help you embrace a new life. You can leave this nightmare behind and start over. Bai Qin visibly reddened. He desperately wanted to cover those 3 damn tattoos, but he couldn't move a muscle. He could only lie there like a lab monkey exposed to their gaze. He heard those voices again. The ones that cursed him in his nightmares, calling him a freak, a mg, a b. No, 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 no. Enough staring. Let's begin. Qinyang looked at Bai Qin with a pained expression as his eyes widened. He had to finish the surgery quickly. The assistants began to bind Bai Qin with ropes. Now we use ropes to restrain you. Though you can't control your body, everyone has neural reflexes that don't require conscious thought. When stimulated externally, your body will react. My awakening anesthetic hasn't fully blocked those neurons, so if you experience extreme pain, your body might still thrash. Soon Bai Qin was bound. Qinyang silently counted. After a while, Bai Qin felt a sharp, searing pain in his abdomen, and cold sweat poured down his face. Plan begins. Qinyang commanded. Pain, such pain. The intense agony spread throughout her entire body to her brain. Bai Qin lay on her back, unable to witness the gruesome scene, yet she could clearly feel every pain coursing through her body. He wanted to scream, but his vocal cords had been severed. He could distinctly feel the blade wandering inside his body along with the mutations taking place within his organs. Each time he was about to pass out, a cool sensation would wash over his brain, and at that moment he would become even more acutely aware of what was happening to him. The excruciating pain made Bai Qin want to faint countless times, yet whenever she was on the verge of losing consciousness, a wave of coolness would surge through her brain, followed by an even sharper perception of every ounce of agony. Kill me. Kill me. First stage gender transformation complete. Proceeding to second stage appearance shaping. Bai Qin had not yet recovered from the shock of her gender change when in the next instant she was thrown into warm water. Warm water. It seemed to be some kind of medicinal solution. The fluid enveloped Bai Qin, seeping through her skin and into her body. She felt a wave of warmth, and the pain perceived by her brain gradually subsided. But as the solution grew increasingly hot, Bai Qin's body began to change slowly. Hot, so hot. Bai Qin felt as though she were melting. The extreme heat made her seem as if she were standing in a sea of fire, yet she could only clearly perceive everything. I want to die, I want to die. Kill me. Kill me. Third stage detail optimization. Darkness. Pitch black. Bai Qin could see nothing, yet she could clearly sense everything happening to her body. Apart from the scorching heat, as if she were melting, her body was also undergoing gradual transformation. Pain. At this moment, Qinyang nervously watched the electrocardiogram. The slight fluctuations on the monitor represented Bai Qin's faint heartbeat. The anesthesia reversal agent had already worn off. At this point, it could no longer protect her brain and keep her conscious. This extreme pain, far beyond what ordinary humans could endure, was enough to cause brain damage, and in severe cases could even be fatal. His wife, though she was a participant in the balance plan. She must be the most beautiful girl in the world, the happiest girl. Qinyang watched the electrocardiogram gradually return to stability, gritted his teeth, and then injected another dose of medication at each designated interval. Previously, when he performed surgeries for others, he could only choose one injection from the 4 options. Each injection had different effects. But as Qinyang's wife, she must possess the full benefits of all 4 medications. Each of these medications had its own advantages and disadvantages, which Qinyang categorized into types 1 through 4. Type 1 significantly increases skin sensitivity and enhances the body's reaction speed and sensory perception. However, the skin becomes several times more sensitive than that of an ordinary person. Type 2 maximizes skin remodeling, restoring it to the smoothness of a newborn. All tattoos and scars will disappear, and skin aging will be substantially delayed. Even when Bai Qin reaches 70, her skin will remain as delicate and flawless as when she was 20. The downside is that she will lose a significant portion of her physical strength, which may make even opening a bottle cap a struggle. Type 3 enables Bai Qin's body to heal at an accelerated rate when injured, and even some irreversible damage can be restored. However, the drawback is that on a certain day each month, she will transform into a succubus, adjective, perhaps not a drawback. Type 4 natural body fragrance. Bai Qin's skin will emit a special substance. When this substance is inhaled by others, it transforms into a personal scent unique to each individual, meaning everyone will perceive a different fragrance from Bai Qin. This fragrance will also stir desire in others. The downside is that the scent cannot be eliminated by any means emanating from her at all times, or perhaps not a drawback. Each vial of medication has its own advantages and disadvantages. Under normal circumstances, Qinyang would only allow the subject to choose one type for injection, because even a single dose comes at an astronomical cost. The cost of these 4 vials alone exceeds 100 million. So why is this time different? He intends to inject all 4 medications into Bai Qin's body. Madness glinted in Qinyang's eyes as he watched the violent fluctuations on the electrocardiogram. My wife must be the most perfect woman in this world. Beep, 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 beep. A critical life warning sounded from the monitoring equipment, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on Qinyang's forehead. Qinyang had never simultaneously injected all 4 medications before, because even a single injection raises the risks of surgery, and injecting all 4 types would make the danger even greater. However, everything remained within Qinyang's control. Qinyang frantically operated on the console. In the next moment, massive mechanical arms began moving toward Bai Qin, who was already being slowly reshaped by the molding suit and sculpting agents into a breathtaking figure. Esophageal tube, inject liquid nutrition. Fluid tube, inject saline solution. Circulatory tube, remove impurities. As one tube and syringe after another pierced Bai Qin's body, Qinyang continued his operations, and her electrocardiogram gradually began to stabilize. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight filtered through the window and into the room, the mummy, lying on the hospital bed, stirred slightly. Bai Qin woke up, but she could not open her eyes. It felt as though something had bound her, rendering her immobile and weak. Moreover, 2 tubes seemed inserted into her nostrils, supplying oxygen. A tube was also inserted into her mouth, slowly delivering liquid nutrition into her stomach for absorption. But this process was utterly disgusting and uncomfortable. Bai Qin wanted to reach out and pull out that damn tube, but barely did she touch it and try to extract it even a little when a violent wave of nausea rose from her stomach. The tube was lodged too deep, leaving her unable to vomit, causing unbearable distress. Qinyang saw this on the monitor and immediately walked in, accompanied by his 2 assistants. Don't move yet. Let me help you remove the devices. Qinyang's voice was gentle. He had succeeded. He had injected all 4 vials of serum into one person and kept her alive. Bai Qin, his wife, would become the most beautiful girl in the world. Because the feeding tube provides nutrition to your stomach, pulling it out will cause intense nausea. Bear with it. Wait. Bai Qin wanted Qinyang to prepare her first, but she could not speak. Before she could recover, she felt that damn tube in her stomach being slowly pulled out. A cough coughed. Vomit cough. After Bai Qin coughed and gagged for a while, the tube was finally removed. She had no strength left. She had heard her own voice, ethereal and delicate, clear as a silver bell, with a touch of soft femininity, like a mountain spring, gentle and refined. Is this my voice? It sounds wonderful, but it is truly my voice. Then the 2 oxygen tubes in her nostrils were also pulled out, followed by the 4 in her hand. Bai Qin still felt something was wrong, and the next moment excruciating pain surged from below, making her grit her teeth and tear up. It hurts. What are you doing? Stop it. Bai Qin tried to sit up and stop Qinyang, but the next moment she was pinned onto the bed by those 2 assistants. Intense pain and overwhelming humiliation flooded Bai Qin's mind. This was not merely painful, it was the ultimate social death. When all devices were completely removed, Bai Qin fainted. When Bai Qin regained consciousness again, she found herself lying on a soft, large bed. Her body was still wrapped tightly in bandages, especially around her chest, making it hard to breathe and very uncomfortable. Bai Qin reached out to touch her chest, but instead felt a soft mass. She quickly withdrew her hand, her mind still struggling to process what she had touched. What is this? It's so soft. When touched, it jiggles strangely. Something is definitely wrong. After a while, the realizations hit Bai Qin, and her face flushed crimson as heat rose through her entire body. You're awake. Let me help you remove the bandages. Qinyang's voice sounded, and the next moment Bai Qin felt herself being lifted into his arms. Shame washed over her. Why you? Let me go? That wonderful melodious voice was still unfamiliar to Bai Qin. She had originally wanted to curse him fiercely, but hearing her own voice, she felt too embarrassed even to scold. Seeing Qinyang had no intention of letting go, Bai Qin began wriggling. Stop. Don't move. If you keep moving, you'll fall. Qinyang, exasperated, quickly placed Bai Qin onto an office chair. Bai Qin realized she was sitting on a chair and instinctively tried to stand up. But the moment her feet supported her weight, she felt a wave of weakness and sank back down before fully rising. What's going on? Bai Qin was alarmed in her heart. Was she really too weak to even stand? You've been sustained by liquid nutrition these past few days, consuming almost no energy, which is why you have no strength. Qinyang pushed a full-length mirror in front of Bai Qin. After I finish removing the bandages, I'll make something for you to eat. Bai Qin nodded. Not because she couldn't speak, but because she herself had not yet adjusted to this voice. As the gauze around her head was unwrapped layer by layer, despite the pressure gradually decreasing, Bai Qin remained extremely nervous. Her fists clenched tightly, and her whole body began to tremble involuntarily. Relax. You are beautiful just like your figure. My figure is beautiful. Bright, so bright. Today was a sunny day, and warm sunlight passed through the window, illuminating the white room. In the room, a floor-to-ceiling mirror decorated with flowers stood before a young woman wrapped tightly in bandages. Her figure beneath the bindings could only be described as fiery, with long, elegant legs and a proud, magnificent chest. Behind the girl stood a handsome man in a white lab coat, slowly helping her unwrap the bandages from her head. Her fists clenched, and when she caught sight of the light, she tightly closed her eyes. So bright. Had she not seen sunlight for too long? Bai Qin blinked a few more times, and slowly the breathtakingly beautiful face in the mirror appeared before her eyes. The girl's head was as exquisitely crafted as a sculpture, her long black hair, flowing like silk, cascading softly to frame her deep luminous eyes. Her water blue eyes were as clear as autumn waters, seeming almost able to speak, revealing an indescribable brilliance. Her nose was straight and delicate, beneath which lay a pair of pink cherry lips, seemingly able to release the fragrance of flowers with each whisper. The contours of her cheeks were soft as though carved by a master sculptor. Is this me? A pair of willow leaf eyebrows added gentleness to her eyes, yet retained an underlying resilience. Her body was tightly wrapped in white bandages, yet the fiery figure that made countless men's noses bleed was laid bare before Baiqin's eyes. The reflection in the full-length mirror showed an almost perfect image. Her face seemed naturally capable of instilling a sense of gentleness, soothing tension like a warm ray of sunlight in the darkest night. Baiqin's tense clenched hands slowly loosened. In this moment her heart felt as though it had been healed. As the bandages were unwrapped piece by piece, Baiqin's new body gradually came into contact with the air. A fair neck, delicate collarbones, a slender waist, long legs, and round peaches. Baiqin watched quietly as Chunyang helped her unwrap the bandages. With each inch of exposure her heart trembled a little more. No. Such a beautiful body should not belong to me. It should not be owned by someone as filthy as me. It should not be seen by any man. Stop. As Baiqin shouted loudly, Chunyang immediately halted his movements. What's wrong? Chunyang watched the frightened expression in Baiqin's eyes as reflected in the mirror, and without realizing it a layer of sweat formed on his palms. Why was she so afraid? Don't unwrap anymore. Why? If I don't unwrap them, how will you know your own body? How can I change your clothes without unwrapping them? She is so beautiful. Who? Chunyang was puzzled. Who was she referring to? There was no one else here except the two of them. Besides, who could be more beautiful than Baiqin now? Baiqin slowly raised her jade-like hand and extended one slender finger to point at her own reflection in the mirror. Her water blue eyes revealed a look of adoration. She is so beautiful. Chunyang was stunned. He carefully examined Baiqin, and a troubling thought began to form in his mind. Baiqin, this is a mirror. The person in the mirror is. But before Chunyang could finish uttering that word, Baiqin loudly interrupted him. That's not me. Baiqin exclaimed with agitation, her expression wild as she stared at the beautiful figure in the mirror. Then she forced herself to calm down. That's not me, Baiqin said again. This time her tone had grown calm, just like her reflection in the mirror. Yes, truly beautiful. I am merely a filthy soul occupying this beautiful body, Baiqin said as she reached out and pressed her hand against the full-length mirror, touching her reflection intimately. She is so beautiful, like a fairy from the heavens, while I am a soul that has long been defiled. I merely help her spirit from dissipating in this world. Her body should not be seen by someone as wretched as me, nor should it be. Baiqin's voice caught, then she suddenly turned around to meet Chunyang's grave gaze, her eyes sharpening. Her body must not be seen by any man either. Therefore please take this mirror with you and help me summon a maid to come in. After finishing speaking, Baiqin ignored whether Chunyang agreed or not. The next moment she picked up the unwrapped bandages and wrapped them around her eyes. Blindfolded, Baiqin seemed to have an added charm of a different kind. However, Chunyang was both amused and exasperated by Baiqin's words and actions. What body and soul nonsense. Could they believe in science for once? This is your own body. Baiqin, this is your body. Chunyang directly reached out and removed the bandages wrapping Baiqin's eyes. What he discovered was that Baiqin had tightly closed her eyes, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her expression somewhat displeased. This filthy world, she murmured, then fell silent. Placing her hands folded over her lower abdomen and keeping her legs pressed together, she sat quietly on the chair, as if asleep. Chunyang sighed and pressed his fingers to his forehead. Having been a psychiatrist, he knew Baiqin's psychological issues were far more severe than ordinary, a state resembling mental misophobia. He dared not force the bandages off, for he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't do something drastic. With a sigh, Chunyang took the full-length mirror out of the room. Yunchi, go help Baiqin remove the remaining bandages. Her mental state isn't good. She might say some strange things, but just ignore her. Oh, and bring this set of sleepwear in to dress her. Yes. Yunchi entered the white room and immediately spotted Baiqin asleep on the chair. Golden sunlight danced through the girl's hair, each strand shimmering with a soft golden edge. She rested her head against the back of the chair, her long eyelashes trembling gently. The gentle rise and fall of her chest painted a beautiful picture. Perhaps it was Yunchi's voice upon entering the room, or perhaps Baiqin was never deeply asleep. Before Yunchi could finish marveling at Baiqin's beauty, the latter had already opened her eyes. Her pale blue pupils surveyed the woman in the maid outfit standing before her. She was equally beautiful and charming, the outfit adding a touch of allure to her appearance. Baiqin knew she was the maid. Sister, you are so beautiful. Yunchi's pretty face flushed slightly at Baiqin's compliment. After all, who doesn't enjoy being praised for their looks? Especially by such a stunning girl. Her beauty, Yunchi thought, must be unmatched in this world. Thank you. Hello, Miss Bai. My name is Yunchi. I'll be your personal maid from now on. Baiqin nodded. You go help her unwrap the bandages. Huh. Confusion crossed Yunchi's face. Her. Was there anyone else besides the two of them? Then Yunchi saw Bai Qin point at herself again. Her. Isn't that yourself? No, I'm not her. I'm just a filthy soul occupying her body. Do you believe there's such a thing as soul swapping in this world? Split personality. Yunchi was startled in her heart. She recalled what the boss had said when she entered, that Bai Qin's mental state wasn't very good. But looking at it now, this was beyond just not being good, this was serious enough to warrant a psychiatric hospital. Sorrow flashed in Yunchi's eyes. Such a beautiful girl. What a pity. Yunchi stepped forward and began to unwrap the remaining bandages. During this process, Bai Qin kept her head tilted upward, staring at the ceiling, as if avoiding the sight of her own body. Yunchi found it strange, but didn't voice any questions. But suddenly Bai Qin grasped her wrist. Yunchi looked down in confusion, meeting her gaze. Bai Qin's gaze was sharp and icy. Those pale blue eyes stared at her face as if interrogating. Yunchi felt a shiver. What was this about now? Are you originally a girl? Bai Qin asked a question. Yes, I am. Yunchi was bewildered. Sister, please continue. Bai Qin offered a smile. Yunchi felt curious, but didn't press further, quickly unwrapping the remaining bandages one by one. A flawless body was revealed before Yunchi's eyes. Proud white peaks, a waist as slender as willow branches, roundness like peaches, skin fair, with a rosy glow, curves gracefully, alluring, a body as pristine as orchids, and with a touch of shyness on Bai Qin's beautiful face, she was truly a peerless beauty in this world. Moreover, her pristine white body carried a milky fragrance that Yunchi found irresistible, sparking an urge to devour her entirely. Yunchi gazed blankly at that holy radiance tinged with pink. It was so delicate, so breathtakingly enchanting. Is she beautiful? Bai Qin's voice trembled faintly. Yunchi looked at her and sensed that she was struggling, desiring to lower her head and behold the most exquisite form in this world, yet held back by some invisible force or perhaps some deeply rooted conviction. Like a rat lurking in the gutter coveting the light, Yunchi wiped a glistening drop from the corner of her mouth. Why don't you take a look for yourself? After all, it's just a matter of bending your head. Bai Qin hesitated within her heart. She also desperately wanted to see that beautiful form. She had only gazed upon it for a few minutes, yet already found herself utterly captivated. In simpler terms, she had fallen in love with herself. Or rather, her personality had fallen in love with her body, even as that same personality insisted the body did not belong to her. Although I wish I could, I cannot. Why not? Bai Qin did not want to recall those terrifying memories. It isn't me. Yunchi, unaware of Bai Qin's past, simply assumed she was struggling to adapt to her new identity under the Equilibrium Project. After all, many participants of the program experienced similar psychological difficulties. This was a psychological issue, one that medication could not fully resolve. It required gradual guidance. Moreover, the initial phase following the success of the Equilibrium Project was often when the planner's psychological burden was heaviest. During this stage, what was needed was not persuasion, but cooperation. Therefore, Yunchi relayed to Bai Qin everything she had observed. Bai Qin listened, her face flushing with embarrassment, especially when Yunchi described that sacred light, radiant white, yet tinged with pink. She yearned to cover her ears, yet was utterly unable to look away. At the same time, she realized that this beautiful body was now free of those filthy scars. She was pristine, gorgeous. And unsightly thoughts began to arise unbidden within her mind. Bai Qin shook her head. No, her own dirty soul must never defile the goddess's sacred form. At this moment, Bai Qin had already come to regard her own body as her personal goddess. She had completely severed her personality from this physical vessel. Perhaps only in this way could she reside within this body without guilt or discomfort. Yet deep within her heart there remained a longing to accept this very form, a desire that originated from childhood when she was raised as a girl. How wonderful it would have been if I had been born a girl. The moment the thought surfaced, Bai Qin viciously extinguished it. She had tried her best to suppress those memories, yet ever since undergoing the Equilibrium Project, they continued to surface involuntarily. Next, Bai Qin asked Yunchi to help her put on pajamas. She could not tolerate skirts. Should she lay eyes upon one, she would be overwhelmed by memories from 10 years ago. After changing into the pajamas, Bai Qin finally lowered her long-held head. After a moment of contemplation, she attempted to glance at the infamous tattoo scars on her legs and lower abdomen, but her towering breasts obstructed her view. Bai Qin's delicate face instantly turned crimson. As the saying, when a lady who lowers her head and cannot see her own toes is already a vision of peerless beauty. That saying perfectly captured Bai Qin's figure. She had no choice but to bend forward and lift her pant leg to examine her long, graceful legs. They were flawlessly pale, utterly without scar, a tenderness akin to the skin of a newborn infant. Bai Qin silently repeated a prayer for forgiveness several times, then lifted the hem of her pajama top, just slightly revealing only a sliver of her smooth, bare abdomen. Fair as snow, unblemished by anything else. In that moment, Bai Qin wept. Crystal tears slid down her cheeks. She had finally freed herself from that nightmare that had caused her endless suffering. Those damn tattoo scars had completely vanished. Seeing Bai Qin cry, she was instantly alarmed. Had she not done anything to her? So why was she crying? No. If the boss saw this, her salary for the month would be gone. Just as she was about to offer comfort, the sound of the door opening reached both their ears. Yunxi and Bai Qin turned their heads simultaneously to find Qinyang standing at the doorway, holding a tray of dishes. It was over. Gone was her salary. The first thing Qinyang noticed upon entering was Bai Qin's tears. Perhaps only a beauty weeping could make a ruler neglect his court or provoke warlords to light beacon fires for amusement. A single tear, and the world descends into chaos. Qinyang's heart pierced with sharp pain. His immediate reaction was directed at Yun Shi. How dare you make my wife cry? Yun Shi watched her boss's face darken, utterly speechless. She truly had done nothing. Upon seeing Qinyang, Bai Qin's expression grew somewhat awkward. After all, the fact that a grown man had been reduced to tears before another man was undeniably humiliating. Qinyang set the dishes aside and swiftly approached Bai Qin. While Qinyang was useless at comforting women, so he turned to Yin Shi instead, his gaze chillingly cold. Qiner, why are you crying? Boss, I truly don't know. Miss Bai only looked at her legs and lower abdomen, and then she started crying. I didn't do anything. Yin Shi was panicking. Had this well-paying job, which she had held for barely 2 months, just been lost? Hearing Yin Shi's explanation, Qinyang gradually understood. Those scars were filthy marks that no man or woman could easily accept. And now that Bai Qin had been reborn renewed, those scars had vanished entirely. She was weeping tears of overwhelming joy then. You may leave first. Yes. Yun Shi felt a profound sense of relief. The boss had not fired her on the spot, which meant this matter was now resolved. Soon only Qinyang and Bai Qin remained in the room. Qinyang gazed at the still damp tear tracks on Bai Qin's face and reached for a tissue to gently wipe them away. What are you doing? Bai Qin's originally innocent wide eyes suddenly locked onto Qinyang's outstretched hand, water blue irises filled with wariness. I'm just helping you wipe your tears. No need. Please do not touch her. She is filthy. Filthy. For someone whose profession revolved around biology and medicine, those words struck with lethal precision. In their field, one had to be impeccably clean, absolutely free of bacteria. Bai Qin's words devastated Qinyang's spirit, and his expression darkened accordingly. Looking at Bai Qin before him, exquisite as a porcelain doll, Qinyang took a deep breath. Calm down. She is a patient. She has psychological issues. Stay calm. Qinyang placed the tissue beside Bai Qin and brought over the dishes. Eat. I had the chef prepare this steamed fish especially for you. Your body is still recovering. This will help nourish you. Gazing at the steamed fish before her, Bai Qin's stomach gave a loud rumble. She truly had not eaten in a very long time. She took the chopsticks and began to eat cautiously. Though ravenous, she ate slowly, not out of refinement, but because Bai Qin refused to soil those immaculate, pristine hands with her own eating. Eating was merely a means to sustain this body's functioning. Bai Qin could not bear to watch such a beautiful form starve to death. Observing the way Bai Qin ate, Qinyang ultimately decided not to bring up the matter he had intended to discuss. He needed to make Bai Qin realize that this was indeed her own body. Otherwise, she would never agree to that particular matter, no matter how much he pleaded. After Bai Qin finished eating, Qinyang tidied away the remnants and left a pack of tissues for her. Throughout the entire process, there was no physical contact between them, nor a single word exchanged. Once Qinyang had departed, Bai Qin gently stroked her full stomach and gazed out the window at the brilliant sunlight. Complex emotions surfaced within her eyes. I should not be this beautiful. Therefore this cannot be me. After learning about Bai Qin's past and her current state, the renowned psychologist Li Shui furrowed her delicate brows. If it's truly as Brother Yang described, then it's indeed dissociative identity disorder combined with mental purity obsession. Qinyang had guessed as much. He was also knowledgeable about psychology. Miss Bai's condition is quite severe. It probably stems from childhood events that made her feel dirty, and the seeds of misandry were buried deep in her heart. However, at that time she was still a man, so this psychology did not erupt. After gender reassignment, this psychology intensified, and now she is completely misandric. This is a classic case of mental purity obsession. As for the dissociative identity disorder, it also emerged after gender reassignment. Miss Bai perceives herself as a dirty male personality, yet her body is so pure and holy. Thus, a dirty soul paired with a holy body coupled with misandry easily leads to split personality. It may not be severe now, but if left unchecked later, she will develop a second personality, a holy female personality born from her self-perception of holiness. Li Shui's analysis was largely what Qinyang had thought. Qinyang understood the severity, which was why he had hired a psychologist. As for why he didn't treat her himself, it was because he was a man. Bai Qin's mental purity obsession forbids any man from touching her or even seeing her holy and flawless body. She herself is not allowed to defile herself, nor is she allowed to look at her own naked body. So in these days, Bai Qin's bathing, toileting, and dressing were all done with Yunqi's help. Through Yunqi's report, Qinyang learned that Bai Qin completed these tasks with her eyes closed and head raised without looking at all. This had reached a very serious level. Qinyang had no choice but to ask his close friend and mentor Li Shui to step in and help. Li Shui was someone Qinyang met when studying psychology, and she could be considered his mentor. After all, she taught him a lot about psychology, and in return Qinyang taught her much biomedical knowledge. Misandry cannot be resolved overnight, so Brother Yang, you should avoid bringing up the wedding for now. Delay as much as you can. The patient needs treatment now, and try to keep her away from external disturbances. Li Shui knew that Qinyang needed to broadcast his wedding nationally online to prove that he had married a Balance Project participant, and they had to appear deeply in love and voluntarily married, otherwise Qinyang would be labeled as despising Balance Project participants. As the proposer of the Balance Project for the sake of the country, he had to tie his remaining life to a gender-reassigned individual. Li Shui felt it was a pity that such a devoted person to the country had to sacrifice his own future. When she first met Qinyang, Li Shui had already felt her heartstrings stir, but now she could only bury this emotion deep in her heart. Qinyang also knew Bai Qin's situation, but now the direct person in charge of the Balance Project had been pressuring him. He had also seen the online doubts about him. If the wedding was not completed within a month, the credibility of the Balance Project would be greatly affected. Society might even fall into chaos. I know, Xiao Shui. If there's anything you need from me, just say it. Let's strive to help Qina recover as soon as possible. Li Shui nodded. This auxiliary treatment also requires your involvement, Brother Yang. This is the first step to help Miss Bai overcome her misandry. Li Shui left. She needed to carefully review Bai Qin's files and prepare a treatment plan for her. Chen Yang rubbed his aching head looking at the message from his father, which told him that he must hold the wedding with Bai Qin within a month, and it must be grand and magnificent, showing the image of a deeply loving couple. 1 month. How could he make a person with mental illness fall in love with him? Maybe he should just find someone else to stand in. Chen Yang thought for a long time, then decided to read a novel first. After all, it was one of his few forms of entertainment. Whenever he was tired from work, he would scroll through videos and read novels. In the past few months, he had found a novel that greatly interested him. Opening the Tomato Novel app, he looked at the novel on his bookshelf that he was most interested in. On the upper right corner of the cover, 2 cold words were displayed: stopped updating. Chen Yang immediately sat up straight, his face darkening. How the hell could you stop updating? I tipped you 50,000 yuan, and not only did you not release extra chapters, but you actually stopped updating. Chen Yang clicked into the author's homepage named Chun Yuan Shui. Author's signature: tears drench the pig trotter rice, vowing to earn 1 million. A novelist who loves life. Last update 7 days ago. Chen Yang's face instantly darkened. As the top donor, he was an administrator in the QQ fan group. He immediately logged into QQ and found that many fans had privately messaged him asking him to ask the group owner what was going on. Want to become a eunuch? He also had the group owner Chun Yuan Shui added. He directly sent a message demanding, "Author, why aren't you updating?" After waiting a few minutes without a response, Chen Yang directly made a QQ call. In my heart lives a... The DJ music hadn't even rung for 3 seconds before the call was hung up, and a word appeared in the chat. Chen Yang curled his lips. I knew you were there. Sorry, something happened recently. Chen Yang furrowed his brows again, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen. What happened? Do you need money? The other party is typing. No, it's just that something personal came up and I need to pause updates for a while. About how long? The other party is typing. 1 minute past 1 month. This guy isn't really going to become a eunuch, is he? The other party's uncertain reply made Chen Yang anxious. It was rare to find such a good novel, and he just stopped updating like that. How about I open my location and come find you? I'll help solve your problem. After all, this was currently his favorite novel, so if he could help he would. No need. This time it was almost an instant reply, and the other party seemed very urgent. I'm fine now, I'll update right away. Chen Yang found it a bit strange, but since he was willing to update, that was good. He didn't think much about it, and directly went to tip a Master Certification 666. Meanwhile, in Bai Qin's room, Bai Qin was hugging a pillow covered with a thin blanket, leaning against the pillow and staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. As mentioned before, she had earned 500,000 yuan in 2.5 years by writing novels. Just now her top donor actually called to urge an update, which made her feel flattered, yet also guilty and confused. Originally, she wrote novels to live a good life, completely break free from her family, and find a lovely wife to settle down with. But now, she had become like this, and she had to marry that Chen Yang. What was the point of continuing to write novels? In this brief moment, Bai Qin's true personality returned, but it was contemplating deeper confusion. To facilitate the treatment, Yunqi became Li Shui's assistant. As they entered Bai Qin's room, they found her frantically typing at the computer. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with radiance, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Whether from something she had read or not, her posture remained impeccably straight, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard like a graceful ballerina. When Li Shui first saw Bai Qin, she was also struck by her beauty. Yet as a psychologist, having learned of Bai Qin's tragic life from the files, she found no trace of melancholy sorrow or discontent in her gaze. Instead, Bai Qin's eyes held a smile, her face was full, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly, radiating an air of ease, as if she had completely immersed herself in her own world. Was she writing a novel? Li Shui quickly realized this. She didn't approach, but stood at the doorway with Yunqi quietly watching her. Writers despise being disturbed while writing, and Baichin was clearly lost in her own fictional world. She would embody one of the characters in her novel, living within the realm she had created. She hadn't even noticed them entering the room. Perhaps her novel could be used to heal her. Li Shui pondered this, for she was certain that Baichin's state of mind at that moment was perfectly normal. They waited for 2 hours. Since there was no chair at the door, and walking over to sit on the bed would disturb Baichin, who was immersed in her writing, they simply stood at the doorway for the entire duration. During this time they witnessed a different side of Baichin. Sometimes sorrowful, sometimes joyful, sometimes shy, at times she even made strange gestures, though most of the time she was lost in thought. Yet no matter what expression or movement Baichin made, her breathtakingly beautiful face rendered everything enchanting. 2 hours later Baichin clicked to publish a chapter. Feeling a bit tired, she couldn't help but stretch, and that was when the two at the door saw her. Even in her pajamas, her proud bosom, slender waist, and perky rear were still impeccably displayed. Truly a vision of peerless beauty. Li Shui swallowed hard. This was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, and she felt humbled by her own comparison. Yunqi lowered her head and secretly compared herself to Baichin. Although she had often bathed her and knew the scale, while she still couldn't help feeling a pang of envy. Baichin crossed her arms and gazed at her newly published chapter, a sense of accomplishment washing over her. 3 chapters written in 3 hours. 1 step closer to 1,000,000 words, and 1 step closer to her beloved wife. How wonderful! How wonderful! Then Baichin noticed Yunqi and Li Shui. It was only then that she realized she was no longer herself. Li Shui could clearly see that when Baichin noticed them, her azure eyes visibly dimmed, and her whole being seemed to deflate, her head drooping in utter dejection. Miss Bai, hello. My name is Li Shui, and I'm your psychologist. Now I'll begin your psychological therapy. Baichin slowly lifted her head. Unlike before, her pale blue eyes were now icy cold, devoid of any emotion. The two of them stared at each other in silence. Seeing the tension between them, Yunqi's heart tightened with anxiety. Okay. Both Li Shui and Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. At least the patient was still willing to cooperate. Name: Baichin. Gender: male. Li Shui nodded, offered no objection, and simply wrote something in her notebook. Age: 20. What's your favorite dish? Pig trotter, rice, garlic roast, fish, lotus root, and pig trotter soup. What's your favorite novel? Dragon Clan. What's the novel you write? Afflicted with. Baichin almost blurted out the title of her novel, but then she caught herself and stared at Li Shui with a serious expression, a hint of anger flickering in her otherwise calm eyes. Why are you asking that? Li Shui curved her lips, first writing the 2 characters Xinhuan in her white notebook, then looked at Baichin. At that moment Baichin felt she had been tricked into revealing information, and a wave of displeasure rose within her. Good. She had other emotions now, even if they were tinged with anger. Nothing really. I just want to read the novel you write. Baichin fell silent. She didn't need real-life readers. The kind of story she wrote was best enjoyed by people online. She didn't need any real-world audience at all. Feeling she had been tricked, Baichin decided not to speak to Li Shui anymore. But Li Shui had already gathered enough basic information about Baichin for the day. Before leaving, she placed a box of pills in front of Baichin. If you can't sleep at night, take one of these. With that, Li Shui departed while Yunqi stayed behind. Her task was to be Baichin's personal attendant, responsible for her daily needs. This job was extremely easy. Apart from using the bathroom, changing clothes, and bathing, Baichin seemed to require nothing else. The rest of the time she was either daydreaming or lost in thought. For Yunqi, these tasks were less like work and more like a reward. She envied Baichin's smooth, supple skin. Every time she bathed her, Yunqi couldn't resist letting her hands wander. If only she could dress Baichin in beautiful clothes. Then Baichin would surely be so stunning that she'd make her nose bleed. Qinyang was reading a novel. A faint blush crept across his handsome face. Too fast the pace caught him off guard. The latest chapter had finally been posted. Those subtle yet provocative words, when combined, struck his visual nerves with tremendous force. In his mind, Qinyang automatically substituted Baichin for the female protagonist and himself for the male lead. The author really knew how to write, satisfying his dark hidden desires to the fullest. Hee. Click. At that moment the door to the room was pushed open. Startled, Qinyang's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his composure, smoothly swiping the app away and clearing the background. Li Shui clearly didn't notice Qinyang's odd behavior. She walked in with a smile. Baichin can still be saved. Her mind hasn't completely split yet. We can still bring her back. Li Shui sat down beside Qinyang, showing him her small white notebook. Baichin, male, 20, garlic roast, fish. Novelist. Afflicted with. Qinyang's heart jolted. The first 2 words of the novel, resemblance to the one he was reading. Was it a coincidence? I've looked closely at Baichin's records. She was a novelist on Tomato, earning 5,000 yuan in 2.5 years. The novel she's most proud of is Her Hope for Life. When I asked her what exactly she wrote, she almost slipped up. But even so, Baichin's expression turned angry. I could clearly feel that was her true emotion. We can start from her novel. Li Shui shared her analysis with Qinyang, her heart filled with joy. After learning about Bai Qin's ordeal, she felt deep sympathy for her and couldn't bear to see such a once lively and cheerful child reduced to this state. So, we need to find out what novel she wrote first. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, a suspicion growing in his mind that his guess might be true. Yes. After my investigation, I found out Bai Qin's pen name. Qin Yang's heart tightened. He couldn't wait to ask, what is it? Qin Yuan Shui, and the novel she's most proud of should be her work, Afflicted with. Qin Yang didn't hear the rest of Li Shui's words, because as soon as he learned Bai Qin's pen name he froze. That pen name. Wasn't it the same as the author of the novel he was following? A faint smile crept across his lips. Fate, how wonderfully mysterious. Li Shui's plan was simple: have Qin Yang become Bai Qin's fan, top the donation leaderboard, and gradually pass on a hopeful belief in life to her, eventually combining it with real-world therapy, so that Bai Qin might soon accept her true self. Then let's act quickly now. Don't you also enjoy reading novels, Brother Yang? Hurry up and add Bai Qin's book to your shelf. Li Shui's words made Qin Yang feel a touch of nervousness, for he was already a devoted fan of Bai Qin, indeed the #1 donor on the leaderboard. But the genre of this novel was truly hard to speak of. No, I cannot let Xiao Xuan know that I have been reading this novel all along. I'm going to the restroom first. There was no other option. Li Shui kept her gaze fixed on her phone screen, leaving no chance for him to switch accounts. A student of psychology, she would deduce countless possibilities from the smallest detail. Even now, stepping away to the restroom at this hour would only spark her suspicions, setting her mind to endless conjecture. I hope she never guesses that I am actually a devoted fan of this novel. After finishing, Qin Yang had already switched to a new account. After all, when it came to reading novels, who kept that many accounts? Yet, even with a fresh account, to avoid suspicion, Qin Yang added several books he frequently read, then navigated to the corresponding chapters, making every effort to hide the fact that this was a newly created account. Upon returning, Qin Yang found Li Shui lying on the sofa, absorbed in her phone. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the screen, her delicate lips slightly parted, her fingers occasionally flicking to turn pages, while a faint blush colored her pretty face. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, Li Shui noticed Qin Yang had returned. Startled, her hand trembled slightly, and she hastily closed the Tomato novel app, clearing it from her background tasks. Though her movements were subtle, Qin Yang, who was accustomed to such things, caught every detail with precision. So Xiao Shui had started reading as well. You're back. Yeah. Have you read the novel Bai Qin wrote? Li Shui felt rather embarrassed. She had read it, but how could she put it into words? As a university literature major, Bai Qin was certainly well versed in internet slang and the knowledge she referenced. Every term was within Li Shui's comprehension, yet woven together, they created something entirely different. A sensation akin to transforming vulgar expressions into refined professional language. She understood the meaning behind every phrase, yet the fact that Bai Qin could actually write such things was staggering. I did read it. Li Shui admitted guiltily. After all, this novel belonged to the transformation genre, and claiming to have read it felt rather difficult to bear. So you've read it. Why are you blushing? Qin Yang's eyes expressed genuine confusion. Turning the tables, he feigned ignorance, though in truth, he already knew precisely what Bai Qin had written in the opening chapters. It was not that she was inexperienced, but rather that she was utterly uninhibited. He must not let Xiao Shui discover he had long been a reader of this novel, so he had to maintain his bewildered expression. Li Shui's face grew even redder. She never expected the pure and pristine Bai Qin to actually write such a novel. Even though it was written before the transformation, still someone so handsome ought not have. No wonder she had refused to reveal the novel's title during the investigation. What if those around her discovered she wrote erotic transformation fiction? The embarrassment would be absolutely unbearable. And nothing. Perhaps you should just read it yourself. Li Shui handed her phone to Qin Yang. It opened to the first chapter. Upon seeing the familiar opening, Qin Yang's heart was far from calm. In fact, ever since learning that Bai Qin was the author, he had completely projected her onto the female lead. And this novel began with the female lead imprisoned from the very start. Even rereading it, he remained thoroughly captivated. Qin Yang and Li Shui sat close together, shoulders pressed against each other, so close that neither seemed to notice. Their faces flushed as they read the increasingly suggestive passages drawn into content they both secretly cherished. Qin Yang, I must one day let Qiner experience what it means to be the female lead. Li Shui, if I were the female lead and Brother Yang the male lead. Thump thump thump. Fierce knocking shattered the novel world that had ensnared them both. Qin Yang's thoughts finally drifted from the story to a wisp of fragrance near his nose. Blushing, they met each other's gaze, and unbidden scenes of intimacy from the novel rose in their minds. Like compressed springs released, Qin Yang and Li Shui sprang apart in an instant. Each adjusted themselves, acutely aware of the profound awkwardness between them. Li Shui's heart pounded wildly. She had just been so close to Brother Yang. Qin Yang bent forward slightly to conceal his own discomfort, yet Li Shui, a psychology teacher, could not possibly fail to notice such a gesture. Her fair face grew even redder. Fortunately, the knocking at the door continued. Boss, something has happened. Yunshi's voice came from outside. Qin Yang walked over and opened the door. What is all this racket? Qin Yang's expression darkened. This Yunshi had disturbed his novel reading. Yunshi shuddered. She still feared this boss deeply, for before she arrived, he had dismissed no fewer than 10 maids. The mere sight of affection from any maid toward him meant the loss of their well-paid position. "B-boss, I found this at the door." Yunshi blushed as she presented a shoebox-sized package. The box was uncovered, and Li Shui, Yunshi, and Qin Yang could all see its contents at a glance. For a moment, a wave of shame colored all three of their faces. A virtual companion device binding ropes. Aside from these, there was also an A4 sheet bearing several lines. "Why don't you transform into a woman yourself? Keep these things for your own amusement. I was terribly mistaken about you. You are nothing but a hypocrite. Don't let me see you outside again, or I will surely chop your..." Chun Yang's expression shifted from embarrassment to growing gloom. After reading the final lines, his entire body began to tremble violently. Tear. Chun Yang shredded the A4 paper to fragments, crumpled it in his fist, and cast everything from the box into the trash alongside it. At that moment, his phone rang. Checking the screen with lingering anger, Qin Yang saw it was his father calling. "Hello." He struggled to control his voice, unwilling to let his father sense his fury. "Son, you had better prepare yourself. Public dissatisfaction toward you is intensifying daily. The association has revised your deadline from 1 month to 15 days to complete the wedding and live stream it across all platforms. Otherwise, we simply cannot withstand the mounting pressure." Hearing the weight in his father's voice, Qin Yang understood the immense burden he carried. As his father, vice president of the Balance Association and president of the Research Association, any scandal involving Qin Yang would deal a severe blow to trust in both initiatives. Moreover, both programs operated under national approval. A crisis of confidence would effectively become a national crisis, the gravest outcome of all. 15 days. Qin Yang drew a deep breath and assured his father that he would marry Bai Qin within 15 days regardless of her willingness. 4 days later, at midnight, Bai Qin felt the urge to use the restroom again. She regretted drinking so much soup during dinner. Honestly, Bai Qin dreaded going to the bathroom. This holy body, such intimate matters should not have fallen to her. But soiling herself was something she absolutely could not bear, which is why she had asked Yunshi to help her like a child. Though Bai Qin did not want to trouble Yunshi, she had no choice. She called Yunshi and the phone was answered almost immediately. "Hello. Yunshi, I need to use the bathroom." After so much time, Bai Qin had gradually grown accustomed to her new voice. Yet it was so late, and she still had to bother Yunshi to come over. Judging by how quickly Yunshi answered, she must also be a night owl, but Bai Qin still felt rather embarrassed. "Qiner, tomorrow is National Day. I'm on holiday. I'm going out to play." Yunshi's words left Bai Qin stunned. She had not realized that the next day was already National Day. Ever since her transformation, her entire world had seemed to crumble, and she had completely lost track of time. Yunshi would be away for the entire 7-day holiday. Then how would she use the bathroom? I'm sorry, I forgot. "It's alright, Qiner. Using the bathroom yourself isn't that difficult, is it? You should accept your new body. I've seen it. No girl in this world is more beautiful than you. You should bravely embrace yourself." Yunshi had not expected that Bai Qin's adaptation period after the transformation would take so long. It felt as though Bai Qin's psychological state was truly problematic, always refusing to accept herself. Weren't all the participants in the balance program most eager for the balance surgery performed personally by Qin Yang? Why did Bai Qin seem absolutely unwilling? Then, alright. You can do it. Yunshi encouraged Bai Qin as if coaxing a child. After a few more words, they hung up. Bai Qin put down her phone. She felt the urgency intensify, her heart torn between conflict. Just then someone knocked on the bedroom door. Qin Yang. Bai Qin did not need to guess. It had to be him. Though she did not wish to face him, this was after all his house, and he had politely knocked. Light seeped through the crack beneath the door. She wondered whether he had overheard her phone call earlier. It would be rude to pretend she was asleep without saying anything. "Come in." She opened the door. Qin Yang stood there with a smile. His healing occupation had forced him to master the art of the courteous fake smile. "What?" Bai Qin's tone was neither warm nor harsh. She simply did not want to see this person, one who could read her memories. "Yunshi is on holiday, so I'll take care of you these few days." "No, I don't want a man taking care of me, so please don't touch me." "Oh, so you admit you're a girl now?" I. Qin Yang's words struck a nerve. Stammering for a moment, she pointed a finger at him, her voice tinged with anger. "This wouldn't have happened if not for you." Bai Qin suddenly erupted. "Wasn't all of this his fault? If you hadn't proposed that damn balance program, would my mom have signed me up without telling me? Yeah. If I hadn't tried to escape the balance program, would I have played dumb? If I hadn't played dumb, would my mom have gotten into that car accident? If not for her, would I have ended up like this? All of this is because of you." Bai Qin's face flushed red as she poured out all those words. She was furious. She had been on the verge of claiming her own life, and yet this man had ruined it all. Qin Yang watched Bai Qin, her eyes red on the verge of tears, and realized he had said the wrong thing. He hadn't wanted it this way either, but given the nation's situation at the time, someone had to propose a solution. Since his reset surgery happened to be applicable, he had presented this plan to the government. But he had never considered how much social discrimination his program had caused. And weren't the words he had just spoken little different from the prejudiced remarks directed at the balanced? I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly. Seeing that Bai Qin was still angry and unwilling to forgive him, Chen Yang gritted his teeth. How about this? I'll grant you one wish. You tell me what to do and I'll do it. Fair enough. Really? Really? Then turn me back into a man. Bai Qin could not adapt to this body at all. Even in her dreams at night, she constantly wondered how to revert. She felt as though a filthy rat had been placed inside a Sanus's body. Sorry, I can't do that. Bai Qin's expression fell instantly, and the pressure in her bladder grew stronger still. She did not ask why. After all, she was his fiancée. Though he never mentioned it, she had not forgotten. Then find a woman to come over. I can't hold it much longer. Bai Qin's body trembled slightly, a pained expression crossing her face. But there's no one else right now. It's so late. Xiao Yu has left Yun, she is on holiday, and the nanny. Well, there is no nanny. The villa only has you and me. I could go out and drag some random girl over, but I don't know whether you can hold out that long. Xinyang looked at Bai Qin's face, whether flushed from holding it in or from shame, and a strange sense of satisfaction stirred within him. He seemed to enjoy seeing her in this distressed state. Then what should I do? I can't hold it anymore. Bai Qin dug her nails into her thighs, trying to use the pain to distract herself. But somehow it didn't help at all. Looking at the beautiful girl before him with teary, desperate eyes, Xinyang felt a sudden urge to imprison her. I really am a pervert. The person who wrote this novel is also a pervert. Of course it was the novel Bai Qin herself had written. Why don't you just go to the bathroom yourself? After all, this is your own body. Xinyang began trying to guide Bai Qin, for this was exactly Li Shui's plan: first find an excuse or wait until the holiday to send all the women in the villa away, leaving only Xinyang and Bai Qin behind. Two people both driven by natural desires. Humans must eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Once Bai Qin needed to use the bathroom, she would face only two choices. One, ask Xinyang for help, which was highly unlikely since she treated her body as something sacred and would never allow another man to see it. Two, go to the bathroom herself. Either choice could help treat Bai Qin's psychological issue. To truly help her accept her new body, she would need to start by becoming familiar with it. Do I really have to use the bathroom myself? Damn it, I can barely hold it anymore. But how can such a filthy soul do something like this? But if I wet myself? That seems even worse. I really am filthy. After a long internal struggle, Bai Qin finally gritted her teeth. Whatever. This is just a special case, a one-time exception. I will absolutely not peek. Bai Qin shot Xinyang an resentful glance. He was wearing a satisfied, scheming smile, and let out a scoff before rushing to the bathroom. I'm not a pervert, I'm not a pervert. Bai Qin sat on the toilet, repeating the affirmation to herself. Only when she truly felt she could no longer hold it, did she slowly lower her pajama pants. Not looking, I'm not looking. There was no one around, Bai Qin was certain. She grabbed a tissue from beside her. This last part was something Yunqi had helped her with before, but now she had to do it herself. I can manage going to the bathroom alone without even looking. But there's no one around. No, Bai Qin, you can't do this. How can your filthy soul gaze upon her holy form? But there's no one around. Two voices warred within Bai Qin's mind. One urging her to follow her heart, the other demanding restraint. Since middle school, when Bai Qin first started down a corrupted path, she had already watched those shameful videos, shown to her by the street-smart kids at school. Back then she had been astonished to discover the joys of being a man. Gradually polluted by the vulgar content fed to her, Bai Qin transformed into someone who desired a girl who could wear yoga pants, showcasing long slender legs and a graceful figure. When she held $500,000 in her hands, having never experienced anything like this in practice, she thought she could complete the task. But she never expected what would happen next. In contemporary society, there existed a peculiar law: if a man pursued a woman, he could not unilaterally cheat on her nor initiate a breakup, or he would face legal punishment. Conversely, if a woman pursued a man, she could cheat at will, and even request a breakup unconditionally. Should the man persist in pursuing her afterward, he too would face legal sanctions. This law had strangled countless men who might otherwise seek casual relationships. One could say the term scumbag had nearly vanished from existence. Whoever acted like one would end up in prison. This was precisely why Bai Qin had not recklessly pursued romance throughout middle and high school despite her extraordinary good looks. During middle school, when she was wild and reckless, things had been manageable. But by high school, when she had mellowed out, many boys and girls confessed their feelings to her. Girls confessing to her drew envious glances, while boys doing so was far from unusual. In this era, men loving men had become so common, it was practically the norm. After lingering in these memories for a long while, Bai Qin finally let out a sigh. She had rarely seen a girl's body throughout her entire life. This time, she would do it. I'm truly corrupt after all. A man whose mind is filled with base desires doesn't deserve to possess such a pure and sacred body. Wait, isn't this also my own body? After convincing herself, Bai Qin gently lifted her pajamas, as though steeling her resolve for something significant. Bang! Xinyang, who had been sitting on the sofa reading a novel, suddenly heard a commotion from the bathroom. He quickly rose and knocked on the bathroom door. Bai Qin, are you alright? No, it's nothing. Oof. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, not out of worry, but because he detected something different in her voice. A blend of coquettishness, tenderness, and trembling created an intoxicating sensation that inevitably conjured intimate images in his mind. Chen Yang smirked slightly. He had probably guessed what Bai Qin was doing inside, though she might not fully understand her own body yet. The first type medication amplified her skin sensitivity several times over. Even the lightest touch would send intense sensations flooding into her mind. And there was more. But she had genuinely hurt herself, and the pain would be magnified several times as well. He had caught her choked sobs just moments before. Can you move right now? Do you need me to come in and help? No response came, and Chen Yang frowned. Could she have fainted from the pain? Panicked Chen Yang was about to break down the door when it suddenly opened. Her face bore a shy expression, her eyes held a lingering melancholy, tears still clinging to her lashes. The loose pajamas draped over her frame, carrying the fresh, sweet scent of lilies that he so loved. Though Chen Yang understood this was merely an illusion induced by the fourth type medication, it undeniably captivated him, as though a delicate dish stood before him. Seeing the flushed, tearful Bai Qin before him, sympathy washed over Chen Yang's face. She clutched her knee, her eyes red-rimmed, her small mouth puckered in pain, her delicate features drawn tight. With a slight quiver in her voice, as if both stating a fact and pleading for comfort, she whispered, "It hurts." Chen Yang's heart melted. Inside the room, Bai Qin bent her left leg, lifting the hem of her bear-patterned pajama pants to her knee. Her cheeks were flushed crimson, her eyes darting nervously from side to side, clearly embarrassed by her exposed legs. Her pale, slender calf was completely exposed to the air. Her delicate toes curled slightly, and on her knee a red bruise stood in stark contrast against her fair skin. Chen Yang sat beside Bai Qin and retrieved the ointment for sprains. "How did you get hurt?" he asked, his gentle tone laced with concern. But his question only intensified her embarrassment. She suddenly recalled everything she had done in the bathroom. The blush on her face spread all the way down to her neck. Bai Qin pinched the soft flesh at her waist, hoping the sharp pain would distract her from the humiliation. "If you don't want to talk about it, don't. Stop pinching yourself." Chen Yang could see her embarrassment. He had probably guessed what happened. "You can lie down first if you don't want me watching. Just bend your left leg." Bai Qin softly agreed and lay back, but feeling that wasn't enough, she grabbed a pillow from beside the bed and covered her face with it. Chen Yang found her behavior endearing and gently gripped her lower leg to prevent any sudden movements. Her skin was impossibly smooth and tender. When he touched her, the soft flesh of her leg trembled, a sight that made him smile. Bai Qin suddenly felt a warm hand grasp her calf. Her leg jerked instinctively, trying to pull away, but it was held firmly in place. "Don't move, I'm applying medicine." Bai Qin went still. She felt incredibly uncomfortable all over. The strange sensation of her calf being held made every hair on her body stand on end. Her entire body felt wrong somehow, as though her sense of touch had been magnified beyond control. Thankfully, they were in the bathroom, or else she would have preferred death. A cool sensation spread from her knee as Bai Qin's leg trembled slightly, and Chen Yang carefully applied the ointment. His touch was incredibly gentle. Throughout the entire process, Bai Qin felt no pain. In fact, she found herself experiencing something pleasant. "Done. Leave your pants up for now until the medicine absorbs completely. Your injury isn't serious. You should recover within a few hours of rest." "Wait." Chen Yang, who was just about to leave the room with his medical kit in hand, stopped and turned his head, casting a suspicious glance at Bai Qin. This was the first time she had ever called out to him. By now, Bai Qin was sitting upright, the blush at the base of her neck already beginning to fade. She looked at Chen Yang with an unmistakably unnatural expression. She, her body. Isn't something wrong with it? Bai Qin frowned, nearly letting something slip. She pointed to her own body and asked Chen Yang for an explanation. Chen Yang made no effort to correct Bai Qin's cognitive error regarding him. After all, this was a gradual process, and the fact that she had nearly referred to herself in the first person only confirmed that the treatment was beginning to take effect. "You're right, her body does have some issues." Chen Yang deliberately avoided the second person you, choosing instead to accommodate her current perception. As expected, upon hearing Chen Yang use the word she, Bai Qin's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "What exactly is going on with her?" Bai Qin inquired. Chen Yang sat back down. 4 different serums were injected into her body, each serving a distinct function. "What serums?" Chen Yang proceeded to explain the functions and drawbacks of all 4 to her. He watched with his own eyes as Bai Qin's expression shifted from initial stiffness to embarrassed crimson and finally settled into irritable anger. Her demeanor shifted most sharply when he described the drawbacks of the 3rd serum. What did it mean that on a certain day each month she, or rather it, would transform into a succubus consumed entirely by carnal instinct? Bai Qin's eyes widened in fury, her slender finger pointing accusingly at Chen Yang, her voice trembling with rage. "Why on earth did you inject her with such a serum?" Chen Yang was nearly startled by her outburst. "Why not?" he asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Have you forgotten that she is my wife?" My wife deserves nothing but the finest things this world has to offer. And if you don't like it. Qinyang paused, his gaze drifting over Bai Qin's figure. She felt a sudden flutter of panic under his scrutiny. If you have a problem with these serums, you'll just have to accept it since they were administered for my wife. Unless of course you admit that you are the true master of this body. Only then might I consider apologizing to her. Humph. Qinyang left the room, leaving Bai Qin standing there in stunned silence. Wife. Bai Qin lay back down on the bed and pulled the covers over herself, burying her face in her arm. The blush that had begun to fade resurfaced once more. She desperately wanted to calm her racing thoughts, but Qinyang's words and her ordeal in the bathroom echoed through her mind like a relentless virus. Wife, such a beautiful girl is going to become Qinyang's wife. Bai Qin, you are truly a wretched thing. To use such a pure body for that kind of act. Rather than letting that man named Qinyang defile me, wouldn't I just tear it all apart myself? How could you even entertain such thoughts? You really are despicable, Bai Qin. This damn body is mine to begin with. I'll do whatever the hell I want with it. Dream on. You're merely an odious soul that stumbled into this body by chance. Two opposing voices raged inside her mind, one advocating submission, the other defiance. Bai Qin bit down hard on her other hand, the sharp pain forcing her darker impulses to retreat into silence. Just moments ago she had again entertained the fleeting desire to relive that very encounter. Bastard. Smack. Bai Qin slapped herself across the face, then dragged her injured knee across the bed and crawled toward her computer. She might as well focus on writing her novel for now. Gazing at the new 99 yuan gift notification in her back-end dashboard, Bai Qin felt a surge of genuine delight. It was a brand new reader who had only started following her work a few days prior. Don't ask how she knew. This particular fan had tipped her a 99 yuan Grandmaster badge after merely half an hour of reading. Hehe. The donation gave her fresh motivation to continue. If she were still herself, she mused, she would probably already be at some matchmaking corner scrolling through profiles for a sweet pretty girlfriend, much like the one in this body. A brief shadow crossed Bai Qin's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by renewed determination. Hey, you have readers who've been supporting you all along. You have to keep going. With that resolve, Bai Qin began typing away furiously. Meanwhile, Qinyang sat in a chair, his phone in hand, a deep character etched into his forehead as he scrolled through the vicious online comments aimed at him. A familiar restlessness settled in his chest. 10 days was hardly ample time for a grand wedding, and success required mutual cooperation. Bai Qin's attitude toward him wasn't yet one of outright disgust, but it certainly wasn't favorable either. Based on his understanding of her personality, Qinyang knew that while he could force her into marriage using her previous promises, the union would never be happy. Rather than having a puppet bride whom he could manipulate into bearing his children, he preferred a partner with genuine emotional balance. Qinyang sighed. Tom was no longer on his side, he needed to make his move. He dialed his assistant and asked them to help draft a public announcement. Qinyang is getting married. The announcement was straightforward. 10 days from now, just a few days after the National Day holiday, Qinyang would livestream his wedding live from Shanghai's Century Plaza with the participant of the Balance Project, Bai Qin, as his bride. Accompanying the text were two photographs, a striking portrait of Qinyang and a close-up of Bai Qin taken immediately after her transformation. Within moments, the internet erupted into chaos. Qinyang is getting married. Who dares to steal my husband? Who exactly is this Bai Qin? Stop dreaming. Qinyang is marrying out of obligation. His bride can only be a balanced one. Otherwise, the Balance Project would lose its credibility. You're merely a baseline original. Damn, why is this balanced one so gorgeous? Just looking at her close-up photo makes me feel like I'm falling in love. That's a balance crafted personally by Qinyang himself. Keep in mind, over the past 2 years, he's only produced a few dozen of them. Inside a cramped rental room, a woman clad in a patterned one-piece swimsuit featuring a large cartoon turtle, her face heavily made up and twin tails tied high, stared intently at the phone screen. Her gaze lingered on Bai Qin's close-up photograph and the accompanying details. Because she was destined to be Qinyang's wife, her information had to be made public to convince the masses. It's really you. It's actually you. Bai Qin, on what grounds do you deserve Qinyang's love? You ruined my family, so now I will ruin you. The phone rang shrilly. The moment the grotesque woman saw the caller ID, her scowl vanished, replaced by a practiced sugary smile. She answered, her voice dripping with sweetness, a stark contrast to the ugliness she'd worn seconds before. Hello, Manager Wang. Xiaohong, how do you like the swimsuit I sent you? Came the gruff voice from the other end. It's beautiful. Xiaohong loves it the most. Ha, glad you like it. I've booked the hotel pool. Hurry over. By the way, remember to wear your little passion accessory the entire time. Xiaohong grit her teeth, a flash of disgust crossing her face at the reminder, though her words remained sweet. Okay, Manager Wang, please remember to cherish Xiaohong. Bai Qin finished another 3 chapters, hit publish, and collapsed back onto her bed, immediately picking up her phone to start scrolling. If life were simply writing novels to earn money, lying in bed doing absolutely nothing, and then having a little wife to laze around with, it might actually not be a bad existence at all. Though a companion might be impossible to realize, the first few conditions were certainly achievable. She wasn't close to that Qinyang anyway, and she certainly wouldn't be spending his money. Besides, she still had 500,000 of her own to spend. Her phone suddenly rang. Before she could even open her app, Bai Qin's brows furrowed at the caller ID. Mother. A simple label, yet it filled Bai Qin with quiet irritation. She hung up. Not long after, the phone rang again. Father. TCH. What the hell was going on today? She couldn't voice the curse aloud. She kept it trapped in her mind, telling herself it didn't count as desecrating this borrowed body. She hung up again. Barely a moment passed before the phone rang a third time. Brother. Sigh. Bai Qin was growing annoyed. Remembering that daytime seemed to imply an impending wedding. She wondered if they were calling to inform her of the ceremony date. At the thought, an odd emotion stirred within her. Would they really deign to notify her? She answered the call, but before she could utter a word, Bai Tian's opening question left her completely dumbfounded. Qin, are you and Qinyang getting married in 10 days? Bai Qin was utterly baffled. When had this been arranged? She knew she was meant to marry him, but surely not this fast. Furthermore, why had she never been told she was marrying him in 10 days? You don't know? Bai Tian's tone carried a hint of puzzlement. I don't, Bai Qin replied honestly. Bai Tian paused. For a split second, he hadn't processed that the voice on the other end belonged to a sweet-voiced young woman. Where was his own Bai Qin? After a moment, realization dawned on him. Bai Qin had successfully undergone the balance project. Her voice, changing to a female one, was only to be expected. All over the internet right now is news about your wedding. Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad called earlier, but you didn't pick up. They want to speak with you, you see. Get lost. Bai Qin's voice turned ice cold. She would never forget what her mother had done to her. Although her father hadn't crossed any lines personally, after learning about the events involving Xiaohong's family, her disappointment in him had already solidified. How could he possibly allow such a thing to happen? Bai Tian said nothing more. He knew this family had disappointed Qiner far too deeply. If it weren't for the times he'd secretly shared his own living expenses with her and offered genuine care, she probably wouldn't even answer his calls anymore. All right then. I'll let Mom and Dad know about your situation. We'll be there in person to watch you in 10 days. Whatever. Then. Goodbye. Beep. 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 Bai Tian stared at the disconnected call and let out a helpless sigh. As the sun set behind the western hills, Bai Qin huddled in the corner of the dimly lit room, wrapped in a thin blanket. The faint light of her phone screen glowed, playing a video. In her pale blue eyes lingered a touch of melancholy. Oh, no one knew what she was thinking. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of knocking came together with Chunyang's voice. Time to get up. Dinner's ready. Qinyang peered through the crack in the door and saw no light inside. He knew she hadn't turned on the lamp. It was already so late. Was she trying to ruin her eyes? It wasn't that Qinyang didn't have the key. He wanted to respect Bai Qin's privacy. While installing a camera in her room was hardly respectful, but it was for her safety. Take this moment for instance. Qinyang had no idea what she was doing in there. If she was thinking of doing something rash. Qinyang quickly pulled out his phone and opened the surveillance feed. On the screen, Bai Qin was curled up, the faint glow of her phone illuminating her face. Her expression was blank, but Qinyang could still read the sorrow in it. What was going on now? As a psychologist, Qinyang knew that a patient's mood was the most dangerous thing at times like this. If she sank into low spirits and psychological distress, she might do anything. Was it because Yunshi hadn't helped her go to the bathroom? Or had he disturbed her by knocking on the bathroom door? Whatever the reason, he had to lift her spirits now. Bursting through the door was unrealistic. He had a key, but that might worsen her condition. Fortunately, he still had another way. Received a great sage verification from Yangtian Baiyun 2. Received a great sage verification from Yangtian Baiyun 4. Received. Bai Qin's eyes widened. She quickly switched to her author dashboard and saw that the wealthy guy who had only started reading her book a few days ago was suddenly showering her with tips. In an instant, he jumped from the bottom of the contribution list to second place. He was only a few hundred yuan behind the top contributor, Xiaoqin Cici. And that top contributor was her loyal fan, the kind who would hound her for updates. Now she had two wealthy patrons. Bai Qin knew that Lu Huangshu made good money, but she hadn't realized it was this much. In just a few days she had earned another big sum. The wound on her knee had long healed, and her previous gloomy mood had completely vanished. Bai Qin reignited her fighting spirit, got up, turned on the light, and resolved to write a marathon update session. Gururu. Bai Qin's little face flushed with embarrassment. She was hungry. There was no helping it. After all, she was only human, not a celestial maiden who could go without food or drink. Otherwise, wouldn't she starve to death? Still, she hadn't responded to Chunyang's knock just now. It was a bit rude, but... Why should she be polite to someone like him? Quietly opening the door, Bai Qin planned to sneak out and eat elsewhere. She would never touch anything Chunyang made. She didn't want to have anything to do with him. As soon as she reached the stairs, Bai Qin spotted Chunyang sitting at the dining table scrolling through a video. What a nuisance. With a blank expression, she walked downstairs intending to pass right by him. Where are you going? Chunyang's voice rang out. Bai Qin continued to the front door with a stone-faced look. She examined the high-tech fingerprint lock and realized she didn't know how to open it. I've already made dinner. Come and eat. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. He knew his plan had worked. Open the door. Bai Qin studied the fingerprint lock and found it was deadbolt from the inside. She would need Chen Yang's fingerprint to unlock it. Have dinner first. Chen Yang didn't ask what she wanted to do, but she had to eat before she could go out. Bai Qin's face turned cold. She glanced back at Chen Yang and said coldly, I'm not eating anything made by someone like you. Chen Yang understood. After all, he was largely responsible for Bai Qin's current state. But, if you're refusing to eat just because you're angry at me for turning you into this, then you're being a fool. And besides, even if you don't want to eat, your body needs nourishment. Chen Yang cleverly used the argument of her body to persuade her to eat. After all, Bai Qin still believed her body and mind were separate. Subjectively, she didn't want to eat his cooking, but her body was starving. Seeing Bai Qin remain silent, Chen Yang added fuel to the fire. If you don't eat, how will you have the energy to write your novel? At those words, Bai Qin looked up in shock, her eyes fixed on Chen Yang. You're spying on my writing? Bai Qin knew there was a camera in the bedroom. Suddenly, she realized that the camera on her computer screen could see everything. That meant Chen Yang might have seen the content of the novel she was writing. Shame, anxiety, tension, anger. All kinds of negative emotions flooded Bai Qin's mind, erupting along with the feeling of betrayal that Chen Yang hadn't told her about the wedding plans beforehand. Chen Yang realized he had misspoken. He was about to apologize, but the beautiful woman before him shouted first, What do you people take me for, eh? Chen Yang was stunned. Seeing Bai Qin's tears from extreme anger, he felt a sense of dread. At that moment, Bai Qin recalled all the suffering she had endured. She had worked so hard, had become capable of living independently. Yet she had somehow been dragged into this damned balance project without her knowledge. It turned out those so-called family members had signed her up without even notifying her. Her elder brother was about to get married, and she was the last to know. Her younger brother enlisted in the army, and he told her himself. They really treated her like an outsider. And later, when her mother's medical bills came due, they still kept it from her. Was she penniless? Couldn't she earn money? Why did she have to kneel before this man? In the end, she had already compromised. Married. Fine, she didn't care. But why did they have to hide it from her? Why do you all have to keep secrets from me? Everything concerns me, yet you all hide it and deceive me. Mom did it, big brother did it. And you did it too. Bai Qin's eyes were red as she screamed at Chen Yang. I already promised to marry you. Why didn't you tell me the wedding date? Why did you have to keep this from me too? I just didn't want to make it harder for you to accept. Not telling me only makes it harder to accept. After shouting that final line, Bai Qin brushed past Chen Yang. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, her tears would fall in front of this damned man, and he would see her in such a pathetic state. She didn't go back to her room, but headed to the bathroom, which had no camera. Chen Yang was visibly panicked. He wanted to grab her hand, but he didn't know what identity he had to do so. He slapped his own mouth hard. Damn it, why did he have to say something like that? She must hate him now, right? More than the psychological rejection of her body, Bai Qin's biggest problem was people deceiving and hiding things from her. Chen Yang was wrong. He shouldn't have set the wedding date without consulting her. This was a matter between two people, yet he had made the decision alone, thinking he was sparing her the shock, even planning to tell her only a few days before the wedding. He truly deserved to die. Bai Qin repeatedly splashed cold water on her face. She refused to cower in the bathroom like a timid child weeping. After enduring so many hardships, how could such trivial matters defeat her so easily? But her nose grew sore and tears welled up. Everyone had kept secrets from her, deceived her. Why treat her this way? What had she done wrong? In that moment, Bai Qin first felt the urge to end her life. Should she just give up? There was nothing left to live for anyway. Lost in thought, she did not notice the bathtub had already filled with water. Just then her phone vibrated in her pocket. The persistent buzzing became unbearable, and she grew frustrated by how sensitive her body had become. She pulled out the phone and widened her eyes at the message. Bai Qin looked at her top supporters and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for the future. She accepted the friend request from the second-ranked fan and replied to them collectively. Of course, she still had her beloved novel, her top fans, and a whole community of supporters. How could she give up so easily? Even if there was just a sliver of light in life, she would seize it and keep going. After all, she was a level 5 novelist, and she wanted to create a novel as renowned as a potato. In this increasingly oppressive society where men outnumbered women, only those with motivation could survive. Drying her tears, Bai Qin glanced at her reflection. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, but her eyes still held an unyielding fire. A faint smile touched Bai Qin's lips, forced, but genuine in its longing for life. Facing her reflection, she parted her thin lips. I will live on not just for you, but also for myself. She drained the entire bathtub, carelessly wasting Chen Yang's water bill. Though it meant nothing to him, Bai Qin did it simply to spite him. Opening the bathroom door, she caught Chen Yang's worried gaze immediately. His phone was still clutched tightly in his hand. Bai Qin glanced at Chen Yang, paused to consider, then transferred 500 yuan to him via WeChat before heading to the refrigerator. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, sending him a red packet. Was this meant to be rent? But he did not disturb her. Earlier Yang had been genuinely worried she might do something reckless in the bathroom, so he frantically sent gifts and urged her to update. Only after receiving her reply did he finally exhale in relief. The fact that the number 1 and number 2 fans were the same person could not reach Bai Qin's ears. And the revelation that both were his own doing was absolutely something he needed to keep hidden from both Bai Qin and Li Shui. Bai Qin pulled ingredients from the refrigerator. She would not eat Xin Yang's cooking. Did she lack hands of her own? No swearing, she reminded herself. She would never eat his food in this lifetime. After tying on an apron and washing the ingredients, she reached for the wok and froze. Why was this wok so impossibly heavy? Wearing gloves, Bai Qin strained to lift it, but each attempt made her heart sink. Where had her strength gone? That experimental serum. She could not even unscrew a bottle cap anymore. Need my help? Chen Yang's unusually gentle voice came from behind her. She had not noticed when he had appeared. Bai Qin turned and shot him a cold glance. No. Her stomach growled, sapping what little strength remained, yet this should not be possible. She was not even that hungry. On her final attempt, Bai Qin heaved the wok upward, but barely managed to position it beneath the faucet before her arms gave out, and it slipped from her grasp. Crash! Bai Qin stared in disbelief at her trembling hands. How had this happened? Her strength was truly gone. Chen Yang approached as the wok fell. Bai Qin watched him lift and wash it effortlessly, her eyes wide with shock. When Chen Yang turned after finishing, he found Bai Qin pointing a fruit knife at him with both hands. He startled internally, but noticed her hand trembling. Her pupils were filled with fear and confusion. Who was really threatening whom? My strength. It is gone. This was not a question but a statement. Bai Qin was certain Chen Yang was behind this. Chen Yang knew Bai Qin would not actually strike him. He reached out and grasped her wrist, and she did not resist. It was not that Bai Qin could not move, but that she desperately realized Chen Yang could pin both her arms with just one hand. Bai Qin struggled to break free, but Chen Yang restrained her effortlessly with one hand, without even furrowing his brows. This is the effect of the Type 2 formula. You have lost most of your strength. No, I do not believe it. Bai Qin stared blankly at Chen Yang. If she had lost even this much strength, what was the point of living? Chen Yang averted his guilt-ridden gaze. It is fine. You will not need to do any heavy chores. After all, you will marry me, and my wife will be the happiest woman in the world. Let us avoid such tasks whenever possible. Do you take me for a useless creature? If you wish to be, you can be. Enraged and unable to use her hands, Bai Qin turned and sank her teeth fiercely into Chen Yang's arm. Hiss. Hey. Thinking Chen Yang was in pain, Bai Qin bit harder, hoping he would let go. Ouch, 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 ouch. Let go. Ouch. Hearing Chen Yang's pained cries, Bai Qin felt a surge of satisfaction. Serves you right for bullying me. But she bit for a long time, drool spilling, yet Chen Yang showed no sign of loosening his grip. Bai Qin sensed something was wrong. Releasing her bite, she saw only faint tooth marks on Chen Yang's arm and felt discontent. She had bitten with all her strength, yet left barely any mark. Was his skin made of cowhide? Looking up, she found Chen Yang watching her with a half-smile. Bai Qin immediately realized she had been tricked. Red, extremely red. Oh, you dare trick me. Bai Qin struggled to break free from Chen Yang's grip, her neck turning crimson. She was truly furious. Chen Yang seemed to sense something amiss and hastily released her. The next moment, Bai Qin collapsed into his arms. He felt as though a cluster of soft cotton had collided with him, soft, warm, and fragrant. But before he could savor the fragrance, a slap carrying that delicate scent flew toward him. Smack! He had been hit. Chen Yang looked in surprise at the disheveled beauty before him, her face flushed and close enough to touch. Chen Yang, get out of here. Chen Yang was shown the door, or rather he left on his own, for if he stayed another moment, Bai Qin would truly have cried from anger. Though tears would have been lovely, Chen Yang did not want her to cry. Outside the door, he heard Bai Qin's soft sobbing from the kitchen. Chen Yang felt that he really should hire a nanny with a high salary. A nanny who works all year round, otherwise Bai Qin might really starve to death. As for Yin, she just let her accompany Bai Qin. Chen Yang was still hesitating whether to push the door open and comfort Bai Qin, but the next second the door opened. Bai Qin's still damp eye sockets were slightly red. She looked at Chen Yang, opened her small mouth, but before she could speak, a gurgling sound broke the silence between them. Bai Qin's face flushed red. If it weren't for the fact that she really couldn't lift the iron pot, she would never have asked Chen Yang for help. Help me cook a dish, I'll pay you. No need. I'll feel at ease if I pay you. Alright. Although Bai Qin felt a bit pained to spend 100 yuan to have Chen Yang cook for her, she thought that since she had no idea what else to use the money for, it was better to spend it on hiring a nanny, so that she could eat with a clear conscience. Chen Yang sat aside watching Bai Qin devour the food ravenously. It was obvious that she was really hungry. He wanted to tell her to eat slowly, but didn't know what identity to use to say it. While he was thinking, Bai Qin finished eating and quickly walked back to her bedroom. It seemed she still cared a lot about her readers. Chen Yang knew that this might be her strongest motivation to live. Pitter-patter. 3 hours after the meal, Bai Qin typed out 4 chapters at a speed of 8,000 words in 3 hours. Although her strength had diminished a lot, she could still manage to tap on the keyboard. Looking at today's earnings in the back end, Bai Qin felt it was all worth it. For the fans for the top 1 and top 2 on the leaderboard for my novel, I should just live on well. Glancing at the time, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Baiqin encountered another problem: should she take a bath or not? If she bathed, she would undoubtedly see her entire body again. Since no one could help her wash, she had to do it herself. Gulp. Baiqin swallowed. After finishing the novel, her mind couldn't help but recall the feeling from this afternoon, as if only this kind of thing could give her a bit of anticipation for life after writing. If I bathe, I can experience that feeling again, right? No, how can you do such a thing to this so holy body? But that feeling, I've really never experienced it before. After much thought, Baiqin still couldn't make up her mind. Just then WX Qinyang sent her a message: the water is hot, come take a bath. Baiqin twitched the corner of her mouth expressionlessly. I just don't want to waste water again. Arriving at the bathroom, Baiqin saw the steaming water in the bathtub as if it had just been drawn. She felt a bit puzzled. Does this Qinyang know that I just finished writing the novel? Thinking of the camera in the bedroom, Baiqin understood this damn peeping Tom. She tested the water temperature, it was just right. Baiqin's face flushed slightly. She closed her eyes and slowly took off her bathrobe. The feeling of liberation made her feel a bit comfortable. She extended her fair jade-like foot and slowly stepped into the bathtub. Following what Yunxi had taught her earlier, she put bath salts, essential oils, milk, and flower petals into the water. The warm water tightly wrapped around her body. The bathtub also had a heating function to keep the water temperature constant. What Baiqin liked most was to let her somewhat heavy hair spread out on the water surface, leaving only her head above to breathe. This was only to let this body relax better. It was absolutely not that Baiqin wanted to put these things in. Remember, Yunxi was going to help her scrub her back, wasn't she? Baiqin didn't dare to look down as she was afraid she would get lost in the contours and couldn't escape. She picked up the towel beside her and looked around. Well, Qinyang wouldn't be perverted enough to barge into the bathroom. Baiqin gently placed the towel over her face. The towel had a lovely scent. Baiqin gently sniffed. Actually, she had long wanted to smell her own body fragrance, but in order to maintain the aloof and pure image of this body, she had not done so in front of Yunxi. Now that no one was around, Baiqin could finally release the desire in her heart. So fragrant, is this the unique fragrance of a girl? A faint yet elegant scent, so pleasant she wanted to go on a date with her. Baiqin's own face appeared in her mind. Narcissus. Interesting. If there were soul swapping in the world, Baiqin wouldn't mind swapping souls with Qinyang so that she could date herself. Sure enough, she was still a complete pervert. Taking the towel away, Baiqin began to reminisce about that feeling from this afternoon. She had a faint understanding of why she was like this. After all, before her transformation, she had watched quite a few videos, so she had a little understanding of the female anatomy. As for why she was like that this afternoon, it was clearly. Baiqin's pretty face was flushed from the hot water, though it could also be due to other reasons. She was contemplating life's philosophy. Laozi once said, food and sex are inherent to human nature. One should not repress the desires that reside within the human heart. And yes, this Laozi refers to none other than Baiqin. Baiqin extended her fair and slender hands. How lovely they were. In the end, wasn't this still her own body? She first stole a glance around the bathroom to ensure no one else was present. Then Baiqin regarded her own exquisitely beautiful reflection before the mirror. With cheeks flushed, Baiqin stealthily cracked open the bathroom door and peered out. She scanned the surroundings first, but the dark room held not a trace of that infuriating figure. After letting out a relieved sigh, Baiqin tiptoed back to her bedroom like a child who had done something wrong. Yet she remained utterly unaware that every move Qinyang observed on his security cameras. Qinyang smiled. He seemed to have realized something. And it was hardly a bad thing. After all, she was beginning to accept her own body, which in psychology constituted a positive omen. Qinyang stretched lazily and glanced at a message on his phone. Qinyuan Shui had sent a text to his alt account Yangtian Baiyun. It's too late tonight. I've only managed 4 chapters. 10 more tomorrow, promise. Qinyang curled his lips into a smile and typed rapidly on his screen, get some rest early. Only by replenishing your energy can you write better tomorrow. After a while, the other party finally replied with a single character, okay. The same message Qinyuan Shui sent again to Chunyang's main account Xiaochen Cici, though she had no idea that both the number 1 and number 2 supporters belonged to Qinyang. Okay, Qinyang replied with a single character. Then he saw the notification reading, the other party is typing. More than 10 seconds passed with no message coming through. What was she thinking about? Yeah, okay. Just 2 simple characters, yet it took so long to reply. Qinyang did not dwell on it, and simply lay down. A sense of unease lingered in his heart for no discernible reason. After some thought, Qinyang took out his phone again and sent a message to her from his Xiaochen Cici account, good night. There was no response, so Qinyang stopped worrying about it and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Baiqin, whose mood was rather pleasant, was just about to turn off her phone and sleep when a message arrived. Xiaochen Cici top donor, good night. Baiqin's spirits lifted even further. At least she still had fans who cared about her. The night passed without incident. When Baiqin woke up the next morning, she found herself feeling somewhat comfortable. Thinking back on her actions from last night, a faint blush slowly spread across her pretty face. Last night Yunqi had messaged her saying she would be back at noon today, so Bai Qin needed to. Oh, not for herself, but to prepare breakfast for Qinyang with money. Bang bang bang. Qinyang opened the bedroom door carrying breakfast inside, and Bai Qin's previously bright and energetic demeanor instantly deflated. Why are you coming in? Qinyang held up the breakfast in his hand. I don't need. This is for sale, and it costs money. I've already transferred the money. Bai Qin got off the bed, walked up to Qinyang, and took the breakfast. 2 meat buns with milk and eggs. She transferred 15 yuan to him. Getting more money out of her was impossible. After washing up, Bai Qin returned to her room and found Qinyang still there. Why are you still here? Tomorrow let's go together to view wedding dresses and take wedding photos. What? Bai Qin was dumbfounded by Qinyang's words. Wedding photos? Me? When? Tomorrow. Wait a second. Did you just say? Wedding photos? Bai Qin asked again, utterly disbelieving. Qinyang nodded, and she watched in real time as a stunning beauty before him flushed red. Why is your face so red? Aunt, why does something like this have to happen to me? I refuse to wear a wedding dress. For the first time, Qinyang found Bai Qin's frantic state rather adorable. A maiden's blush truly surpassed all love words. In that moment, Qinyang felt as though he had awakened some peculiar attribute. He seemed to quite enjoy seeing Bai Qin this flustered. Woman, you've successfully aroused my interest. Never mind. Her psychological issues weren't yet resolved, and he wouldn't use those domineering CEO catchphrases he'd learned online lest it backfire. You're my future wife, Qinyang's bride-to-be. On our wedding day, you must shine resplendently across the world, letting all of China witness our century wedding. Today I'll have Yunqi buy you a few outfits, and tomorrow we'll head to the nearest wedding dress shop to try them on. It's settled. Qinyang didn't waste words with Bai Qin, for if she begged him not to go try on wedding dresses, he would surely find his heart faltering and agree. So without giving Bai Qin time to protest, he turned and walked out of the room, simultaneously activating the monitoring system to prevent her from attempting any self-harm if she truly couldn't accept it. When Bai Qin learned of this news, she was first shocked, then overwhelmed with shame, and only now was she gradually coming to terms with it. It was her promise with Qinyang, and she would not break it. At least, he had informed her about this matter in advance. Bai Qin suddenly felt the urge to smoke, though she didn't know why. After her body's transformation, her desire for cigarettes had greatly diminished. Indeed, with such a pure and holy body, how could she harbor any interest in such a thing? Since things had come to this, she might as well eat first. Bai Qin's novel reached a climactic sequence, the very scene her private readers had been eagerly awaiting. The female lead struggled and resisted, yet could do nothing to halt the male lead's relentless advance. In the past, Bai Qin had no idea how to write such a scene. She had never been around girls growing up, so she relied entirely on her imagination, but it always fell short of feeling real. And now? So she began portraying both roles at once. One as the fragile, sweet, and naive female lead, the other as the domineering, cold-hearted CEO. She glanced at the wardrobe, her eyes scanning the array of garments inside before falling silent. They were all various styles of women's clothing, things she had never worn, yet they were undeniably beautiful. Her gaze flicked to a pair of gray yoga pants in the wardrobe, then dropped to her own long straight legs clad in bear-patterned sleep shorts. She swallowed hard. She used to adore watching videos of beautiful women in yoga pants. Those yoga poses were so alluring. When she earned enough for $500,000, she had dreamed of finding a tall, curvy dance girl wearing yoga pants, exercising and practicing poses together. But sighing, Bai Qin had noticed that the dance videos she'd been watching lately lacked something. Their bodies were graceful, yet they no longer stirred the same feeling within her. Perhaps her own physiology had changed. Though she admired them, she would never wear such things on herself. She took out a professional outfit, a black suit paired with a slim black trouser and a white shirt underneath. After cautiously checking the room's camera, she carried the clothes to the bathroom to change. Emerging from the bathroom in her new outfit, Bai Qin's cheeks flushed. She had sneakily glanced at her own body once more. She found herself becoming more and more perverted. It was all Yunqi's fault for being absent. Bai Qin returned to her room and began her rehearsal. Qinyang, watching through the monitor as Bai Qin muttered to herself in that professional attire, rose abruptly, convinced her illness had flared up again. But the voice he heard sounded off. Woman, you're playing with fire. Cold, deep tone. What do you think you're doing? I will never yield. Brave, sweet tone. The fire you started, you'll have to extinguish it yourself. No, I can't. Qinyang tugged at the corners of his mouth. Just one glance told him Bai Qin was crafting the next climactic scene. Watching her comically mutter to herself, he found it rather amusing. At the same time, he began to fantasize. He was after all something of a CEO himself. Seeing Bai Qin playing the part of a timid, delicate little rabbit, Qinyang genuinely wanted to barge into her room and ravage her. After finishing the latest chapter, Qinyang's Adam's apple bobbed. As one of Bai Qin's most devoted readers, he had already guessed what would come next. What he hadn't expected was that Bai Qin shared his fondness for yoga pants. In that moment, he projected himself onto the novel's male lead and Bai Qin onto the female lead. With her pristine, ethereal face, paired with yoga pants, the image was maddeningly erotic. Perhaps he should recreate the novel scenes with her someday. Inside the room, Bai Qin's inspiration overflowed as she completed 3 chapters transcribing all the improvised scenes she had acted out moments before. After writing 1 draft and reading it through again, Bai Qin suddenly felt her body temperature rising. As a writer, her imagination was incredibly vivid. Merely looking at the words on screen conjured the scenes back to life in her mind. Gulp. Bai Qin shut down the writing interface. She couldn't keep reading, or she would lose all self-control. Rubbing her slender waist, Bai Qin sometimes genuinely missed the days when she had been a man. She had only sat for a morning, and already her waist ached. It wasn't anything else. It was the 2 burdens on her chest that left her exhausted. Changing into loose loungewear in the bathroom, Bai Qin finally felt her body relax. Wearing such a tight professional outfit just to capture the right mood had been torture. With the novel finished, Bai Qin began scrolling through videos, mostly of beautiful women. Even though many had undergone cosmetic procedures and weren't prettier than her, she still enjoyed watching them. Who said girls couldn't appreciate pretty women? Wait, wasn't she also a product of surgery? Bai Qin fell into deep thought, then lazily abandoned the videos altogether, lying down on her bed to let her mind go blank. The angle at which Bai Qin lay down happened to align directly with the room's surveillance camera. The camera's blinking red light filled her with a vague sense of unease. Turn away. Turn away. Keep an eye on that wretched girl. Don't let her kill herself. In the monitor's view, a slender figure sat huddled in darkness, her face smudged with dust except for 2 streaks of clean skin where tears had fallen. Her wide eyes shimmered with tears, raw terror on full display. The room was pitch black save for the camera's glaring red light. Little Bai Qin needed to use the restroom, but it was so dark. She dared not make a sound. If she did, she would be beaten. They said they would destroy her most precious thing. Destroy it, and she could become a girl, right? Xiao Hong had said. Girls squat to use the toilet. But it would surely hurt. She didn't want to feel pain anymore. What are you doing? The red light from the camera fixed upon her, and a raspy voice echoed out. Little Bai Qin jumped in fright, panic spreading across her face. I can't hold it anymore. You damn brat. Don't you know how to ask to use the toilet? Don't you dare relieve yourself in my room. The harsh, furious voice broke her last restraint. Little Bai Qin fearfully stared at the red glowing camera from afar, and soon the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Click. The door opened. The blinding light forced Little Bai Qin to squeeze her eyes shut. When she opened them again, the nightmare resumed. You shameless little brat. Xiao Hong's mother's venomous, shrill voice, and the crushing pain behind her, seemed to pierce Bai Qin's heart once more, as if 10 years had never passed. No, 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 no. I'm not. Stay away from me, please don't come near me. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. I'm here. Don't cry. I'm with you. Bai Qin's vacant gaze focused on the older sister before her, and then she seemed to see Qinyang standing behind Li Shui, his expression filled with worry. Upon seeing Qinyang, Bai Qin let out a piercing scream. Men, I'm not one of you. Go away. Woo. Li Shui glanced back at Qinyang and gestured for him to leave. Qinyang bit his lower lip. He knew staying would only worsen Bai Qin's condition, so he retreated from the bedroom. There. The bad men are gone. It's just big sister here now. No more crying. Li Shui spoke to Bai Qin as gently as she could. Bai Qin was in the midst of her worst episode. Bai Qin stared fearfully at the red glowing camera above Li Shui's head, dark memories flooding her mind. No. Li Shui frowned, deeply following Bai Qin's gaze to the camera, and immediately understood the cause. Wu sister Li, I don't want to be a girl anymore. I don't deserve this body. Can you turn me back? Whoa. Bai Qin buried herself in Li Shui's embrace, weeping. She truly didn't want to be a girl anymore. Every time she saw that red glowing camera, those inhumane events from 10 years ago came rushing back. She was already ruined, had been ruined 10 years ago. She didn't deserve this body at all. Qin, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. Li Shui comforted Bai Qin softly. Seeing the tears wouldn't stop, she simply drew Bai Qin closer, burying her face against her chest. That soft embrace offered a profound sense of safety. Li Shui felt her chest growing damp. She gently patted Bai Qin's back, her lips weaving words of tenderness. It's all over now. Just sleep, and it will be all right. Good girl. Under Li Shui's persistent comfort, Bai Qin slowly calmed down. Only when the sobbing ceased did Li Shui gently pull away. Bai Qin had fallen into a peaceful slumber. Li Shui carefully laid her back onto the bed, then glanced at the red glowing camera. She needed to speak with Qinyang about this. Qinyang kept his head bowed, full of self-reproach as he listened to Li Shui's discovery. He never expected that the security camera he had originally installed to protect Bai Qin would turn out to be the very instrument of her distress. At that moment, he had been in the restroom reading a novel and had forgotten to turn off the camera. Before he could do anything, he heard Bai Qin scream. Li Shui had also come to Qinyang's house for Bai Qin's sake. As soon as Qinyang stepped out, he saw her, and the two of them immediately rushed to Bai Qin's room, which was how the earlier scene came to be. I'll remove that camera right away, Li Shui said, then took out a notebook from her bag. To address Bai Qin's psychological issues, the first step is to shift her mindset. This is the plan I've drafted. I will explain female physiology to her. I'll have Yunqi assist me. I'll also teach Baichin makeup yoga dance. In short, everything I can teach. These activities which the public considers feminine or even suggestive can psychologically help diminish male identity. I hope to help Baichin realize as soon as possible that she is indeed a girl. Brother Yang, I'm sorry, but it would be best if you stayed away from Baichin for now. It might be wise to postpone tomorrow's wedding photo shoot and the wedding 10 days from now. Perhaps we should cancel it as well. Psychological illness is not something that can be cured in a short time. I'm afraid that if anything unexpected happens at the wedding venue, Baichin might break down. Qin Yang remained silent, his brows tightly knitted. He knew all of this, but was it really that easy? Li Shui sighed upon seeing this. Sigh. I know the rumors circulating in society. If it really comes to that, I will develop some medication to ensure Baichin doesn't suffer psychological harm on her wedding day. This time Qin Yang finally nodded. Thank you for your trouble, little Shui. Li Shui's delicate face flushed slightly, and she casually patted Qin Yang on the shoulder as though it were nothing. It's nothing. Since we've decided, let's take action now. Call Yunxi back first. She's such a money grubber, give her a bit more pay and she'll skip the National Day holiday entirely. Yunxi had just finished watching the flag-raising ceremony running at the very front. She captured the stirring scene on her phone, posted it online, and gained quite a few new followers. She was also a girl with dreams. She wanted to become a top influencer, but not the kind who gained attention through suggestive content. Yunxi knew full well that with her looks, simply wearing yoga pants and twerking in front of a camera could net her tens of thousands of followers. But those were not the kind of fans she wanted. She aspired to be a travel blogger exploring the world and sharing its beauty with her audience. Yunxi had originally planned ahead of the National Day holiday. First watch the flag-raising ceremony, then tour the capital. She had prepared a detailed itinerary. However, in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of 7,000 yuan a day. She then hurried straight back to her boss's grand villa. The entire flight took only 5 hours. Although flying was expensive, it paled in comparison to the generous red envelope her boss had given her, 7,000 yuan in total. And her boss had also mentioned that this was only for today, meaning there would be more tomorrow. Didn't traveling cost money? She was merely going back to earn her keep. Upon returning to the villa, she was greeted by Li Shui. Yunxi was about to say hello, but after seeing Li Shui's serious expression, she grew somewhat intimidated. Li, sisterly, you're here too, he. Yunxi had only known Li Shui for a few days, and they weren't close yet, so she could only laugh foolishly to ease the awkwardness. Yunxi, I have an important task for you. Seeing Li Shui's solemn expression, Yunxi knew this money wouldn't be easy to earn. Perhaps I should just find a wealthy patron to support me. Baichin had another nightmare. Once more she relived the scene from 10 years past. Though years had slipped by, the scar remained forever etched into her memory, unhealed. No, please don't. Baichin jolted awake, her forehead slick with cold sweat. The familiar pain from her memories was absent. A faint sense of relief washed over her. It was only a nightmare, not reality. Hew. Baichin's chest rose and fell as she caught her breath. She glanced out the window where the crimson sunset was slowly descending. Suddenly she remembered she still had not finished writing her novel. Seated in her office chair, Baichin stared blankly at the computer screen, her mind entirely void of any story. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she turned her head toward a certain corner. The camera there had vanished at some point. Though she exhaled in relief, tears slipped down her cheeks before she could stop them. Why must you treat me this way? I only ever wanted a peaceful life. Wah. When Yunxi entered with dinner and medication, she found Baichin weeping, her expression shifting to alarm. Setting the food and medicine aside, she hurried over. Miss Bai. Baichin was curled up in the office chair, her head buried in her knees, her slender frame trembling faintly. She did not respond to Yunxi's calls. At a loss, she wanted to reach out and comfort her, but hesitated, unsure whether to touch her. When Baichin failed to answer despite being called, she quickly phoned Li Shui to report what was happening. Let her cry it out. Once she releases all the sorrow pent up inside, she'll feel better. Li Shui's voice came through the phone. Sister Shui, won't you come over? She sounded nervous. She didn't know how to handle emotional issues like this. If I were to abandon everything and rush over the moment Baichin cries, it would only worsen her condition. Why? Though outwardly emotional, Baichin's inner self is still male, resilient, and strong. She likely doesn't want others to see her weeping. More importantly, she wouldn't want to trouble anyone because of her tears. She is a girl with immense pride. She doesn't believe the world should revolve around her just because she's crying. She nodded, only partially understanding. In that case, Miss Bai truly was a remarkably strong young woman. After she finishes crying, give her the medicine and dinner. Also walk her through the materials I sent about womanhood. But if she refuses to listen, don't force it. For now, we need to cater to her needs. Alright, I understand. Yes. Contact me if anything unusual happens. Li Shui hung up, while Yunxi sat on Baichin's bed watching her with deep concern. Gurgle. Baichin's stomach rumbled with hunger. She lifted her tear-red eyes. So many thoughts had flooded her mind. From the initial sorrow and nightmare to the pressing question, why am I still alive? And Miss Bai? Yunxi offered her a tissue, sympathy evident in her gaze. Embarrassment did not cross Baichin's mind at being seen in such a state. She accepted the tissue and wiped her tears. Yunshi, tell me, why do people live? Yunshi's heart skipped a beat. Such a question. Was this the kind someone asks when they've lost the will to live? How should she answer? Sensing Yunshi's unease, Bai Qin offered a faint smile. Don't worry. I'm not contemplating suicide. I simply wish to hear your perspective on life. While that remark sounded even more like something said by someone on the verge of giving up. Living. Yunshi reflected on her own life. From studying hard to becoming Bai Qin's personal caretaker, now her sole purpose had always been to earn money. Money that no matter how high her salary seemed to vanish within a month. We live for ourselves after all. Intrigued, Bai Qin pressed further, her voice slightly trembling. Could you elaborate? I grew up in a comfortable family. Not poor, but not wealthy either. As a child, I'd spend all my allowance immediately, never saving a single coin. I loved the feeling of spending. Buying cosmetics, new clothes, handbags. Sometimes I travel with friends. To me, life is simply earning money and then spending it. That rhythm brings the greatest comfort. Bai Qin nodded, a faint glimmer of understanding softening her expression. Have you ever thought about marriage? Of course. Yunshi clearly had strong opinions on the matter. Naturally I have. Though I may not match your beauty, Miss Bai, I'm no slouch either. Let me share a secret. I was once the most sought-after girl at the matchmaking corners. The men who wanted to date me were millionaires and multimillionaires. But I prefer the satisfaction of earning my own money, so I came here to work as a maid for my boss. Bai Qin studied Yunshi with mild skepticism. Indeed, Yunshi was striking. Rosy lips, pearly teeth, and flawless radiant skin. She was exactly Bai Qin's ideal type. If not for her current predicament, Bai Qin would likely never have crossed paths with someone like her in this lifetime. To live for myself. Bai Qin pondered. She began to imagine. A novelist's greatest asset is imagination. With fantasy, she could weave any story she desired. And with imagination and purpose, Bai Qin found the motivation to go on. Imagine time. Now please welcome our youngest and most beautiful female author from Great Xia, known by the pen name Kinyuankan Shui, Miss Bai Qin. With the host's announcement, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The youngest grandmaster author in history who pioneered the mortal slayer immortal genre. Please welcome Miss Bai Qin, who earned 5-star acclaim from nearly 1 million readers with her novel XXXX, and has collected countless literary awards. Clap, clap, clap. Dressed in a sleek black business suit with her hair elegantly coiled, Bai Qin walked confidently to the stage, her face radiating poise. Hello everyone. I am Bai Qin. Miss Bai Qin, I'm your biggest fan. So beautiful. The youngest, the most stunning, Bai Qin. I absolutely adore your novel XXXX. Roaring cheers filled the venue. Watching her fans below, Bai Qin's smile grew ever brighter and more unrestrained. I owe my achievements today to 2 extraordinary individuals, Yang Tianban and Xiao Chen Cece. 2 handsome men, one in black and the other in blue suits, walked onto the stage. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Aren't they the CEOs of XX Group and XXX Group? Oh my god. It really is them. Who would have guessed they're such devoted fans of the author? Incredible. Imagination ends. He. Yunshi wasn't sure if Bai Qin was having another episode. This time it seemed like madness. Bai Qin had been giggling softly to herself since earlier. Yunshi had no idea what she was dreaming about. Drool even formed at the corner of her mouth. Yunshi swallowed hard. Why did she suddenly feel uneasy? I want to become a great writer. This was Bai Qin's first thought after her fantasy. She wanted to become a great writer, the youngest female writer whose novels would be known to the world, just like Ma Lingshu's Song Qiong was known to all. Yunshi smiled serenely. To become a great writer, you must first fill your stomach. Yunshi brought over the dinner and medicine, hesitantly explaining to Bai Qin what the medicine was about. Bai Qin pondered for a moment, then smiled gently at Yunshi. That smile was like a spring breeze passing over a frozen lake, warming the strings of Yunshi's heart. Yunshi, I know you didn't lie to me. Yunshi was so moved, she almost cried. Miss Bai. Bai Qin waved her hand. You are my good friend, right? Yunshi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Then you don't have to call me Miss Bai anymore, it's too formal. You seem to be older than me, right? You can just call me Xiao Bai or Xiaoqin from now on. Then, Xiaoqin. He Xiaoqin. Then Xiaoqin. Yunshi loved the nickname Xiaoqin. Bai Qin obediently took the medicine and then ate the meal. After dinner, she checked the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Damn, she still owed 5 chapters to the top 2 patrons. Bai Qin quickly opened her computer and entered the writing zone. Yunshi, being considerate, put on her Bluetooth earphones and lay on the bed reading a novel. From Sister Shui, she learned that Xiaoqin's pen name was Kinyuankan Shui. She wanted to read Xiaoqin's novel. Become Xiaoqin's loyal fan. Chapter 1, A Charge Against the Master. Yunshi stared in surprise at Bai Qin, who was typing seriously. Under such a diligent and beautiful appearance, how could she write such a novel? Indeed, that's my favorite kind of contrast. Wait, Xiaoqin doesn't know that we know her pen name. I can't let Xiaoqin know that I know her novel. In the room bathed in sunset, 2 young girls sat quietly. One was lying on the bed, reading a novel with flushed cheeks, while the other sat at the desk tapping the keyboard seriously. Peaceful and beautiful. Chen looked at the documents before him, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had just looked up the case of Bai Qin's kidnapping 10 years ago. For a CEO with assets worth billions, this was not difficult. This glance alone made his face turn pale. Because of Zhang Yanhan's exposure of Bai Qin, Ms. Li Shuaqin had her husband Bai Ili interfere in Zhang Yanhan's mother's family, causing Zhang Yanhan's parents to divorce and the family to break apart. Then in order to take revenge on the Bai family, Zhang Yanhan's mother together with human traffickers like Lu Feng kidnapped Bai Qin and subjected her to violent assault. Li Shuaqin. Chen Yang thought of that woman who, like a warm light, had given him precious maternal love. She was Bai Qin's mother, yet she had done these things. Clenching his fists, he still dared not look at the injury examination report. This injury examination report documented the harm Bai Qin had suffered. Chen Yang didn't dare open it, unwilling to imagine how much pain Bai Qin had endured. Zhang Yanhan's mother was sentenced to life imprisonment for complicity in child trafficking. However, aside from her, only 3 of the 5 accomplices were caught. They were sentenced to death directly for their heinous crimes. But the remaining 2 were still missing, and according to the records, they had fled abroad. This made Chen Yang frown deeply. He would make everyone who had harmed Bai Qin pay a severe price. Perhaps Zhang Yanhan's mother knew something about this. Chen Yang decided to go see this woman. Yunqi helped me take a bath. After finishing writing and publishing her novel, Bai Qin felt a bit tired. Not hearing a response from Yunqi, she turned around and saw that Yunqi was blushing and staring at her phone, looking somewhat excited, just like her own expression that morning. What was she reading? Bai Qin stealthily approached Yunqi. Well, not stealthily, because Yunqi was completely immersed in her own novel world. She felt a bit hot and restless. Bai Qin's novel was simply too intense. The female lead was not only delicate, beautiful, and a pushover, but also had a fresh fragrance. So fragrant, huh? Yunqi was horrified to find that Bai Qin's smooth face had somehow already appeared next to her own cheek. Xiaoqin. Bai Qin's face flushed slightly. She never expected that Yunqi was actually reading her book. No, she couldn't let her know that this was her own book. Otherwise, she would be mortified. Cici, what novel are you reading? A question arose in Yunqi's mind. Isn't this your own book? Don't you know? But the next second, she realized Xiaoqin didn't know that she knew she wrote the novel, and Xiaoqin didn't want her to know that the novel was hers, so she pretended she hadn't read it. So that's it. Yunqi couldn't help but mentally applaud her own cleverness, then her face flushed a little. This is XXXXXXXX. Yunqi replied truthfully. Is that so? Then, is it good? Suddenly a surge of excitement rose in Bai Qin's heart. Although she didn't want others to know that she was the author of this novel, she still longed for affirmation from her friends. Pretending. Yunqi rolled her eyes inwardly. It's really good. It's written very realistically and beautifully, especially. What is it? Bai Qin's willow leaf-shaped eyebrows curved into crescent moons, her heart extremely happy. It's this part. Yunqi's desire to share surged. Even though she knew Bai Qin was the author, she still wanted to share this steamy scene with her sister. Bai Qin only glanced at it briefly and knew the following plot. It was the scene of the female lead and male lead's first time together. This author not only writes the plot well, but also writes these scenes just right, like here. Listening to Yunqi's endless talk about the novel she herself had written, Bai Qin's mind had already drifted far away. This exactly fulfilled her fantasy from 2 years ago when she first started writing novels in her dormitory. Xiaobai, I recommend you read a very good novel. It has millions of readers on Tomato, definitely better than what you and newbie write. What is it so impressive? It's this one Qin Yuan Shui wrote XXXX. Oh, this one. Actually, I wrote it. If you were the author of XXXX, I would swallow this phone. End of fantasy. Well, Xiaoqin is having another episode, Yunqi thought to herself. The next day, Bai Qin slowly awakened with an unprecedented calmness in her heart, perhaps due to the medication she had taken. Yunqi had already prepared breakfast. Bai Qin used her phone to request time off through the writer's assistant app. Today she was going to take the wedding photos. Although Chen Yang had told her the night before to postpone the photo shoot, Bai Qin didn't want to break a promise she had already made on his account. Besides, she was feeling quite well now. She would never go back on her word. Thinking of Chen Yang, Bai Qin felt indifferent toward this handsome man, for deep inside, she still felt like a boy. Marrying another man. What difference would that make from being gay? Although same-sex relationships were increasingly common in this era, Bai Qin would never be one of them. After brushing her teeth, taking her medicine, and eating breakfast, Bai Qin opened the wardrobe and contemplated what to wear. She immediately dismissed all the dresses. The traumatic memories from childhood left her with a lingering fear of wearing them. Yunqi was somewhat surprised. Bai Qin usually just wore her loungewear around the house, so why was she opening the wardrobe today? Xiaoqin, are you changing clothes? Bai Qin nodded. I'm going to take wedding photos with Chen Yang later. Yunqi was taken aback. Wedding photos. Hadn't it been said that Bai Qin's psychological state hadn't recovered and she needed rest? I'll ask the boss. No need. I've already told him I'm feeling much better, so we're going shortly. Oh, alright then. Bai Qin withdrew her gaze from Yunqi and turned back to the wardrobe. Ultimately, Bai Qin chose a pair of black casual pants paired with a loose white t-shirt. It was the only outfit she could accept. The alternatives were either dresses or those peculiar garments. She truly couldn't understand why girls would want to wear those restrictive jumpsuits. Well, perhaps that preference only applied to men. She admittedly enjoyed looking at them, but she would never choose to wear them herself. She tied Bai Qin's hair into a high ponytail as she gazed at her reflection. Her skin was like polished jade, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, her waist slender and graceful, standing tall and elegant. Despite having seen herself in the mirror many times, Bai Qin was still struck by her own reflection each time. Especially those pale blue eyes. She still couldn't figure out how they had changed. "How about we do your makeup?" She asked tentatively. Though Bai Qin was beautiful without makeup with it, she would be even more stunning. She was certain that if Bai Qin walked down the street, every head would turn. Bai Qin felt conflicted. To her, makeup was something only girls wore. If she put on makeup, wouldn't that be admitting she was a girl? But she was nothing but a dirty soul trapped beneath a beautiful exterior. Then, maybe I shouldn't. Who skips makeup for wedding photos? She's words silenced Bai Qin. Indeed, what bride wouldn't wear makeup? But was she truly worthy of it? Makeup is everyone's right, whether you're a man or a woman. It can make you more beautiful and confident, conceal unsightly scars on your face, and even mask the wounds of the soul. Xiao Qin, I don't know what you've been through, but in my eyes you are the purest, most beautiful girl in the world. It's my honor to do your makeup. Yunxi's words struck deep into Bai Qin's wounded heart. She never imagined she meant so much to Yunxi. Meeting that sincere, earnest gaze, Bai Qin nodded and agreed. Yunxi led Bai Qin's small hand to the vanity and guided her to a chair. Hey. Even though she had agreed, Bai Qin still felt uneasy inside. But watching Yunxi eagerly open the makeup cabinet, Bai Qin could only sit patiently before the mirror. Seeing Yunxi fussing with the cosmetics made her inexplicably nervous. She had never worn makeup before. In childhood, her skin had been too delicate to need it. By middle school, wanting to assert her masculinity, she had looked down on such feminine products with disdain. After preparing everything, she immediately produced what appeared to be an expensive cosmetic. Well, shall I begin? Bai Qin hesitantly nodded, and the next moment, she felt Yunxi applying something to her face. Chunyang, despite being the president of the Balance Association, was struggling under the mounting pressure. According to association members, those online had begun increasingly pressing the Balance Association. The wedding could be postponed, but Chunyang needed to release information about himself and his spouse along with their wedding photos soon so netizens could see the progress. This plan had government backing. If Chunyang didn't step forward, not only would the balance plan be cancelled, but it would also trigger social discrimination and unrest toward balancers and undermine the government's credibility. The previous evening, Chunyang had privately shared this with Bai Qin. Rather than following Li Shui's advice to postpone tomorrow's wedding photo shoot, he had confessed his difficulties to her instead. What Chunyang hadn't expected was that Bai Qin understood him completely and insisted there was no issue with taking the wedding photos the next day. This satisfied Chunyang. It seemed Bai Qin's original personality still dominated. She wouldn't easily break promises she had made to others. By now, Yunxi should have finished preparing her. As soon as Chunyang arrived at Bai Qin's room, he heard a click, and the next moment the door opened. Bai Qin looked up, and their eyes met. Beautiful, very beautiful. Her figure stood like a silent white magnolia, dignified and elegant. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, her eyelashes fluttering gently. But the moment she saw Chunyang, a wave of shame rose within her. Why was he staring at me? Bai Qin's makeup was flawless. Sheer foundation enhancing her natural complexion, subtle blush like freshly bloomed peach blossoms, and perfectly glossy lips that made Chunyang unable to resist the urge to explore their softness. Bai Qin ultimately broke eye contact first. She had no interest in maintaining prolonged, passionate gazes with a man. Yet seeing Chunyang's dazed expression, she couldn't help but feel a hidden sense of satisfaction. Bai Qin fiddled with her black hair, avoiding his gaze, her expression somewhat strained. When are we leaving? Flustered by his intense stare, Bai Qin felt herself blushing. Wait for me to change. When Yunxi saw her boss in his black suit, she finally understood why Sister Shui was so infatuated with him. Elegant, poised, handsome, with just a touch of rebellious wildness. He truly looked like a male protagonist from a novel. Bai Qin quickly glanced at Chunyang before immediately looking away, as if trying to appear unconcerned, but the blush creeping across her cheeks betrayed her. Damn it, why does he seem kind of handsome? Yunxi and Bai Qin sat in the back seat with Chunyang driving. Along the way, Yunxi looked at Bai Qin with concern. Bai Qin's hands were tightly clasped together, her big adorable eyes staring blankly at the seat in front. Yunxi could see a trace of cold sweat beading on her forehead. Nervousness and unease were plainly written on Bai Qin's face. This was her first time going out after her transformation, her first time facing the outside world. Chunyang had originally wanted to drive a modest car, but even his cheapest vehicle was worth over $500,000. As he drove, it drew many gazes. Moreover, the shooting location was a famous seaside spot crowded with people taking photos. Chunyang knew that with Bai Qin's beauty, no matter how secluded a corner she hid in, she would attract attention. He just hoped Bai Qin wouldn't have a sudden episode. Arriving at the shooting location, Xinyang had already booked a photographer in advance. It was a studio near the beach set up because many newlyweds were keen on seaside wedding photos, so a studio had been conveniently built nearby. Parking the car, Xinyang glanced worriedly at the rearview mirror. Bai Qin was trembling so much she couldn't speak, her terrified eyes piercing into Xinyang's heart like a blade. Put on a mask. Xinyang handed a white mask to Bai Qin. Without hesitation she took it and put it on. The mask made her feel a little more comfortable, but she didn't realize that for men a woman's allure lies in two things: beauty and mystery. A mysterious woman attracts attention wherever she goes. Wearing the mask concealed Bai Qin's true features, but added an air of mystery, making more men wonder how beautiful the face beneath the mask of this graceful young woman really was. Yunshi's eyes darted around. Oh, she chose not to wear a mask. She was still in her maid work uniform though, without the heart-shaped cutouts. Yet her own beauty was among the top tier of women, and combined with the anime cosplay maid outfit, she would undoubtedly steal the spotlight from the masked Bai Qin. Thus, she could help share the burden for Bai Qin. Bai Qin guessed Yunshi's intention and looked at her with a grateful gaze. All right, let's get out. Xinyang was the first to open the car door. Before he even fully stepped out, Bai Qin seemed to hear the admiring wows from the crowd. Her heart instantly leaped into her throat, and at the same time an inexplicable emotion welled up inside her. Bai Qin pondered for a moment, then was startled by this feeling. Why do I feel a little jealous? Yunshi was the second to get out. As soon as she stepped out, she felt the gazes of many people from the beach and the studio. In this era with so many men, even an average-looking girl going out in cosplay would attract a crowd of admirers. And someone like Yunshi, a beautiful cosplayer, could draw fervent attention from countless single men and even homosexuals. If the times allowed, who would choose to be gay? Xinyang personally opened the car door for Bai Qin and extended his hand inside. Bai Qin's pupils were slightly unfocused as she looked at Xinyang. Her small mouth under the mask was slightly open, her breathing faint and rapid, her nervousness reaching an unprecedented level. Don't be afraid, Yunshi and I are here. Xinyang's gentle words soothed Bai Qin's heart a little. She slowly reached out her hand, and at that moment, there was no sign of her misandry. She placed her hand in his palm. Soft and boneless, extremely smooth. This was the first time Xinyang had held her hand while she was conscious. Bai Qin tightly grasped his hand, paused for a while, then stepped out one long leg. Whether it was an illusion or not, the moment Bai Qin stepped out, she felt numerous gazes sweeping over her. No, don't look at me. Bai Qin's pretty face turned pale with fear. I can't. She gripped the seat tightly and tried to pull her leg back. She didn't want anyone to see her, didn't want anyone to know she was a participant in the balance plan. Xinyang sighed inwardly. At this rate, he couldn't imagine how devastated Bai Qin would be during the live wedding in 10 days. A man can't say I can't. Xinyang tried to provoke her, but it was useless. No, I can't. I'm not a man anymore. I stopped being a man long ago. Bai Qin's eyes suddenly reddened. She then noticed her hand tightly gripping Xinyang's, and a wave of disgust and nausea surged within her. Xinyang's eyes widened. This was a precursor to her episode. He immediately let go, and Yunshi, sensing the trouble, quickly fetched medicine and water, sat back in the car, and gave them to Bai Qin, which slightly eased her condition. Exhausted, Xinyang felt a sudden weariness. The pressure from the association was suffocating. Though he desperately wanted to help Bai Qin return to her innocent, carefree self, he closed the car door, leaving the task of comforting her to Yunshi. Then he noticed a pack of cigarettes on the counter of a small shop nearby. His father had been a heavy smoker. When Xinyang was young, whenever his father was trapped in a problem and didn't know what to do, he would smoke and think, especially after his mother died, when he'd go through a pack a day. Though he was a medical student, he still smoked every day, which was very unlike Xinyang. But at that moment, Xinyang suddenly felt the urge to have a smoke. Boss, give me a pack of cigarettes. All right, young man, what brand? I don't know. Just give me the most expensive one. Xinyang had never smoked before and didn't know which brand was good. He only knew that expensive meant good. The shopkeeper immediately recognized him as a novice and handed him a pack of Dijonnois. Young man, you're handsome and well-dressed. Something bothering you? Feel free to tell me. I've been through a lot, or I can give you some advice. Xinyang had intended to pay and leave, but for some reason a desire to share welled up inside him. He wanted to talk about his worries, but in reality he had few friends. So he sat down and told the shopkeeper about the things that had been troubling him lately. I'm getting married. We're here to take wedding photos today. Isn't that a good thing? Why the long face? But I don't really like her, and she doesn't like me either. We have to be together for certain special reasons. This was Xinyang's truest thought. Of course he wanted to help Bai Qin. Was it a childhood betrothal arranged by your parents? Our generation likes to set up betrothals for the young ones. The shopkeeper seemed to recall something, a happy smile spreading across his face as he said this. Xinyang shook his head and looked up at the azure sky. The beach was full of men playing beach volleyball, gazing at each other with affection in their eyes. It's this worrying era. It seemed to have started a century ago. For reasons unknown, the female birth rate plummeted, and after 100 years the global gender ratio had reached 10 to 1. Scientists devised countless solutions, even resorting to transforming fetuses in the womb into females through special means, yet the newborns turned out to be pseudo-hermaphrodites, neither fully male nor female. As a result, women's status soared, and along with it gender reassignment surgeries gained prominence. Chen Yang's birth brought a glimmer of hope to this world. The Balance Plan, a project designed to perfectly transform men into women who would then be assigned to men through matchmaking events. Though it sounded somewhat distasteful, it was indeed a viable solution to the current crisis. Yet it also sparked a great deal of controversy. Criticism toward the balancers. They were despised by natural-born women and conservative men alike. Physically, they were indistinguishable from women, but their ID cards bore a special mark. And once a conservative man learned a woman was a balancer, she would face widespread discrimination. As the proposer of the Balance Plan, Chen Yang's partner had been decided the moment he put forward the initiative. That partner was a balancer. Only if Chen Yang married a balancer could the plan gain public acceptance and proceed smoothly. Chen Yang was a pioneer of this era and also its sacrifice. He gave up his own right to happiness in exchange for societal progress. After listening to Chen Yang's story, the shopkeeper now realized who this handsome young man was. The very proposer of the Balance Plan, the heir of the Chen family, a man worth tens of billions, Chen Yang. A storm of shock surged within the shopkeeper. He had seen videos online knowing that the same Chen Yang was about to hold a grand wedding. The shopkeeper had mixed feelings about Chen Yang. Why? Because this bustling seaside convenience store owed much of its popularity to Chen Yang. My youngest son is also a participant in the Balance Plan. Chen Yang glanced at the shopkeeper in surprise, said nothing, and simply opened his cigarette pack. The shopkeeper recounted his own story to Chen Yang. It turned out that he had never had a good relationship with his wife. Back then, before the Balance Plan existed, women were scarcest. To marry a girl, one needed at least several $100,000 in assets. The shopkeeper's family simply didn't have that much money. So how did he manage to marry? It was because of an arranged marriage arranged by their parents. Back then I thought I could marry a wife on my own. Later I realized how naive I was. An arranged marriage. What a relic of a distant era. When we first got married, my wife and I weren't affectionate either, but we managed to get by. After we had children, I understood your unique situation. The only person you can marry is a balancer. Even if you have no romantic foundation, you have no choice. But as long as you live together, you'll surely come to understand each other and grow to love each other. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered with nostalgia as he spoke. Then a question arose in his mind. Why doesn't she like you? Does she have someone else in her heart? Chen Yang shook his head. She never wanted to join the Balance Plan in the first place. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Isn't the Balance Plan supposed to require personal consent? Chen Yang asked for a lighter from the shopkeeper and lit his cigarette. Her family ran into trouble and needed a lot of money. So, she sold herself. I see. Silence fell. Chen Yang stared at the cigarette in his hand, pursed his lips, and put it in his mouth. The first puff made him cough uncontrollably. The shopkeeper chuckled. Smoking is a lot like your situation. You know it's bad for you, yet you can't resist trying it. The first puff is like love, bitter at first, but once you get used to it, it feels sweet. But if a certain cigarette makes you uncomfortable, it means it's not for you. At that point, you have to learn to give up that type of cigarette. The arrival of a second and third customer kept the shopkeeper from chatting further. Chen Yang sat on a chair, looked at the cigarette that had burned halfway with only one puff taken, decided to stamp it out, and tossed it into the trash bin. Adapt to it. What Chen Yang didn't tell the shopkeeper was that he actually thought smoking was terrible, and deep down, he harbored a certain prejudice against balancers. Back in the car, Chen Yang was surprised to find that Yunxi had managed to soothe Bai Qin. Bai Qin now sat quietly in the vehicle, and when she saw Chen Yang, she calmly got out. Chen Yang had no idea what sorcery Yunxi had used, but at least the result was good. However, Bai Qin's eyes held only cold indifference. Though Chen Yang wasn't quite the same, he was similar. Two people who never loved each other came together under the weight of the era. Chen Yang was driven by society, Bai Qin by her mother. Let's go. We need to take wedding photos. Bai Qin nodded, and followed behind Chen Yang along with Yunxi. Yunxi sensed the atmosphere was awkward, but she dared not say anything. It was a private matter between her boss and Xiao Qin, and she didn't want to lose her job, or her friend. The wedding photo studio was filled with many couples, both male and female. Of course, there were also same-sex couples. Homosexuality had been socially accepted long ago thanks to the emergence of a cure for AIDS, which allowed them to live openly in society. But without exception, their faces beamed with happiness. The photographer assigned to Chen Yang and Bai Qin was Zhang Shan, a veteran in the industry. When the two stood before him, he could clearly see that there was not a trace of affection between them. They were like strangers. Yet they were both stunningly beautiful. When Bai Qin took off her mask, Zhang Shan's eyes nearly popped out. Her faint natural fragrance, her model-like face, her proud figure. She was arguably the most beautiful girl in the world. Thinking of their identities, Zhang Shan suddenly found it all made sense. Let's go to the bridal shop to pick a wedding dress first. Zhang Shan led the group into the bridal shop. Before even entering, they could see the gorgeous, ornate wedding dresses, each one exorbitantly priced. Yunxi's eyes practically turned into hearts. So beautiful. I'm going to wear one someday. She was about to share her thoughts on which dress looked best, but when she turned to Bai Qin, she saw that even when faced with these dresses that would soon be worn by her, Bai Qin remained utterly unmoved, her face still expressionless. That medicine from Sister Li is truly freaking amazing. One had to admit the mood-suppressing drug Li Shui gave was incredibly effective. She hadn't really comforted Bai Qin much, yet Bai Qin had suddenly become as indifferent as someone who had lost all desire, unmoved by any external stimulus. Like a heartless lover who takes everything and leaves without a trace. A pair of rather distant couple entered the bridal shop. The man was handsome, the woman exquisite, and though they maintained a courteous facade toward each other, it was abundantly clear that their emotional bond ran shallow. She gazed at the dazzling array of wedding dresses, hearts practically shimmering in her eyes. What girl does not delight in beauty? She genuinely wanted to impulsively purchase one on the spot. Yet none of this stirred the slightest interest in Bai Qin. Bai Qin felt her mind grow cold and clear, and she realized this was the effect of that pill. Its power was remarkable, sharpening her consciousness while plunging her into a state of emotionless detachment. Not that she harbored any affection for Qin Yang. Even if she did, Bai Qin would feel no interest in it whatsoever. Qin Yang, however, had made peace with the situation. If Bai Qin accepted him, all the better. If she did not, it mattered little. They could simply exist as a loveless couple after all, since every month Bai Qin would become a succubus, at which point he could fulfill their marital obligations. Let's take this one. Qin Yang selected a butterfly-style tube-top wedding dress paired with a white veil. It was a rather commonplace design, yet worn by Bai Qin it became something entirely extraordinary. Zhang Shan had encountered many women in his lifetime. His own girlfriend was a renowned cosplayer online. Yet he could assert without hesitation that Bai Qin was the most beautiful girl he had ever laid eyes on, surpassing even that girlfriend of his who had thrown herself at him merely for free photographs. Delicate gauze cascaded like a waterfall over her graceful figure, evoking the image of a celestial maiden descended from the mortal realm. A silk ribbon cinched her slender waist, tracing her elegant silhouette, while the hem of the dress trailed gently in the breeze, resembling a white butterfly in flight. A pristine white veil rested upon her head, light as mist, perfectly complementing her transcendent and ethereal beauty. The constant clicking of cameras and murmurs of astonishment let Bai Qin know that many eyes were fixed upon her. Zhang Shan rolled a full-length mirror toward her, and she caught sight of her own breathtakingly stunning visage. Even the emotion-suppressing pill seemed powerless to function in that moment. Bai Qin was utterly spellbound by the vision in the mirror. Though it was herself, it was a beauty she had always dreamed of possessing. Her own radiance made her blush. She felt almost ashamed to depict such loveliness in her novels, which were filled with more carnal themes. Bai Qin refused to allow anyone to defile such a magnificent fairy. 3, 2, 1, ah, perfect. Bride and groom, please smile. Zhang Shan adjusted poses continuously, while She watched the picturesque seaside couple with pure happiness. She had made up her mind. She would certainly come here to shoot wedding photos in the future. The only pity was that the bride and groom truly seemed unfamiliar with each other, their transparent fake smiles making onlookers uncomfortably uneasy. But it hardly mattered. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, and no matter how artificial the smiles appeared, Zhang Shan had countless post-processing techniques to render them flawless in the final photographs. By the beach in the grand hall upon white sheets. For an entire day, Bai Qin spent the time posing for wedding photos with Qin Yang. She moved like a puppet being guided by strings, doing whatever they instructed without resistance. This was Zhang Shan's most satisfying shoot, yet simultaneously the most difficult. The reason was simple. There was far too little genuine emotion, and the post-production workload would be enormous. After returning home, Bai Qin removed the wedding dress and donned loungewear. As the medication gradually wore off, she became acutely aware that she had performed those tender, affectionate poses with Qin Yang in front of so many people, and anxiety swelled within her. Will the photos be posted online? Will someone dox me? Will people come after me? Will they discover that I am a balancer? Overwhelming unease surged within Bai Qin, and it erupted the moment she returned to her room. She went to fetch some fruit, and when she entered Bai Qin's room, she found half of Bai Qin's body already leaning out the window. Before she could react, she felt a gust of wind beside her. Qin Yang had sprinted toward them at full speed, and immediately wrapped his arms around Bai Qin's slender waist, pulling her back from the ledge. Let me just die. Images from 10 years ago flooded Bai Qin's mind. The vilification she had endured after being rescued. See that over there? That's the Bai family's little Nanliang. I actually have that video. Honestly, he was truly appealing. I heard Bai Qin was grabbed by human traffickers, and you're still here laughing at her. Cut the nonsense. I'll send you a copy too. Elementary school classmate, we definitely don't want to play with boys. We definitely don't want to play with such a sissy. Bai Yun, mom won't let me play with you. I want to play with my sister. Middle school classmate, did you know? Actually, Bai Qin he. Slander, abuse, mockery. More and more voices echoed within Bai Qin's mind. When she was first rescued, she had wept, but she had endured it. Through school years, she had gradually fortified her heart, refusing to let those words affect her anymore. In university, she entered an esteemed institution where nobody knew her. Just as she believed she could abandon the past and start anew, she transformed into a girl. Why? Why pull me into the muck precisely when I had begun to hope for life again? And why? Destroy my happiness as well. Bai Qin no longer wished to live. She was to marry a man she did not love at all, and everyone would come to know she was a transgender person. And the most terrifying fear of all, Bai Qin worried her past would be dug up and exposed. It was something she desperately did not wish to confront. If that were the case, she might as well die. Stripped of her strength, Bai Qin was held in Chun Yang's embrace with no power to resist. Yet this moment of death wishing will granted her a faint trembling strength to contend with him. Sedative. Get the sedative. Chun Yang's urgent voice rang in Yunxi's ears. Yunxi was completely bewildered. What sedative? She didn't know anything about it. But her assumption was wrong. Chen Yang was not calling to her, but to his assistants. Two assistants appeared from somewhere, one already producing a syringe. Chen Yang struggled to hold Bai Qin firmly in place as the assistant slowly injected the sedative into her body. MMPH. Bai Qin let out a muffled sound. The sedative took effect, and within moments she sank into unconsciousness. Only after confirming that Bai Qin was truly asleep did Chen Yang gradually loosen his grip. His breathing was somewhat ragged and his mind had already begun to wonder whether he should consider marrying someone else. Aunt Li. Bai Qin. She's doing okay. Is that so? Has she adapted to her new identity? Does she still throw tantrums? Is she cute and beautiful now? Son-in-law Chen, could you let Auntie talk to Qiner for a moment? From the other end of the phone, Li Shuichin's voice rang out with concern and worry. She desperately wanted to hear Bai Qin's voice. As soon as her health improved somewhat, she had immediately called Chen Yang. Chen Yang silently gazed at Bai Qin's room, where the lights were already off. After a moment of silence, he replied, Bai Qin is already asleep. Oh, I see. I thought she didn't want to talk to her mother. Then perhaps you should not disturb her for now, son-in-law Chen. Let her rest well. Yes, I will take good care of Bai Qin. Son-in-law Chen, does Qiner? Does she like her current gender? I hope she hasn't been overthinking things. These past few nights, Aunt Li has felt a heavy anxiety in her heart, as if something terrible might happen. How about this? Could you send Aunt Li a photo of Qiner sleeping? Aunt Li has never seen Qiner fully transformed into a girl yet. Li Shuichin spoke all of this in one breath, hardly sounding like a woman who had just recovered from a severe illness. All her words were filled with care for Bai Qin, which brought a warmth to Chen Yang's heart. But why would a woman so full of maternal love seek to destroy someone else's family? Bai Qin. She's still slowly coming to terms with her gender identity. There are some small issues in her mind, so perhaps it would be better if you don't speak to Bai Qin for now. As for her photos, I'll send them to you on WeChat later. Oh, okay. Please let Aunt Li know if there's anything. Oh right, Qiner's favorite dish is the pork trotters stewed with lotus root that I make. Son-in-law Chan, if you have time you could learn how to make it. I understand. Well then, Aunt Li will hang up first. Chen Yang fell silent. Actually, he did have one more question. Aunt Li, why? Why did you try to destroy that family? There was an obvious pause on the other end of the line. Chen Yang could hear her slightly hurried breathing. Son-in-law Chen. I only wanted to protect Qiner. Chen Yang smiled. Son-in-law Chen, you must believe Aunt Li. Aunt Li simply didn't want Qiner to be hurt. Then why did you later cold shoulder Bai Qin? Chen Yang's voice was now tinged with anger. Having thoroughly examined the case and reviewed a page of the injury report, he couldn't fathom how Bai Qin, after enduring such humiliation, had managed to survive the hardships of life while being isolated by the world. If Aunt Li hadn't chosen to let the family distance themselves from her back, then at least Bai Qin wouldn't be in this state now. Li Shuichin on the other end of the phone fell silent. She was filled with remorse. At that time she had been obsessively determined to raise Qiner like a princess. But when she learned that Qiner had cut her hair short, stopped wearing pink princess dresses, and was no longer as adorable as before, Li Shuichin suddenly withdrew her affection from Bai Qin. Like everyone else, she cold-shouldered her, isolated her. At the age when she needed maternal love most, Li Shuichin had chosen to hold Bai Qin in the palm of her hand only to callously cast her down. Especially after what Bai Qin had experienced, the mere thought now filled her with terror. If Qiner had truly attempted suicide back then, she would have lived with guilt for the rest of her life. It's Aunt Li's fault, boo-hoo. I don't blame Qiner for cutting ties with me, boo-hoo-hoo. Because Aunt Li realized her mistake long ago. It's just, when I wanted to make it up to Qiner, she was no longer the same as before, having become a thoroughly bad child. Boo-hoo, it's all my fault. Li Shuichin's sobs made Chen Yang feel somewhat annoyed. He truly couldn't tolerate Aunt Li's behavior, and his filter of maternal love toward her had significantly faded. If maternal love only existed on the condition that Bai Qin was a girl, then Chen Yang felt this was deception. This was not maternal love at all. Aunt Li, please stop crying. I will help Bai Qin recover. I just hope you won't use your so-called maternal love to constrain Bai Qin anymore in the future. Auntie knows. Auntie only wants Qiner to live peacefully now. Auntie won't cause Qiner any more trouble in the future. After ending the call with Aunt Li, Chen Yang sighed. The thought he had harbored about marrying someone else had also vanished. One should see things through to the end. Since he had already chosen Bai Qin and even taken wedding photos with her, he couldn't abandon her like a scum man. Otherwise, he feared he would ruin another person's life again. Looking at the handsome couple in his photo album, Chunyang silently changed his phone's lock screen. He also sent a wedding photo to Aunt Lee. It was already 11:30. Chunyang habitually opened the novel app. He had already expected no updates today, but when he saw the 2 freshly published chapters, he was stunned. How did they get updated? Because of what had just happened, Chunyang was worried about leaving Bai Qin unattended. So after administering a sedative to Bai Qin and watching her fall asleep, he secretly installed a pinhole camera. It was well hidden and wouldn't be easily detected. Although this seemed less than ideal, Chunyang had no other choice. He couldn't bear the thought of finding Bai Qin dead in her room the next morning. Chunyang quickly opened the monitoring software and discovered Bai Qin with her eyelids half open typing in the dark room while idly fishing. Whenever Bai Qin closed her eyes, she would take out some mint balm and apply it around her eyes to stay awake. Chunyang realized that the sedative hadn't fully worn off, yet Bai Qin had somehow awakened through sheer willpower alone. Just to type words. Chunyang didn't know what to say. Aren't you going to sleep? Chunyang sent a message using the account, #1 fan Xiaoqin CC, then glanced back at the monitor and found Bai Qin was still typing. Why aren't you sleeping? Chunyang never expected that Bai Qin would send such cute messages privately. This really caught him off guard. I was already asleep, but when I heard the notification sound for my favorite novel updating, I immediately jumped out of bed and opened Tomato Novel. Ha ha ha, so this is my fault, huh? Chunyang looked at the 3 ha-has, and then glanced at the monitor again. Despite Bai Qin's half-closed sleepy eyes, the corners of her mouth were curled into a gentle smile. She looked beautiful. I wish she could smile more often. Chunyang happily chatted with her. Why did you update so late today? Although he knew the reason, Chunyang still asked while casting his gaze toward the monitor beside him. In the monitor, Bai Qin seemed to have thought of something, and her expression turned somewhat grim. Chunyang's heart suddenly tightened. Should he not have asked? Something came up today. I see. Then remember to take leave next time. Go to sleep early and don't stay up late. Chunyang's lips curved into a smile. Why did this feel a bit like an online romance? Why are you so concerned about me? Chunyang was caught off guard by the sudden question. He turned to look at the monitor only to find Bai Qin's eyes already reddened. Huh, something seems off. Bai Qin finally finished writing the 2nd chapter before midnight, and then she could no longer stay awake. She simply collapsed onto her bed and fell asleep instantly. Chunyang watched her finally fall asleep on the monitor and offered a gentle smile. They were dating, albeit only online. When Bai Qin asked, "Why do you care about me so much?" Chunyang saw that she was already crying on the monitor. Not tears of fear, but tears of happiness, the kind that wells up when someone who has lacked love for years suddenly receives affection. Could Chunyang change Bai Qin's mindset through an online romance? But didn't this feel a bit like cheating on himself? After a while, Chunyang quietly entered her room and gently pulled a light blanket over her. Then Bai Qin stirred slightly, which startled Chunyang terribly. Would she wake up? Would she think he was up to something wicked if she found him here? Turns out Chunyang had overthought it. Bai Qin murmured a couple of times, then stuck one leg out, lay on her side, rested it over the other, and tucked the blanket underneath. She made a few blissful hums, her beautiful legs gently rubbing together through the fabric. Chunyang swallowed hard, pressed those lewd thoughts deep down, turned around, and tiptoed out of the room. That night, Bai Qin had a very unusual dream. In the dream, Bai Qin was still a girl wearing the white butterfly tube wedding dress from that day, dancing gracefully before a handsome man. A sweet smile graced her pretty face, and the man before her was none other than her top supporter Xiaoqin Cici. Then her number 2 supporter Yang Tian Bai Yun walked in and immediately started fighting Xiaoqin Cici, all for her. And Bai Qin herself just stood to the side, smirking, saying, "Stop fighting." Outside, the rain was pouring heavily, the way summer rain always does, while in the room Bai Qin slowly curled into a gentle smile. He stopped fighting. The next day, Bai Qin woke up full of energy. The first thing she did was blush. She had dreamed such a bizarre dream the night before, dreaming she was still a girl, dreaming her number 1 and number 2 supporters were fighting over her. She had even dreamed of the top 2 supporters and herself on a bed made of red suns. Why did it feel so incredibly real? Yunqi had not yet arrived. Blushing, Bai Qin removed her pajama bottoms. No, impossible. An embarrassing scene appeared before her eyes. Was she having a wet dream? Yunqi brought breakfast to Bai Qin's room as usual, but the moment she pushed open the door, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Xiaoqin. Bai Qin was nowhere to be seen. Where had she gone? Yunqi panicked. She quickly set the breakfast aside, rushed to the window as her first instinct, and dared not look too far down. The ground below was clean, empty of everything. Yunqi sighed in relief. It wasn't what she feared. But then where was Xiaoqin? Bai Qin. Yunqi's shout directly awakened Chunyang, who was still sleeping. Chunyang's eyes snapped open, and he sprinted to Bai Qin's room without even putting on a shirt. Yunqi didn't even have time to notice Chunyang's six-pack abs and sturdy chest. There was something far more important finding Bai Qin. Why are you two yelling like maniacs? Bai Qin's indistinct voice came from the doorway. The two turned around and found Bai Qin in her pajamas, one hand holding a toothbrush, the other a glass of water, staring at them with big dazed eyes. Xiao Qin, you, what were you just doing? Yunqi was about to cry from fright. How could Bai Qin disappear so silently and without a trace? Oh, I got up and went to brush my teeth. Seeing Yunqi's red-rimmed eyes, Bai Qin felt a warmth in her heart. She could finally be cared for by a girl too. But then, Bai Qin turned her gaze to Qinyang. Looking at his handsome face, something crossed her mind, and she shyly looked away. Does this count as cheating on him? Qinyang vaguely guessed what Bai Qin was thinking, but he didn't mind. As long as she was safe, it was fine. After finishing her wash in the bathroom, Bai Qin ate breakfast under Yunqi's concerned and worried gaze. Xiao Qin, why are you up so early today? She usually slept until 8 or 9 in the morning. How could she possibly be up at 7? A trace of barely perceptible embarrassment flickered across Bai Qin's face. The dream she'd had last night felt so real. When she woke up, it really was real. Bai Qin had never imagined she would have a wet dream in her life. To avoid Yunqi and Qinyang finding out, she had secretly and quietly gone to the bathroom early to wash her personal clothes and quickly dried them, which finally relaxed her a little. I went to bed early last night, and once I had enough sleep, I woke up. Bai Qin had been administered a sedative around 9 o'clock last night, after which Yunqi got off work early. Since Yunqi didn't know Bai Qin had gotten up in the middle of the night to write novels, she assumed Bai Qin went to sleep at 9. Yunqi nodded and didn't press the matter further. Instead, she said seriously to Bai Qin, Xiao Qin, starting today, will be attending classes. Bai Qin was confused. Classes? What kind of classes? She was already a junior in college and barely had any courses anymore. What classes was she supposed to take? Not the regular school classes. It's a physical education class. Physical education. Bai Qin pondered for a moment, then her delicate face turned red. Why do I have to take this kind of class? Who will be teaching? Yunqi curled her lips and pointed to herself. Of course me. You're so pretty, Xiao Qin, I don't want anyone else seeing your body. Bai Qin was even more confused. You have to see my body. Yunqi raised an eyebrow, her tone questioning. Naturally. Physical education class is about helping Xiao Qin understand her own body, so you won't feel shy about it anymore. You'll be able to bathe yourself, use the toilet on your own, and even. The perverted expression on Yunqi's face left Bai Qin speechless. She didn't need to imagine what Yunqi was thinking. Hearing that she needed to understand her own body, a faint trace of longing arose in Bai Qin's mind, but it was quickly extinguished by another consciousness. I'd rather not. I don't want to look. Xiao Qin. Bai Qin was startled by Yunqi's shout, and looked at her puzzled. This is your own body. You should face your own body. It doesn't belong to anyone else. It belongs only to you. I'm just here working you. I can't take care of you for the rest of your life. You should learn to use the toilet and bathe by yourself instead of using excuses like not wanting to defile this body, to have others wait on you forever. You are yourself. You are not someone else. This body is also you. Stop running away. Let me help you understand your body, alright? Bai Qin was shaken by Yunqi's impassioned speech. Her inner conflict dissolved under Yunqi's encouraging gaze, and she nodded firmly. Okay. After taking her medication, Yunqi led Bai Qin to the bathroom. It was going to be a lesson with quite a scent. The first lesson: understand the differences between girls and boys. Take off your clothes. That's not appropriate, is it? Bai Qin had taken the medicine and felt strangely calm inside, yet she still couldn't bring herself to shed her dignity in front of another person. Cut the nonsense. Bai Qin felt completely deceived. What kind of class was this? This was clearly a perverted woman deceiving a young girl to satisfy her own selfish desires. Yunqi wiped a trickle of drool from the corner of her mouth, thoroughly satisfied. She was indeed beautiful. Upon closer inspection, Yunqi noticed Bai Qin looking up at the ceiling, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Watch the screen. Now I'm going to teach you some knowledge. Yunqi turned on the projector, lowered the curtain, and suddenly some physiological knowledge appeared on the wall of the bathroom. However, the illustrations seemed rather inappropriate. You're trying to kill me, ah? Bai Qin shrieked and immediately covered Yunqi's eyes with her hands, tightly squeezing her own eyes shut. At this moment, she was so mortified and indignant that even her collarbone turned red. This really couldn't be written about. Be good, little Qin. Yunqi's gentle tone was filled with temptation. I won't. Be good. It's just the two of us here, and besides, didn't I already see everything when I helped you bathe? I'm just letting you understand again. I don't want to understand anymore. Turn it off right now. Yunqi was shocked. Sister Shue's drug actually had a slight effect on suppressing Bai Qin's emotions. But regardless, today she would make Bai Qin fully understand the female body. Immediately, Yunqi threw out a threat. If you don't want to attend class, then I'll have to call the boss to restrain you, forcibly pry your eyes open, and make you study together with me and the boss. Bai Qin pictured the scene: Qinyang binding her hands behind her back with one hand, using the other to pry open her eyelids, while Yunqi tied her to a chair, forcing her to endure this shameful lesson alongside a man. And why do I feel somewhat excited? No, that's wrong. And I can't let Qinyang come in and then let go quickly. Bai Qin reluctantly let go of her hands. Yunqi saw the deeply blushing Baiqin before her small teeth gently biting her lower lip, her eyes brimming with aggrieved tears. And Baiqin's appearance only fueled Yunqi's excitement even more. "You don't look at me with those eyes." And Baiqin simply couldn't bear Yunqi's perverted gaze anymore. Ahem. Yunqi cleared her throat, slightly embarrassed. Now we officially begin the lesson. When Chunyang saw Suyu Zhang Yanhong's mother, she was operating a sewing machine. Due to good behavior, her life sentence had already been reduced to 20 years. Upon learning someone had come to visit her, Suyu paused. Hadn't her daughter just visited a few days ago? Why come again now? In through the window, Suyu spotted a handsome young man. Who is this? Do I know him? I am Baiqin's fiancé. In through the glass intercom, Suyu learned the identity of the man before her. Baiqin's fiancé. Who is Baiqin? And who is her fiancé? Suyu thought hard, but couldn't recall any woman she knew named Baiqin. She is the child you trafficked 10 years ago. Nas Chunyang explained. Suyu's body trembled. She looked at the man before her in utter disbelief. Who? That damn bastard. Suyu's words made Chunyang's grip on the phone tighten, his brows knitting into a furrow. She is now my fiancé, and I ask you to show her some respect. Fiancé? Suyu laughed loudly as if she had discovered the funniest joke in the world. Do you know she's actually a man? She is now a completely normal woman. Suyu froze as if recalling something. There was a news report she was forced to watch every day. Something about the Balance Project, a program designed to transform men into women and redistribute them. She's turning into a woman to marry you. I knew she was a pervert. I knew she was a freak, and bang. Suyu was startled when Chunyang's punch hit the soundproof glass. The surrounding police rushed over at the noise. Seeing Chunyang's dark, ominous expression, they quickly stepped in to stop him. Sir, please follow the proper visitation procedures and refrain from any inappropriate behavior. Chunyang nodded, gradually calming down, though his gaze remained fixed intently on Suyu. She felt those eyes like needles piercing her skin and dared not meet his stare. Where are the remaining people? What did you say? Chunyang wasted no more words and produced a list. Lu Feng and Yang Shan. Where are they? Lu Feng and Yang Shan were the two who had escaped capture. Originally Chunyang assumed Suyu would know, but her reaction sent a chill through him. Lu Feng, Yang Shan. Weren't they executed long ago? Chunyang was stunned. Executed long ago. Back then wasn't everyone except me apprehended and shot? Suyu's answer made Chunyang feel a shiver of dread. If her account was correct, the information he had uncovered contradicted what actually happened back then. Yet Chunyang trusted his findings. So what really happened all those years ago? Where did you encounter them? Ping, an orphanage. Before this place was built into an orphanage, it had been an abandoned warehouse. More importantly, this abandoned warehouse was once a key trading location for child trafficking. Suyu had found her way here through Lu Feng, who had once been her lover. In her youth, Suyu had been quite attractive, and she secretly met her lover outside. Her husband had long been cheated on, and even without the matter of Bai Ili, he would surely have suspected something. It now appeared that Lu Feng's identity was far more complicated than just being a human trafficker. For now, Chunyang needed to begin his investigation from here. The orphanage director was an elderly man past middle age. Upon learning of Chunyang's purpose, he did not refuse and led him directly to the archive room. Inside were records of these orphans' information, as well as details from the case 10 years ago. Chunyang began flipping through the files, trying to discern any clues. And sure enough, he found something. He summoned the director and pointed to the file of a disabled young girl. This girl had since been adopted by a comfortable family, but her records indicated she had once been trafficked by Lu Feng to a strange place. The Crimson Scarf Research Institute. Baiqin felt as though she had been defiled. Yes, exactly in the manner she understood from those videos. Even though time had passed, the blush on her fair face had not yet fully faded. Watching Yunqi sitting at the dining table alongside her enjoying lunch, while clutching her phone, with an utterly captivated expression, Baiqin felt her cheeks growing increasingly warm. She knew perfectly well what Yunqi was watching, and that was precisely why she felt even more embarrassed. Just eat your meal. How can you watch that and still eat? Are you really capable of swallowing anything? Baiqin simply could not fathom the psychology of someone who found pleasure in viewing such physiological content during a meal. It's your own fault for being so handsome. Not just your face either. Here, let me show you. As Yunqi handed her phone over, Baiqin was startled, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away. I don't want to see it. Yunqi, observing Baiqin's completely reddened ears, wore a suggestive smile upon her face. Reviewing old knowledge to gain new insights. That is the way of the master. If I can discover something novel within familiar material, I shall become an expert in my own right. Then could you please stop staring at me and look at your own reflection instead? Baiqin deeply regretted her life choices. What on earth had possessed her to agree to take those embarrassing photos? You wouldn't understand. Little Qin, your figure is the most standard reference. Only by studying proper examples can one truly improve. Yunqi genuinely believed that once Baiqin became familiar with her own body, she would finally display some warmth. Previously, she had been cold and commanding, like a fairy whom one could only admire from afar, but never approach. utterly unplayful. But now Bai Qin blushed at the slightest provocation. Could one imagine a girl becoming shy and flustered merely from viewing her own reflection? Yunxi did not understand such things. After all, every night, while bathing, she would reflect upon life. Perhaps, she should also let little Qin contemplate existence. A wicked grin spread across Yunxi's face, though Bai Qin caught it from the corner of her eye, sending a shiver through her delicate frame. What mischief did she have in mind now? I am full, Bai Qin ventured, unwilling to gamble on what dark scheme Yunxi might conjure next. She hastily announced she had finished eating and bolted away. Don't forget your yoga class this afternoon. Yunxi's voice followed behind her. Bai Qin raised her hand in a casual wave to acknowledge, not bothering to turn back. Returning to her room, Bai Qin immediately took a pill. She had felt another episode approaching, and her mind recoiled from the prospect of Yunxi seeing her body bordering on madness. After quickly swallowing the medication, Bai Qin slipped back into her emotionless, indifferent state. Opening her computer with practiced ease, she began typing. Only after an hour of rapid typing did she complete a chapter. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon, so Bai Qin decided to take a nap. Another hour passed before the alarm awakened her. Barely opening her eyes, she spotted two beautiful women standing beside her bed, both wearing yoga pants, one pink and one black, paired with white sports bras and high ponytails. Their long straight legs were perfectly proportioned and shapely. Bai Qin's gaze lingered involuntarily. If she were not currently in this female form, she would have been utterly captivated by such an alluring spectacle. Little Qin, you're awake. Feeling refreshed after her nap, Bai Qin found Li Shui had arrived to monitor her condition. According to Li Shui, yoga could better relax both body and mind while enhancing feminine grace. Both Li Shui and Yunxi had persuaded Bai Qin to change into gray yoga pants and a white sports bra. The tight fabric clinging to her legs and chest made her deeply uncomfortable. She hunched her shoulders, face crimson, radiating an air of dejection. Yunxi had also tied Bai Qin's hair into a high ponytail, a style reserved for the later portion of the lesson, so it had not been demonstrated today. Straighten your posture. Bai Qin bit her lower lip hesitantly, rising to her feet and slowly lifting her spine. Yunxi and Li Shui exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, the equilibrium was extraordinary. The three of them spread out their yoga mats in the hall, and Li Shui began the first lesson. The first yoga lesson is warm-up exercises. Follow along with me. Meanwhile, Qinyang felt this matter growing increasingly perplexing. The information he had uncovered through internal channels contradicted earlier records. Those internal documents represented the most authentic news, unaltered by journalists, a reliable source. This time, Qinyang abandoned his internal databases and turned to the internet, searching for records regarding Bai Qin's kidnapping from a decade ago. The results stunned him. According to publicly available information, the human trafficking ring, including Lu Feng and Yang Shan, had been executed. Moreover, this was published by the official government of Bai Qin's district. Qinyang was genuinely shaken. Lu Feng and Yang Shan must have had powerful officials protecting them, individuals of exceptionally high rank. He could not fathom who would go to such lengths to shield human traffickers. Qinyang had the unsettling feeling that Bai Qin was entangled in a case far larger than he had imagined. Exhausted by the complexity, he assigned his assistant to investigate the Red Scarf Research Institute and the family hosting the disabled girl, while also looking into the local police department's official records. For now, however, he decided to head home. The moment he opened the door, three distinct fragrances enveloped him. The pure lily scent he cherished most, which belonged to Bai Qin's natural fragrance, and the alluring rose perfume that was distinctly Li Shui's. Lastly came Yunxi's delicate jasmine aroma. Strange indeed. Women's natural scents were remarkably easy to distinguish. He wondered whether this ability developed through prolonged exposure to women, or if it was an innate quality women possessed all along. Bai Qin's fragrance was something he had engineered, so that was expected. But why were Li Shui and Yunxi's natural scents so enchanting as well? Qinyang could not explain why women carried such varied fragrances, yet as he looked up, his expression instantly shifted to shock. Three beautifully curvaceous maidens were caught mid-yoga pose, displaying their perfect figures in all their glory. Seemingly having heard the door open, all three turned simultaneously. Three stunning faces emerged, still glistening with perspiration from their yoga session, cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue. They gazed at Qinyang as though intentionally tempting him. Silence fell. Qinyang swallowed hard, completely unprepared for such a breathtaking scene within his own home. After a long silence, Bai Qin let out a piercing scream, mortification overwhelming her. How could she have performed such a shameful pose only to be discovered by Qinyang? Bai Qin quickly scrambled to her feet, forgetting her shoes entirely, and fled straight back to her bedroom. Yunxi and Li Shui also rose with slightly flushed faces. Yunxi felt somewhat awkward, for the pose was undeniably provocative, and their employer had happened upon them at that exact moment. Li Shui's blush, however, was entirely different. It was the flush of cunning triumph. She had deliberately calculated Qinyang's return time and swapped the final yoga pose for this particular one, intending to stir Bai Qin's embarrassment. And if Qinyang himself grew restless from such a sight, well, she certainly knew how to relieve his tension. Sure enough, Chen Yang's face showed a faint flush as he witnessed the scene unfold, his hands unconsciously slipping into his pockets. Li Shue's lips curved into a knowing smile, and she approached him with a look of concern. "Brother Yang, are you alright?" Her voice was irresistibly enchanting. Bai Qin buried her face in the blanket, not caring whether there was sweat on her cheeks. At that moment, she felt so mortified that she wished she could simply die on the spot. She herself had performed those incredibly embarrassing actions, and Qinyang had actually seen them. Why did I do that move? It's fine, it's fine. After all, Qinyang is your fiancé. He'll get to see everything eventually anyway. But that posture is really humiliating, okay? It was like I was seducing someone. After an internal struggle, Bai Qin chose to stand under the air conditioner to cool off, hoping the slight chill would calm her restless mind. "Dinner's ready." Yunxi's voice came from outside. Bai Qin remembered that Qinyang was still there and decided to wait until he finished eating before joining her. "You guys go ahead, I'm not hungry." But everyone's waiting for Xiao Qin. If she doesn't come, won't that be a bit awkward? Bai Qin bit her lower lip gently. But if she went to eat now, wouldn't she have to dine with Qinyang? And besides, he had just witnessed her earlier. I must have earned 8 lifetimes of bad karma to be reborn into Bai Qin's body. Such was her thought. At the dining table, Bai Qin lowered her head and picked at her rice, while Li Shue ate with a blank expression, though upon closer inspection, she seemed a little annoyed. This Qinyang. He washed his face and can hold it together. Men are truly strange creatures. Yunxi, acting as a maid, dared not show her true nature in front of her boss, and was also eating quite nervously. Qinyang, witnessing such a tranquil scene, was rendered speechless. What was there to be shy about? As the proposer of the balance plan, he had seen plenty. Having observed female anatomy many times over, he understood it perhaps even better than women themselves. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to bond with Bai Qin. Suddenly, a piece of pork knuckle appeared in Bai Qin's bowl. Everyone at the table froze in surprise. Had Qinyang personally placed it there for her? Why is everyone staring at me? Is there something wrong with what I did? The dating manual says this is exactly how it should be done. Li Shue narrowed her eyes into thin slits, a faint smile tugging at her lips, as she mentally gave Qinyang a thumbs up. Not bad, kid. The blockhead finally grew a brain. Inside, Yunxi thought this is sweet romance. Bai Qin's face flushed even redder, and before her friends, she felt too embarrassed to refuse Qinyang's offering. Damn it, should I eat this or not? Thank you. Bai Qin's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Qinyang was taken aback, for this was the first time Bai Qin had ever thanked him directly. Without hesitation, a gentle smile graced his lips. Eat more. Dinner passed in silence. It was the most nerve-wracking and awkward meal Bai Qin had ever endured. Xiao Qin, it's time for your bath and study session. Yunxi's sinister laugh echoed through the air, sending a shiver down Bai Qin's slender frame. Through the materials gathered by his assistant, Qinyang learned that the Red Kerchief Research Association was actually an organization dedicated to studying women's reproductive health, a topic directly tied to his father's research initiative, which aimed to address the declining female birth rate. But why would Lu Feng sell this disabled girl to the Red Kerchief Research Association? Qinyang instructed his assistant to continue investigating the association. Just then, an extremely shrill female scream erupted from the bathroom. Qinyang spun around instantly. That voice was unmistakable. There was no one else but Bai Qin. But the sound didn't seem to stem from pain. By the time Qinyang rushed to the restroom, Li Shue had already arrived at the doorway. She stared in shock at the scene inside, but before Qinyang could step forward to investigate, Li Shue hurriedly blocked his path. Brother Yang, it's all girls in there. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to enter. There's nothing seriously wrong. I'll handle it with Yunxi. You should excuse yourself for now. Noticing the faint blush on Li Shue's pretty face, Qinyang seemed to understand. I administered a relatively high concentration of type 1 agent to her, so please be mindful. With that, Qinyang departed first. As Qinyang's friend and mentor, Li Shue naturally knew about the balance plan that Qinyang had personally engineered, as well as the effects of type 1 agent, which heightened skin sensitivity far beyond the norm, with higher concentrations yielding greater sensitivity. Yunxi, what exactly did you do to Bai Qin? Li Shue entered, and together with Yun, she wrapped a bath towel around Bai Qin. Even through the towel, both could sense that something was still off. They helped Bai Qin back to bed, where she was slowly recovering, her resentful eyes fixed firmly on Yunxi. Li Shue's gaze also landed on Yunxi. She too wanted to know what exactly had been done. Yunxi's fair face flushed slightly. I just wanted Xiao Qin to better understand her own body. Enough. Bai Qin pulled the bath towel over her face. She simply could not accept that she had ended up like that. When she had watched videos before, it hadn't been nearly this severe. Thinking of type 1 agent, Li Shue wondered if Brother Yang had gone straight for the maximum dosage. Didn't he worry about overwhelming Bai Qin on their wedding night? Li Shue then explained to both of them the final stage of Qinyang's balance plan. The 4 agents correspond to 4 different functions. The one Qinyang injected into you is likely type 1 agent, which significantly amplifies skin sensitivity and heightens tactile perception. He may have administered the highest concentration possible. Bai Qin's face flushed red as she nodded. In truth, Qinyang had already informed her beforehand of the effects of all 4 agents. In her heart, she was viciously stabbing Qinyang with an imaginary sword. Why had he injected her with such an agent? It's getting late. Since you finished bathing, rest early. Yunxi, let's go. Remember to rest well, Xiaoqin. After Yunxi and Li Shui left, Bai Qin paused for a moment. Though she was unwilling to admit it, she felt as though she somewhat enjoyed the sensation. Slap, slap, slap. Bai Qin slapped her own pretty face 3 times. I haven't finished writing today's novel chapter yet. Hurry up and get up to write. I can't let my top supporters down. The notification chime of WeChat sounded, and Qinyang picked up his phone to check, somewhat taken aback. The sender was Qinyuan and Shui, and the message had been sent to both her main and alt accounts, her top 2 benefactors online. That was Bai Qin, who only revealed her true feelings to him through the internet. Quickly check out my latest chapter. Qinyang smiled. He had never expected a girl who seemed so cold in reality to use such adorable expressions online. Opening tomato novel, Qinyang began reading Bai Qin's novel with genuine attention. But within moments a faint blush crept onto his face. This Bai Qin was not the aloof goddess she appeared to be. She was quite the veteran writer. Every chapter raced ahead at breakneck speed. Damn it, did she give herself to Shun He? Am I really being cheated on? When it came to discussing novels, Qinyang transformed into someone else entirely. Like any other girl, he possessed an overwhelming desire to share. And thus he began chatting with Bai Qin about the plot on WeChat. Late into the night, Qinyang glanced at the time and saw it was already midnight, so he ended the conversation with Bai Qin. Yet Bai Qin, still reluctant to part, exchanged goodnights with him. Unbeknownst to Qinyang, the corners of his mouth had already lifted into a subtle smile. Compared to being scorned and rejected by Bai Qin, in reality, Qinyang far preferred chatting with her about novels over WeChat. His top 2 accounts were logged into separate phones, and he replied instantly to whichever message she sent. He was growing fond of online romance. Though they had not yet officially defined their relationship, he felt it was only a matter of time. After all, he had never dated anyone, neither in reality nor online. Meanwhile, inside Bai Qin's room, lying on her bed, Bai Qin happily gazed at the chat history. She particularly enjoyed discussing novels with others, let alone when the person was her top 2 benefactors. After exchanging goodnights, Bai Qin remained somewhat reluctant to let go. Throughout her conversations with her top 2 benefactors, she had discovered them to be truly gentle and refined individuals. Witty, humorous, yet always courteous, possessing excellent upbringing. However, sometimes the styles of the 2 were so remarkably similar that Bai Qin instinctively suspected they might be the same person. She could only hope they were not gay. For some reason, Bai Qin's mind drifted. A few days until the wedding, and in her thoughts, Qinyang's face was replaced by those of her top 2 benefactors. Damn, what am I thinking? Why do I keep dreaming about being the one getting married off? Can't my top 2 benefactors be 2 lovely girls? If only I hadn't become like this. Bai Qin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Her latter half of life had already been bound to someone else irreversibly. She feared she would never have a chance with her top 2 benefactors in this lifetime. She enjoyed online romance. Even though they had not yet officially established a relationship online, she felt it was heading in that direction. After all, she had never dated anywhere in reality or on the internet. Thinking of this, Bai Qin pulled the blanket over her head and drifted into slumber. Xiaohong, go to Tongxin Cafe later. Someone wants to meet you. Okay, Mr. Wang. Zhang Yanhong wearily counted the money she had just received for her body. Ignoring the mocking glances of passers-by, she marched in her red high heels toward the car Mr. Wang had arranged for her. She had just exited the hotel dressed in black stockings and a succubus outfit. The black cutout at her chest had drawn everyone's attention, with people staring blankly and pulling out their phones to take pictures. Without a doubt, she was another boss's plaything. The driver came over to assist Zhang Yanhong, taking the opportunity to grope her. Soft and pleasing to the touch, but when he looked down, he met her icy, frozen gaze. If you don't want to lose your job, stop touching me. The driver was startled and hastily apologized, yet inwardly, he was filled with disdain. Damn it, you filthy creature, how dare you lecture me? You dress like this just to be touched, don't you? Inside the car, Zhang Yanhong draped a black coat over her shoulders, completely concealing her curvaceous figure. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Who could be a good person if Mr. Wang wanted her to meet them? It was nothing more than a means to possess her body. Wearing the coat gave those men a sense of mystery, as though unwrapping a gift. Beneath such seemingly normal formal outerwear lay the succubus outfit that drove countless men wild with desire. Just imagining it was thrilling. This was a conclusion Zhang Yanhong had drawn from countless encounters serving Mr. Wang. Arriving at Tongxin Cafe, Zhang Yanhong entered and followed Mr. Wang's instructions to a window seat at the very back on the 2nd floor. No one was there yet. Zhang Yanhong absent-mindedly gazed out the window. Outside, traffic flowed endlessly, and every face wore a happy smile. Especially when she saw a little girl holding hands with her parents, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Families with daughters were encouraged and rewarded by the government in today's society. So if a family had a girl, she was essentially the princess of the household. But why? Why was she any different? My mother went to prison, and my father only harbors inappropriate thoughts toward me. What exactly did I do wrong? Was it wrong for me to expose that she isn't actually a girl? By what right did she pretend to be a girl with a boy's body and receive so much affection from people? Zhang Yanhong clenched her fists, tightly grinding her teeth to suppress any sound from escaping. Unaware someone had already approached her side. Who are you? Zhang Yanhong's long-buried memories slowly resurfaced upon catching sight of the newcomer. It's you. Her eyes widened in shock as she tried to rise, but the man before her pressed down, pinning her in place. Sit. A slightly hoarse voice emanated from the man's lips. Clad in a black coat, his weathered face bore the marks of over 50 years of hardship. Half of his face appeared scarred from burns covered in gruesome wounds. Yet his gaze toward Zhang Yanhong carried a subtle gleam of appreciation. Zhang Yanhong's breathing quickened slightly. Though the man had aged considerably and his face was marred by countless burn scars, she could still clearly remember him. That same face 10 years ago had worn an expression of hungry desire directed squarely at her. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Feng. 10 years ago, at the invitation of your mother, I participated in the kidnapping of Bai Qin. It was him, undoubtedly him. That damned human trafficker. That disgusting pedophile. Zhang Yanhong could never forget the words he had said to her that night as they were leaving. Little girl, when you grow up, would you care to be with me? Those filthy words had tormented Zhang Yanhong for years. Indeed, her current wretched state could be attributed in part to that single sentence he had spoken. Unable to bear staying in the same room as such a man any longer, Zhang Yanhong immediately rose to leave. If you wish to take revenge on Bai Qin, one person acting alone will hardly suffice. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhang Yanhong froze. Did she want to take revenge on Bai Qin? Of course she did. Her family's utter ruin was largely the result of Bai Qin. She wished nothing more than to cast her into some dark abyss where she could neither live nor die, forcing her to experience the very suffering Zhang Yanhong herself endured. Observing Zhang Yanhong's clenched fists and trembling frame, Lu Feng's lips curled into a knowing smile. The fact that I survived the raid 10 years ago proves I have my means. Bai Qin is now the fiancé of Chun Yang, the wealthiest man in the nation. Do you truly believe you could make an impact on her with only your own abilities? Zhang Yanhong let out a heavy sigh and finally sank back into her seat. Tell me, what do I need to do? Lu Feng's lips curled into a smile as he outlined his plan to Zhang Yanhong. After listening, Zhang Yanhong fell silent for a moment before steeling her resolve. As long as it destroys Bai Qin, I'll do it. As the wedding between Bai Qin and Chun Yang drew ever closer, Bai Qin's mental state continued to deteriorate. Throughout the past few days, she had been unable to concentrate during either physiology class or yoga. Li Xuan noticed Bai Qin's vacant, distant expression and decided it would be best to skip the afternoon yoga session altogether. Yun Shi's face was etched with concern. With the wedding livestream only 2 days away, Bai Qin must be under immense pressure right now. Indeed, it was not only Bai Qin who bore heavy pressure. Chun Yang's burden was no light one either. Chun Yang had set the Red Scarf Research Association aside and was now at Century Hotel overseeing the wedding venue preparations. Since Bai Qin was unable to appear in public, he and Li Shui were the only ones directing the arrangements on site. Chun Yang's father, Chen Xian, was consumed by critical research at the moment and could not even attend his own son's wedding. Yet Chen Yang had long grown accustomed to this reality. Ever since childhood, his father had been consumed by his work, having proposed the research plan on the declining female birth rate before Chen Yang was even born. When his mother lay dying, his father rushed from the laboratory, but still arrived too late to see her one final time. At first, Chen Yang had resented his father deeply, but only after proposing the Balance Project himself did he come to understand. Contributing to the nation truly transcended the petty attachments of family and romance. Thus, Chen Yang harbored no grievance toward his father for not helping with the wedding preparations. Even if his father failed to appear at the ceremony itself, Chen Yang would accept it without complaint. Sun Shun. The voice of Li Shuiqin sounded behind Chen Yang. He turned around and discovered that all of Bai Qin's family had arrived. Li Shuiqin sat in a wheelchair being pushed by her husband Bai Yili. They had driven for 2.5 hours to reach the wedding venue, bringing along an injured patient. Chen Yang quickly arranged for them to rest nearby. Aunt Li, what brings you here? A gentle smile graced Li Shuiqin's face. My dear Qiner is getting married. How could I not come? I also wanted to see if I could be of any help. Oh, by the way, where is Qiner? Li Shuiqin longed to see Qiner with her own eyes. When she had first seen Bai Qin's wedding photographs, she had been utterly stunned. That exquisitely beautiful, delicate girl was truly her daughter. The regrets accumulated over many years were fulfilled in that very moment. She finally had a daughter, and not just any daughter, but her beloved Qiner. Bai Qin is resting at home. I will take you back once the venue preparations are complete, Chen Yang replied. Li Shuiqin nodded repeatedly. She quickly instructed her eldest son, younger son, and husband to help with the wedding decorations, insisting they make everything absolutely gorgeous. She wanted her daughter to wear a dreamlike wedding gown and become the most beautiful princess in the world. However, when Li Shuiqin spotted Li Shui bustling alongside Chen Yang, her expression grew cautious. Who was this girl? Why did she look so strikingly beautiful, and why was she always by Qin Yang's side? Could she possibly be a rival for Qin'er's affection? Li Shui also noticed Li Shuiqin's searching gaze. This woman whose name differed from hers by only a single character was watching her with unmistakable wariness. As a psychiatrist, Li Shui naturally deduced what was running through Li Shuiqin's mind. Though she found no need to explain herself, Li Shui quietly hoped Li Shuiqin's suspicions were misplaced. Sun Qin, who is that remarkably beautiful young woman? Li Shuiqin asked. She is my friend, named Li Shui. Only a single character different from your name, Aunt Li. She also serves as Bai Qin's psychology teacher, helping her adjust to her new identity more smoothly. Li Shuiqin nodded slowly, feeling a measure of relief, though her wariness toward Li Shui did not entirely dissipate. She well knew that once a man possessed both power and wealth, betrayal and infidelity became merely commonplace occurrences. For this reason, she had managed the family's finances throughout the years. Who knew when Qin Yang might betray Qin'er and cast his affections upon some pretty-faced woman like Li Shui? No, such a thing must not be allowed to happen. As long as Li Shui was not so beautiful, this problem would simply not exist. Although the National Day holiday had passed, the summer heat persisted. While commanding the workers to arrange the venue, Li Shui suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She had an unsettling sensation that someone was watching her. Ding dong. The notification sound of the messaging app echoed. Qin Yang picked up his phone, and his pupils contracted upon reading its contents. Aunt Li, I need to reply to a message. Retreating to the restroom, Qin Yang pulled out his phone and saw a message from Qin Yuanshui on the app. Are you there? I miss you. Silence. Qin Yang remained utterly motionless. Had he somehow green-bordered himself? Bai Qin did not wish to marry someone she did not love. If she could choose, she would far prefer to spend her days with her top fan. During this time, she and her top fan were like two inseparable confidants. They first discussed their own novels, then delved into others' works. Bai Qin was surprised to discover that a large portion of her top fans' reading list mirrored her own, filled with the same captivating novels they had both fallen in love with. They would passionately chat about novels, and her top fan frequently sent her generous tips to support her. This renewed Bai Qin's hope for life. Although the second-ranked fan was also kind, he spoke too little, and his account on tomato novels resembled that of a brand-new user. Thus her bond with him was nowhere as close as the one she shared with her top fan. And now she was about to get married. She couldn't explain why she had impulsively sent her top fan the message, I miss you. I'm here. What's wrong? Bai Qin's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She hadn't expected him to sense immediately that something was wrong. Nothing. It's just, I'm getting married. God only knew how much courage it took Bai Qin to send those words. That's wonderful then. I'll send you a few master-level blessings to congratulate you. But I have to marry someone I don't love. By now Bai Qin had come to regard her top fan as a close friend. She might not have wanted him to solve her problems, but she desperately craved his comfort. Qin Yang silently stared at his phone. Marry someone he didn't love. Words of comfort surfaced and faded in his mind. He didn't know how to console her, yet a faint pang of resentment stirred within him. Was marrying him, Qin Yang, truly such a hardship for her? In the end, all his tangled thoughts dissolved into a single question. You're a girl. Bai Qin's lip twitched. Had she never told her top fan about herself? Yes. Since you're a girl, and about to get married, I think we shouldn't chat so frequently anymore. Qin Yang increasingly felt as though he were cheating on himself. After all, he was both the top fan and the second-ranked fan, as well as Bai Qin's husband. Yet this situation felt profoundly wrong. No, he had to draw the line. The moment Bai Qin saw his message, panic washed over her. Why couldn't they continue chatting so frequently? Had she done something wrong again? Authored app, please don't misunderstand. I'm a man. Since you're getting married, you shouldn't be chatting frequently with other men online. This isn't merely respect for your husband. It's respect for me as well. I refuse to be seen as someone's affair partner. As for our chat history, please clear it as soon as possible. Qin Yang stared at his phone screen for a long time. All he received in reply was Bai Qin's flat statement, I understand. Qin Yang's heart raced to his throat. A dark foreboding settled over him. Ignoring those still arranging the venue, he rushed home as if propelled by a rocket and instructed Yunqi to keep a close watch on Bai Qin at all times. Inside the villa, Bai Qin. Yunqi kicked open the door to Bai Qin's room only to find her in pajamas typing calmly on her computer with an indifferent expression. Hadn't the boss said Xiao Qin might be feeling suicidal? Perhaps because the door had opened with a loud bang, Bai Qin turned her gaze toward Yunqi, confusion etched on her face. What's wrong with you? Yunqi stammered, unable to form coherent words. It was all the boss's fault. Xiao Qin was clearly perfectly fine. I just wanted to come see you. To check if I'm being reckless and clumsy. I was just worried about you. You know I had a breakup. Yunqi seemed to have misheard. A breakup? What breakup? The boss asked me to come. He's very worried about you. Yunqi wasn't sure if she had imagined it, but the moment she spoke those words, Bai Qin's body seemed to tremble slightly. Oh, I see. I'm fine. Want to play that game from the bathroom again? Yunqi seemed to recall something, and a flush immediately spread across her beautiful face. Oh, really? Of course it's a joke. Why do you keep filling your head with such improper thoughts? Bai Qin covered her mouth and smiled, intending to tease Yunqi, but entirely unaware of how devastatingly charming that simple gesture could be to a young girl. Yunqi was mesmerized. Indeed, beautiful people looked stunning no matter what they did. Yes, my mind is full of improper thoughts about you, Yunqi said with a grin. She crept toward Bai Qin on all fours like a little thief. Bai Qin's cheeks flushed pink as she recalled that day's events. She shot Yunqi an admonishing glance with her beautiful eyes. Don't do anything foolish. I'm still writing my novel. Yunqi had no choice but to retract her clumsy hands. Qinyang rushed home as fast as he could. When he sprinted upstairs and threw open Bai Qin's door, he found Yunqi lying on the bed playing on her phone while Bai Qin sat at her chair typing away. Bai Qin pressed her lips together as she looked at Qinyang, a bizarre notion subtly taking shape in her mind. Qinyang. It seemed things were not quite what he had imagined. When Yunqi heard the door open and turned to see it was the boss, she was so startled that she immediately jumped up and stood at attention to greet him. "Boss, you're back." Yunqi spoke, nervously terrified that the boss might fire her on a whim. Qinyang ignored Yunqi and met Bai Qin's gaze. All right, Bai Qin wasn't as fragile as he had feared. He had thought. No, he had truly worried she might resort to desperate measures. Auntie and the others have arrived. Get some rest. The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Seeing Bai Qin offered no response, Qinyang said nothing more and left the room. Only after the boss left did Yunqi dare to breathe deeply. Fortunately, he hadn't punished her. But when she turned around, she was suddenly startled by Bai Qin's expression. Bai Qin was curled up in the chair, her face deathly pale, her hands gripping the fabric on her knees tightly. Her panicked expression resembled that of a frightened kitten. Yunqi rushed over immediately. She had no idea what was wrong with Bai Qin or why she had suddenly changed so drastically. Bai Qin clutched Yunqi's hand desperately, terror flickering in her pale blue pupils. "I don't want them to see me. Xiao Qin, wait here. I'll go get the boss." "No." Yunqi, who had just turned away, was startled by Bai Qin's sudden sharp cry. "I'm fine. Don't call him over." Bai Qin's breathing was slightly rapid, yet she forced a pale smile toward Yunqi. "Xiaoxi, will you stay with me, please?" Yunqi nodded, her eyes red. Rather than summoning the boss, perhaps what Xiao Qin needed most right now was simply companionship. When the Bai family arrived at the villa, they were all utterly astounded. The vast swimming pool, the verdant vegetation, and even the pink garden, the stream, the courtyard. Bai Tian was stunned by the breathtaking scenery before him. This was the kind of house he dreamed of living in with his fiancée. Bai Ili's mouth hung wide open. He knew Qinyang was wealthy, but he could never have imagined the extent of his fortune. Now he saw it, a wealth he could never attain in a lifetime. And his son, or rather his daughter now, would become the mistress of this place. Li Shuiqin was also taken aback, but only for a moment. Her heart burned with an urgent desire to see her daughter. In the photo, her daughter wore a wedding gown with captivating eyes and a stunning figure. Exactly the image of the daughter she held in her heart. She wanted to cherish her, to pluck the stars and moon from the sky and place them at her feet. "Miss Li, where is my daughter now?" It was Li Shui who had brought the Bai family to the villa. Li Shui had no idea why Qinyang had hurried back ahead of them, so she was the one accompanying them. "Aunt Li, your daughter is probably in her room, but she might not be in a good state, and she may not want to see you. I need to ask Bai Qin first." Li Shuiqin nodded repeatedly. She knew she had deeply hurt Qiner, and it was only natural for Qiner to resent her. But now all she wanted was to make amends and give her the motherly love she had once been denied. At that moment, Qinyang appeared and invited the Bai family to have dinner first, then gestured for Li Shui to follow him. He instructed the butler to attend to the Bai family, while Li Shui followed him into the room. Li Shuiqin watched as Li Shui followed Qinyang into the room, her suspicion growing even stronger. In this era of ex-repression, a young woman entering a man's room almost certainly meant one thing. They would do those things. And Li Shui was an untouched woman. Qiner was a balancer, and Qinyang had chosen her only because he had to marry a balancer. But did Qinyang truly love Qiner? Qiner had originally been a male transformed into a female through the Balance Project. Could Qinyang really not care about her identity? He surely must. Deep down he would mind. Perhaps the one he truly loved was Li Shui. No, Li Shui must not be allowed to steal Qiner's happiness. Men are all drawn to beauty. Only by ruining Li Shui's face could Qiner's place in Qinyang's heart be secured. Even if it meant going to prison, she had to ensure Qiner's happiness. At this moment, Li Shui had no idea that the woman whose name differed by a single character, Li Shuiqin, was already plotting to disfigure her. She was now watching the surveillance footage. Bai Qin curled up in the chair like a frightened kitten, one hand gripping Yun, she tightly whispering something under her breath. I don't let them see me." Li Shui, proficient in lip reading, uttered Bai Qin's murmurs aloud. Both of them fell silent. Clearly Bai Qin did not want to see her family. Li Shui sighed. Her family hurt her too deeply. In the darkest moment of her life, she received no care from them. Instead, she felt them drench her with filth, corrupting her mind. I investigated. Bai Qin became what we call a troubled student in middle school only to protect herself. Only by blending into the troubled student group could she avoid being bullied. After that incident, she suffered too many injustices. Qinyang nodded. I will respect Bai Qin's wishes. If she truly doesn't want to see her family, I won't force her. I'll have the butler arrange for them to stay in another one of my villas. Alright. Bai Qin was still writing her novel. The troubles of life weighed on her mind, and only through writing could she calm the turmoil within. She sat quietly on the bed reading a novel, occasionally glancing at Bai Qin, worried she might do something rash. Click. The door opened. Bai Qin looked up and saw Qinyang, her fingers pausing over the keyboard. Your family is here. Silence. Bai Qin stopped typing. Her heart began to race, her pearly teeth biting her lower lip, unease flickering in her eyes. If you don't want to see them, I can arrange for them to stay at another villa. Bai Qin thought for a long time, her hands clenching into fists without her realizing. After a long while, Bai Qin seemed to deflate, like a punctured balloon, letting out a deep breath. Let Li Shuiqin come in. She did not address her as mother. In her heart, she had long since stopped recognizing her as such. Qinyang paused, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately closed it. How could he presume to make Bai Qin understand her mother? He had never experienced such pain himself. When Li Shuiqin learned she could finally see her daughter, she was so overjoyed that she stood up from her wheelchair directly. Mother, wife, the Bai family all looked at Li Shuiqin with concern, but she waved them off. I'm going to see my daughter. Bai Ili handed her the cane and wanted to help her, but Li Shuiqin pushed him away. Didn't you hear what son-in-law Chen said? Only I can go in. Li Shuiqin limped toward Bai Qin's room. For some reason, Qinyang felt a sting in his nose, and a haze of tears blurred his eyes. If only Mom were still here. Bang bang bang. I'll get the door. She stood up and went to open it. Bai Qin's heart was now in her throat. She wanted to run away to avoid letting that person see her like this. Becoming this way, wasn't it exactly what she wanted? That kind of motherly love bought with a change of gender only disgusted her. She reached the door, but turned back uneasily to look at Bai Qin. I'm opening the door. Bai Qin nodded silently. Click. Li Shuiqin paid no attention to she who was right in front of her. Instead, her gaze instinctively fell on the girl behind Shi. The one sitting in a chair before a computer wearing loose pajamas whose features were strikingly similar to Qin'er's. Ethereally beautiful, peerlessly elegant. This was her daughter. This was Li Shuiqin's daughter. Bai Qin. I'll go out first. Without waiting for their response, she hurried out like she was fleeing and closed the door behind her. In the room, only Bai Qin and Li Shuiqin remained, the mother and daughter. Qiner, Li Shuiqin cried. She had finally seen Bai Qin again, and this time Bai Qin had truly become a real girl. Li Shuiqin could tell at a glance. Don't call me that. Bai Qin shot Li Shuiqin a vicious glare which made Li Shuiqin's heart ache. But when she heard Bai Qin's voice again, clear and moving like a nightingale's song, Li Shuiqin's eyes lit up. Qiner, your voice sounds beautiful. For the first time, Bai Qin wanted to ruin her own throat. She detested everything the person before her praised and wanted to destroy anything she herself liked. Li Shuiqin took one step after another toward Bai Qin while Bai Qin was startled by her, as if she had seen a monster. What are you doing? Don't come over. Bai Qin's roaring voice made Li Shuiqin pause, her steps slowly coming to a halt, stopping 3 meters away from Bai Qin. Qiner. Tears streamed down Li Shuiqin's face like a broken dam. How she wanted to caress the face of the person before her. I told you not to call me that name. Bai Qin slammed her fist onto the table with great force, producing a loud bang sound which not only startled Li Shuiqin, but also shocked Qinyang and Li Shui, who were watching the monitor. Qinyang's face was filled with worry. I'm afraid she might lose control of her emotions later. Li Shui's eyes also showed deep caution. I don't know, but it's very likely. Both of them couldn't help but clench their hands into fists, hoping that such a thing wouldn't happen. Okay, Qiner. Oh no, Bai Qin, I won't call you that anymore. I won't call you that anymore, but Mom. Auntie, my foot hurts. Can you let Annie go over and sit? Li Shuiqin felt a pang of pain in her heart. Her daughter was right in front of her, yet she couldn't call her by her nickname, couldn't even act as her mother. How could this not break a mother's heart? When Bai Qin saw Li Shuiqin's right foot still wrapped up, she felt an inexplicable slight pain and sourness in her chest. Damn it, why am I worrying about her? After fierce internal struggle, Bai Qin finally allowed Li Shuiqin to come sit on the bed. Li Shuiqin was as happy as a little girl who had received praise, and although her foot hadn't healed, yet she still quickly supported herself with her crutch and walked over. Bai Qin's bed was very close to where Bai Qin was now sitting on the chair. Li Shuiqin could even smell the pleasant jasmine fragrance on her daughter. It was her favorite scent. Could it be that her daughter knew she was coming to visit, and specially sprayed her favorite jasmine perfume? What Li Shuiqin didn't know was that the jasmine fragrance she was smelling now was merely the effect of a type 4 potion. Bai Qin, this is the wedding gift Annie prepared for you. Not needed. Bai Qin hadn't even finished listening before she clearly rejected it. She was now scrolling through Douyin on her computer, and with someone she detested beside her, she couldn't peacefully write her novel. Li Shuiqin's gaze slightly dimmed. This gift was a pink princess dress she had bought at a high price. The former Qiner had also worn a similar dress, but at that time, she was still male. Now Li Shuiqin wanted to see again what Bai Qin looked like wearing a princess dress, with a happy smile on her face. Bai Qin, have you been doing well recently? Fine. Where's it fine? I don't know. Is there anything you want to eat? Just now Annie was eating downstairs, and many of those things were what you like to eat. I'm not hungry, no need. Li Shuiqin and Bai Qin took turns speaking. Although Bai Qin's answers were always very brief, each time Li Shuiqin was never tired of it. She liked hearing Bai Qin's nightingale-like melodious voice. In the past, she had even wanted the then male Bai Qin to get voice surgery, but now it was no longer necessary. My daughter's voice really sounds beautiful. Finally, when Li Shuiqin asked, do you like Qin Yang, she finally exploded. Can you stop asking questions all the time? Bai Qin turned her head and looked at Li Shuiqin impatiently. I'm not doing well at all right now. I don't want to be a woman, and I definitely don't want to marry a man. I don't want to see you either. And I especially don't want to pretend to keep you company. If you ask one more time, I'll fucking jump off this balcony. This was the first time Bai Qin had used profanity in her new body. She was truly annoyed by all the questioning. Li Shuiqin didn't pay attention to the swear word, but was more concerned about Bai Qin's words, jump off this balcony, which made her expression turn somewhat terrified. I won't ask anymore, I won't ask anymore. Bai Qin, please don't jump down. Although it was only the second floor, if your head hit the ground it could very likely be fatal. The two people watching the monitor had their hearts in their throats. Qin Yang was even prepared to sprint 100 meters, ready to run over and pull her back the moment Bai Qin showed any intention of jumping from the building. Next, Li Shuiqin stopped talking. She simply watched the profile of Bai Qin, looking at her, scrolling through videos, watching the beauties on the videos. Inside, she was filled with contempt. You dare film videos with just this much looks? My Qiner could outshine all of you even without makeup. Bai Qin watched the girls on the videos, but couldn't feel any desire in her heart. In the past, she would have liked videos of beautiful women, which led big data to frequently push such content to her. In this era where men outnumber women, any woman with even a little bit of charm could easily get millions of views by posting a hip-swaying or outfit-changing video. Without Jill, Bai Qin could only aimlessly scroll through videos waiting for the person beside her to leave. But she seemed to have underestimated how long Li Shuiqin wanted to stay with her. She had thought that by evening Li Shuiqin would leave, but clearly she was wrong. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Bai Qin couldn't control her rumbling stomach and let out a loud growl, Li Shuiqin jumped up, as if her legs weren't injured at all. Bai Qin, are you hungry? Damn it, I had the video on so loud, and you could still hear it. I'm not hungry. I'll go make you something to eat, make your favorite pork knuckle rice. Without waiting for Bai Qin to refuse, Li Shuiqin propped herself up with her crutch and quickly left the room, showing no signs of a leg injury at all. Bai Qin was speechless, but her taste buds couldn't help but reminisce about the pork knuckle rice she used to make. The taste of the past seemed to surface again on Bai Qin's tongue. Back then she was still a little girl, and her favorite foods were her mother's pork knuckle rice and her father's pork knuckle lotus root soup. Fuck it, I'll eat this one time for you. Before Li Shuiqin could bring the pork knuckle rice, Bai Qin had already caught the fragrance, and long-sealed memories surfaced in her heart. She still remembered how much she loved her mother's pork knuckle rice as a child. Alas, there was no going back to those days now. Bai Qin, time to eat. Li Shuiqin brought the pork knuckle rice over, the steaming aroma almost irresistible to Bai Qin, though she would never forgive her simply over a bowl of rice. Set it there, Bai Qin said coldly. All right. Li Shuiqin flashed a warmly maternal smile. Finally, Qiner was willing to eat the food she made. This was a good sign. As long as she persisted, she was certain she could repair the relationship between mother and daughter. Placing the pork knuckle rice on Bai Qin's table, Li Shuiqin stepped aside. Bai Qin glanced at the woman who had once been her mother, an indescribable mixture of emotions stirring within her chest. When I wasn't a woman, she ignored me cruelly and wouldn't even acknowledge me as her child. Now that I truly am one, she comes begging for forgiveness. Their bond seems to hinge solely on the fact that I am female. Bai Qin lifted the bowl of pork knuckle rice and took the first bite under Li Shuiqin's expectant gaze. Li Shuiqin's eyes practically gleamed, forgetting herself as she eagerly asked, Qin, how is it? Does it taste like when you were little, eh? Delicious. Exactly the same as childhood. For some reason, Bai Qin's beautiful eyes grew misty. Ever since she became male, she had never eaten her mother's pork knuckle rice again. After 10 long years, she was finally eating it again, this time as a woman. 10 years ago, she was female in spirit. 10 years later, she was female in body. At this moment, Bai Qin felt a touch of daze. Was she destined to be a girl all along? It's just average, Bai Qin replied coolly. She would never admit it tasted good, for she still had not forgiven Li Shuiqin. However, knowing her daughter well, Li Shuiqin understood that her words were merely born of pique. Bai Qin surely loved the pork knuckle rice she had made. Suppressing the urge to devour the entire bowl at once, Bai Qin pretended to find it unappetizing, yet continued eating out of hunger. In this manner, it took nearly half an hour before she finally finished. Li Shuiqin reached out and took the empty bowl, preparing to leave. After a moment's thought, she pointed to the exquisite gift box beside her. Qin. Bai Qin, this is a wedding gift from Annie. Inside, it's a pink princess dress. I will strive to earn your forgiveness. I hope you'll wear it for me someday. Li Shuiqin's eyes grew moist. Why couldn't this reversal plan have come sooner? If it had arrived 10 years earlier, Qiner would not have grown estranged from her, and she would have had a truly lovely daughter. Li Shuiqin left the room. Bai Qin gazed at the exquisite box. Rose walked over, and with an expressionless face tucked it beneath her bed. In Chun Yang's room, the two of them watched Bai Qin's emotionally stable demeanor and collectively exhaled in relief. They had truly feared she might leap from the balcony in despair. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. By the way, Qin Yang, I will brew a vial of potent elixir later. One that can induce a state of absolute detachment, far surpassing the efficacy of the pills. Is it for Bai Qin? Yes. As I said, Bai Qin's current condition is unsuitable for a live-streamed wedding. It could worsen her condition. However, I understand your difficulties, so I have no choice but to arrange a suppressant for her. This vial will render Bai Qin emotionally flat toward all things, enabling her to face anything, including death, without expression. However, there are drawbacks. After injection, she will remain in a state of desirelessness for an indefinite period. Following the wedding, we must restore her as soon as possible, otherwise her apathy toward life may lead to suicide. To reverse this state, an intense stimulus is required. Qin Yang nodded. He agreed that Bai Qin's condition needed adjustment, then asked, then how should I stimulate her afterward to restore her? Li Shui's delicate face blushed inexplicably, and the words that followed tumbled out hesitantly. Oh well, this elixir is rather intense. When the time comes, Bai Qin will fear nothing whatsoever. Not even, So just go ahead and do it with her. Her mind will be detached, but her body will not be. As long as the stimulus is intense enough. Ahem. The elixir's effect can be broken. Qin Yang's eyes widened. As Bai Qin's devoted fan, he immediately understood what Li Shui meant. Strangely, his heart pulsed with a hint of excitement, and as he pictured Bai Qin's face, his lips curled into a smile. Li Shui rolled her eyes. Bai Qin's body has been altered by you to be extremely sensitive. You must be gentle with her. I will be careful. Qin Yang nodded. Yunxi led the Bai family members toward their bedrooms. Li Shuiqin watched Yunxi ahead, clad in a maid outfit, her hips swaying delicately, with each step trailing a subtle fragrance. Only now did she truly take notice. She had not paid attention earlier. Why are there so many beautiful women in Qin Yang's house? Miss, might I ask who you are? Li Shuiqin asked. Yunxi turned and offered a sweet smile. I am Yunxi, employed by the boss to personally attend to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin. For some reason, a spark of jealousy flickered in Li Shuiqin's heart. I see. Then I leave my Qiner in your care. Li Shuiqin displayed a gentle smile on her face while her thoughts wandered elsewhere. This Yunxi may not rival Li Shui or Qiner in beauty, but who knows if Qin Yang might grow weary and seek variety. A master-servant fantasy, perhaps. Should I ruin her face as well? Never mind. Since she is to be Xiaoqin's personal maid, I shall allow her to remain pretty. Otherwise, how would it look if Qiner's maid were an ugly creature? It would be humiliating. Poor Yunxi remained immersed in Li Shuiqin's maternally warm smile, unaware that beneath that beautiful, gentle exterior lay thoughts of disfiguring her. If Yunxi could have heard her inner thoughts, she might have wished to kill Li Shuiqin on the spot. After all, a beautiful countenance is a girl's most precious treasure. Time passed quickly with less than a day left until the wedding. Bai Qin lay on the hospital bed wearing a nightgown revealing a fair arm. Are you ready? Li Shui asked, holding a syringe. Bai Qin's heartbeat quickened slightly, but she still nodded, a trace of worry in her large light blue eyes. I am ready. Li Shui smiled gently. Relax, it will be over soon. A cool sensation came from her arm, and the next moment Bai Qin felt a sharp sting as the needle pierced her skin. Li Shui slowly pushed the syringe filled with suppressant fluid into her arm. A strange feeling arose from within her heart. At this moment, Bai Qin felt as if she were an enlightened monk devoid of any desires or attachments to all things. Obsession, greed, lust, all were gone. It didn't matter whether she could obtain something or not. Bai Qin's worried and tense expression gradually turned icy. She began to ponder, what is the purpose of living? Then a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and soon Bai Qin fell into a deep sleep. Is it done? Qin Yang, watching Bai Qin fall asleep, asked with some concern. Li Shui nodded. The drug has already taken effect. Once she wakes up, we can change her into the wedding dress and take her to the wedding venue. Today is a special day, the day when Qin Yang, the proposer and executor of the Balance Project, and Bai Qin, his participant in the Balance Project, are getting married. Due to special reasons, their wedding was to be broadcast live on major national platforms, witnessed by the entire nation. Husband. Upstairs, this is someone else's wedding. Isn't it inappropriate for you to call him husband? So what? Qin Yang is my husband. Is that Bai Qin worthy? By the way, what does Bai Qin look like? Are there any photos of her before and after gender transition? I heard that before becoming a woman, Bai Qin was a scruffy 1'5" bald man with a beer belly. Then after Qin Yang's surgery, she became a great beauty. Oh, no way. Even though she became beautiful afterwards, if she was that kind of otaku before, I can't accept it no matter what. Okay. Upstairs, what the hell are you saying? What did we otaku do to you? We're just a bit oily on the face, a bit more beard, a bit fatter, that's all. What did two-dimensional anime do to you? The live streaming platform erupted into a frenzy with some cursing, some praising, and some expressing regret over Qin Yang's helpless choice, believing that such a handsome man had to marry a balancer he did not love. Bai Qin sat in front of the dressing mirror, looking expressionlessly at her own reflection in the wedding dress. Yunxi was helping her with makeup, but no matter how beautiful and stunning the person in the mirror was, Bai Qin remained expressionless. Yunxi could also sense her detachment, or rather indifference. At this moment, Bai Qin was like a robot acting only according to commands given by others. Yunxi naturally knew about the suppressant. Though she felt a little regret in her heart, she had to admit that it was necessary. Otherwise, she dared not imagine what undesirable actions Bai Qin might take because of this wedding. After 2 hours, Yunxi finally finished helping Bai Qin with her makeup. Bai Qin in the mirror was like a rose kissed by the morning dawn. The tiny diamonds hanging from the pearl hair ornament shimmered among her hair, mingling with the starlight in her eyes. The finely sculpted brows resembled distant mountains veiled in dark green. The gradient eyeshadow was like twilight sunset, and the blush lightly brushed across her cheeks added an intoxicating flush to her snow-white skin. It was a happy and beautiful makeup, yet it formed a stark contrast with Bai Qin's cold expression at the moment, like a mature face wearing a Lolita dress with a sweet and cute voice completely different from her usual style. Yunxi was also stunned, marveling at Bai Qin's beauty. Would she soon have to lift the train of the dress for this person? How exciting! With only 3 hours left until the wedding, Qin Yang, dressed in a black suit with a red rose pinned on his chest, wearing light makeup and handsome, was already waiting beside his BMW. The surrounding wedding cars were all luxury vehicles, and the scale seemed to be over 100. When Yunxi and Li Shui carried the train of the dress, and Bai Qin walked out with a cold expression, many cameras all turned to Bai Qin. Is that the bride? Damn, she looks incredibly stunning. Oh, bride Bai Qin. You are so beautiful. Damn, I also want to go to Qin Yang for a sex change. So he can turn such a sloppy person into this. Go to hell. Bai Qin was originally a natural blessed constitution. Here is a photo of her when she was still male. Is this a balancer? Could it be that she was originally a woman? Precisely because she looks like a 3D model, it must be technology. How can a girl be so perfect? Why does Bai Qin look so cold? As if she doesn't care about anything. When Bai Qin's appearance was revealed, the internet exploded again with another exchange between the disparagers and supporters. Qin Yang's eyes also blurred for a moment when he saw Bai Qin. This time Bai Qin was even more beautiful and dazzling than when they took wedding photos. Bai Qin slowly walked down the steps towards Qin Yang, while Qin Yang gracefully extended his hand. Bai Qin's heart was calm. Her emotions for all things in the world were suppressed by the drug. Though not completely blocked, it could be said that most actions could not stir her. She reached out and naturally took Qin Yang's hand. Qin Yang held her soft hand, which made his heart beat faster. Qin Yang opened the car door for Bai Qin, and the two got into the wedding car, heading to the wedding venue. Meanwhile, hiding in a bathroom somewhere at the venue, Zhang Yanhong glared at the graceful figure on her phone. Jealousy had already surged within her heart. She planned to release those videos at Bai Qin's most glorious moment. Videos that even the villagers didn't know about, deeply hidden by Lu Feng. In order to successfully play this video, Zhang Yanhong seduced the video operator at the wedding planning company, using her unique oral skills to win him over. These stinking men are all alike, a bunch of disgusting animals that only think with their lower halves. Huh. Bai Qin. Just wait to be humiliated in front of the whole nation. Zhang Yanhong's face flushed with excitement, as if she could already see Bai Qin being scorned by the entire country. The wedding disruptors are in place. Remember to stir up public opinion first. Lu Feng's voice came through. Zhang Yanhong let out a cold smile. I will. After hanging up, Zhang Yanhong's eyes grew even more jealous. How could a man become so beautiful? How could she steal my national husband? I will destroy you. Destroy you, destroy you. At the wedding venue, the crowd had already gathered in a sea of people. Both those who knew Qin Yang and those who didn't had come to witness this wedding of the century. Qin Yang had anticipated this as well. With his wealth of tens of billions, he had arranged numerous seats and set up a grand banquet in Times Square. Here they come. The wedding car is here. Holy crap. They're all luxury cars. Hubby. Hubby. The wedding venue instantly erupted with cheers. Viewers watching the live stream flooded the comments, and soon the multiple platforms broadcasting the ceremony were overwhelmed by a rainbow of subtitles. The wedding procession had already cleared a path. The route was lined with security personnel holding red ropes as a warning, ensuring no dangerous individuals could disrupt the ceremony. Bai Qin stared expressionlessly at the crowd around her, their gazes all fixed on the car she was in. Then she shifted her gaze to Qin Yang. Qin Yang held Bai Qin's hand tightly. Her hand was soft, yet carried a hint of coldness. She had taken an injection, so she was calm, but Qin Yang was nervous. After all, it was his first wedding, and it was in front of so many people. But his father had arranged for a master of ceremonies who would guide him through the process. All he had to do was follow the instructions. The car stopped by the red carpet. The door opened, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Hubby, hubby. The crowd erupted in cheers, but the content was off. If women were shouting hubby, that was one thing, but why were so many men also shouting it? In this era of exoppression, Qin Yang really didn't want to step out. Then the rear door opened, and Bai Qin, wearing a white wedding dress and a white veil, appeared before the crowd. Bai Qin looked up through the veil. People's astonished gazes were all fixed on her. Admiration, envy, disdain, contempt. All kinds of looks were directed at her, but Bai Qin remained as calm as still water. Even though they had seen Bai Qin's face before, they couldn't help but marvel at how perfect this woman was. The crowd erupted into even louder screams. Even the top live-streaming rooms on several platforms were flooded with comments. Oh! Firecrackers roared in unison and colorful ribbons flew into the air, welcoming the arrival of the couple. Qinyang smiled and held Bai Qin's hand. At that moment he felt he should have been the one to take the tranquilizer. Bai Qin's face was half hidden by the white veil, but Qinyang had no such cover. He bore immense pressure, struggling to keep his legs from trembling. In this globally live-streamed wedding, not a single mistake could be made. The two walked hand in hand on the red carpet. The sound of cameras clicking never stopped, and the ribbons and fireworks continued to fly wildly. Step by step, they entered the wedding venue. As soon as they stepped inside, white feathers fell like a dreamlike celestial realm. The wedding venue was filled almost entirely with the relatives of Chunyang and Bai Qin. Bai Qin's family and relatives, as well as Chunyang's relatives, were all seated inside. Seeing Bai Qin walk in, Li Shuichen's tears fell once again. The daughter she had just found was about to get married. Li Shui and Yunxi held the train of the dress behind them, following the couple to the master of ceremonies. Just as the MC was about to begin the ceremony, the screen behind him suddenly fell. Huh! Wasn't the wedding photo supposed to be shown later? Why was it falling now? Qinyang was also puzzled. The script he had been given didn't seem to match this. The screen lit up, and a terrible foreboding struck Qinyang. Oh! The familiar scream made Bai Qin's body tremble slightly. Before anyone could understand what was happening, a heartbreaking scene suddenly appeared on the screen. A pretty little girl was tied up with ropes and hanging in the air, surrounded by 5 strong men. Qinyang reacted swiftly. Within less than 3 seconds of the content appearing, he located the projector, sprinted over, jumped, and smashed it into pieces with a single punch. The screen went dark, but the internet was already in an uproar. What just happened? Did I see something I shouldn't have? I have a feeling something even more explosive is about to happen. Is someone going to crash the wedding? And how could that content be so despicable? Qinyang's hands and heart were trembling uncontrollably. Having investigated Bai Qin, he knew exactly what that was. Wasn't it from 10 years ago? Damn it, who the hell did this? He turned his head full of worry to look at Bai Qin. She was still standing there motionless, her thoughts unreadable. Chaos began to spread in the venue. Then with a series of screams, everything exploded. We opposed Qinyang marrying such a filthy, despicable person. No one knew how Zhang Yanhong had brought those dozen or so girls and dozens of men to the entrance. Qinyang was absolutely furious. Who the hell arranged the security? Who the hell was controlling the screen? Li Shuichen had already been plunged into panic after seeing the content on the screen. She clearly remembered who the little girl in the video was. And now, upon seeing Zhang Yanhong, even with just a hint of resemblance, she instantly recognized who this person was and understood everything. You bitch. Li Shuichen stood up in anger, but because she was too agitated, she aggravated her leg wound. Yet no matter how much it hurt, it could not compare to the pain in her heart. Zhang Yanhong immediately recognized Li Shuichen as well. Memories of the past flooded back and her eyes reddened. Just as she was about to curse, a male voice came through her earpiece. Don't cause any trouble. Stick to the plan. Zhang Yanhong forcibly suppressed her anger and turned to face one of the live-streaming cameras. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Yanhong, formerly a classmate of Bai Qin. Bai Qin the bride also turned to look at Zhang Yanhong. Zhang Yanhong. What a familiar name. Perhaps I should call you Xiaohong. Then Zhang Yanhong began to recount to the nationwide audience what Bai Qin's mother had done to her family. If it weren't for her. Zhang Yanhong pointed at Li Shuichen, tears streaming down her face. I would have been a beloved princess too. Sob sob. In this era of extreme gender disparity, whenever a girl cried, it could easily resonate with many men. Thus, within just a few minutes, a flood of online comments cursing Bai Qin appeared. You're full of shit. Chunyang started cursing while Bai Qin turned her head to glance at him, her clear gaze beneath the veil carrying a strange emotion. That was clearly your mother, who violated womanly virtues. She couldn't control her desires. Moreover, she even conspired with others to kidnap children. She is clearly a scumbag. With the so-called national husband speaking, public opinion immediately tilted again. My mother was wrong, but weren't they also wrong? This society already has scarce women, and you, Bai Qin. You have been pretending to be a girl since childhood. Who are you trying to perform for? And you old fool. You let your husband seduce someone else's wife. What kind of psychology is that? With a mother like you, I don't believe this Bai Qin could be any good. After cursing Bai Qin, Zhang Yanhong then cursed Li Shuichen. Li Shuichen, being injured, could not argue with her, which made her so aggrieved that her face flushed red. Meanwhile, Bai Ili lowered his head, remaining silent, as if confessing his guilt. Zhang Yanhong continued her tirade, starting from when she exposed Bai Qin to the bad things she did in junior high, then recounted her own experiences, portraying herself as a victim. While she was indeed the victim of the whole affair, so her words could strongly resonate with people online. Therefore Bai Qin is simply unworthy of being Chun Yang's wife. Right? Completely unworthy. The crowd brought by Zhang Yanhong all accused Bai Qin with unanimous indignation. They didn't know the truth, but whoever paid was the boss. They served for money. Qin Yang's face was as dark as water. He couldn't abruptly shut down the live broadcast during the national livestream, nor could he have the security guards throw them out. If he did, wouldn't that precisely confirm that Zhang Yanhong was telling the truth? The atmosphere at the wedding was tense, as if a fight was about to break out. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Bai Qin, who had been standing in the back, stepped forward. She came to Qin Yang's side and gently took his hand. Qin Yang was stunned, not knowing what Bai Qin intended to do. Then Bai Qin removed her veil with one hand, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty that could topple kingdoms. The crowd that had been scolding Bai Qin was instantly stunned. They hadn't watched the live stream, so they hadn't seen Bai Qin's face when she came out of the villa. This was their first time seeing her, and they never expected her to be so beautiful. She seemed like a celestial fairy. Zhang Yanhong, seeing Bai Qin's beautiful face, felt her jealousy intensify. Why did such a lovely face belong to a man? Then, to everyone's surprise, Bai Qin actually bowed to Zhang Yanhong. "I'm sorry, Xiaohong." Silence. The scene quieted down. No one expected Bai Qin's first words to be an apology to Zhang Yanhong. "I can empathize with your suffering. I have also hated my mother countless times, and I have even cut ties with her now. I know she destroyed your family, she deserves to go to prison, and I am also guilty. But..." Bai Qin raised her head, her icy eyes fixed on Zhang Yanhong, who felt a chill. "You should not use an AI-generated video to slander me." Bai Qin turned to look at the camera. In the camera, she was also stunningly beautiful, with some built-in beauty filters making netizens feel that beauty had its own logic. "The person in the video is not me. Perhaps Miss Zhang Yanhong used AI to synthesize the video, or perhaps not. But it doesn't matter because the person in it is not me." Bai Qin gritted her teeth as she said this. The scene and the internet erupted instantly. Then Bai Qin slowly recounted her own experiences. A tear glistened at the corner of her eye, making her already beautiful appearance even more pitiable. "When you discovered that I was not a girl, it truly made me sad. During that period I withdrew for a while. I chose to switch back to men's clothing and be a man again, but my mother ignored me as if she despised me as a child." Li Shuiqin clutched her chest and wept. It was all her fault. It was all her fault for not caring for Qiner at that time, which is why she still resents her now. "But I have never been kidnapped by anyone, nor have I suffered the torture shown in your video. So I don't know how you photoshopped my former face onto it, but that is not me. When I became the bad guy you mentioned in junior high, it was only to protect myself." At this moment, Bai Qin faced the camera, 2 streams of crystal tears flowing down her cheeks. Such a sorrowful sight made netizens in front of the screen stop scolding her and instead began to comfort her. Even Li Shui, who was holding her train behind, was shocked. Had her suppression potion failed, Bai Qin was actually crying. "Do you know what it feels like to be isolated by your own family? I have parents, yet I am helpless. Since childhood my mother instilled in me knowledge meant for girls, but I am a boy. I didn't want to be isolated or bullied, so I had to become bad. Only by becoming a bad person would others dare not bully me. Is it also wrong to not want to be bullied?" Zhang Yanhong looked at the barrage comments on the screen, and her face instantly darkened. She stared at Bai Qin with red eyes pointing at her nose. "Are you trying to escape your past, Bai Qin? Even if you don't want to admit it's you, you were indeed violated. You are dirty. You are a liar. This video is not synthesized. It's..." "Zhang Yanhong, what are you saying?" In the earphone, Lu Feng's roar suddenly came. "This damn cluck, damn it, she's going to expose me." Qin Yang also caught the information that Zhang Yanhong was about to reveal. His eyes instantly sharpened. "What is it? Who synthesized this video for you?" Qin Yang had already decided that he would have to conceal the incident from 10 years ago when he returned. Since Bai Qin had said so, that matter must not be exposed. And this was very easy for Qin Yang to do. Bai Qin grasped Qin Yang's hand and refocused her gaze on Zhang Yanhong and the crowd behind her. "I know you're all jealous of me, jealous that I get to marry the nation's sweetheart Qin Yang. But I want you to know I am innocent. When I was still male, I never slept with anyone, nor was I ever taken by anyone. Qin Yang chose me precisely because of this. As I mentioned before, my mother raised me as a girl since childhood. Actually, Bai Qin gritted her teeth, feeling the 2 personas within her constantly clash, as if endlessly battling for control of her body. Finally, Bai Qin's pale blue pupils shimmered with brightness, tears reflecting the light in a mesmerizing beauty. "Actually, I've always wanted to be a girl, and I truly love Qin Yang. I love Qin Yang, and I want to be his wife." Qin Yang froze, Li Shui froze, Yun, she also froze. Everyone present, and everyone online, was utterly stunned. "I love Qin Yang, and I want to be his wife." Qin Yang could clearly feel Bai Qin's hand trembling in his grip. To outsiders, the tears in her eyes might have been seen as tears of happiness at marrying him, but Qin Yang knew. They were tears shed from denying her past, and the sorrow over her words just now. Public opinion on the internet swung dramatically in Bai Qin's favor, flooding with messages of blessing for her, and Qin Yang hoping they would marry soon and start a family. Meanwhile, a torrent of curses rained down on Zhang Yanhong. Soon someone dug up the video of Zhang Yanhong acting like a goose. This Zhang Yanhong is such a gossip monger. She's just Tang Xian's sugar-sweet influencer. For real. I watched that sugar-sweet influencer too. Her figure, her skin, truly gorgeous. She was wearing a mask though. Could it really be Zhang Yanhong? She looks decent enough. She's the mistress of President Wang from the Wang Group. I uncovered it. Public opinion flipped once again, now entirely turning against Zhang Yanhong. Her face drained of color as she stared at Bai Qin before her. In this age where appearances dictate truth, the more beautiful side garners public adoration and belief. Just like now, Zhang Yanhong watched as people and security guards gradually closed in around her. She was afraid. Lu Feng. Figure something out, damn it. Unfortunately, her call with Lu Feng had long been disconnected. The moment Zhang Yanhong's words came out, Qin Yang became instantly alert. He raised his hand, and two assistants dressed as police officers arrived with uniformed personnel, immediately arresting those causing trouble. Bai Qin, you damn bitch. You ruined my mother. Now you're coming after me. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I already had someone upload that video online. They'll dig you out. They'll eventually discover that the boy who was assaulted was you. Ha ha. As Zhang Yanhong's screams grew fainter, the wedding venue gradually calmed. However, Qin Yang's mind was far from peaceful. Zhang Yanhong must still be in contact with Lu Feng. More critically, she had already spread that video. Though such content wouldn't circulate on domestic networks, foreign websites had no such restrictions. This was a troublesome matter. A soft hand tightened in his, pulling Qin Yang back from his thoughts. It's time for the wedding. Bai Qin's cold, emotionless voice whispered in Qin Yang's ear, finally snapping him back to reality. The wedding continued. No one disturbed them this time. The officiant began the ceremony. Mr. Qin Yang, do you take Miss Bai Qin to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love and cherish her, always to protect her and keep her safe? I do, Qin Yang answered without hesitation. Then the officiant turned to Bai Qin. Ms. Bai Qin, do you take Mr. Qin Yang to be your lawfully wedded husband, to walk beside him through all lifetimes? Bai Qin did not respond immediately, causing the crowd to grow tense once again. Doubts began to surface online as well. What's going on? Why didn't Bai Qin say I do right away? Could she really be telling the truth, like Zhang Yanhong claimed? Grow up, guy upstairs. Look at Bai Qin. She's clearly shedding tears of happiness. A single crystal-clear tear traced its way down her cheek. Bai Qin's pale blue eyes fixed on the officiant, an indescribable depth of emotion shimmering within her gaze. I do. Clap, 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 clap. The venue erupted into thunderous applause. The couple exchanged rings. Qin Yang retrieved an exquisite gift box inside, which rested a brilliantly sparkling ring. He took it out, gently grasped Bai Qin's hand, and slipped the ring onto her finger. Bai Qin did the same. This was originally the moment for playing their pre-wedding photos, but since the projector had been shattered by Qin Yang, it was skipped, jumping straight to the banquet. Guests enjoyed the feast while Qin Yang led Bai Qin around the room to receive their blessings. Afterwards, Qin Yang retired to a private candlelit dinner with only his closest companions. Inside the hotel, a small round table draped in pristine white linen held an elegant candelabra at its center. A slender candle burned steadily, its amber flame swaying gently. The soft glow radiated outward, bathing the entire table in a warm, hazy light. Above the table hung a crystal chandelier, casting a gentle luminescence, enhancing the wine in their glasses to resemble beautiful rubies. The surroundings were tranquil and serene, with soft classical music flowing through the air. Bai Qin and Qin Yang sat facing each other, still adorned in their wedding attire, their silhouettes etched deeply into the luminous moment. Thank you. Qin Yang spoke first. Whether the medication had struck again, Bai Qin gazed at him as though he were a complete stranger. Well, even without the drug, their relationship resembled that of strangers. Though at minimum, they were now husband and wife, weren't they? Bai Qin remained silent, staring fixedly at Qin Yang, her mind whirring with thought. Let's have a child. Finally, those words left her lips. Words that caught Qin Yang entirely off guard. What? What did you just say? Had he misheard, or had she misspoken? I said let's have a child, and then I will take my own life. Bai Qin's tone was cold. Qin Yang understood she wasn't joking. The light of hope had vanished from her eyes, yet she remained steadfast in honoring the promise she had made. To marry him, to bear him a child. The price was her life. No, Qin Yang refused coldly. You are my wife. You cannot die. Now I need your permission, even to die. Our agreement never said I couldn't commit suicide. Bai Qin's heart was deeply wounded. Zhang Yanhong was right. No matter how much she denied it, the person in that video was undeniably herself, and her denial was merely to shield Qin Yang. She couldn't accept it, couldn't accept her past, couldn't accept this damned world. In truth, when that video first surfaced, her mind went blank, and the thought of death arose at that moment. But she couldn't then, and she couldn't now. She had promised Qin Yang to marry him smoothly, and then bear their child. Only after fulfilling these two things could she die with peace of mind. But if you want to commit suicide after giving birth, wouldn't the child be left without a mother? Qin Yang was somewhat angry, deeply dissatisfied with Bai Qin's irresponsible attitude. Irresponsible to the child, to herself, and to her own body. Don't I also have no mother? Bai Qin retorted. What about Aunt Li? She is not my mother. Qinyang clenched his fists. Do you want your child to follow in your footsteps? Then what difference is there between you and Li Shuiqin? Bai Qin looked at Qinyang with indifference. Her pale blue eyes seemed devoid of emotion, yet Qinyang could almost glimpse a trace of sorrow hidden deep within them. Yes, no difference. I'm just like that Li Shuiqin, no different at all. But so what? Qinyang was rendered speechless by Bai Qin's response, as if he had recalled a meme he had seen years ago. Women of that era had a classic saying, so what? Back then Qinyang couldn't grasp the devastating power of those words, but now he seemed to understand. This feeling of helplessness, when the other party is clearly wrong yet refuses to admit it, made his mind implode. Qinyang. Bai Qin suddenly called him in a gentle voice, catching him by surprise. Let me go, please. I just don't want to live anymore. Qinyang's heart clenched painfully, and his eyes instantly reddened. You're only under the influence of the medicine now, so you're not afraid of death. But death is terrifying. Be good, come home with me later, and I'll help you recover. Bai Qin shook her head. For the first time she touched her own heart, but the sudden sensation made her tremble slightly. Though a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, Bai Qin insisted, I can feel it. This is my truest thought. I no longer want to live. All along it was my promise to you that kept me going. Qinyang, let me fulfill my promise to you, and then let me die, okay? Bai Qin's pleading tone stirred something in Qinyang. If she had asked for anything else, even the moon, he would find a way to bring her a handful of lunar soil. But what she wanted was her own death. How could he possibly agree? No. If you think you'll die after giving birth to my child, then I will never have a child with you, and you will never be allowed to die. Bai Qin's face turned completely cold. She leaned back in her chair staring at Qinyang with icy silence. Bai Qin, don't you want to become a great writer? Don't you want to be known to the world like a potato? You haven't become a great writer, yet haven't made a name for yourself. Do you want to die? Would that be fair to your dream, to your readers, and to your... Qinyang suddenly stopped, hesitating for a moment before choosing not to finish. Fair to whom? Unexpectedly, Bai Qin asked. Qinyang felt as if he had seen an illusion. He thought he glimpsed a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Nothing. Qinyang still chose not to reveal that he was the number 1 and number 2 supporter. Dinner had arrived, and they ate in silence, listening to classical music under the crystal lights. Got a cigarette? Halfway through the meal, Bai Qin suddenly asked. Qinyang was taken aback, then shook his head. I don't think I didn't see that pack of Zhonghua someone gave you. Qinyang was silent for a moment. Your body isn't fit for smoking anymore. When I transformed you, I also altered your senses. Now you won't enjoy smoking. That's my business. Go get me a pack of Zhonghua. Qinyang looked at Bai Qin. He really didn't want her to pick up the smoking habit again. Such a beautiful girl smoking was truly a shame. But given her current state, she wouldn't relent unless she had a puff. Wait for me then. I left the cigarettes outside. With that, Qinyang got up to fetch them, but he forgot to take his phone. Now Qinyang's phone lay on the table. Bai Qin raised an eyebrow, her eyes darting around, her suspicion growing. She had a very bold guess that urgently needed Qinyang's phone to verify. She unlocked the phone. The lock screen wallpaper was their wedding photo. She looked like a painting, and Qinyang was handsome. But that didn't interest Bai Qin. She swiped up and found there was no password. Unlocked successfully. Bai Qin's heart began to beat a little faster. Without the medicine's suppression, it would have jumped into her throat by now. Then she scrolled through the screen, found QQ, and tapped it. A familiar ID appeared before her eyes, Xiaoqin Cici. Bai Qin's slender fingers paused. Her heart began to stir, especially when she saw the familiar contacts in Xiaoqin Cici's account. Qinyang and Snow. That was herself. She then opened the Tomato Novel app, clicked on her own profile page, and what stunned her even more was the profile page on Tomato Novel wasn't under Xiaoqin Cici's account, but Yang Tian Bai Yun. Both the number 1 and number 2 supporters were him. When Qinyang returned with the soft pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, he noticed Bai Qin still sitting there quietly, yet something felt off. His eyes darted to his phone, which lay on his seat, and a sudden unease crept over him. Oh no, she hadn't looked through his phone, had she? How could he have forgotten to take it? He placed the soft pack of Zhonghua in front of Bai Qin. Smoke less. Disliking the smell of smoke, Qinyang was about to get up when he heard Bai Qin's soft What? Was he hearing things? Qinyang shook his head, set the lighter down beside the cigarettes, and took his phone to the balcony. He had tried smoking before, but never got used to it. He couldn't fathom why anyone would enjoy it. Though she didn't understand why Qinyang had opened 2 accounts to send her gifts, Bai Qin was shaken when she learned that the fan who chatted with her late into the night was none other than Qinyang. She was almost panicked. He must know her online name, but as the top donor, she knew he had been following her novels from before they even knew each other. Even her previous books, and the one before that he had been the top donor. Could it really be fate? Bai Qin picked up the soft pack of Zhonghua, took out a cigarette, and put it in her mouth, wanting to calm down. But before she could light it, she caught the scent of tobacco. The smell was the same as always, yet something churned in her stomach. What was happening? Fighting back the nausea, Bai Qin lit the cigarette and inhaled the first puff instinctively, trying to draw it into her lungs. But as soon as the smoke entered her mouth, an intense wave of sickness and a tightness in her throat struck her, and she coughed violently. Cough. Cough. Bai Qin coughed so hard she spat out the water she had been drinking. Chen watching from the balcony, rushed over to her side and handed her a glass of water. Drink. Cough. What? What's going on? Bai Qin took the glass after coughing and gulped down some water. It's the type 1 serum. It alters your skin sensitivity and changes your constitution. Right now your body is strongly repelled by tobacco, meaning just the smell of tobacco will make you nauseous. So I can never smoke again. That's right. Bai Qin looked at Chen, and Chen looked back at her. After a moment of thought, Bai Qin stubbed out the cigarette. Then I won't smoke. Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected Bai Qin to be so obedient. Was the serum really malfunctioning? They finished their candlelit dinner quickly and prepared to return to the villa. In the car, Bai Qin reverted to her usual aloof goddess demeanor, probably due to the serum taking effect. Chen couldn't be bothered with her. He drove them back to the villa. Bai Qin went to shower, while Chen, looking worried, discussed the issue with Li Shui in the room. You mean Bai Qin now wants to die? Li Shui suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Chen nodded, contemplating how to pull Bai Qin back from such thoughts. Li Shui thought for a moment, then blushed as she took out a small condom. Chen, Li Shui, why do you have that? Of course she intended it for him. But she wouldn't say that out loud since she maintained an aloof and mature image in public. This is the plan for Bai Qin. Chen was even more confused. What did a condom have to do with a plan for Bai Qin? Don't stare at me like that, it's embarrassing. It's all for medical purposes. Medical. Li Shui's face reddened under Chen Yang's gaze. There's only one way to pull Bai Qin back from her mindset. What is it? Love grows over time. Chen Yang's eyes widened. What kind of talk was that? Studies show that this kind of activity brings couples joy and strengthens their bond. Even the coldest, most wooden beauty can develop feelings. Since Bai Qin said she'd rather die than have a child, don't get her pregnant first. Use protection and spend a year or two with her. By then she won't want to die. Chen Yang fell silent. This plan felt unreliable. Then how do I sleep with her? Li Shui shrugged. That's your marital problem. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and took the condom. Oh, and this, my specially made tonic. Li Shui pulled out a box of pills from her bag. Chen Yang's face grew even more bewildered. Had she prepared this entire medical plan beforehand? I told you it's rude to stare at a girl like that. Go on, hurry. While Bai Qin's in the shower, get ready. The villa had more than one bathroom. Bai Qin was showering upstairs while Chen Yang showered downstairs. He lay in the bathtub looking at the condom, as if making up his mind. Bai Qin, wrapped in a towel, sat expressionless in front of her computer. No fun in typing, no fun in sleeping, no fun in marriage, no fun in showering, no fun in a female body. What was the point of living? The serum had fully taken effect. Bai Qin was like a meditating monk, indifferent to everything in the world. Even the sensual scenes in novels she couldn't imagine. She clutched her head, her mind blank. How did one write risque content? Just as she was pondering, the door opened. Chen Yang walked in hesitantly. Bai Qin quickly switched screens and looked at him with a hint of confusion. What's the matter? Bai Qin, you know marriage has a complete set of procedures, and the final step is actually the wedding night. Bai Qin understood why he had come. You want to sleep with me? Cough. Chen Yang hadn't expected her to be so direct. Before Chen Yang could say anything, Bai Qin simply laid down on the bed expressionless and looked at him. Come on. Her look was like she was staring at a nobody. Bai Qin was now indifferent to everything, even the wedding night. But she had hit a writer's block and couldn't imagine how to write risque scenes, so she needed material. And Chen Yang conveniently walked in. Chen Yang looked at the silhouette lying on the bed and swallowed. Then he took out the condom. Don't use that. What? I heard it's uncomfortable. Bai Qin said it casually. What if you get pregnant? Then I'll have the baby. Chen Yang's expression turned hesitant. If she had a baby, wouldn't that mean she would commit suicide? Seeing Chen Yang's conflicted look, Bai Qin revealed a beautiful, gentle smile. Don't worry, I won't kill myself. Bai Qin suddenly felt a chill, raising her eyes to see Chen Yang frozen in place, his gaze fixed on her with an almost vacant stare. Chen Yang unconsciously swallowed hard. The pills he had prepared earlier suddenly seemed utterly unnecessary. Then, should I come in? Yes. Bai Qin's voice was soft, her beautiful face devoid of expression. The suppressant was still working, keeping her inner turmoil at bay. But what she didn't realize was that the type 1 formulation had already silently altered her body, making her acutely sensitive to every touch around her. Chen Yang's movements carried a sense of urgency, as though long-suppressed emotions had finally found their outlet. He reached out and gently pressed Bai Qin beneath him, bracing his arms on either side of her. There was nothing excessive about his actions, yet the distance between them vanished in an instant. According to what had been said before, the suppressant would only lose its effect entirely after being broken through by sufficiently intense stimulation. Bai Qin, whose body had been reshaped by the type 1 formulation, initially maintained her composure. But when Chen Yang's fingertips accidentally brushed against her waist, an unfamiliar tingling sensation surged through her entire body, leaving her momentarily stunned. She instinctively grasped Chen Yang's hand. Chen Yang looked down at her, their eyes meeting directly. Before she knew it, a faint blush had risen to her once cold and pale face, like a bud just beginning to bloom on a branch in early spring, exuding an undeniable cuteness. What's wrong? I don't feel quite right. Don't pinch my waist. Bai Qin's voice grew even softer, her gaze flickering away. A subtle smile curved Chunyang's lips, and a bold thought suddenly arose in his heart. He leaned down, their faces so close that their noses nearly touched. Bai Qin could clearly discern the faint, distinctly masculine scent on him, a fragrance that made her heart inexplicably quicken. Didn't you say? Nothing matters. His voice carried a hint of amusement whispering into Bai Qin's ear like a feather gently brushing her skin. Before Bai Qin could react, Chunyang's kiss fell softly upon her lips. Bai Qin's eyes widened in surprise. The softness on her lips was both unfamiliar and vivid. A wave of unprecedented emotion surged within her heart, as though a warm fire inside her body was slowly melting away the suppressant's hold. Her gaze gradually grew hazy, and the desire she had long suppressed was quietly awakened by that single kiss. Meanwhile, Li Shui left Chunyang's room with a flushed face. The effects of the Type 1 formulation were far stronger than she had anticipated, completely overpowering the suppressant. She had only spent 2.5 minutes in Chunyang's room, yet the faint sounds drifting from within had already made her cheeks burn. A strange heat had spread through her own body, and all she wanted was to quickly take a shower and retreat to her room to quell this peculiar sensation. Chunyang's room was next door to Bai Qin's, while Yunxi's room sat directly beneath Bai Qin's. At that moment, Yunxi was hiding under her blankets, pressing a pillow tightly against her ears, her face so red it seemed ready to bleed. Yet the faint sounds from upstairs seemed to penetrate the floorboards, drilling straight into her ears and making it impossible for her to concentrate. After hiding for so long, Yunxi finally grew impatient. If she couldn't escape it, she might as well stop running. She tossed the pillow aside in a fit of defiance, closed her eyes, and listened carefully to the noises above. But she hadn't been listening long when she suddenly opened her eyes in terror, clutching the blanket and muttering softly, "I will never ever be in a room alone with a man in this life. Not even the boss." The passion following their wedding night meant a couple laying bare everything to one another. In the years that followed, Bai Qin would never forget that night. It was not the sweetness of their newlywed moments that she remembered, but the exhaustion of being utterly drained, along with an indescribable helplessness. That was the first time she had seen such a Chunyang, like a tireless beast who led her step by step to the brink of death. The next morning, as Li Shui stepped into the bathroom, she bumped into Yun, she who also bore dark circles under her eyes. They exchanged a glance, each wondering the same thing. Wasn't Sister Shui usually up early? Why were your eyes so swollen today? Sister Shui, you're here to wash up too, huh? Yun, she spoke first, her laughter carrying an unnatural stiffness. Li Shui gave Yunxi a curious look. Wash and be washed. What was there to laugh about? Yeah, I slept too late last night, that's why I'm up so late. Me too. Slept too late. After a few awkward laughs, the two fell into a gradual silence. After a long while, Yunxi finally ventured, Sister Shui, did you? No, I didn't. Li Shui, assuming she was about to ask about last night, quickly interrupted, her cheeks warming once more. Yunxi paused for a moment before continuing. I was just asking if you also couldn't sleep because of the noise. Li Shui nearly begged for patience. Can't you just finish your sentence? Yeah. Li Shui began her washing routine. She didn't even dare to look at Yunxi. She feared that her secret might already have been discovered. Just then, as Li Shui was washing, a soft, gentle embrace came from behind. Li Shui froze in surprise. Sister Shui, if you don't mind, shall we wash together? Yunxi's voice carried a timid probe, and the hand around her waist shifted subtly, betraying her nervousness. Li Shui sharply turned around and grabbed her hand. Yunxi was startled by the reaction, her heart immediately racing. What should I do? What should I do? Did Sister Shui get angry? It's all Xiaoqin and the boss's fault. Why would I say such a thing to Sister Shui? It's over, she's surely going to hate me now. Li Shui rinsed her mouth, then turned to face Yunxi. She kept her head bowed like a child who had done something wrong, her eyes darting away, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Strangely, she looked even more lovely than usual. Unable to help herself, Li Shui smiled and reached out, gently tapping Yunxi's nose. Come to my room tonight. Bai Qin felt as though her entire body ached. If anyone told her again that women had no cool-down period, she would have slapped them without hesitation. Chunyang's appearance last night was like that of a tireless beast, and she had been merely a fragile sheet of paper left to be torn apart at his mercy. Several times she thought it was over, only for him to approach again with boundless energy, the very next moment leaving her unable to refuse. That Chunyang was so unfamiliar, so alien, like some untamed wild creature. She struggled to open her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling above, unwilling to move a single muscle. This was Chunyang's room. Before passing out last night, she vaguely recalled that the bed had become unusable, and later Chunyang had simply wiped her clean and carried her here. Her waist and back ached. No matter how soft the bed, it made no difference. And she was terribly thirsty. Thirsty. The sound was barely audible. Bai Qin had assumed no one would hear it, but when a familiar voice appeared beside her, she realized he was still there. Bai Qin, are you thirsty? I'll go get you some water right now. Urgency colored Chunyang's voice. He hurriedly dressed and rose from bed smoothly, making his way to the water dispenser. He filled a cup with water and quickly brought it over to Baiqin. He carefully placed a large pillow behind Baiqin, helping her sit up slowly so she could lean against it without exerting any effort herself. Baiqin had intended to take the cup and drink on her own, but when she raised her arm, she realized her fingers were too weak to grip. Seeing this, Qinyang simply held the cup and fed her sip by sip. Warm water slid down her throat, relieving the dryness, yet the ache in her body still made her frown. At that moment, she resembled a porcelain doll. One touch, and she might shatter, requiring careful tending. Feeling any better? Qinyang's tone was full of concern. Seeing her pale complexion, regret stirred within him. Last night it could have ended much earlier. At first he had managed to restrain himself, but later, recalling certain things he had read, he had mistakenly believed that women did not grow weary. Assuming Baiqin's silence was some playful game of hard to get, his mind clouded with impulse, he had then swallowed the pill Li Shui had given him, wanting to utterly conquer Baiqin. He only stopped in terror when he saw her face turn pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her palms damp with perspiration. Later, discovering her bed was unusable and fearing she might catch a chill, he had carried her back to his room. While cleaning her up, she had already fallen into a deep sleep, her brows still furrowed, even in slumber, a sight that tightened his chest. Baiqin gave a slight nod, then raised her eyes to look at Qinyang. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a faint moisture, carrying a trace of reproach. You should have stopped sooner. Qinyang scratched his head, guilt written across his face. I was wrong. Seeing him so sincerely apologetic, Baiqin found herself unable to stay angry for some reason. Instead, she glanced around at their surroundings. Where is this? Baiqin had never been to Qinyang's room before, so she had no idea where they were. This is my room. Qinyang answered honestly. Why am I in your room? You should try to remember. Baiqin was about to ask, but then seemed to recall something, and her face instantly flushed crimson before she fell silent. She shot Qinyang a fierce glare. Blame this damn guy. Don't let Yunxi and Sister Shui know. Qinyang hurriedly nodded, then suddenly became hesitant and awkward, as if wanting to say something. What do you want to say? Take a look yourself. Baiqin casually glanced down, and her face immediately flushed red again. She shot Qinyang a glare and scolded him in a quiet, soft, yet angry tone. Don't even think about it. She still hadn't recovered. Oh. For the next 3 days, Qinyang took impeccable care of Baiqin, attending to every need she had. He did whatever she asked like a devoted husband, entirely under his wife's thumb. This stirred something unusual in Baiqin's heart. She had truly never seen this side of Qinyang before. Qinyang also took the sheets from Baiqin's room to wash them. He had given Yunxi 3 days off, during which he would personally care for Baiqin, thereby strengthening the bond between them as husband and wife. Li Shui understood this was a crucial moment and chose not to visit the villa, instead going out to play with Yunxi. Baiqin hadn't written her novel for 3 days. After 3 days of rest, she had finally slowly recovered. She got out of bed and waddled back to her room like a penguin. During this time, she ignored Qinyang's constant attentiveness. She realized she could no longer look him in the eye. After what they had done together, why had she agreed back then? When she returned to the room, the sheets had already been replaced with new ones. Baiqin could not bring herself to see what she had done, but then again she did not want to. Sitting in her chair, she thought for a moment, then apologized to her readers first. After that, Baiqin began typing out her first suggestive scene. It stemmed from genuine emotions deep within her heart. As a literature student, she described the feeling with somewhat refined language, suggestive yet subtle enough to remain above board, leaving readers to understand without explicit content. This was the highest realm of writing within the boundaries. Baiqin's slender fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. After that night, she had rediscovered her anticipation for life, and once again felt an intense desire to become a renowned author. That night it had released all the emotions she had been suppressing. The top 2 gift givers continued sending her presents daily. Baiqin's expression turned strange. She knew both accounts belonged to the same person, and that person happened to be Qinyang. A few days before getting married, she had also fantasized about the kind of love she wanted. At that time, she was gradually coming to terms with the fact that she was a girl. She did not want to marry Qinyang, believing he was far from the one she loved. If given the choice, she should have married the top donor instead. His charming manner of speech and shared love for novels made them so compatible. Baiqin felt the top donor was her kindred spirit. She was like Boya, and he was Zhongziki. If she could, she would have married the top donor. Then she discovered that both the top and second-ranked donors were actually Qinyang. Thinking about how she always went to the top donor to talk when she felt down, no wonder he always knew how to comfort her. So it was Qinyang all along. If that were the case, perhaps they had known each other for over 2.5 years. Back then, Baiqin had written her first novel. Since it was her first time, the results were not great, but a wealthy man named Xiao Chen Sisi took notice of it. He offered her encouragement, while actually he was urging her to write suggestive scenes. She never expected Qinyang to enjoy these kinds of scenes so much. At the same time she discovered Qinyang's identity, Baiqin's attitude toward him began to shift. Now she knew that Qin Yuan Chun Shui was herself, and she also knew that the top 2 donors were him. But he had no idea that she knew the top 2 donors were him, so she had no intention of telling him. No wonder the techniques Qin Yang had used that night seemed so familiar. They were from her own novel. So she would continue writing with herself as the female lead and him as the male lead, drawing on her fantasies. A few more days passed, and Zhang Yanhong finally confessed. It was Lu Feng. It was Lu Feng. He sent me that video. He's not dead. You accomplices who shield criminals. You don't deserve to be police officers. Jiang Sheng's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Zhang Yanhong's words. Of course he knew who Lu Feng was, a member of a human trafficking ring. That ring had been dismantled 10 years ago, had Lu Feng not been executed back then. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that even the police station had his people inside. He trafficked so many children and still managed to survive like this, while my mother only got involved once and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Ha ha ha. Is this society? Ha ha ha. I had no knowledge of this matter. If you provide me with clues, I will personally capture Lu Feng and his gang. Your mother will also receive a reduced sentence because of your contribution. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanhong was moved. She had long grown tired of President Wang's protruding belly and Lu Feng's filthy gaze. Yes, I give you my word as Vice Police Chief Jiang. Alright, I agree. Wang Ming, the chairman of the Wang Group. Was it he who instructed Zhang Yanhong and Lu Feng to meet? Yes, that Wang Ming seems a bit off. I requested permission from my superiors to arrest him, but to my surprise they didn't agree immediately. They only approved after a meeting. However, by the time we received the news and went to arrest him, Wang Ming had already fled abroad as if. Qin Yang answered, taking over the conversation. Deputy Police Chief Jiang nodded. Although we can still pursue a cross-border arrest, it will involve a lot of paperwork. I'm afraid that by then something might happen to Wang Ming. Qin Yang found it troublesome. He was no expert in this field, often staying at home, not trained in criminal investigation, and lacking connections. These perplexing cases left him scratching his head. Xiaoyang, there may be some fog around this matter, but I think it might not be that difficult to investigate. How so? Jiang Sheng gave a strange smile. You see, you're just too reluctant to socialize. Every day you're like your father, buried in research. You don't know how to spend the money you earn. Spend some cash, hire a few detectives, and grease the palms of those above you. Won't everything become clear? Qin Yang's eyes widened. He looked at Deputy Officer Jiang in disbelief. Are you asking me to breathe? Shoo. Jiang Sheng quickly pressed a finger to his lips, signaling Qin Yang to stop talking. He carefully looked around and casually turned off the surveillance camera in the office. Xiaoyang, the biggest difference between you and your father is that you're too clean. So clean that you think all this family money was earned through your father's and your own hard work. Qin Yang remained silent. Although he was the son of Chun Xi and the chairman of Qin's research group, he truly didn't know how the company operated internally. He only needed to focus on research. So he had no idea where such immense wealth came from. Even though his own balanced plan could bring him great riches, he had calculated. Although these research projects were very profitable, they shouldn't have been enough to make him the richest man in the country. The only clean money in the world is the one just off the printing press. At any other time it's dirty. The society is much the same. That's all I can tell you. I'm going to investigate this matter, but I advise you to find a way quickly. After all, relying solely on official personnel. Who knows how many years it will take to find out. Also, never tell anyone I told you to do these things. After saying that, Jiang Sheng left, leaving Qin Yang alone in the office to ponder. After a long while, Qin Yang finally sighed. Feeling annoyed, he decided to go home and see his wife. Although Zhang Yanhong was the instigator of the wedding snatch, considering that she was also acting under orders and had confessed her mistakes while she was released. Until Lu Feng was caught, she was constantly under the protection of plainclothes police, which made things difficult for her. Under police supervision, how could she do business? Zhang Yanhong began to regret a little. She started to miss Boss Wang's affection. Even though his affection was minimal, it was better than nothing. No, she had to pretend to have a boyfriend. So Zhang Yanhong seduced one of the plainclothes police officers monitoring her. This was a trainee police officer assigned under his squad leader to watch over Zhang Yanhong. As a hot-blooded young man, sturdy and handsome, he couldn't resist Zhang Yanhong, who dressed provocatively every day, swaying her hips on the street, and even seduced him knowing he was a trainee. Wu Fan was thus seduced, and as if by some ghostly impulse, he confessed his feelings to Zhang Yanhong. The squad leader was furious. Do you know what kind of person you're in love with? Prostitute. Wu Fan was silent for a moment, then looked at his squad leader with firm eyes. To love someone is to accept their past. I like Xiaohong, and I want to give her a perfect home. Besides, by becoming Xiaohong's boyfriend, I can monitor her better. The squad leader trembled with anger, pointing at his apprentice, convinced that his apprentice had been bewitched by Zhang Yanhong. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Zhang Yanhong felt only disdain. You want to give me a complete home? Not that you're worthy. If it weren't for the fact that you're my supervising officer and a bit handsome, you wouldn't even be qualified to carry my shoes. Of course, Zhang Yanhong dared not say these words. All she could do was nestle in Wu Fan's arms with a look of happiness. Xiao Fan, I love you so much. I love you too, Xiaohong. Seeing the two already snuggling, the squad leader was so angry that he turned away and left, since there were still others watching. After the squad leader left, Zhang Yanhong immediately pulled away from Wu Fan's embrace. How could a poor rustic fellow like him hold a fragrant, soft little fairy like me? Chen Xian had been in a bad mood lately. His research direction had gone wrong again. He simply couldn't understand why the embryos he cultivated, which clearly showed female characteristics during development, would gradually transform into males later. What was going on? At this moment his assistant walked over. Dr. Chun, experimental chamber 113 has once again reversed to male during the later stages of development due to some inexplicable reason. Chen Xian clenched his fist, still unable to achieve it. I understand. Destroy it like the other embryos before it fully develops into an individual. Yes. The assistant responded, but this time he didn't leave immediately. Dr. Chun, there is news about Lu Feng. Chen Xian spun around sharply, staring at his assistant with a fierce glint in his eyes, his voice trembling. Where is he? The assistant told Chen Xian everything that had happened recently, including Chun Yang's discovery of the Red Scarf Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart jolted. He slowly sat down on a nearby chair, took out a cigarette, and lit it. His puff. This Lu Feng seems to want to guide Xiao Yang into investigating this matter. I never expected that the little boy you kidnapped back then would turn out to be my daughter-in-law now. What a twist of fate. Chen Xian exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the assistant. The assistant's body trembled visibly, sweat dripping from his forehead. It's all that pedophile Lu Feng's fault. He not only messed with that Suyu, but also wanted to mess with her daughter. Then after seeing Bai Qin's photo, he wanted to kidnap her. But as I recall, you also participated in abusing Bai Qin, didn't you? Chen Xian kicked the assistant directly in the knee with no restraint, sending him to the ground. The assistant clutched his knee, sweating, afraid to cry out. The killing intent in Chen Xian's eyes gradually subsided. Find Lu Feng and kill him. Don't let him meet my son. Notify the Red Scarf Research Institute to temporarily sever our connection and make sure all records from these years are cleared. Also find a boyfriend or husband for Yuji, fake it, as if they've been chatting for a few years. Her research has already begun. We can't let Xiao Yang discover any clues. Yes. Fear appeared in the assistant's eyes. He dared not disobey Chen Xian's orders. Yang shone that fire back, then didn't kill Lu Feng, but if you don't take the antidote for my biological virus regularly, you'll experience heart-devouring pain. Today is the day you need to take the antidote, isn't it? Yang Shan's heart trembled. Dr. Chen didn't call him assistant, or his current name, but his former name. He knew he was in for a punishment today. Yes. Originally, for defiling my daughter-in-law, I should have killed you. But I am a man of my word. I said I'd protect you, so I will. The wrong you did to my daughter-in-law back then, you will pay for it today. I'll take care of you tonight. I'll keep you awake at all times, feeling the heart-devouring pain. Yang Shan slumped to the ground in terror. The pain in his knee seemed insignificant now, because tonight he would experience a pain far more intense, a pain worse than death. A foul odor filled the office. Chen Xian frowned, stood up, and walked out. Lick it clean. Li Shuiqin had recently become a keyboard warrior. After the live stream, the internet split into two factions, one offering blessings to Bai Qin, the other heaping curses upon her. This infuriated Li Shuiqin, so she spent money to recruit people into a group clashing with the online trolls. Bai Tian's wedding day was approaching. With Chun Yang and the government's help, he and his wife had finally scraped together enough money to buy a house. Soon he would be married. However, his mother and father had been busy helping Qiner battle online trolls, and even his younger brother Bai Yun, who was preparing for the college entrance exam, was dragged into the fray. Their lack of enthusiasm for his own wedding left Bai Tian feeling somewhat disheartened. After some reflection, Bai Tian came to understand the loneliness and bitterness Qiner had endured as a child, facing such trials and being treated that way by their mother. Bai Tian clenched his fist. What he was going through now was nothing compared to what Qiner had suffered in her youth. Still, he deeply hoped Qiner would attend his wedding. After hesitating for a moment, he sent Bai Qin a wedding invitation. Soon Bai Qin replied, I will come. Bai Tian broke into a cheerful smile. Since childhood, he had loved playing with Qiner. Whether she was pretending to be a girl or showing her true self as a boy, she was always adorable. He only regretted that he had dared not defy his mother's orders back, then slowly drifting apart from Qiner. He wanted to become Qiner's good big brother again. Just then he heard his mother's piercing shriek. Damn it, that bitch has a boyfriend. God knows from which group. Li Shuiqin saw Zhang Yanhong's moments post. In the photo, Zhang Yanhong leaned happily against Wu Fan, her face beaming with a blissful smile, while Wu Fan wore a shy grin and gently stroked her hair. They truly looked like a perfect couple. Li Shuiqin's eyes turned bloodshot. Not only had this clucking hen nearly ruined Qiner's wedding, but she had also found a boyfriend, and a police officer who was supposed to be watching her. What were these cops even doing? The more Li Shuiqin thought about it, the angrier she grew. Zhang Yanhong, like her mother, deserved to rot in prison for life. That face caked in cosmetics made Li Shuiqin want to vomit. Though she wasn't as pretty as that girl Li Shui, she was utterly detestable. Damn it, she had to destroy her. A look of ferocity twisted Li Shuiqin's face. Everyone who had bullied Qiner must pay the price. You two keep cursing online. I'm going out. Bai Ili and Bai Yun nodded frantically. They knew Li Shuaqin was furious and dared not defy her orders. Bai Tian witnessed this scene from his room, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. His family revolved around their mother. Whatever she said they did. His father was meek, a henpecked husband, but Bai Tian thought he was simply a coward. There was no help for it. In today's society, women were too scarce, and their social status was rising. Bai Tian still remembered his friend who, after a night of drinking, had sex with his girlfriend. She had initially agreed, but later revoked her consent, and he was sentenced to 3 years. Thank goodness Ajia wasn't that kind of girl. Bai Qin agreed to attend her brother's wedding because even when she had reverted to being a boy and was forbidden by that person from playing with him, Bai Tian still secretly slipped her money and bought her snacks. Even during her middle school years when she did those things. One could say that her brother's care played a significant role in helping her survive those dark days. As for Bai Yun, he was too young to defy Li Shuaqin's orders, and she understood that. So in her heart, she still acknowledged her brother and younger brother. However, as for her parents, she would never recognize them in this lifetime. Stretching lazily, Bai Qin suddenly frowned at a strange sensation. A little itchy. Why did she feel like scratching? At first the feeling was mild, but as time passed it grew stranger. It was like the itch of a healing wound making her want to scratch it. But, how could that be? Bai Qin furrowed her delicate brows, slightly pinching her thigh hard with 2 fingers. The sharp pain shot through her mind, as if she could use it to suppress the itch. Don't scratch, don't scratch. Bai Qin was on the verge of collapse. She had never heard of girls experiencing this. Yunxi and Li Shui had spent a wonderful night together. Yunxi cheerfully put on a maid outfit, gleefully picked up fruit, gleefully opened Bai Qin's door, and gleefully attended to her. Then she saw Bai Qin curled up on the bed, clutching her hair tightly with both hands, making strange noises. Bai Qin. Yunxi was startled by her state. She dropped the fruit and rushed to Bai Qin's side like a flying swallow, her face full of worry. Xiao Qin. Yunxi shook Bai Qin. Had her illness relapsed? Just as Yunxi was about to call the boss over, Bai Qin stopped her in time. Yunxi turned around and froze. Bai Qin's face was flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with tears, and her pink lips were pouting for some reason. This didn't seem like a relapse, did it? It felt more like she had taken some wrong medicine. Don't let Qinyang come. Her voice was soft and delicate, sending a shiver through Yunxi. Was this really a relapse? Xiao Qin, are you okay? Not really. Yunxi hurried over to check, and then she thought she heard some strange sound. Bai Qin bit down hard on her own fair arm, the intense pain suppressing the maddening itch. She had no idea what was happening to her. Yunxi swallowed nervously and tentatively sought Bai Qin's consent. After all, spending a night with Sister Li had taught her a thing or two. Bai Qin looked at her with red-rimmed eyes, then buried her face shamefully into the pillow. Yunxi heard a very muffled mem. Yunxi licked her lips, a sly grin spreading across her face. She felt as if she were the protagonist of this novel. Then Yunxi frowned. Strange, very strange. This was a scene she had never witnessed before. It seemed like something was being repaired. Have you finished reading? Bai Qin's voice was delicate and alluring. At that moment, she felt something strange happening within her body, a burning heat spreading through her veins. An absurd thought surfaced in her mind. She seemed to be recalling that encounter with Qin Yang from a few days ago. Are you really some kind of pervert, Bai Qin? Her large luminous eyes glistened with tears, not merely from the discomfort coursing through her body, but from the overwhelming shame of those memories flooding her mind. Yunxi's heart was far from at peace. Despite her vast experience, she had no idea what was happening. She had never heard of this condition being reversible. Why you hold on, I'll call the boss to take a look. No. Bai Qin desperately did not want Qin Yang to see her in this state. These symptoms were even more humiliating than that night, and she refused to let him think she was some shameless woman. Yunxi grew increasingly frantic, scratching at her ears in anxiety. To her surprise, she detected a fragrance she adored most, milky sweetness emanating from Bai Qin. Yet within that scent lingered an unfamiliar undertone, and upon inhaling it, Yunxi herself began to feel strangely altered. Why? Do I also feel a bit off? Yunxi suddenly found herself transported back to that night, when she was with senior sister Li Shui. Yunxi. What is it? Yunxi looked at Bai Qin on the bed, clutching a large pillow, her body limp and pliant as though her spine had dissolved. Those beautiful blue eyes, beaded with tears, shyly regarded her, while her tender pink lips parted slightly, breathing softly. Their gazes met, and in each other's eyes they seemed to read something unspoken. When Qin Yang heard the commotion and entered Bai Qin's room, he was stunned by the scene before him. Could it be that I'm being betrayed? Upon hearing the door open, Yunxi's heart dropped. She glanced fearfully toward the handsome figure appearing at the doorway. Oh no, she had forgotten to lock the door. Xiaoxi. Yunxi did not respond. Bai Qin, tears welling in her eyes, looked at Yunxi, and then noticed Yunxi's gaze was not fixed on her face, but on something behind her. Bai Qin's expression froze. Qin Yang caught the scent of lilies, a fragrance he loved most, interwoven with another peculiar aroma that filled his nostrils and ignited a hidden fire within him. He understood this was the effect of the type 3 serum. On a certain day each month, Qin released an alluring fragrance capable of stirring desire in others, and he too was succumbing to its effects. Like a clockwork mechanism, Qin slowly turned her head. Upon seeing Qinyang standing there, shame consumed her utterly. She genuinely wished to leap from the second floor. In truth, she did exactly that. Yunqi watched in dazed horror as Qin, wrapped in a blanket, rushed toward the window. Then, equally dazed, she stared at her boss. Wait, I'm still a maiden, letting the boss see this. What exactly is happening here? Wait. Something feels wrong. Yunqi snapped out of her daze and swiftly turned toward Qin. It then dawned on her Qin was about to jump. Xiaqin. Before Yunqi's scream could fully echo, Qinyang moved like the wind, appearing behind Qin and firmly gripping her slender waist with both hands. Let me just die here, ahhh. Qin truly felt she could never face anyone again. At that moment, she only wished to hurl herself from that height and end everything. Qin's strength ultimately proved inferior to Qinyang's. After struggling, she eventually collapsed softly into his arms, the restless heat bred by the rogue fire within her body gradually clouding her mind. Qinyang flashed a glance toward Yunqi behind him. Yunqi immediately understood and hastily adjusted her clothing, then tiptoed out of the room. Why does it feel like I've stumbled upon some awkward scene? Wait, didn't my boss just see something she shouldn't have? By that logic, am I the one who lost out? Yunqi muttered to herself without breaking stride, soon putting distance between them. Once she departed, only Qin and Qinyang remained in the room. For some reason, the air grew increasingly stifling, both of them beads of sweat forming at their temples. Qinyang glanced around and finally realized the air conditioner had been left off. Hot. So hot. Qin's gaze grew hazy as she instinctively threw off the covers, but the feverish sensation persisted. This heat did not come from outside, but spread from deep within her body. She looked down in confusion, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. No. Before Qin could finish, Qinyang leaned in from behind, his warm lips pressing gently against hers. Push him away. She must push him away. Qin's reason screamed desperately, yet the masculine warmth filling her senses drove her body to betray her, responding in the exact opposite way. She struggled to wrap her arms around his back, resting her cheek against his chest, hoping the contact might ease the restless heat building inside her. After what felt like an eternity, they finally pulled apart. Qinyang gazed at Qin before him, her cheeks glowing with a healthy pink flush. Whether from shyness or something else, she buried her face against his collarbone, refusing to look up, though the warmth radiating from her cheek pressed against his chest betrayed her nervousness. Unable to suppress a smile, Qinyang gently lifted her thighs, allowing her to cling to him like a small cat, then carefully laid her down on the bed. Qin continued to turn her face away in embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze, her flustered helplessness making her all the more endearing to him. Close the curtains. Turn off the light. Qinyang complied, and the room fell instantly into darkness. As he returned to the bedside, a warm figure pressed against him. Qin's movements carried both urgency and uncertainty, clearly driven to desperation by the restless heat within her. Qinyang could sense her panic, so he could only soothe her with gentle pats along her back, meeting her dependence with quiet comfort. She had deceived Qinyang. She never actually left. Now blushing, she perched on the dirty floor at the doorway, eavesdropping on the sounds from within, like someone stealing a glimpse into another's happiness. It's all the boss's fault. I inhaled those same maddening scents too, and I'm suffering from the same unbearable heat. She bit her lower lip, remembering the gifts those people had given her boss days ago. With a flushed face, she opened Pinduoduo, navigated to the food court section, copied a product link, and impulsively sent it to Sisterly. She quickly shut down the phone, pressed her head against the wall, and closed her eyes to meditate. Night deepened. Qin blinked, awake to complete darkness. Her entire body ached and her throat burned with thirst. Despite her exhaustion weighing her down, she couldn't resist the desperate need for water. Then she turned her head slowly. The familiar warm scent filled her nostrils, and she felt the gentle pressure of an arm draped across her chest, all of it confirming this wasn't a dream. She turned back toward the dark ceiling, sighed softly, and reached out with her sore arms to try shifting the limb resting across her. The movement seemed to rouse Qinyang. She heard his drowsy murmur, and then felt his fingers lightly squeeze her shoulder. Her face burned crimson, and without regard for waking him, she slapped him across the cheek. Hiss! Qinyang jolted awake, confused by the darkness around him. Who hit him? Let go of me. I need water. Hearing her voice tinged with embarrassment and indignation, Qinyang finally realized his arm was still wrapped around Qin's shoulder. Still groggy from sleep, he instinctively touched her again. Slap! But before the sting arrived, the sweet scent of lilies washed over him. Don't you dare peek. Feeling unsafe, she pulled the blanket over his head in the darkness before finally turning on the light. Her eyes widened in panic at the crimson stain on the sheets, and she frantically patted Qinyang through the blanket. Qinyang, why am I bleeding again? With her understanding of male biology, she knew exactly what this meant, but hadn't this already happened after their wedding days ago? That's the effect of the type 3 formula. His muffled voice carried through the blanket. The Type 3 formula allows your body to gradually restore itself over the week following each encounter, but the side effect is that you'll experience bouts of feverish madness like yesterday, losing control to that burning heat. So this isn't what you think. It's purely the formula's effect. That's all drawbacks, isn't it? So you're saying this happens every time we... Not necessarily, considering it takes a full week to recover unless you're doing this daily. Slap. Bai Qin's face flushed as she struck the blanket-covered pillow. It hurts. Aya. In the end, Bai Qin bit through the pain and got out of bed to search for sleepwear, ignoring Qin Yang's apologetic, muffled voice from beneath the covers. He had no idea whether she'd forgiven him, so he could only keep apologizing and promising to treat her better. Actually, Bai Qin wasn't truly angry. What concerned her more was that her sleepwear no longer fit. She silently stared at the scattered pajama top and pants on the table, and beside the bed, her cheeks darkening further. Had she really become that extraordinary? Fortunately, the closet held more than one set of sleepwear, though this particular set was pink. Pink would have to do, as she couldn't stay in her undergarments forever. After changing into the new pajamas, Bai Qin couldn't explain why a soft laugh escaped her lips as she watched Qin Yang still apologizing and swearing. He clearly heard it too, his apologies faltering. Xiao Bai, are you not upset anymore? Who gave you permission to call me Xiao Bai? How close are we really? Bai Qin feigned anger, then secretly gathered the unwearable pajama set and turned toward the door. We've done this, and you're still asking how well we know each other. Qin Yang thought to himself, but quickly changed his tune out loud. Bai Qin, are you still mad? No response came. Only the sound of the door opening and closing. He cautiously peeked out and realized Bai Qin had already left the room. Qin Yang slipped his head out from beneath the covers, but the room was empty. Bai Qin was gone. He fully emerged and drew in a deep breath of fresh air. The blanket had been saturated with Bai Qin's lily fragrance. He adored it, but breathing it in too long might cost him control once more. Yet the faint scent still lingered throughout the room, though less concentrated than it had been under the covers. Recalling how he'd groveled like a simp moments ago, Qin Yang fell silent, momentarily at a loss. Had he completely shattered his carefully constructed persona? Weren't I supposed to be the composed, authoritative CEO type? Bai Qin sat on the sofa and took a sip of water, her thirst slightly alleviated. In the calm after the storm, she began to reflect. It was a feeling, one she had never experienced before. This time Qin Yang was not as unfeeling as on their wedding night. He did not last for 2 or 3 hours, and perhaps due to the Type 3 potion, Bai Qin felt completely satisfied. Seeing Qin Yang yield, Bai Qin felt a hint of pleasure. Besides watching him suffer defeat, there was more. Curse this body. Bai Qin bent over, resting her elbows on her thighs, her pale hands tightly gripping her soft hair, trying to use pain to break the reverie. She was beginning to fall. Though reluctant to admit it, Bai Qin seemed, perhaps, possibly, maybe, to have developed a liking for this feeling. Damn it. A scene suddenly flashed through Bai Qin's mind. The words Xiaohong's mother had once said to her. You're a slut, and you'll never get rid of that scar. The scar on her thigh might have been removed, but the scar on her heart was deeply etched within. Am I really that kind of person? Do I truly desire to do such things in my heart? Bai Qin did not know. She pulled harder at her hair, a sharp pain radiating from her scalp, but Xiaohong mother's venomous words echoed in her mind. She kept yanking until a few strands came loose. Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin. Amid the pain, Bai Qin seemed to hear Yunxi's voice. Lifting her head, she met Yunxi's eyes full of worry. Xiao Qin, you. Why are you crying? Am I crying? Bai Qin touched her face and felt dampness. She hadn't expected to cry again. How many times was this since her transformation? She had endured such hardships before, so why were the tears now flowing uncontrollably? I'm fine. You're about to pull your hair out, and you say you're fine. Yunxi pain took Bai Qin's small hands, gently pried open her clenched fingers one by one, then sat beside her, placing those pale hands on her own lap. Xiao Qin, please stop hurting yourself, okay? Since you've chosen to be a girl, let's forget the past and start anew, all right? Yunxi did not know Bai Qin's past, so she couldn't understand why Bai Qin hadn't adapted to her new identity after all this time. Every time Bai Qin had an episode, that fragile aura always pained Yunxi. Bai Qin looked at her hands resting on Yunxi's lap and said in a low voice, Xiaoxi, you know what? I never wanted to be a girl in the first place. Huh? Yunxi was surprised. She remembered that the Balance Project required voluntary participation. Looking at Bai Qin's pitiful appearance, her heart ached. Since I was a child, my mother raised me as a girl. For over an hour, she quietly listened to the pitiful girl recount her past. Her experiences made Yunxi's heart ache, and she marveled at how Bai Qin had survived such oppression. Putting herself in Bai Qin's shoes, she would have likely jumped off a building and committed suicide long ago. Qin Yang had also come out of the room at some point. Initially intending to greet them, he overheard Bai Qin's words and quietly approached, standing behind them. He listened to her story, deeply moved by her words. He had checked these things and knew them, but hearing it from the victim herself was different. The feelings she expressed conveyed the despair and oppressive atmosphere more vividly. When Bai Qin finally finished, she felt a lump in her throat, and her nose tingled. Bai Qin leaned on Yunshi's shoulder, crystal tears streaming from her light blue eyes, and she sobbed. Am I really a slut like Xiaohong's mother said? As soon as she said it, Yun-Shi pulled her into a warm embrace. At that moment, Bai Qin noticed Qinyang, his eyes slightly red. Feeling ashamed, she buried her head in the softness of Yunshi's chest. No, Xiao Qin. Yun-Shi choked out, finally understanding Bai Qin's terrible past. She held Bai Qin tightly, her heart aching. Don't listen to that mother of hers. Only a mean person speaks ill of others. Xiao Qin is so cute and pure. How could she be that kind of thing? But I've only been with him twice, and I'm already a little fallen. That's just hormones and medication. Yun-Shi explained. Human cognition is also controlled by hormones. Even if a girl psychologically identifies as male under the influence of estrogen, she will gradually change her perceptions. And besides, who says girls aren't lustful? Bai Qin was stunned. She lifted her pretty head from Yun-Shi's arms, her light blue eyes looking at Yun-Shi adorably. Do normal girls also like daddy? Although Bai Qin had watched videos of girls in tight yoga pants swaying in front of the camera, she had labeled them as fallen, selling their bodies for money. What normal girl would post such suggestive videos online? Yes. To be honest, research shows that girls are actually more lustful than boys. How? How is that possible? How is it not possible? In this society, there are too few girls. Many anime idealize us as pure maidens. Too many boys only know us through anime and movies. But the pure girls they imagine are actually more perverted and experienced inside. Yun-Shi's words shattered Bai Qin's long-held belief that girls were holy and innocent. So you also hide under the covers and watch those little videos? Yun-Shi nodded. And you sneak off when no one's around at night? Yun-Shi nodded again. And you? Yun-Shi nodded, giving Bai Qin a squeeze. Bai Qin, startled like a startled kitten, leaped out of her embrace. The tears on her face hadn't fully dried, but now her face was full of wariness. What are you doing? Actually, girls prefer cuddling with other girls over handsome guys. Yun-Shi stretched out her claws and cackled. But then, ahem. Yun-Shi froze. Did she just hear the boss's voice? Turning her head like a robot, she saw Qinyang standing behind her with a strange expression. Are you a ghost? Boss, good morning. Yun-Shi smiled awkwardly. It's 8 in the evening. Oh, Yun-Shi, you idiot. Go cook 2 dishes. Qinyang ordered, and Yun-Shi immediately got up and went to the kitchen. Of course, a maid who can't cook is useless. After Yun-Shi went to cook, only Qinyang and Bai Qin remained in the living room. Bai Qin was afraid to look at Qinyang. Although they had been intimate, a bed partner and a real-life partner are 2 different species, aren't they? Qinyang was about to break the silence when a phone rang. Bai Qin's. Picking it up, she saw an unfamiliar number. Hesitant, Bai Qin answered the call. Hello, is this Bai Qin, daughter of Li Shuiqin? This is the police station. Your mother has been arrested on suspicion of intentional assault. She left your phone number with us and asked that you come as soon as possible. Bai Qin was taken aback by the officer's words. What surfaced in her first was neither worry nor indifference, but rather a delight so absurd that even she found it staggering. She had become so twisted that the very thought of her biological mother sitting in prison filled her with joy. One could only imagine the depth of hatred Bai Qin harbored toward her. Alright, I understand. I'll come see her later. Bai Qin hung up the phone. Qinyang noticed the strange hint of happiness on her face and asked who had called. Oh, Mom was arrested for intentional assault. The police called to let me know. Bai Qin spoke these words flatly. No, not flatly. Qinyang saw a trace of satisfaction in her beautiful pupils. This shocked him and sent a chill down his spine. What did you say? Mom is in the police station. Qinyang leaned forward and grasped Bai Qin's slender shoulders. Had he misheard? Bai Qin furrowed her delicate brows and slapped his hand away. If she's going to jail, then let her go to jail. She should have been behind bars 10 years ago for destroying someone else's family. If she weren't my biological mother, I'd cook a proper meal to celebrate. Qinyang felt as though ice water had been poured over his entire body. He gazed at this breathtaking beauty before him, a girl he had reshaped who had surrendered everything to him, with his heart trembling. A hint of ferocity flickered across her beautiful face. She is your mother. Even though she did those things, she still loves you. Qinyang's voice was laced with suppressed anger. Though this maternal love was deeply warped, Li Shuiqin genuinely unequivocally loved Bai Qin. Qinyang looked at Bai Qin with disappointment. He had hoped to see panic in her eyes, regret, a sense of guilt toward her mother. But there was nothing. Bai Qin's pale blue pupils remained as calm as still water, as though none of this mattered to her at all. Love? Heh. Tell me, if I were still a man, would she still love me? You should have seen her lose her mind. I half suspect she has some kind of epilepsy. How can you speak of your mother like that? Why do you have to say such things about your mom? Qinyang was utterly disillusioned. He began to regret having chosen Bai Qin as his balance mate wife. Though her suffering was truly heartbreaking, hadn't everything changed? Why couldn't she escape her pain and start anew as a different person? I say what I want about her. None of your business. Bai Qin grew angry at being questioned. If you think I'm not good enough, have the power to turn me back and divorce me, then find another balance mate. Do you really think I wanted to marry you? I paid her medical bills with my marriage. That was my debt to her. Otherwise, do you really think I'd bow to you? You people are always the same. You want me to become someone else entirely to forget everything that happened to return to being your little golden canary. Heh, go ahead. Use your so-called neural memory link technology to rewrite my mind. That way I won't even be myself anymore. After that I'll become whatever you want, whether a docile girl or a love-struck fool. Even if I become a prostitute, I don't care. Just don't let my memories come back. I've long since given up on living. Chunyang fell silent, overwhelmed by Bai Qin's torrent of words, or perhaps because they struck too close to the truth. Memory modification. Perhaps that truly was a viable solution. Seeing Chunyang lost in thought, Bai Qin's heart skipped a beat. Could he really be considering altering her memories? At that moment, she suddenly found no interest in writing novels at all. Originally, she had taken up web novels to achieve fame and fortune. But when tragedy struck and left her feeling hopeless, the encouragement from her top supporters reignited her will to live. When she discovered that both her top supporters were actually Chunyang, her attitude toward him shifted. After all, he had been one of her readers even before her transformation, and deep down her heart had already begun to accept him. But now, Chunyang's silence plunged Bai Qin back into despair. He was actually considering whether to tamper with her memories. She was exhausted. No. Chunyang's response caught Bai Qin off guard. Chunyang shook his head and looked directly into Bai Qin's eyes. I married you, Bai Qin, not some other version of you. What makes a person most important is their memories. If those are gone, how could she still be the same person? Chunyang came to his senses. Though he possessed the ability to alter memories, he refused to do so. Setting aside the moral implications, such an act was a kind of murder. Love could not be obtained through shortcuts. He wanted to heal Bai Qin's wounds, not erase her and replace her with someone else. Let's go see mom together later. Chunyang didn't know why Li Shuoqin had attacked someone, but she was still Bai Qin's birth mother and his own mother-in-law. If he could help, he would. Whatever. Though Chunyang had said he wouldn't modify her memories, the fact that he had hesitated and pondered for several seconds still left Bai Qin feeling hollow. Her online romance was over. She would break things off with her top supporters once this was done. Dinner's ready. Yunxi had prepared stir-fried green beans with pork, tomato, and egg stir-fry and roasted duck. As she set the dishes on the table and was about to call them to eat, she turned and saw their cold, expressionless faces. Had they quarreled? Yunxi's earlier joy at finishing cooking slowly faded. What a waste, cooking only to fight right after. You two really are something, she thought. Though complaining inwardly, Yunxi cautiously approached them. Boss Xiaoqin, dinner is ready. Bai Qin nodded and walked to the dining table, taking her seat. Chunyang followed suit. At the table, Yunxi could clearly feel the oppressive atmosphere, to the point where even the delicious food she had prepared seemed unappetizing. I'm full. Bai Qin finished eating first. She had grown accustomed to eating so little each meal, a stark contrast to her former self. Back then she could easily finish a whole bowl, now half a bowl left her satisfied. Had her stomach really been cut in half? After leaving the living room, Bai Qin first took the sleepwear from the washing machine out to dry, then returned to the sofa to scroll through her phone and watch videos. Bai Qin had joined several gossip groups long ago. Though she didn't know why they had stopped updating for so long, she never left, just in case they started posting again. Out of habit, she opened WeChat. To her surprise, the gossip group had actually updated. She clicked on it, and her expression darkened instantly. Chat logs of Chunyang's wife. The chat records of Chunyang's wife. What an eye-catching gossip. Bai Qin's heart pounded wildly. She knew she should not have clicked on it, yet her hand seemed to move on its own accord. It was a QR code. After much deliberation, Bai Qin finally scanned it with her phone. The page is loading. Bai Qin's heart soared and dipped like a roller coaster. Her hands holding the phone began to tremble. She could only hope this was merely some netizen's prank or AI face swap technology. Anything but those videos. This webpage has been blocked. Gazing at the red exclamation mark on the screen, Bai Qin felt a wave of relief. Though it had been taken down still, she noticed the message was sent this afternoon. She wondered when it had been blocked and whether someone might have already viewed and downloaded it. Bai Qin's anxiety surged once again. The moment the thought took root, it expanded infinitely in her mind. Her hands began to shake from fear. She dreaded others mocking her with those videos, digging into her past, exposing her tragic life. She feared being doxxed, that every detail of her history would be laid bare on the internet. Soon Bai Qin's entire body started trembling. The phone slipped from her fingers and fell onto the sofa, but she failed to notice. Her pupils contracted sharply, a sign of utter terror. Look, that's Chunyang's wife. Have you seen the video? She's lying there like a... Bro, I beg you. One. Yeah, not for free. Her childhood video. That's utterly disgusting. Countless mocking voices echoed in Bai Qin's mind. She wanted to drive those voices away, but they were products of her own imagination. The more she resisted, the louder they grew, filling every corner of her mind with relentless noise. No, stop. Bai Qin clutched her head, agony piercing through her skull. Those voices persisted, reverberating endlessly within. In a daze, she seemed to hear someone calling her name. Chunyang's figure materialized before her. Like a drowning woman grasping a lifeline, she lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Chunyang held her close. He could feel her trembling against his chest. He glanced at Yun, she who stood nearby, with deep concern. Understanding his silent cue, she quietly retreated to her room. In the living room, Chunyang cradled Bai Qin, who clung to him like an octopus, her body shuddering gently. He softly patted her back, unsure of what was happening, but remembering the gentle words Li Shui had taught him. He used them to comfort her. There. Don't cry. It's all right. I'm here. Though the words felt strange coming from him, they seemed to have some effect. Slowly Bai Qin's trembling subsided, yet she refused to pull away from his embrace. The video. Chunyang paused. What video? Then he noticed the red exclamation mark on her phone, and a foreboding sensation crept into his heart. Walking softly to avoid startling her, he picked up the phone from the sofa and swiped to see chat records of Chunyang's wife. A surge of anger rose within him. He had spent so much money erasing all traces of Bai Qin from the internet, yet some people still dared to recklessly spread rumors. Be brave. Don't be afraid. That video was taken down long ago. But. Sniffle. It was actually accessible for a while. Hick. Listen, the authorities sent me that video. It was nothing but an AI face swap fabrication made by netizens. Since they dare to spread lies about my beloved Qin, they will pay the price. Oh really? It's fabricated. Bai Qin lifted her head from Chunyang's embrace, her tear-stained face clouded with doubt. Meeting her sorrowful, tear-filled eyes, Chunyang's heart felt as though it were being twisted by a blade. He felt like a failed husband, one who not only upset her, but also brought her to tears. Yes, it was merely an AI-generated video. Though still somewhat doubtful, Bai Qin gradually felt reassured by his comforting words. Yet as the sadness faded, shame took its place. What was she doing? Clinging to Chunyang like an octopus. Turning her head away to hide her blushing cheeks, Bai Qin slowly lowered her legs. Let me go. Chunyang hesitated for a moment, then released his embrace. Bai Qin felt she had completely lost face in front of him, both in public and in private. Let's go see my mother. Head bowed, avoiding his gaze, she could barely bear to look at him. Are you feeling better now, Chunyang had truly felt her terror, her body shaking uncontrollably, her fear of facing others like a doll on the verge of shattering. It worried him deeply. Gazing at Bai Qin, Chunyang sighed softly. Bai Qin returned to her room and asked Shi to help her change. She dressed in casual pants and a loose white t-shirt once more. Shi secretly longed to see Bai Qin in a pretty dress, but knowing her deep aversion to skirts and the color pink, she could only imagine how beautiful she would look in one. Why are you going out so late? She had been startled by Bai Qin's sudden breakdown. Learning about her traumatic past, she understood why Sister Li had specially designed a treatment plan tailored for her. It seemed to be working after all. Bai Qin no longer needed Shi to help her bathe, a positive sign. Bathing allowed her to better understand her own body, which psychology suggested could help with gender identity. To see my mother. You made up with your mom. After Bai Qin shared her story, she finally understood that the seemingly kind and beautiful Aunt Li was in fact the root cause of all her suffering. Putting herself in Bai Qin's shoes, if she had endured such childhood trauma without any familial love, she would have jumped off a building long ago. She never imagined Bai Qin possessed such inner strength, enduring so many hardships. Yet those very trials had left her with severe psychological wounds. Bai Qin shook her head. She's in jail. I want to visit her. Throughout the journey, Bai Qin remained largely silent, scrolling through her phone in the back seat. Chunyang drove, and the two arrived at the police station. As they pushed open the door, the evening had already fallen, yet the station's lights still blazed brightly. Bai Qin first put away her phone, then surveyed her surroundings. Fortunately, there weren't many people near the police station. She let out a sigh of relief in the car, before pushing the door open and stepping out. This was the South, and even after the National Day holiday, the weather remained scorching. The two arrived at the police station entrance, and the one who received them was none other than Jiang Sheng. At that moment, Jiang Sheng wore a troubled expression. He glanced at the notes in his hand, then lifted his head to look at Chunyang, and after that cast two glances at Bai Qin. Truly exquisite, but how could she have such a mother? This is how it went. Jiang Sheng began recounting Li Shuichen's criminal process. Li Shuichen, driven by the online remarks, harbored a deep hatred for Zhang Yanhong, who had disrupted the wedding. She concealed a fruit knife in her trousers, and upon finding Zhang Yanhong, intended to use it to disfigure her face. Fortunately, Zhang Yanhong was under surveillance at the time. Officer Wu Fan noticed something amiss, and swiftly pushed Zhang Yanhong aside, while the undercover plainclothes officers rushed out to restrain Li Shuichen. Yet it was still not in time. Zhang Yanhong's face was slashed, and she is now receiving intensive treatment at the hospital. Wu Fan's hand was also cut, and he is being treated as well. The specific details will only be known after the injury assessment results come out. After hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Chunyang fell silent. He had a certain understanding of the law and knew that this matter would not be easy to resolve. The act of illegally purchasing concentrated sulfuric acid was already a crime, let alone using it to retaliate against someone, which only compounded the offense. Why did she have to do such a thing? Unlike Chunyang, Bai Qin, standing beside him, actually felt a trace of delight at this. How many years will she get? Whether Jiang Sheng misheard or not, he felt that there was not a hint of sorrow in Bai Qin's tone. Instead, it carried a cheerful timbre. That depends on the injury assessment report. According to the on-site personnel, it seems that Ms. Li's harm was not too severe, probably at the level of minor injury, which could mean a fixed-term imprisonment of less than 3 years. Then Jiang Sheng saw Bai Qin, her head bowed, trembling slightly. Was she crying from overwhelming grief? Obviously not. Bai Qin lowered her head, digging her fingers tightly into her thigh. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no trace of sorrow in them. Instead, there was a suppressed excitement. Ha ha ha, prison, she's going to prison, she's finally getting her comeuppance. We understand. Can we go see her now? I'll have Xiao Lu take you there. Xiao Lu was a newcomer under Jiang Sheng. After giving some instructions, he led Bai Qin and Chun Yang to the visitation room. Inside, a window separated the two rooms. Chun Yang and Bai Qin were on one side, while Li Shuiqin was on the other. When Li Shuiqin saw Bai Qin, tears streamed down her face. She reached out to touch Bai Qin's cheek, but only met the cold glass. The glass was soundproof, communication between the two sides was only possible through the telephones in front of the glass. Li Shuiqin had already picked up the phone, but Bai Qin on the other side made no move, merely staring coldly at Li Shuiqin. Chun Yang couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stepped forward, picked up the phone, and answered. Hello, Mom. Li Shuiqin was taken aback, looking at the handsome Chun Yang before her, and finally realized that he was her son-in-law. Chun, my son-in-law, could you let Qiner speak on the phone? Chun Yang nodded and handed the phone to Bai Qin beside him. Bai Qin glanced at Chun Yang, said nothing, took the phone, and pressed it to her ear. Qiner. I'm sorry. Through the glass, Bai Qin saw her mother crying. For some reason, a sudden pang of bitterness surged in her heart. Damn it, don't cry. Bai Qin couldn't stand seeing her cry. She said nothing, just held the phone quietly. It's Mom's fault. Mom has brought shame upon you. Mom shouldn't have been so impulsive and done such foolish things. Woo-woo. Bai Qin averted her gaze. Perhaps it was the bond of blood. When Li Shuiqin cried, she too felt a sadness. How could this be possible under normal circumstances? She herself wished for her to go to prison. Enough. Bai Qin's low growl silenced Li Shuiqin's sobs. I didn't come here to hear you cry. What gives you the right to do such things? Wasn't it enough that you ruined Xiaohong's family back then? Now you can't even let Xiaohong go. But she disrupted your wedding. Didn't you also disrupt someone else's family back then? Li Shuiqin fell silent. Through the glass, she gazed at the lovely figure before her, as if transported back to the time when Bai Qin was still a carefree little girl. If it weren't for that bitch's exposure, she could have raised Qiner until she was 18, which would have been 2 years ago, right when the balance plan was first proposed. Then she could have taken Qiner to participate in the balance plan, allowing her to become a true girl both physically and psychologically. But Mom was impulsive, but Mom doesn't regret it. Bai Qin seemed not to understand Li Shuiqin's words. Didn't you just say you were wrong? Why are you not regretting it now? Back then, if she hadn't exposed you, Qiner, I wouldn't have gotten involved in her family, and none of that would have happened. I could have raised you until the balance plan was just introduced. Enough. Li Shuiqin's words were cut off by Bai Qin, her voice laced with fury. Do you think that without Xiaohong there wouldn't be another Xiaolan or Xiaolf? My gender being exposed was only a matter of time. I survived the cold treatment from all of you after what I went through. Do you think I wouldn't be able to handle a shift in gender identity? In my eyes, Xiaohong's mother and those damned bastards deserve to die, and you deserve to go to prison to sober up. Li Shuiqin listened with a pained heart to Bai Qin's harsh words. She had only given the police Qiner's phone number so that she could come and see her more often, but she never expected Qiner to speak to her like this. Why had she refused to accept Qiner's psychological transition back to male back then? It was an obsession in her heart, an obsession with having a daughter. Despite feeling some disappointment and sorrow at Bai Qin's words, she still cautiously asked Qiner then. Your mind, can you still accept yourself as a girl? This was Li Shuiqin's earnest question. If Qiner said yes, then even 10 more years in prison would be worth it. Bai Qin was about to say without much hesitation that she could never accept being a girl in this lifetime, but when she met Li Shuiqin's expectant eyes, a long-buried memory gradually surfaced in her mind. Mother, Qiner is back. Come give Mommy a hug. Little Bai Qin rushed into her mother's arms. She nuzzled against the warm embrace. Mommy, why is it so soft here? This is only for girls. Then why don't I have it? Aren't I a girl? Who said you're not a girl? That softness comes only after a girl grows up and becomes the happiest girl in the world. Is Mommy the happiest girl in the world then? Of course Mommy is. With you by my side, Mommy is the happiest girl in the world. Then I want to become the happiest girl in the world too. Good, then you must become the happiest girl in the world. Let's make a pinky promise never to break it for 100 years. Pinky promise never to break it for 100 years. Bai Qin closed her eyes and pressed her hands tightly over her head. In front of her was a pane of glass, and on the other side stood Li Shuiqin, her face filled with worry, while Chun Yang supported Bai Qin with a grave expression. Why does the frequency of these episodes seem to be increasing? After the memory faded, Bai Qin panted softly and gently pushed Chun Yang away. A familiar voice reached her ears, sounding just like the mother in her memories. Qiner, what's wrong? Are you okay? Chiner, please say something. I'm fine. Bai Qin's face was pale. She opened her eyes and saw Li Shuaqin on the other side of the glass. The torrent of memories had just swept through her mind, and her nose tingled with unshed tears. Without thinking, she called out the word Li Shuaqin had longed to hear for so long. Mom. Bai Qin whispered through tears. She didn't know why she was crying. She should not have cried in front of her. Hearing that single word, Li Shuaqin was transported back to that afternoon long ago. Little Bai Qin had come home from school happily calling out, "Mommy." Li Shuaqin had opened her warm arms and tightly embraced that little girl. Little Bai Qin had asked why her chest felt soft, and she had replied that it was something only grown-up girls who were extremely happy would have. Then the two of them had hooked their pinkies together. Li Shuaqin had secretly vowed to ensure that little Bai Qin would become the happiest girl in the world. Chiner. Qinyang silently stepped back. He could feel the intense emotional turmoil within Bai Qin, so vividly sorrowful, coming from the softest part of her heart, a place where only Li Shuaqin could offer the most genuine response. Mom, why did you choose to ignore me when those things happened to me? I'm sorry, Mom was wrong. Mom shouldn't have ignored you. Mom, do you know those people made me hurt so much? Mom was wrong. Mom shouldn't have done those things and gotten Xiaohong's family involved like this. Mom was wrong, Mom, I smoked, drank, stole underwear, acted like a bad kid. Actually, I just didn't want others to laugh at or hurt me. I'm not really a bad kid. Mom understands. Mom was wrong back then. Mom was blind, never seeing your pain. Mom knows you're not a bad kid. You've always been Mom's happiest girl, The happiest girl. Bai Qin's head ached again. It was like before. She could no longer hear anything around her. Her mind was in chaos, as if two different voices had appeared. One was her current female voice telling her to forget the past, start anew, and be a happy girl once more. The other was her former male voice urging her to recall everything those people had done to her, claiming that this repentance was nothing but compensation for having become a girl. You are a happy girl. You are a strong boy. You. Stop it, stop arguing. Did you forget the pinky promise you made with Mom when you were little? I didn't forget. Did you forget what Mom said about you being a bad kid? I didn't forget. Did you forget? No, stop, I didn't forget, please stop talking. You. I said stop it, stop it, stop. Bang. Bai Qin slammed her fist hard onto the table, her chest heaving violently. She gasped for breath as Chunyang gently patted her back from behind. He wasn't sure if this counted as treatment. After all, Bai Qin had genuinely expressed her feelings just now, but it also seemed more like two personalities were fighting for control of her body. Li Shuaqin had also witnessed Bai Qin's episode. Since Bai Qin had been holding the phone throughout the entire fit, Li Shuaqin had clearly heard her talking to herself. Even without medical training, she knew one term: schizophrenia. It was all her fault. It was all because of her, Li Shuaqin. It was she who had caused Chiner to become like this. Once Bai Qin's breathing had calmed somewhat, Li Shuaqin softly called out, "Chiner." Bai Qin's body tensed sharply. She looked at Li Shuaqin with an extremely complicated expression, her lips parting and closing again. She didn't know how to face the mother who had given her life at that moment. Just now she had clearly felt her own mind truly splitting apart. One side fully accepted her current self, ready to forgive her mother and restart life. The other side could not accept such an innocent version of herself, blamed her mother, and continued waging war against this body, striving to have Qinyang turn her back into a boy. Bai Qin no longer knew which version of herself was the real one. Was she meant to be a girl? Or a boy? Her head throbbed. Perhaps she should just jump. She picked up the phone and pressed it to her mouth, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. 1,000 words still condensed into a single phrase: goodbye. After saying this, Bai Qin hung up, immediately rose from her seat, and cast a somewhat helpless glance at Qinyang. I'm going back to the car first. Say whatever you need to say to Mom. Don't worry about me. Seeing Bai Qin's lost and desolate appearance, how could he not worry? He redialed and rapidly whispered a few words to Li Shuaqin. Mom, rest assured I'll do my best to shorten your sentence. Also, please stop doing these things in the future. It won't help Xiaoqin at all, and may even drag her into public scrutiny. Li Shuaqin sobbed and wiped her tears. I understand, son-in-law Chun. I will properly admit my mistakes and ask for leniency. Then Chiner is in your care. Qinyang nodded, spoke no further words, and after hanging up, hurriedly caught up with Bai Qin's pace. Taking Bai Qin back to the car, anyone with half a brain could tell her condition was far from good. Qinyang said little and drove away from the police station. Back at the villa, Bai Qin silently headed straight into the bathroom. Worried she might do something foolish, Qinyang quickly had Yunqi follow in to help her bathe, while he went to consult Xiaoxue about what was going on. In the bathroom, Bai Qin sat blankly staring at the hot water overflowing from the tub. Yunqi entered and immediately shut off the faucet. Xiaoqin. Yunqi gently shook her face. Only then did Bai Qin snap back to reality, looking at Yunqi before offering a faint, somewhat unsettling smile. Yunqi, I'm fine. Do I look like someone who's fine? Yunqi took her small hand and began helping her remove her clothes. Bai Qin instinctively pulled away, and Yunqi gave a wry smile. Here you shy now? I used to help you bathe every day, didn't I? I'm not. Bai Qin relaxed and let Yunshi continue. Come on, let's get in the water. Even after seeing it many times, Yunshi was still captivated by Bai Qin's figure, a body that defied natural proportions. She pinched her playfully, earning a flustered glare. Who told you to tempt me all day? Bai Qin settled into the tub, but this time she kept her head bowed, silently watching the water. Yunshi hadn't yet added the herbs and flower petals. The water remained crystal clear. Yunshi noticed Bai Qin's gaze, not looking up as usual, but staring downward. Her slender hands cupped together like a ladle catching warm water to examine before letting it slip through her fingers. She repeated this motion, endlessly lost in thought. Yunshi held off on adding the bath preparations. Bai Qin was going through a phase of accepting her body, and the fact that she was willing to look at herself signaled meaningful progress in her treatment. And besides, Bai Qin bathing in the warm water was nothing short of an ethereal vision. Yunshi found herself momentarily transfixed. Aren't you going to add those things? Bai Qin turned and smiled softly at Yunshi's steam curling around her like a descended fairy. Oh, right now. Yunshi hurriedly poured everything into the water and reached for a towel to begin scrubbing her back. Yunshi, moi, let's bathe together. Okay. Wait, what? Yunshi felt as though she'd misheard. Had Bai Qin just invited her? The water's ready. Come soak with me. Yunshi wasn't sure if Bai Qin was having another episode. Before, due to her psychological struggles, she couldn't bear to see her own body, or anyone else's. Yunshi always wore a special bathrobe to shield herself whenever helping her bathe. But now, she was actually inviting her to bathe together. If Yunshi were being honest, she would have loved nothing more. Who wouldn't be drawn to someone as breathtaking as Xiao Qin? But it was so sudden that Yunshi didn't know how to respond. I'm sorry. If you don't want to bathe with me, that's okay. Bai Qin's voice carried a hint of wounded vulnerability. Why was she apologizing again? And why did she seem like a completely different person? Was this still the Xiao Qin she knew? No. I'd love nothing more than to bathe with you, Xiao Qin. I've dreamed of it. With that, Yunshi shed her robe and stepped carefully into the water. You have such a beautiful figure. Bai Qin's words caught Yunshi off guard. Xiao Qin, do you accept your body now? Bai Qin nodded, then shook her head, a gesture that left the excited Yunshi utterly confused. What did that even mean? Did she accept it or not? I can't even explain what's happening to me. I've lost track of who I am. What do you mean? Yunshi didn't understand. How could one lose track of themselves? After seeing my mother earlier, two voices began speaking in my mind. One is the me from childhood when I was raised as a girl. The other is the me who chose to live as a man. Bai Qin looked at Yunshi with calm eyes, making Yunshi's heart flutter with unease. Both versions are me, yet neither feels entirely right. I may not have studied medicine, but I've heard of this condition called schizophrenia. One urges me to let go of the past, the other demands I remember every humiliation. Yet both stem from the deepest parts of who I am. A contradiction I can't resolve. I don't know which path to choose, but I sense there may be a third option. Though the bathwater was scalding hot, Yunshi felt a chill run through her. She had a terrible feeling about what Bai Qin was about to say next. Does bathing feel so comforting? Yunshi nodded. It was comforting enough to make one forget everything. They say bathing while intoxicated can. Bai Qin watched the hand covering her mouth, then looked up at Yunshi. Without hesitation, Yunshi straddled her lap, her soaked hair clinging to her body. Water droplets traced paths down her flushed cheeks, and her red-rimmed eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yunshi's hands carried a delicate feminine scent. Sitting face to face, their bodies nearly touching in the warm water, Bai Qin's cheeks glowed crimson from the steam. Please don't speak like that. Not just to yourself, but to others as well. Qiner, you're no longer alone. You have your husband Qinyang, your friend me, and your family. You're someone who keeps her promises. Have you forgotten the child you wanted to give him? Even if you choose not to, please don't entertain such thoughts. Yunshi's eyes burned with tears as she looked at Bai Qin. It would break my heart. Bai Qin's heart tightened painfully. She lowered her gaze and nodded softly. This presents very clear symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. Li Shui's cold voice drifted through the phone. Is there any way to resolve it? Actually, this could be seen as a positive sign. Dissociative identity disorder essentially arises when two distinct personalities within one person compete for control of the body. These two personas represent the most authentic facets of Bai Qin's inner self. This is merely a phase. We don't need her to choose which personality should dominate, but rather to help the two merge into one. By guiding her gradually, she will eventually come to accept herself whole. Qinyang hummed in acknowledgement, having a rough idea of what to do next. In that case, I'll hang up now. Remember, do not overstimulate or provoke Bai Qin. Go along with her. In short, play the part of a henpecked husband like Bai Ili. Wife-controlled husband. It hardly sounded like a flattering term, but for Bai Qin's mental health, Qinyang agreed nonetheless. I understand. After hanging up, Qinyang pondered how to become such a subordinate husband. Well, he couldn't quite figure it out. Perhaps he should ask Bai Ili. Just then, Bai Qin and Yunshi emerged from the bedroom. Qinyang frowned as something about their demeanor seemed off. Yunshi appeared to have been crying. Without giving Qinyang a chance to ask, Bai Qin blurted out, I'm sleeping with Yunshi tonight. and the two of them went into the room together. Thinking back to this afternoon when he'd walked in on them being affectionate, he felt as though he'd been betrayed. And now they were sleeping together again. Why did he feel like some ineffectual husband? Then again, surely it was normal for girls to sleep together, right? Pushing those thoughts aside, Qinyang instructed his assistant to quickly find a lawyer while also sending someone to negotiate with Zhang Yanhong. He knew she was desperate for money, so he could use it to pry open her lips and get her to write a letter of forgiveness, thereby potentially reducing Li Shuichen's sentence. Oh right, and regarding that Red Scarf Research Institution, the family of that disabled little girl had been located. He'd need to visit them soon. By the time he finished everything, it was already past midnight. Qinyang stretched ready to take a shower when his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. How long do you plan to keep up this charade, Qinyang? He decided he really needed to set a password on his phone from now on. When had she figured it out? When had he ever shown her his phone? That day when he bought cigarettes for her. Qinyang immediately recalled. He'd gone outside to get the cigarettes without his phone. Staring at his phone, Qinyang's heart began to race. He typed out a message but deleted it. She already knew the top supporter was him, and she might even suspect the second-place donor was him as well. What identity should he use to chat with her? Qinyang. Or Xiaoqing Cici. Never mind, just keep pretending. Before he could figure out a response, Qinyang sent another message. Xiaoqing Cici. Remember, you are not Qinyang. Qinyang sent yet another message. Qinyang read it, and thought for a moment, coming up with a somewhat absurd excuse. Could she be interested in talking to Xiaoqing Cici rather than the real Qinyang? His heart felt wounded all over again. That couldn't be right, could it? Even though Xiaoqing Cici was also him, it felt as though he were undercutting himself. Fine, she was the patient. He'd go along with it. Xiaoqing Cici, isn't Qinyang the one who proposed the Balance Project and the young master of Qin Group? Why would you think I'm him? Qinyang, I'm just trying to coax you into sending me more tips. Your number one supporter is being overtaken by Yantian Baiyun. That's what keeps me motivated to write. Xiaoqing Cici, alright then. Received 10 Divine Master certifications from Xiaoqing Cici. In the room, a faint smile played on by Qin's lips. She ultimately couldn't bring herself to block Xiaoqing Cici and Yantian Baiyun, not for any grand reason, but because their interests aligned so closely with her own. If only she were still a boy and hadn't encountered this situation, or if Qinyang weren't involved at all, they could have been close friends. Xiaoqing, what's got you smiling so happily? She reached out mischievously and squeezed Bai Qin's thigh under the covers. Bai Qin kicked her away, then after a moment's thought asked, Yinshi, what do you think? If someone you met online turned out to be someone you actually know in real life, wouldn't that be awkward? Yunshi, though kicked, remained restless. There was no catching her in the covers, but hearing Bai Qin's question made her curious. What's wrong? Did you meet your boss online? It was merely Yunshi's teasing, but fate had a cruel sense of humor. Luckily the lights were off, so Yunshi couldn't see Bai Qin's slightly flushed face. No way, I just saw this interesting post on the forum and wanted to ask. Hard to say. I've never experienced anything like that myself. But if it were me, once we realized who we were online, we'd probably just laugh it off. It would make for a rather amusing story. A what if? Well, what if it's an online romance? Bai Qin felt a bit warm and swatted away Yunshi's hand resting on her stomach. Your belly is so soft. Yunshi giggled. So you like reading posts like this? Don't tell me you've actually fallen for your boss online. Nonsense. If you keep making jokes about me and I won't talk to you. Alright. Yunshi turned and gently wrapped her arms around Bai Qin, like holding a plush toy, resting her chest against Bai Qin's arm and her face on her shoulder. Bai Qin could feel her heartbeat racing. The bath products truly were intoxicatingly fragrant. On a girl, the scent was utterly enchanting. Bai Qin thought. If she were still a boy, would someone as beautiful as Yunshi ever share a bed with her? If your online crush turns out to be someone you know in real life, that's practically fate sealing your bond. As long as things aren't too bad between you in person, you should give it a try. Oh, and I should mention, I'm quite shallow when it comes to looks. If they're ugly, forget it. Bai Qin pictured Qinyang's face. Damn, he was incredibly handsome, certainly more so than she'd ever been as a boy. But their relationship, though married in name, they were practically strangers. Fate. More like a cursed bond. Bai Qin's face flushed crimson as she grabbed the wrist on her chest and scolded softly. What are you doing? Yunshi's dark eyes gleamed in the darkness. She leaned close to Bai Qin's ear, her rose-petal lips parting as warm breath tickled her skin. Xiaoqing, actually. I was listening at the door this afternoon. No one understood what exactly Bai Qin and Yunshi had been doing that night. It was only known that a few days later Zhang Yanhong's injury assessment report came out. Qinyang brought Bai Qin to the city hospital. Following the information, they arrived at Zhang Yanhong's ward. Before they could even get close, they heard Zhang Yanhong's hateful, vengeful voice from inside. Jail. No amount of money will work. I will never forgive that stupid woman. Lock her up for the longest time, or I'll have reporters expose you. Qinyang's assistant, who had been sent in first, was immediately driven out. The assistant awkwardly glanced at Qinyang, then took out the injury report and showed it to him. Qinyang took a look at the disability report and breathed a sigh of relief. It was only a grade 10 disability, a scar on the face. This meant her mother would serve at least 3 years. But if she obtained Zhang Yanhong's forgiveness and paid full compensation, her mother would only serve a little over 2 years. Then with some meddling on his part, her mother could be out in no more than a year and a half. But wait, didn't his approach seem eerily similar to the mafia tactics described in novels? Chen Yang chuckled to himself bitterly. Bai Qin herself wanted her biological mother to stay in jail. Setting aside filial piety, he, in complete outsider, was the one scheming to get his mother-in-law out faster. He was too soft-hearted. Still, he'd only sent his assistant with 1,000 yuan to negotiate with Zhang Yanhong, and it seemed she wasn't satisfied with that amount. Bai Qin nervously gripped Chen Yang's sleeve. Deep down, she still felt guilty. After all, Xiaohong's condition was largely her mother's fault. Whether it was the current injury requiring hospitalization or the past family disputes, she was worried. She feared that when she saw Zhang Yanhong, the woman would go crazy and say awful things to her. Chen Yang noticed this and took Bai Qin's hand. "Don't worry. I'm here." With Chen Yang's comfort, Bai Qin's heart gradually settled. After their 2 intimate encounters, she seemed to have developed a strange feeling toward him. A feeling of irritation at home, yet peace whenever she was with him outside. How strange. The two walked in hand. The moment they entered, Bai Qin felt several pairs of eyes locking onto them. This made her extremely nervous. What she feared most was strangers staring at her. Zhang Yanhong was lying in bed with her boyfriend Wu Fan beside her. Nearby were Wu Fan's squad leader and his teammate. At that moment, all their gazes fell upon Chen Yang and Bai Qin. Especially Bai Qin. Her delicate ethereal beauty like moonlight given form made everyone in the room pause in astonishment. Could someone really be this stunning? Bai Qin shyly hid behind Chen Yang. Why were all these people staring at her? Zhang Yanhong broke the silence first. When she saw Bai Qin holding Chen Yang's hand, jealousy flashed across her face. Despite the bandages on her face, Zhang Yanhong immediately began sneering at the pair. "Oh, the rich folk, coming to bully us poor people, huh?" To Zhang Yanhong, since Chen Yang couldn't have what he wanted, there was no reason to show him any respect. 500,000. But for Chen Yang, he simply enjoyed using money to bully others. As expected, the moment Chen Yang spoke that number, not only did Zhang Yanhong freeze, everyone in the room was stunned. The truth was that Chen Yang's assistant had already compensated for all applicable expenses totaling around 2,000 yuan. After deducting medical costs, Zhang Yanhong had already received roughly 1,500 yuan. The additional 1,000 yuan mentioned earlier was extra compensation intended to secure her forgiveness letter. This compensation was already at the top tier, yet Zhang Yanhong still refused to accept it. But Chen Yang was certain this was simply because she felt it wasn't enough. Zhang Yanhong was definitely short on money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to sleeping with men like Wang Zong. Since 1,000 wouldn't work, he would raise it to 5,000. Why, you mean it? Zhang Yanhong's eyes widened in disbelief. 500,000 yuan. How many days and nights would she have to spend with Wang Zong to earn that much? That filthy, pig-like body. She felt like she'd be submerged in a barrel of grease. Just as Chen Yang was about to nod, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his waist. Turning around, he found Bai Qin giving him a deeply resentful look. "What's wrong?" Bai Qin didn't speak, only pouting slightly and pinching him harder. 500,000 yuan. That was 2.5 years of novel writing savings. And he was just throwing it away like that. "I've been underneath you twice and haven't even seen 50,000 yuan from you." Although she felt guilty towards Xiaohong, deep down that guilt was absolutely not worth 5,000 yuan. As if reading Bai Qin's thoughts, Chen Yang gently took her hand. Bai Qin's small hand paused, but she made no move to let go. "When we get back, I'll send you 1,000 king of gifts." Bai Qin froze, first trying to recall what a king of gift was, and then it clicked. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at Chen Yang in utter disbelief. "Why, you're serious?" Her expression was identical to Zhang Yanhong's. "If others have it, you should too." The moment Chen Yang spoke those words, Bai Qin's cheeks flushed crimson. Because that was a domineering line the male lead used to say to the female lead in her own novel. She had once imagined herself as the male protagonist. Who would have thought she'd end up as the female lead? But why did it feel so shameful and yet so delightful? Humph. Bai Qin sniffed, released her grip on Chen Yang's waist, and marched to a corner with her arms crossed to sulk. Guilt or not, she would never apologize to Xiaohong. The people in the room were forced to witness this couple's display of affection. Zhang Yanhong's face turned sallow with rage. She couldn't fathom why a so-called mama's boy would win the love of the nation's wealthiest man, nor why her own boyfriend was such a miserly auxiliary police officer. Wu Fan, meanwhile, was filled with envy. He too wished for tender moments with Zhang Yanhong, but she seemed to view him merely as a tool for physical gratification. After the brief interlude, Zhang Yanhong knew better than to be too greedy. Her injury was minor. At most 2,000 yuan was fair compensation, which already included all related expenses. Chen Yang had already paid this amount. The extra 5,000 yuan was solely for the forgiveness agreement. It was clear that Bai Qin wasn't particularly concerned about whether her mother went to jail. What mattered more was the 5,000 yuan. She likely felt the amount was unjustified. If Chen Yang pushed higher, he might agree, but Bai Qin certainly would not. Yang was clearly another henpecked husband liked by Ely. It was best to take what he could get and stop while ahead. Ultimately, Li Shuiqin obtained Zhang Yanhan's forgiveness and was sentenced to 1 year and 6 months in prison. When Bai Ili, Bai Tian, and Bai Yun learned of this news, they were at the police station filing a report. Ms. Li Shuiqin has been sentenced to 1 year and 6 months. Bai Ili, Bai Yun, Bai Tian. Their mother-wife had thought she was missing only to discover she was in prison. Bai Qin really received 1,000 gifts from Xiaochen Cici. She was so happy that she couldn't sleep all night. These were gifted by her fan ranking first, not that Qinyang. Excited, Bai Qin immediately sent the news to Yunxi. After all, Yunxi was now her only friend she could talk to. After a long time without a reply, Bai Qin frowned slightly. This Yunxi always replied instantly. Why no reply after 5 minutes? She sent a few more words, but still no reply. Bai Qin suddenly became worried. She hurriedly made a WeChat call, but no one answered. Startled, Bai Qin looked at the time. It was 10:30 p.m. Could something bad have happened to Yunxi? Quickly, Bai Qin called Sister Li Shui again. Although they weren't particularly close, they had gotten to know each other during that yoga session, and Sister Li Shui might know where Yunxi was. As for why she didn't call Qinyang Humph, who would want to call that stinky man? The call was quickly answered. Before Bai Qin could even ask, she seemed to hear Yunxi's faint breathing sounds. Yunxi, is that you? Are you at Sister Li Shui's place? Beep beep beep. The call suddenly ended. Bai Qin was stunned. What did this mean? The egg didn't have scallions in it. The WeChat call rang again. Bai Qin immediately answered. Hello. Li Shui's voice came through feigning calmness, but Bai Qin could hear the slightly noticeable breathing. Li's sister Li Shui, is Yunxi there with you? Oh, Yunxi, she's. Don't. The rest was a bit unclear to Bai Qin's sister Li Shui, seemed to have moved the phone away. But it sounded like Yunxi was indeed at Sister Li Shui's place. However, what were they doing? Why did the sound seem a bit off? After a moment, Li Shui's voice came through again. Oh, Bai Qin, Yunxi, she's here with me. She's taking a shower. But I think I just heard Yunxi's voice. Ahaha, really? You might have misheard. Something was off, there was a problem. Bai Qin wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was very smart. She had clearly heard Yunxi and Li Shui's slightly heavy breathing earlier. Yunxi must be beside Sister Li Shui. But why did Sister Li Shui say Yunxi was taking a shower? Combined with Yunxi's restless behavior that night, Bai Qin came to a bold conclusion. Are you two a couple? Bai Qin was being conservative, she wasn't comfortable saying those things. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Li Shui's slightly shy voice sounded. Beep. Bai Qin immediately hung up, her face flushed. She quickly ran to bed and covered her entire face with the blanket. Did I disturb them? I didn't mean to. Bai Qin never expected that Yunxi, instead of sleeping in the villa at night, had actually gone out to be a gold miner. Recalling Yunxi's damn wandering hands that night, Bai Qin felt her face burn even hotter. The cold air from the air conditioner was as useless as a Japanese husband. Bai Qin couldn't feel any coolness at all. After tossing and turning under the covers for a long time, Bai Qin emerged from the blanket with disheveled hair. Looking at the dressing table, she hesitated slightly, but finally walked over. Sitting at the dressing table looking at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, Bai Qin still thought she looked so beautiful. Fiddling with the cosmetics in the makeup box, Bai Qin, though she wanted to deny it, had to admit helplessly. She seemed to somewhat enjoy being a girl. Or rather, she was beginning to accept the fact that this body was indeed her own. If she had to delve deeper into a thought she was unwilling to admit, but secretly harbored, she was somewhat addicted to those things. Really unwilling to admit. Bai Qin made a funny face at the mirror, and the Bai Qin in the mirror made a funny face too. Bai Qin flipped her hair, and the mirror Bai Qin flipped her hair too. Whatever Bai Qin did, the Bai Qin in the mirror did the same. It sounded like a platitude, but for Bai Qin it was different. Bai Qin quietly looked at herself in the mirror, a trace of struggle flashing in her eyes. She reached out her hand, and as her sleepwear moved upward, she gently placed her hand over her heart. Who am I really? Mom said only happy girls have softness here, but am I happy? I don't think I am. Then, am I a boy or a girl? Bai Qin's expression flickered slightly, but she eventually suppressed it. She didn't want to worry others anymore. The past might be unforgettable, but it doesn't stop me from starting over, does it? Bai Qin went to the wardrobe, opened it, and looked at the dazzling array of clothes. She chose to change into a white sports top and a pair of pink yoga pants. Just seeing this outfit in videos could stir up wicked thoughts. Wearing it with her figure made it even more tempting. Bai Qin's face flushed. She first leaned half her body in front of the full-length mirror, took a quick glance, then covered her eyes with her hands, blushing. She leaned against the bed, her small hands covering her face. She still couldn't do it, as she still couldn't accept that this was her body. Whether she had dressed wrong or not, the tight sports top gave Bai Qin a feeling that her loose pajamas never had. She had originally planned to do some yoga, the same one that Sister Li Shui and Yunxi had done with her that day. Although it ended with Chunyang seeing something awkward after finishing, she did feel a little more accepting of herself. But back then at least Yunxi and Sister Li Shui were with her. Now she was alone. Letting go of her hands, Bai Qin quietly sat on the yoga mat with her knees bent, hands on her knees, back against the bed. Her light blue eyes stared blankly at the white ceiling, her slightly disheveled hair, still untidy, scattered messily around her. Those who knew Bai Qin well knew that when her eyes stared in one direction, without moving, she was either daydreaming about life or thinking about her novel. She had finished writing her novel for the evening, so now she was contemplating life. Half an hour. The cold air from the air conditioner made Bai Qin a bit chilly. Finally her eyes moved. She picked up the remote and turned off the air conditioner, then went to the full-length mirror again. After a slight hesitation, she stepped forward and stood in front of the mirror. The white tight sports top left 2 crescent-shaped marks under her ribs. The pink yoga pants hugged her hip line, full like peeled lychees. Her legs tightly bound by the yoga pants stood straight as chopsticks. Her small fair feet were bare on the floor, like a beautiful scene. Bai Qin's left hand crossed her abdomen to grasp her right hand. Her face without makeup carried a hint of hesitation. Her teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and a touch of determination shone in her light blue eyes. Bai Qin slowly extended her right hand toward her reflection, a faint smile appearing. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Bai Qin. I am you. Wang Ming was finally brought to justice, though the truth was that he had willingly provided clues that led to his own capture. It turned out that Wang Ming had also been coerced by Lu Feng. The moment he was apprehended, Wang Ming painfully rushed over and clung to the officer's legs. My daughter. That beast has taken her. Please, you have to go save her. Wah. Jiang Sheng never expected that this man who had been fooling around outside would be so devoted to his own daughter. After Wang Ming's wife passed away, he never remarried and treasured his only daughter above all else. His affair with Zhang Yanhong was purely driven by physical desire. Once Wang Ming's daughter Wang Ying was kidnapped by Lu Feng, Wang Ming was secretly coerced into doing numerous things for him. Most notably, he made anonymous donations to the Red Scarf Research Institute. Wang Ming made multiple anonymous donations to the Red Scarf Research Institute through different accounts each time. You donated 10 million, yet Lu Feng still hasn't let your daughter go. That wasn't my money. It was Lu Feng's money. He gave it to me and told me to transfer it through different accounts to the Red Scarf Research Institute. Something was wrong here. The Red Scarf Research Institute had to be involved in something questionable. Jiang Sheng immediately formed his own conclusion and decided to send someone to investigate what the institute was actually doing. Normally these classified details would be off limits to Chen Yang, but he had employed a bit of financial persuasion. Chen Yang transferred the funds to Jiang Sheng with a weary expression. So when you said bribery, you meant bribing yourself? You should have just said money talks from the start. Chen Yang never lacked for funds. But don't you worry about getting investigated for this. Jiang Sheng laughed as he accepted the payment. You don't understand yet, do you? If you want my special services, you have to offer something in return. And do you really think the police chief hasn't done similar things? Chen Yang suddenly realized that Jiang Sheng was the deputy chief. That head police officer Yuan Tian had never shown up at all. Doesn't the chief officer take part in this case? Who knows what he's up to? Rumor has it he's taken bribes from others to do their bidding. But whatever you do, don't tell him I said that. I'm not his senior, and it'd be a disaster if he gave me trouble down the line. Aren't all police officers symbols of justice? Even symbols of justice need to eat, don't they? So never mind. Jiang Sheng patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, giving him a confident look. I know your sense of justice is strong, and you can't accept this behavior, but try thinking about it differently. You simply feel this matter is too egregious, so you gave us overtime pay to investigate day and night until we uncover Lu Feng. That makes sense, doesn't it? Rest assured, even if Lu Feng runs to the ends of the earth, I'll bring him back. Hearing such confident words from Jiang Sheng, Chen Yang knew he could only trust him now. Then I leave it to you. Just leave it to me. You should hurry back and spoil your new wife properly. I'll let you know when there's new progress. Remember to keep her well behaved. Jiang Sheng winked flirtatiously with a lecherous grin, and Chen Yang's face instantly darkened. Had his serious demeanor over the past few days been an act all along? Enough nonsense. Jiang Sheng's expression returned to grim. I'm going to visit the Red Scarf Research Association next, and then check out the courthouse where these scum were tried. Excuse me for now. Chen Yang bid farewell to Jiang Sheng, climbed into his 800,000 yuan luxury car, politely declined advances from attractive women by the roadside, leaned back in his seat to think for a moment, then pulled out a photograph from his pants pocket. The photo was a refurbished family portrait Li Shuiqin had given him. In it, little Bai Qin wore a pink dress with twin ponytails, grinning happily as Li Shuiqin held her. Bai Yun Bai Tian rested at Li Shuiqin's feet, while Bai Ili sat beside her. The entire family radiated happiness, especially little Bai Qin, whose innocent and sweet demeanor made Chen Yang briefly believe she had always been a girl and would grow up to be exactly like this. Gently caressing the family portrait, envy flickered in Chen Yang's eyes. He had no such memory. His father had been consumed by his research since childhood, rarely returning home throughout the year, and when his mother ultimately succumbed to illness, he hadn't even been able to see her one last time. Did he harbor resentment? In truth, there had been genuine hatred back then. His mother had struggled so desperately, yet never saw his father, and despite his father's extraordinary skills, he'd failed to save her. But as Chen Yang gradually descended into this world, his hatred began to fade. He understood now that if female birth rates continued their downward spiral, or worse if women ceased to exist entirely, human civilization itself would perish. Only then did he grasp why his father had devoted himself so completely to his research. Qinyang still recalled the shock on his father's face when he'd first proposed the Balance Project. Shunsher Biotechnology Group had since received substantial national backing for both the Balance Project and the research initiative, establishing itself as a representative enterprise of national significance. The Balance Project had largely addressed the declining female birth rate. Not from the roots certainly, but enough to give humanity a glimmer of hope for continuity. Though Shunsher Group commanded the nation's greatest wealth, both Qinyang and Shen Xin had surrendered their lives to the state. Shen Xin had abandoned his family for research, while Qinyang had married a balancer to maintain public trust. Yet Qinyang harbored no regrets. His fingers gently traced the sweet smile of little Baiqin in the photograph. He would must ensure, that her genuine joy returned once more. For now he would visit the flower shop first. Since beginning to accept this new body, Baiqin no longer confined herself to pajamas at home. Perhaps influenced by hormones, she found herself anticipating wearing clothes that would suit a girl's form, though she remained fearful of skirts. Despite accepting herself, the memories of that year persisted, when she'd been bound in the small pink dress, followed by endless torment. The trauma had left an indelible shadow, stripping her of any desire to wear skirts again. Still uncertain about fashion choices, Baiqin decided to ask Yunxi. However, learning of the intimate connection between Yunxi and Sister Li Shui left her unable to meet Yunxi's gaze. She never imagined such a beautiful girl would be attracted to women. Was this even right? If Baiqin were still, male girls like Yunxi and Sister Li Shui would dominate the matchmaking scene. Yet here they were neither offering themselves to men, instead finding fulfillment within their own circle. Baiqin felt a pang of envy. Her ideal partner embodied exactly what Yunxi represented: melodious voice, striking figure, emotional depth, and that playful allure. But why had her thoughts drifted to intimacy? A flush crept across Baiqin's cheeks as she banished those wandering thoughts and headed downstairs to seek Yunxi's guidance on style. Yunxi. Thump thump. No response. Baiqin opened her phone and checked the time, 2:30 p.m. That's not right, as she should have woken up from her nap. At school I always got up at 2. After a moment's thought, Baiqin decided not to knock again. She was afraid of disturbing Yunxi's nap. After all, everyone's nap time is different, as she couldn't expect others to follow her schedule, could she? She was about to go back and browse some fashion videos. Wandering around the villa in her pajamas was so boring, but just as she turned to leave, a slightly muffled voice came from the room. Xiaoqin. Yunxi, you're awake? Baiqin thought she had woken Yunxi up, and her tone became a bit flustered. I wasn't asleep. Baiqin frowned. Why did Yunxi's voice sound so strange? What are you doing in there? What are you saying, Yunxi? Can I come in? Baiqin asked cautiously. Was Yunxi feeling unwell or something? Wait a moment. Baiqin heard a rustling sound from the room. Probably Yunxi getting up and changing clothes. After a few minutes the door opened. The moment Baiqin saw Yunxi, she felt something was off. Yunxi had changed back into the classic maid outfit with a heart-shaped cutout and black stockings, revealing a faint hint of snow-white skin. This reminded Baiqin of their first meeting, when she thought Yunxi was truly beautiful. Now that she had changed back into this outfit, Baiqin felt like a master owning a cat-eared maid. It was absolutely thrilling. But this uniform was indeed perverted. That Qinyang was a pervert too for choosing such a maid outfit as the work uniform. Well, that's also why he reads her novels. But Yunxi's state was clearly off. Baiqin squinted, scrutinizing Yunxi from head to toe. Although Yunxi pretended to be calm, Baiqin sensed something wrong. She exuded a heat like someone who had just finished exercising. Xiaoqin, why are you looking at me like that? Yunxi felt a bit guilty as she sensed something was off about Baiqin's gaze. Were you exercising in there? Baiqin clearly saw Yunxi's hand twitch when she said that, which further confirmed her suspicions. How could that be? You know me, I'm such a lazy pig. I wouldn't move even if I overate. A lazy pig can't be a hard-working maid, alright. Baiqin played with her hair, twisting a strand around her right index finger, looking a bit shy. I want to learn how to dress like a girl. Yunxi's eyes widened as she saw Baiqin's shy expression. She knew that Baiqin was gradually beginning to accept her current self. This was good news, as she had to tell Sister Li Shui right away, but... Alright. But you need to wait for me a moment. What are you going to do? I'm going to the bathroom. Then Yunxi walked into the bathroom with an odd gait. Thighs pressed together, calves turned inward. Baiqin found it strange. Did she think this walking posture was cute? No, why did Yunxi walk like that? Lying on the sofa scrolling through her phone, Baiqin noticed that girls online were dressed too. Most outfits were unacceptable to her. As she scrolled, Baiqin grew annoyed and threw her phone onto the sofa. Damn it, why are all the things I use to browse either black stockings or yoga pants? Baiqin was very frustrated. After scrolling for so long, it was all borderline suggestive videos. Especially, you're wearing them fine, but why are you doing those? Moves that Qinyang asked me to do. Why did I used to love watching borderline content so much? Bai Qin thought for a moment and remembered that she used to have standards. Clenching her little pink fist, she walked to the bathroom door. Yinshi, are you done? You've been in there for almost 20 minutes. Wait, don't you know girls take a long time to poop? Yinshi's impatient voice came from inside. Bai Qin was about to say something when she heard car sounds coming from outside the villa. Qinyang is back. Bai Qin frowned. She felt very strange about Qinyang now, especially after they had seen each other naked. Although he was very domineering, Bai Qin couldn't bring herself to be angry, nor did she dislike him treating her this way. Holy crap, I'm not really. Bai Qin shuddered, shook her head to banish those two words, and walked to the villa door. Before she opened it, she heard a girl's voice outside giving orders. Sister Li Shui, how did she get here? Bai Qin opened the door and saw Li Shui holding an umbrella directing a group of workers to unload everything from the delivery truck. Sister Li Shui, what's all this? Li Shui turned and saw Bai Qin stunned by her beauty. Oh Xiao Qin, why did you come out? Why not Yinshi? The sun is so strong outside. Go back inside or you'll tan your fair skin. Li Shui quickly came over and held the umbrella over Bai Qin's head. Sister Li Shui, I'm not that delicate. Bai Qin was a bit displeased as she didn't want to be treated like a spoiled little girl. What are you doing? Bai Qin pointed at the delivery truck. Was Sister Li Shui moving in too? Li Shui took out a pair of denim hot pants from a box, beaming as she held them up to Bai Qin. Of course I'm learning how to dress up with you. Bai Qin was stunned. At that moment she realized that Yinshi wasn't in the bathroom to poop at all. She was secretly tipping off Sister Li Shui. Her face flushed. She had originally only wanted to learn from Yinshi, but she had brought Sister Li Shui along too. This was really a bit embarrassing. Seeing Bai Qin like this, Li Shui knew that Yinshi was right. Bai Qin's mindset was gradually improving. Soon she should be able to fully accept that she is a beautiful girl. After the workers moved all the boxes inside and left, Bai Qin looked at Yinshi, who had just come out of the bathroom, feeling a little resentful. Yinshi responded with a silly grin. Actually, I only wanted Sister Li to send over a few outfits. Bang! Both were startled by the loud slam. They turned around and saw that Li Shui had closed the door and was facing them with a mischievous grin. Bai Qin shivered involuntarily. Suddenly she didn't feel like learning anymore. When Qinyang arrived at the flower shop, Li Shui sent a message telling him to come back later, saying that Bai Qin wanted to learn some fashion tips and that he should dress up nicely when he returned. Thus, instead of buying flowers immediately, Qinyang went to do something even more important. Hello, mister. Qin, you wish to charter our luxury cruise for the entire month? Qinyang nodded. This was something he had planned long ago. Ever since he brought Bai Qin back from the Bai family, she had hardly gone out to have fun. Although mental illness might indeed require rest, and quiet, her condition had improved now, and taking her out for a trip wouldn't hurt. It would also be a chance to strengthen their bond. Whenever they were intimate, Qinyang could sense that she wasn't very willing to cooperate. Psychologically speaking, this was a sign of not loving someone enough. Qinyang didn't think it was because the positions were too difficult. After all, when he had transformed Bai Qin, he had already considered this. Her body's flexibility rivaled that of top-tier dancers. Why did I even think of that? Chartering an entire cruise might be difficult for others, but for Qinyang, it was just a drop in the bucket. After all, he possessed technology that could change humanity's destiny. Having a bit of money meant nothing. After paying, Qinyang pondered for a moment and asked the staff, "Are you married?" The staff member was visibly startled, then nodded. "How do you strengthen your bond with your wife?" The staff member blinked in bewilderment. Wasn't bonding already necessary after marriage? Could one marry without affection? Then it struck him, Mr. Chin's wedding had been broadcast globally, and he had been forced to marry a balancer. It was likely that his relationship with his wife was not yet strong. The staff member's eyes darted, then he asked Qinyang to wait. A moment later he returned with a grin, handing Qinyang an exquisite box. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chen. Over the next month our company will do everything to serve you and provide a reasonable travel plan. This is a small gift from us. It should help strengthen your bond with Mrs. Chen." Qinyang took the box. It felt reasonably heavy. He wondered what was inside. What is this? Some little toys that enhance marital intimacy. When my wife was still my girlfriend, I used similar things to strengthen our bond. But they only work for some people. If Mrs. Chen likes them, you can try them out on the cruise. Qinyang looked at the staff member suspiciously. This isn't something perverted, is it? The staff member gave an awkward smile. "Open it when you get home, Mr. Chen. Whether you use it is up to you." Qinyang saw the staff member's expression and knew without a doubt that it wasn't anything proper. He initially wanted to refuse, but then thought of Bai Qin's risque novel, the descriptions of which made his Adam's apple bob. She must like this kind of thing too, right? If Bai Qin knew what Qinyang was thinking, she would blush and likely punch him twice. Bai Qin had indeed written out her inner thoughts, wanting to do those things to the female lead. But the premise was that she was projecting herself as the male lead, not the female lead. Qinyang had forgotten that the novel was written before her transformation, and he naturally assumed Bai Qin identified with the female lead. Since she wrote her so pitifully, then surely she would be mentally receptive. Qinyang accepted the box without opening it then and there. With another man present, he felt too embarrassed to discuss such indecent topics. "I'll take it. If it really works, I'll send you a few red packets." The staff member was overjoyed. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chen. If you're unsure how to use these items, please feel free to call me anytime, and I'll explain everything. Qinyang nodded without further ado. He took his leave, drove to a clothing store, and remembered Li Shue's instruction to dress up nicely. He also knew that Bai Qin was currently learning fashion tips from Li Shue and Yunqi, which was a good thing. Bai Qin's perfect figure deserved better than her usual pink bear pajamas. A beautiful body should be boldly displayed. Despite the current ratio of men to women, the men's clothing industry hadn't developed much. Unlike women's flashy attire, men's clothing still offered only a few styles. Since you're planning a cruise honeymoon with your wife, even though National Day is over, it's still hot at sea. I'd recommend a simple travel outfit. Here's a linen shirt and casual shorts. On a cruise, you'll likely get splashed by seawater, and linen dries quickly, giving you a comfortable experience. That's for the yacht. These others are for daily wear, handsome and fitting your style. The shop owner brought out several more outfits and had Qinyang try them on. Looking at himself in the mirror, changing one outfit after another, Qinyang wore a gratified smile. Indeed, clothes make the man. Qinyang usually didn't bother dressing up. His handsome face was wasted in a lab coat, sometimes appearing on TV in a black suit, but otherwise wearing plain casual clothes. Finally, when the shop owner saw Qinyang in an elegant white suit, he was completely stunned by his handsomeness. Mr. Qin, this white suit was tailor-made for you. Qinyang looked at himself in the mirror, truly dashing, no less than any idol star ready to debut. But this outfit was a bit too flashy. It could charm both men and women. Once during a business trip to Chuan City, he had noticed that city had the most gay men, and more importantly, every couple there, where the effeminate handsome one wore pure white. That was clearly the bottom role. Qinyang shuddered. He absolutely would not wear pure white. In the end, he chose a black DK uniform. Unlike women's JK, this men's attire was quite different. Girls wearing JK out shopping looked cute and beautiful, but a guy in DK would be mistaken for either going to a wedding or a confession. Imagine going out with your buddies in a DK uniform. How embarrassing. Fortunately, Qinyang indeed intended to stage a confession. What girl doesn't like a romantic confession? Although Bai Qin's situation was special, a sense of ceremony was still necessary, as stated in the book, 100 Ways to Win the Girl You Love. How could a book lie? What Qinyang had not expected was that the owner of the clothing store was also a hairstylist. Upon learning of Qinyang's confession plan, the owner immediately styled him into an extraordinarily handsome haircut. Qinyang looked at himself in the mirror and felt a faint sense of déjà vu, somewhat similar to what Bai Qin must have experienced when she first saw her new body. Could this really be him? He looked like the campus heartthrob from some university, appearing several years younger. He was absurdly handsome. No wonder the internet called him the national husband. With such a handsome appearance, wouldn't Bai Qin also find it hard to resist? When they first got married, Qinyang had not paid much attention to his appearance and had simply thrown on a suit he found. Now looking back, he wondered if hiring a stylist back then might have stimulated Bai Qin's hormones and made her fall in love with him. But it was not too late now. The clothing store was not exclusive to Qinyang. When he stepped out from the back room into the main hall, he became the focal point of everyone present. Holy shit, who is this guy? Why the hell is he so handsome? Yeah, isn't that Qinyang, the national husband? Qinyang, the one who proposed the balance plan. Why is he here? And dressed so sharply. I wish he could be my wife. Do you even hear yourself? He's a man. How could he be your wife? But he's really handsome, and he probably smells nice too, right? Wow. Although Qinyang's presence drew the attention of many, they only dared to secretly record videos from a distance. No one approached him, for everyone knew Qinyang was already married. Their chances were non-existent. Unfazed by the surrounding gazes, Qinyang walked straight toward his car. However, just 10 meters away, a reporter with a microphone suddenly blocked his path. Mr. Qinyang, may I ask you a few questions? Qinyang frowned. No. He then sidestepped the reporter and prepared to leave. When do you and your wife plan to have children? The reporter shouted directly into the microphone, and all the bystanders nearby heard him. They quickly pulled out their phones to record, sensing this could go viral. Qinyang paused and turned his head, looking coldly at the reporter who had asked without permission. The reporter's heart trembled violently. He felt the oppressive pressure radiating from Qinyang, yet he did not back down. Instead, he deliberately thrust the microphone toward Qinyang's face. He knew his behavior was inappropriate and might even invite online harassment from the public. But if he obtained this breaking news, his career would reach a whole new level. Feeling the weight of surrounding gazes, Qinyang had already sentenced this reporter to social death in his mind. If the reporter could still survive in the journalism circle after today, he would not bear the surname Chun. Qinyang coldly took the microphone, his tone as freezing as an ancient snow-capped mountain. No comment. He then threw the microphone directly at the reporter's face, without caring whether he could catch it. Turning around, he got into his car and sped away. The microphone smashed against the reporter's face. Having failed to catch it, it fell to the ground. Haha, look at this reporter. So rude. The guy already said no, and he kept asking. Yeah, I guess this reporter is some newbie. Exactly. To appear right in front of Qinyang so precisely. He must be stalking him. The stream of mocking remarks from the crowd reached Li Yunzong's ears, making him feel like a clown on display, and flushing his face red. Qinyang, just you wait. I will dig up your dark secrets. Li Yunzong picked up the microphone from the ground and left the scene like a humiliated street performer. Before heading to the flower shop, Qinyang sent a message to Li Shui. Are you wearing a DK uniform? Are you going to confess to Xiao Qinqin? Xiao Qinqin. Qinyang stared at the nickname and felt speechless. Yunqi called her Xiao Qin, Li Shui called her Xiao Qinqin, and only he called her by Qin. After all, I'm her husband. Why does it feel like they're the ones closest to her? Then again, he was the one who had operated on her. Perhaps her pain back, then had all transformed into hatred toward him. Qinyang replied with an yeah. He wanted Li Shui to go behind and help Bai Qin change into a more beautiful outfit, then record a video to post on social media, just to silence the netizens for now. Send a photo to see. Qinyang immediately sent back 3 question marks. In his impression, Li Shui was not the type to act like this. Had she been reading too many Bai Qin novels? A cough. Yunqi just borrowed my phone to send that message. Since you're wearing a DK uniform, I'll try letting Bai Qin wear a JK skirt. After all, in Japan, these two represent student groups. I'll make Xiao Qinqin look more like a schoolgirl, and you can also dress up to look younger. Looking at himself in the mirror, Qinyang felt that his current appearance was no different from when he was a student. Will Bai Qin agree to wear a skirt? After all, a JK was a kind of skirt, and Qinyang was worried that Bai Qin might resist it. I'm not sure, but I'll try. If Bai Qin really doesn't want to wear it, I'll let her wear another prettier outfit. Oh, by the way, where are you planning to confess? Qinyang thought for a moment, and then sent over a location. Sky Garden. Hey, isn't that 5-star hotel? Setting up a romantic scene. You finally opened your eyes. Learned it from a book. That book you gave me. 100 Ways to Win Over the Girl You Like. Yeah. Fine. At least you've opened your eyes this time. After ending the chat, Qinyang first went to the flower shop and bought 999 roses. He didn't know why that specific number was required, but the book said so. Then he went to the Sky Garden, spent a fortune to book the venue again, and asked the staff to decorate the interior of the hotel with the 999 roses. Mr. Shin, shall we prepare some confession-worthy packages for you? What packages? Well, for example, violin, music, blooming roses, candlelight, dinner, diamond rings. There are many options. Which services would you need? How would a researcher like Qinyang know about this? He simply had the staff arrange everything. All right, Mr. Shin, would you like us to arrange 2 DR diamond rings for you? The DR rings that can only be bought once in a lifetime. Qinyang had learned about them from the book 100 Ways to Win Over the Girl You Like. Yes, Mr. Shin. DR diamond rings are not just an ordinary ring. They are your firm commitment to Mrs. Shin. I will love only one person in my lifetime. This will surely touch her heart and make her truly fall in love with you. Although the book mentioned that DR diamond rings were essentially a marketing gimmick built on the concept of one ring for one person that generated enormous profits, it was true that many girls could be moved to tears by such gestures. Qinyang did not understand why a single ring could affect girls so deeply, but he was not short of money. He did not know whether Bai Qin would be moved, but he certainly had enough money. Arrange it. Right away. Looking at the rose gold decor around the hotel, noble and elegant, Qinyang, despite his wealth, could have bought the entire place. However, he did not particularly favor such ostentatious luxury. He preferred something more down-to-earth. After all, he was a researcher. But since the book claimed that winning over a girl required spending lavishly, Qinyang did not know whether it was true. He was not short of money anyway. If Li Shui had known that Qinyang was following the book's instructions to the letter, she would never have recommended it to him in the first place. Originally, Li Shui had thought some parts of the book describing girl psychology were quite insightful and recommended it to Qinyang for reference. Who would have expected Qinyang to take it so literally and actually implement every single suggestion? All one could say was that Qinyang had plenty of money. P.S. It had been a long time since I last checked the comments. Today I couldn't resist clicking in, and everyone said the content was toxic. I held back my laughter, but after reading through the earlier plotlines months later, I myself could barely keep a straight face. However, I think this could also develop into a writing style. Since I'm idle at home anyway, I plan to start a new book. It will be as outrageous as the beginning of this one. JJ. Bai Qin was put through the ringer by Yunqi and Li Shui for an entire afternoon, trying on various sets of outfits and learning many new things. Yet the most acceptable piece of women's clothing for Bai Qin was a pair of denim flared trousers clearly designed for daily wear. As for those skirts, Bai Qin clenched her fists. She still felt a lingering fear. Xiao Qinqin. Look at this. Li Shui held her phone up to Bai Qin, showing a transition dress-up video from Douyin. A girl with a white mask and tied-up hair initially wore a summer short-sleeve shirt printed with pink strawberries, paired with black casual shorts, and held a white earphone in her hand. With a turn, the scene shifted to a beautiful sea of flowers, her hair untied, and her clothes transformed into a pristine JK uniform, a clean white shirt, with a black tie, a silver-white plaid pleated skirt, long legs as graceful as a poem, and a pair of white ankle socks tucked into black leather shoes, often called pig kidney style. Whether it was the breeze from an electric fan or not, the wind whisked past her face, her loose hair fluttering in the air. She was completely immersed in the enchanting flower sea and the free atmosphere of the scene, as vivid as a real-life anime. Baichin had also come across this video that had garnered over 2 million likes. The beauty in the video reached a different realm, one that no borderline content could ever rival. Borderline content only stirred up Baichin's carnal desires in the past, but this video made her genuinely want to fall in love with the girl in it, a love untainted by primal urges. Baichin had even saved it to her collection, though she couldn't understand why Sister Li Shui was showing it to her now. Is it beautiful? Li Shui asked cautiously. Baichin nodded. I've seen it before I even saved it. Then Xiao Qin, what do you think of JK uniforms? Baichin fell silent. Li Shui's words made her feel a surge of nervousness. I think they're quite beautiful. Then do you have any thoughts about wearing a JK uniform? Li Shui went straight to the point. Having spent the afternoon not fully understanding Baichin's condition, she hadn't brought out any skirts for her to try on. She knew about the torment Baichin had suffered when she wore a skirt as a child, and what her mother had done to her. Yet Aunt Li was right about one thing: the hallmark of a girl is all kinds of beautiful little skirts. A girl who never wears a skirt has never truly been a girl. I don't know. Once Baichin loved wearing skirts more than anything. That little pink dress was both the happiest and most terrifying memory of her childhood. Innocent and carefree Baichin had once believed she would wear skirts forever. After that incident, Baichin never wore a skirt again. Now before her lay an opportunity to put one on once more. Seeing Baichin's hesitation, Li Shui sighed softly. Just as she was about to say she could skip it, Baichin weakly added, not pink. Li Shui was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. She dashed to the corner and dragged over 2 large boxes. Yunxi, come over and help Xiao Qin change. Coming. Yunxi bounced out of the kitchen, a purple apron adding a unique charm to her. The moment she saw the JK uniform in Li Shui's hands, her expression stiffened. She stole a glance at Baichin, who was looking down with a hint of shyness, then back at Li Shui. After receiving a confirming nod from Li Shui, Yunxi understood that this was a crucial dress-up session. It signified Baichin's acceptance of herself. Though Yunxi often wore JK skirts when traveling, putting one on was simple for her, but for Baichin it was anything but. The 3 of them, Yunxi, Li Shui, and Baichin, went to the bathroom. Li Shui had prepared the same JK uniform as in the video: a white shirt, black tie, silver white plaid skirt, ankle socks, and leather shoes. Baichin adored this sweet style, but she never imagined she would one day wear it herself. To be honest, she knew quite a bit about JK uniforms, at least how to put them on. You two go out first, while I'll handle it myself. Yunxi and Li Shui exchanged a glance, then both nodded, handed the clothes to Baichin, and left. Baichin needed some mental preparation. After they left, Baichin locked the bathroom door, then turned around and slumped against the door, slowly sitting down as if exhausted. In her hands, she held the JK uniform, trembling slightly. She hugged the skirt tightly to her chest, gently stroking the soft fabric, then made up her mind and walked to the mirror. This time she would change into the uniform in front of the mirror. Baichin crossed her hands, pinching the hems of her short-sleeved shirt. Looking at herself in the mirror, she gave a confident smile, then slowly lifted her hands. Her slender waist appeared in the reflection, her hands trembled slightly, but continued upward. Her eyes were covered by the fragrant short-sleeved shirt, and a cold draft passed through the bathroom. Baichin's stomach tightened, and she kept pulling the shirt up. In the mirror, Baichin saw herself in a white camisole, hunched over. Though her figure was beautiful, the stooped posture and hands held protectively in front made her look awkward. Baichin's face flushed slightly. She knew she had locked the bathroom door, yet her eyes still darted nervously toward it. No one there. I locked the door. Heh. Baichin let out a soft laugh, as if mocking her own unnecessary caution. She turned her gaze back to the mirror. This time she slowly straightened her back, and her nearly perfect figure was fully revealed before her eyes. First step to a new life: learn to accept the current self. Then, like peeling an onion, Baichin gradually unveiled her transformed, most primal state appearing before her eyes. Baichin's heart raced. She had never seen such a beautiful version of herself. She gently placed her hand on her chest, feeling the softness and the fierce pounding of her heart. Baichin looked at the JK uniform beside her, as if instinctively knowing how to wear it, and put it on piece by piece. Recalling the video, Baichin let her smooth long hair fall loose and cascade down her waist. Looking at her beautiful, yet expressionless face in the mirror, she felt she shouldn't waste such a beautiful body. Baichin remembered the videos she had watched before. She raised both hands to her head, making a peace sign, slightly bent her right calf, tilted her upper body to the right, and flashed a sweet wink. Yay! She was as lively and adorable as a sprite, as dreamy and beautiful as an anime character. God, I'm so cute. Sisterly, could you please stop making those kinds of jokes while I'm working? Today I almost got caught by Xiao Qin. It was so embarrassing. Hearing Yunxi's words, Li Shui gave her a warm smile, her tone laced with playful teasing. What's wrong? Don't you enjoy fooling around with me? Yunxi's cheeks flushed. She nervously twisted a strand of hair between her fingers and murmured, It's not that I don't like it. I just find it so awkward if Xiao Qin finds out, especially since the boss shouldn't notice anything. And I also want to make Sisterly happy too. We can't always be the one watching me have fun. Uffed. Li Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, then reached out to gently tap Yunxi on the head. You don't need to worry about that. You're sisterly here. Why would I bother with such trivial thoughts? I just love seeing you flustered yet thoroughly enjoying yourself. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. But, enough with the buts. If Xiaoqin hadn't mentioned wanting to learn about outfits today, I'd still be settling scores with you for making decisions on your own. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt as the restroom door clicked shut. Both turned their heads in unison, their pupils contracting sharply. Bai Qin emerged in tiny hesitant steps, her fingertips clutching the hem of her skirt. A cream-colored blouse with a black bow tie at the collar paired with a silver-white plaid pleated skirt that swayed gently with each movement. The tips of her ears held a faint blush as she darted glances toward Li Shui and Yunxi, her hair tips conveying a touch of helpless charm. Yunxi rose in disbelief, not even noticing the pillows slipping from her grasp. Her mouth fell open, forgetting to blink as her eyes locked onto Bai Qin. Xiaoqin, you look absolutely stunning. Li Shui, ever mindful of her poised demeanor, restrained her outward expression, yet the admiring gleam in her eyes betrayed her completely. Caught off guard by Yunxi's effusive praise, Bai Qin offered an embarrassed smile and rubbed the back of her head. Oh, stop it. Don't say that. Yunxi stepped over the fallen pillow and closed the distance, her hands already reaching out before Bai Qin could comprehend what was happening. She pinched the softness of Bai Qin's arms, then kneaded her little belly with an almost obsessive tenderness before moving to those bare, beautiful legs, leaving Bai Qin thoroughly flustered and flushed. Hey, Sister Li is right here. Glancing sideways at Li Shui, Bai Qin noticed her expression had darkened, and suddenly she felt quite intimidated. She understood the dynamic between Li Shui and Yunxi, but having Yunxi touch her like this right in front of her, Li Shui was definitely going to be upset. Yun. 11. As expected, just as Yunxi was about to crouch down for a closer look, Li Shui's voice laced with quiet anger came from behind them. Both Bai Qin and Yunxi froze. Yunxi slowly turned around with an apologetic expression. Sister Li, I wasn't going to cross the line. I know. Li Shui cut her off, striding toward them in slippers with an imperious queen-like composure. Yunxi and Bai Qin both went rigid with fear. Li Shui frowned as she watched Yunxi's hand still resting on Bai Qin's thigh. Yunxi quickly pulled away and opened her mouth to explain, but then she noticed something unsettling. The cold, composed demeanor Li Shui had maintained was beginning to shift into something far more intense. Staring at Bai Qin while she was still processing the situation, Li Shui asked haltingly, I want to touch too. Bai Qin was dumbfounded. Looking at the two of them, who seemed completely taken with this bizarre impulse, there was no trace of the mature older sister she'd expected. They were both utterly consumed by this strange desire. It's fine. Bai Qin couldn't understand why those words had come out of her mouth in the first place. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Bai Qin reclined on the sofa with flushed cheeks and disheveled hair, flanked by two stunningly beautiful women. She had never imagined being so intimately close to two beauties like this, though she acknowledged it lacked any real sophistication. Fortunately, they were only touching her skin, but even that was too much given the effects of the type 1 potion coursing through her system. Watching the two girls beside her acting as if nothing was wrong, Bai Qin felt a wave of grievance rising within her. You two only know how to bully me. He who asked you to be so much fun to play with. Yunxi leaned in to pinch Bai Qin's soft cheeks, but Bai Qin deftly dodged the touch. Shoo. Bai Qin grabbed a pillow and tossed it directly at Yunxi's head. Ahem, alright, enough of this fooling around. Xiaoqin, should we go out for a walk? Li Shui's unexpected suggestion caught Bai Qin off guard, and once she processed what was being asked, a flicker of fear crossed her face. She had never ventured out after transforming before. Xiaoqin, you have to understand that truly accepting yourself goes beyond wearing girls' clothes and applying makeup. You need to boldly show others your charm. Exactly, Xiaoqin, you have no idea how gorgeous you are right now. Just stepping outside would have those clueless guys totally smitten. Right, let me put together a lovely makeup look for you. Yes. Hearing them enthusiastic about this, Bai Qin grew slightly embarrassed, though secretly, she was looking forward to walking around the streets as well. But when was Qinyang coming back? Then let's go out for a stroll. Also, do either of you know where Qinyang went? Usually Qinyang would already be home by now, so she had no idea where he was wandering off to. Li Shui and Yunxi exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter. Are you worried about him? Li Shui's question sent Bai Qin into immediate defensive mode. No way. Sister Li, don't say things like that. Who would worry about him? I wish he'd just die out there. After saying that, seeing Yunxi and Li Shui struggling to hold back their laughter, Bai Qin finally realized how ridiculous her explanation actually sounded. The sharper she tried to deny caring, the more obvious it became that she did. Bai Qin knew better than to over-explain, yet here, she was babbling on desperately. Why couldn't she just admit it? Did she really care about Qinyang that much? I don't care anyway. Bai Qin's voice dropped low as she bowed her head. She couldn't possibly care about Qinyang. No, impossible. Fine. I know you don't care about Brother Yang, Li Shui said with a smile, gently patting Bai Qin's shoulder. He's probably still busy at work. Let's get ready and go out for some delicious food. With the plan set, Yunqi and Li Shui both changed into JK uniforms. Yunqi wore a sweet pink ensemble paired with white socks and leather shoes, while Li Shui opted for a classic white blouse and silver blue pleated skirt, complemented by knee-high black stockings that revealed a alluring strip of bare skin above the stockings. Bai Qin swallowed hard at the sight. Sister Li's outfit combined with that cool expression made her look like a breathtaking beauty. Noticing Bai Qin's small gesture, Li Shui wore a mischievous grin. She walked over, grabbed Bai Qin's hand, and placed it directly on her black stockinged leg. Bai Qin, well, does it feel nice? Blushing, Bai Qin nodded. It was her first time ever touching the legs of a beautiful girl in stockings. Yunqi watched enviously from the side. She wanted to try too, but Li Shui shot her a stern look that sent her retreating. Frustrated, Yunqi silently cursed Li Shui under her breath. Who doesn't have legs? Who doesn't have stockings? When the time comes, I'll make Xiao Qin wear black and white stockings too, and I'll touch as much as I want. See, you envy me then. Li Shui paid no mind to Yunqi's petty jealousy, and instead turned to Bai Qin, who was lost in the silky smoothness of the stockings. Well, being a girl works for you, doesn't it? Girls can wear all sorts of beautiful clothes, put on makeup to become even more lovely, and share this kind of close bond with other girls. So Xiao Qin, let's just be happy, free, carefree girls, okay? Li Shui's gentle voice filled Bai Qin's ears. After a moment of silence, Bai Qin managed a slightly forced smile. I'll try. All right, Xiao Qin, if you ever face any difficulties in life, come to me without hesitation. Now let's go. Chen Yang was currently reading the book Li Shui had given him. 100 Ways to Win Over the Girl You Love. His hands trembled slightly as he held it. Anyone who knew Chen Yang well would immediately recognize that subtle tension for what it was. He was extremely nervous. As the proposer of the Balance Project, Chen Yang had seen countless beautiful women, yet his romantic experience amounted to precisely zero. He devoured this book on dating with the dedication of someone starving for knowledge, completely unaware that romance cannot be mastered by reading alone. Li Shui's book was divided into 3 social classes: poor, middle class, and wealthy, each with their own strategies for winning over a girl. Chen Yang felt he clearly belonged to the wealthy tier, since his family's money was like paper, endlessly expendable. Turning to the wealthy section, Chen Yang began reading with a racing heart. Halfway through, he furrowed his brow. Could this method really work? After some thought, Chen Yang called over the manager and spoke to him quietly. Bai Qin was overjoyed. It was the first time she had ever felt this happy being a girl. At first, she was still afraid of the attention from others. But when she saw Sister Li Shui and Yunqi confidently showing off themselves, Bai Qin gradually gained confidence as well. Then the 3 of them went shopping, enjoyed street food and barbecue, took pretty photos, and rode bumper cars. Naturally, some men attempted to hit on them, but all were firmly rejected. A few even behaved wildly, attempting inappropriate advances on the street, but they had bodyguards with them who swiftly dealt with the troublemakers, leaving them thoroughly defeated. In short, Bai Qin had a wonderful evening. Let's go have a proper dinner, Li Shui suddenly suggested, leaving Bai Qin puzzled. Didn't we already eat barbecue? Are you that hungry already, Sister Li Shui? Well, that barbecue was more of a late-night snack. We haven't had dinner yet. Exactly. Who treats midnight snacks as dinner? Bai Qin retorted. Who eats a late-night snack before their actual dinner? Li Shui gave an awkward smile and dropped any pretense, pinching Bai Qin's cheek affectionately. Are you coming or not? Li Shui's grip was gentle, almost like a massage. Besides, it was only the small hand of a JK beauty. Bai Qin felt comfortable and nodded contentedly. All right, then let's go. Great. Let's have dinner at Sky Garden. Sky Garden. Bai Qin found the name impressive and upscale, which immediately made her hesitate. How about we just find some casual restaurant instead? Sky Garden is a restaurant too. Come on, I'll take you to try their hairy crabs. Bai Qin let herself be pulled along by Li Shui without much resistance. After all, she now had over 8,000 in savings. She could afford a 5-star hotel if she wanted to. But she wondered whether Chen Yang had eaten yet. As its name suggested, Sky Garden lived up to its reputation. Even at night, brilliant lights illuminated the surroundings dazzlingly. The entire building sat atop elevated ground, giving it the wondrous appearance of floating in the air. Why were there so many roses? They were truly breathtaking. Bai Qin harbored a few questions, but didn't press further, following Yunqi and Li Shui into the restaurant. The main hall was equally bright and elegant, with numerous ornate tables arranged throughout. What puzzled Bai Qin even more was how few people were there. Most of the sparse figures she saw were staff members in uniform. Should we invite Chen Yang to join us? Bai Qin felt uneasy leaving Chen Yang behind, and had no idea what he was doing at that moment. Of course. Little Qin, give him a call. Am I the one who has to call? Bai Qin felt shy. She had barely initiated any contact with Chen Yang before, and calling him suddenly felt incredibly awkward. You're the one going since you're Yang Ji's wife now. Still this scared of him. Quick. He might starve to death in the lab. Call him right away and check. All right then. Bai Qin pulled out her phone, glancing at their expectant faces, and her cheeks grew even redder. I'll go to the restroom. With that, Bai Qin hurried away in her little leather shoes, leaving Li Shui and Yunqi exchanging mischievous smiles. Now it's all up to Brother Yang. Despite the immense size of Sky Garden, the signage was excellently placed, so even a first-time visitor like Bai Qin could find the restroom without difficulty. She paused for a second at the men's and women's signs, then entered the women's restroom. After all, she was a girl now, and could no longer use the facilities she had previously relied upon. To her surprise, the restroom was exceptionally clean. The floor was so polished it nearly reflected like a mirror. Thankfully, checking below, she saw nothing out of place. Otherwise, dining out would have been quite uncomfortable for her. And the bathroom seemed completely empty. How strange. Why was Sky Garden so deserted today? Putting together those roses she had noticed outside, a possibility suddenly occurred to Bai Qin. Had some wealthy businessman rented out the entire place tonight for a confession? But wait, if that were true, wouldn't someone have stopped them when they came in? She decided not to overthink it. Just then Chen Yang answered the call. Hello. Chen Yang's tone carried a hint of surprise, as though he never imagined Bai Qin would reach out to him on her own initiative. We're at Sky Garden Restaurant. Do you want to come join us for dinner? Alright, I'll be there shortly. After a brief exchange, Bai Qin hung up. Sitting on the toilet seat, she felt her heart pounding furiously. Damn it, why does even a simple phone call make me this nervous? After composing herself, Bai Qin told Li Shui that Chen Yang was coming. Li Shui replied with an okay, and informed her that they had already reserved a table and ordered food. Once Bai Qin came out, the waitress would guide her over. Bai Qin turned off her phone. For some reason, she sneaked another glance around the restroom, and strange thoughts suddenly flooded her mind. Slap. Bai Qin lightly swatted her now flushed face. I'm truly corrupted. This isn't even my home. What? Why did it feel even more thrilling? Meanwhile, Chen Yang had received Li Shui's message and learned that Bai Qin would soon be led to their private room by a waitress. But his mind was elsewhere. Why didn't I say, "Are you worried about me," just now? The book clearly said I should have said something like that. Chen Yang touched his rapidly beating heart, bewildered at how he could have forgotten. Bai Qin emerged from the restroom and headed straight to the front desk. Oh, you must miss Bai Qin. The front desk clerk was a pretty native girl named Xiao Mei, a few years older than Bai Qin. Upon seeing Bai Qin's breathtakingly stunning face, Xiao Mei immediately guessed she must be Mrs. Bai Qin, the wife of the nation's husband Chen Yang. She had missed the live broadcast of the wedding but had watched some clips afterward, and at that time she felt that this balance matcher named Bai Qin was truly extraordinarily beautiful. She could say she was Chun Yang's most representative balance matcher. It was just a pity that she wasn't a man and she hadn't been chosen either. Xiao Mei had never seen what Bai Qin looked like originally, as she only knew that Bai Qin used to be male. Although she wasn't ugly, she probably wasn't handsome either, and definitely not as handsome as Chen Yang. Xiao Mei felt sorry that the nation's husband Chen Yang had to marry a balance matcher, yet she admired him for spending so much money to confess his love even to a balance matcher. She also greatly envied Bai Qin herself. Her voice was so pleasant. Xiao Mei gave a sweet smile. She wouldn't discriminate against balance matchers. After all, she thought the balance plan was indeed a very good initiative. Please follow me. Xiao Mei was about to lead Bai Qin to Chen Yang when she spoke up. What else is there? If you leave, who will handle the front desk? Bai Qin pointed to the front desk position. In her impression, the front desk was always meant to serve guests and must be staffed at all times. But if Xiao Mei led her away, why were there no other staff members? What if a guest had questions? Xiao Mei paused, surprised that Bai Qin had thought of this, and her fondness for her increased slightly. But today the Sky Garden Hotel had been booked by Mr. Chen, so no other guests would come, and the front desk shift handover was cancelled. Alright, don't worry, no guests will come. Really? This hotel? Has it been booked? Xiao Mei was somewhat surprised this time. She didn't expect Bai Qin to guess correctly. But what did it matter? Seeing Xiao Mei nod, Bai Qin's confusion deepened. Did Sister Li Shui book the hotel? This time Xiao Mei's expression was a bit strange, but she still confirmed Bai Qin's guess. Although Bai Qin felt it was odd that Sister Li Shui hadn't told her about the hotel booking, she didn't dwell on it. As long as there was food, that was enough. Xiao Mei led Bai Qin into the elevator. It was a transparent one with a sea of flowers illuminated brightly outside. Since they hadn't reached the top yet, Bai Qin couldn't see the full view. At first, Bai Qin didn't notice anything special, but as the elevator rose, the sea of flowers gradually revealed its true appearance. Bai Qin's heartbeat quickened. She seemed to see that beneath those roses were small electric lights, and as the bulbs flickered, the red roses began to glow beautifully. Then rising higher, these roses gradually all came into view. From the initial tip of a heart, slowly rising, the entire heart shape was revealed. Most remarkably, inside the large heart was a smaller heart with two names written on either side. Chen Yang and Bai Qin. Lights flickered beautiful as a dream. Suddenly a series of explosions rang out around them. Colorful fireworks shot toward the sky, illuminating the darkness. Those hundreds of thousands of fireworks all transformed into four beautiful characters. Chen Yang and Bai Qin. That night the entire city saw this. It was a profound confession from Mr. Chen of the Chun Group, the proposer of the balance plan, to his beloved wife Bai Qin. Bai Qin watched this scene quietly. At this moment, how could she not understand what was happening? Although her face showed no expression, a blush crept up from her ears. She could clearly feel her heart beating as fast as it had after running 1,000 meters in high school. Xiaomei stood beside Bai Qin witnessing the scene together. Saying she wasn't envious would be a lie. She also wished a domineering CEO would spend millions on a confession like this, but that was only a fantasy. She quietly accompanied Bai Qin, hoping to see if Bai Qin would be moved to tears. But she wasn't. Except for the blush on her face and her hands tightly gripping her skirt in nervousness, Bai Qin showed no signs of being moved to tears. It seemed the rumors were true. Bai Qin and Chunyang's marital relationship appeared to be rather poor. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Xiaomei stepped out first, leaving Bai Qin alone, with Chunyang behind her. Bai Qin's toes curled tightly inside her leather shoes. She certainly knew who was behind her, but right now how should she face him? Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to eat with you. Do you like it? Her voice trembled slightly, as it came from behind Bai Qin. She turned somewhat stiffly and saw Chunyang, wearing a school uniform, holding a ring of roses, with an impeccably handsome haircut, his face as flushed as hers. Looks like he's just as clueless about flirting as I am. A virgin. Oh wait, not a virgin anymore. Bai Qin curled a strand of hair around her finger and softly parted her pink lips. It's okay. Chunyang looked at tonight's beautiful Bai Qin, his heart pounding fiercely. This was different from the previous two merges. Those two had happened for other reasons without any inner feelings, but this time was different. Chunyang felt his heart fluttering wildly. Books said this was a sign of falling in love with someone. Okay. What did the book say to reply with? He tried hard to recall the words from the book, but seeing Bai Qin's pure and lovely appearance made it impossible for him to focus on two things at once. He gave up and decided not to follow the book's advice. Chunyang held out the ring of roses. The usually eloquent Chunyang stuttered this time. FO for you. The rose fragrance surrounded Bai Qin's nose. It wasn't fake like on TV. Someone really was presenting her roses, symbolizing love. Why would I need this? Although she refused with her words, her hands accepted the roses. What Bai Qin didn't realize was that the corners of her lips had already curled upward slightly. Looking at Bai Qin so close, Chunyang was momentarily stunned. Why are you looking at me? You're beautiful. The book didn't teach this, but Chunyang wanted to say it because tonight's Bai Qin was truly beautiful. Bai Qin's heart had jumped to her throat. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, sweet and delicate, incredibly shy. She lowered her head, embarrassed to look at Chunyang, her voice faint as a mosquito's hum. I'm hungry. Chunyang remembered how to respond to this line. He bent slightly, placed his left hand behind his back, and extended his right palm upwards, speaking in an incredibly charming, bubbly voice. Might I invite my beautiful lady to share a delicious dinner with me? Awkward. Extremely awkward. Bai Qin had never endured such an uncomfortable dinner. Exquisite candles complemented by the dim ambient lighting with background music. She couldn't identify handsome waiters in impeccable attire serving dishes she had never seen before. All utterly unfamiliar to her. Elegant. Far too elegant. Someone as rough around the edges as herself had no business dining at such a prestigious hotel. She should have been at a roadside stall slurping a bowl of spicy loasafen, not here cringing until her toes dug into the floor. Neither spoke first, both ate in silence, the atmosphere growing strangely eerie. Bai Qin felt she could no longer sit still. Damn it, was he even a man? Here he was dining with the girl he liked, yet leaving her to find topics of conversation. Let me think. What did those books say about finding conversation topics? The silence was excruciating, wasn't it? Chunyang's heart was equally troubled. He also thought this place was absurdly upscale. Although he seemed to be the wealthiest man in the country, this was his first time dining somewhere this refined. Alright. Common ground. The only shared topic Chunyang could think of was Bai Qin's novels. Whatever, it didn't matter. She already knew he was her top supporter, so he would just talk about that. When will Li Pingfan finally take consort Pei as his wife? Bai Qin paused, startled by his sudden question, then quickly realized it was from one of her own harem novels. Instantly her interest was piqued. Oh, you mean that? Well, first of all, Chunyang had not expected Bai Qin to have so many insights into her own novels. She seemed to have unlocked some switch and wouldn't stop talking. Gradually Chunyang relaxed and chimed in occasionally. They chatted as genuine friends might in real life, launching into lengthy discussions centered on Bai Qin's novels. Then they began arguing over a particular plot point. There's no cool down. Have you ever seen a girl collapse before a boy? Bai Qin slammed the table in anger, glaring at Chunyang with fire in her eyes. Unfazed, he looked back coldly. Male or female, this is not something where longer is always better. Your writing spans an entire day. That's outrageous and completely defies human physiology. Just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Besides, this is fiction. I could write 3 days and 3 nights if I wanted to. Who asked your opinion? Have you? And can't fiction have logic? You're writing something resembling a space opera. Might as well make the battle last decades. Excuse me, who's the girl here? Who's supposed to understand this? But I remember that night. Chunyang. Bai Qin seemed to recall something and let out a sharp, piercing scream. You dare bring that up? If it weren't for that damn potion of yours, I would never have ended up like that. Chunyang sneered again, blaming it on the potion. Even without it you'd still be a weakling and couldn't last a moment. Aya, you're annoying. Bai Qin completely lost it. Why did Qin Yang keep bringing up that incident? Anyway, I'm the author. I write however I want. I've tipped hundreds of thousands of yuan. Your novel normally only attracts tens of thousands of readers. Without me, how do you expect to make big money? I'm your benefactor. By all normal rules, you should obey me. Bai Qin's face cycled through shades of red and white. It was true. Qin Yang was indeed her benefactor, and she should do as he wished. But she felt so frustrated. Why you? Bai Qin pointed at Qin Yang, too furious to speak. What about me? Do you dare tonight? Bai Qin froze, then her face flushed crimson. She did not continue. The angry red on her cheeks instantly transformed into embarrassment. What had she been about to say? What had she wanted to say? She had actually wanted to make Qin Yang witness her prowess tonight. She must be crazy. She actually wanted to beat him at this. And worse, she found herself feeling slightly excited about it. Watching the hesitant Bai Qin, Qin Yang found it amusing. The atmosphere had lightened somewhat, so he reached into his pocket and pressed a button on a remote. Then he moved to sit beside Bai Qin and naturally took her hand. Bai Qin felt warmth enveloping her hand. Turning her head, she found Qin Yang sitting right beside her. Her mind wanted to pull away, but her body refused. Watching Qin Yang's handsome face, her heart pounded violently, and her temperature rose instantly. Thump thump. Damn it, why wasn't she the handsome one? Bai Qin turned her head and huffed, pretending to be angry. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Bai Qin felt mocked and pinched his hand hard. However, it had no effect. Her strength had already been drained by that so-called potion, and pinching his thick-skinned hand was no different from a gentle massage. You're becoming more like a real girl every day. You know how to dress, apply makeup, feel shy, and you're very cute. Thump 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 thump. Qin Yang's words circled Bai Qin's mind like a spell. Her heart raced. What should she say? How should she react? Should she be angry or happy? She didn't know. Just then, when a waiter appeared with a tray, Bai Qin saw it as a savior. There was still another dish. She quickly broke free. I'll go help him. Without waiting for Qin Yang to respond, she ran over to help the waiter bring the final dish to the table. What did you order? It doesn't seem to have much aroma. Bai Qin looked at the covered tray, somewhat puzzled. The dish lacked smell, and it had taken forever to arrive. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Just open it and see. The waiter lifted the iron lid, and in the next moment Bai Qin saw what was inside. It was not food, but an exquisitely crafted gift box bearing the letters DR in what appeared to be a sophisticated font. Bai Qin froze. Having written novels, she certainly knew a great deal of knowledge. Those two letters, she definitely knew them. They were a brand of ring, symbolizing love for a lifetime. Her heart, which had been gradually calming, suddenly quickened once more. Qin Yang took Bai Qin's empty left hand, not seeming surprised by its bareness. Last time we married in a hurry. I just bought whatever ring was available. If you don't like it, that's fine. Opening the box, Bai Qin saw a pure white ring inside. Qin Yang took out the ring, gently held Bai Qin's hand, and slowly slipped it onto her finger. Though merely a simple act of placing a ring, Bai Qin's heart raced like a roller coaster. From now on, don't take it off. And I love you. With commanding yet resolute words, Bai Qin felt something detonate in her mind. She seemed to have fallen a little in love with Qin Yang. The male lead treated the female lead so cruelly. Why don't you write a gender swap FIC where he gets transformed into a woman and thoroughly dominated? That would serve as a fitting punishment for him. And you're such a pervert. I don't even think what I write compares to your twisted ideas. Oh, right, considering you could come up with something as inhumane as a balance plan, being a bit depraved is only natural. You can write those novels leaning toward the kink community, so you're a pervert too. I merely write novels while you actually practice them. I'm a small pervert, you're a colossal one. Qin Yang smiled, rolling onto his side to wrap his arms around Bai Qin's slender waist. His nose brushed against her ear-warm breath, ghosting over her earlobe. Then tell me, little pervert, do you like this big pervert of mine? Bai Qin's cheeks flushed crimson. Her feet beneath the covers kicked at Qin Yang to push him away, though she couldn't pry his hands loose from her waist. It was futile anyway. Get lost, you idiot. Don't be so ridiculous. Qin Yang chuckled, his arms around Bai Qin, growing bolder. It was as though he had unlocked some peculiar skill. He could precisely locate the buttons on her nightgown without even opening his eyes. This time Bai Qin seized his wrist. Wife. The way he uttered that word sent a shiver coursing through her entire being. Especially with that faint hint of grievance woven into his tone, it made Bai Qin's heart flutter uncontrollably. What was happening? You please don't call me that. Why? Aren't we a legally married couple? Yes. But I. Bai Qin hesitated, unable to find the words. The term, wife, felt utterly fantastical to her. She had never imagined in her entire life that someone would address her as such. It's all right. There's no rush. We can continue later. Qin Yang understood. This was part of Bai Qin's gradual submission. It could not be forced. Patience was essential. Then tonight. Let's just sleep tonight. Bai Qin replied swiftly. Though her heart had already accepted it halfway, the mere thought of truly yielding to him still filled her with embarrassment. Moreover, he recovered this ability every single time. What part of his body was he even using to devise such things? It always left Bai Qin aching for several minutes beforehand. Qin Yang had no intention of forcing her. After all, being able to hold her slender waist while sleeping was already more than enough. Though his lower body rebelled restlessly, he chose to respect Bai Qin's wishes. If necessary, he would simply take a shower in the bathroom later. Tonight they would just sleep. Through the long hours, Qin Yang nearly embraced Bai Qin's slender waist, pressing his body firmly against hers. He breathed in her delicate fragrance, his eyelids half closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. He seemed deeply content with the day's events. But why did Bai Qin's body feel so warm? Bai Qin was indeed feeling hot, not merely from his arms encircling her waist, but far more from the absurd thoughts she refused to acknowledge. Sensing the scorching heat radiating from behind her, Bai Qin's heart pounded relentlessly. Can't sleep, can't sleep. That damn man, say something. Argue with me. He was clearly struggling to hold himself back, yet here, he was feigning tenderness. Didn't he know a girl's no meant she was waiting to be persuaded? A girl must always maintain her dignity in situations like this. Damn it. Why was she feeling so hot? Realizing this, Bai Qin first felt shy and frustrated, then a wave of terror washed over her. What had she just been thinking? Had she truly begun to see herself as a girl? It was all Qin Yang's fault. Qin Yang had barely cooled down and was about to drift into slumber when his arms around her waist were suddenly pushed aside. Bai Qin turned and bumped him away with her hip, leaving roughly 2 palm widths of distance between them. Qin Yang. What was wrong now? Watching her silhouette glowing faintly blue under the moonlight, he reached out to embrace her again, but Bai Qin shivered, refusing his touch. Was she really angry? Qin Yang stared at her in confusion, then suddenly noticed her sleeping posture seemed off. She wasn't curled up naturally like a normal person. Instead, only her waist was bent downward while her hips were raised high, perfectly aimed toward. Her porcelain legs were folded together, bent at the knees, her hands resting upon her chest. Her facial expression remained hidden from view. Qin Yang stared at Bai Qin in bewilderment for about a minute. Unaware whether he was truly fixed upon her, she then performed an action that shocked even herself, one that filled her with profound shame. Bai Qin kept her upper body completely still, then gradually pressed her hips closer to Qin Yang's body. I'm truly insane. Emma, what are you doing? I said we're sleeping tonight. Bai Qin had no time to react before she felt a warmth pressing against her waist. Qin Yang had already drawn near his chest, firmly pressed against her back. Qin Yang curled his lips into a smirk, his hot breath ghosting against Bai Qin's ear as though he wanted to devour her. His voice carried a teasing lilt. Isn't this what you want? As though her innermost thoughts had been read, Bai Qin's cheeks flared crimson, her words tumbling out in a flustered stammer. Who wants anything? What are you talking about? Despite her denial, Bai Qin's body betrayed her. She shifted restlessly, instinctively arching her hips. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, and a familiar scene from Bai Qin's own novels suddenly flashed through his mind. He stepped backward, re-establishing a distance of more than 2 palms between them, a complete separation from head to toe. Bai Qin felt the loss of his warmth, and inexplicably a hollow ache bloomed in her chest. Worse still, the fire within her burned all the more fiercely, scorching her cheeks crimson. Since you don't want it, then let's just sleep. Qin Yang spoke with feigned nonchalance, but in truth he was far from at ease. He knew as well as anyone that sleep was impossible for him now. Yet he wanted nothing more than to watch Bai Qin beg, his heart growing ever more twisted, delighting in the slow destruction of the last remnants of her male dignity, hoping to bend her into willingly becoming his devoted wife. The thrill of forcing her submission to such femininity brought Qin Yang immense pleasure. Facing away from Qin Yang, Bai Qin clenched her fists tightly. She could almost certainly guess what he wanted, her surrender, her pleas. But how could that ever happen? I will never yield, not even to the bathroom. In the quiet night, their pounding hearts filled the room. Qin Yang longed to see Bai Qin break, while Bai Qin, unwilling to lose face, hoped he would take the initiative himself. Neither spoke, yet their breathing grew increasingly ragged. Qin Yang caught the scent of lily he adored, while Bai Qin detected a sandalwood fragrance on him. What the hell body wash was Qin Yang using? Dry tinder and blazing fire, yet neither would make the first move. Bai Qin bit her lower lip until her teeth ached, flames threatening to consume her. She couldn't endure it much longer. Qin Yang had been so handsome tonight. The brilliant fireworks, the ring of love, the saccharine confessions, all pierced through to her emotional heart without cease. She shouldn't have developed feelings for a man. She herself was a man. So why, when Qin Yang had declared his love, did Bai Qin seem to forget the nightmare from 10 years ago, remembering only that she had grown up wearing dresses and would one day happily marry Qin Yang? She had surrendered. She couldn't hold back any longer. She wanted to devour him now, to nestle in his arms, to become that happy little girl once more. Qin Yang felt he might have pushed too far. Bai Qin still couldn't set aside the dignity of her former male self. She would never beg him for those things. But the wildfire was now ablaze, the arrow knocked upon the string. There was no turning back. Then so be it. Let it be my forceful demand. As Qin Yang began to move, Bai Qin turned to face him in near-perfect synchrony. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze they saw an inferno blazing bright. You Before Bai Qin could finish, Chen Yang closed the distance and pressed his lips against hers. At that moment, all the fire within her found its outlet, surging relentlessly toward a single point. Warm breath swept across her cheek. Her lashes fluttered gently, and the instant she closed her eyes the world dissolved into darkness, leaving only the overwhelming flood of sensation. Chen Yang's palm deepened its grip beneath her nape. Moist warmth spilled between their lips like melting honey, and Bai Qin caught the faint minty freshness on his tongue. In the ringing of her ears the sound of rushing blood rose, and she could feel, with crystal clarity, the fierce synchronized beating of their hearts, sweet and beautiful. The kiss stretched long as the tides ebb and flow, yet fleeting as a meteor trailing across the sky. When Xinyang finally released her, she slowly opened her eyes and gazed into his, deep luminous with love. Bai Qin shyly turned her face away as though reluctant for Qinyang to witness her in such a state. Yet her soft, supple hands clung tightly to his shoulders, refusing to let go, a picture of delicate, yielding shyness. Bai Qin. I love you. Morning. Qinyang slowly opened his eyes and instinctively reached for his clothes. But the moment he moved, a soft, petulant murmur came from beside him, and he felt the warmth of her plush body against his, causing him to pause in surprise. Watching Bai Qin rest her cheek against his arm, sleeping like a tiny kitten, Qinyang's heart melted completely. He gently lay back down, careful not to disturb her sleep. Already wide awake himself, he simply turned his head to look at her, a wave of sweetness rising within his chest. Last night had felt entirely different from their wedding night, or from when she had been driven by heat. This was a brand new Bai Qin, one who loved him. No longer a one-sided sacrifice, but the sacred union of husband and wife, symbolizing their love. Listening to her gentle snores, Qinyang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He reached out and softly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her chubby little face tempted him to poke it, but he thought better of it, fearing he might wake her. He watched her for another hour, until she finally let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes. The instant Bai Qin saw Qinyang before her, she felt like the luckiest girl in the entire world. This time was different from before. Though her waist ached, it was a happy ache, one she thoroughly enjoyed. Qinyang, the newly awakened girl's voice was soft and melodic, dripping with affection, making Qinyang's mouth curl into the widest grin. Moi. I need to use the restroom. Qinyang didn't respond. Instead, his expression turned mischievous as he seized her hand and pulled her in a direction that made Bai Qin freeze, her eyes widening in shock. I need to go too. Let's go together. With that, Qinyang rose and scooped her into his arms. Bai Qin furrowed her brows slightly, letting out a heavy sigh before wrapping herself around him like an octopus, surrendering completely as he carried her toward the bathroom. Following Qinyang's instructions, the staff brought over the cardboard box containing the 1-month cruise ticket and the bags of vacation clothes along with that exquisite box. Bai Qin punished Qinyang by making him face the wall in the bathroom for half an hour, all because he had done something mischievous to her in there. She had merely wanted to use the toilet, yet he ended up witnessing all her embarrassing moments. Taking the cruise ticket, vacation clothes, and the box, Bai Qin's attention was first drawn to the cardboard box holding the ticket. The box was somewhat heavy, its exterior depicting a vast surging sea with a luxurious cruise ship capable of accommodating over 2,000 passengers, causing Bai Qin to envision herself enjoying a voyage aboard it. Oh wait. Bai Qin suddenly realized that this seemed to be the box containing the ticket. She immediately opened it, and the first thing she saw was a delicate cruise ship model, which explained the weight. Lifting the model out, beneath it lay a golden ticket. Taking it out, she noticed the words, "Chartered," engraved in the upper right corner of the golden ticket. Bai Qin's heart began to race. She hadn't expected Qinyang to have chartered the entire cruise ship. Thinking about spending the next month aboard the vessel, she couldn't help but smile. She had long watched videos of wealthy people enjoying cruises, but those always showed crowded decks. For the socially anxious Bai Qin, it was both a desire and a source of embarrassment, especially after becoming a girl. She felt even more averse to socializing. Never did she imagine that Qinyang would charter the entire ship, leaving her both astonished and delighted. She quickly opened the bag containing the clothes, only to find men's beach shorts inside with no vacation attire apparently prepared for women. Bai Qin frowned, thinking he hadn't prepared anything for her. Wait, that didn't seem right. Looking at the several pairs of beach shorts, she noticed the sizes weren't all the same. Some seemed to be intended for her. Was he assuming she hadn't yet accepted her female identity, and thus prepared men's clothing for her as well? A sweet sensation surged in her heart. At that moment, Bai Qin wished she had been born a girl, but quickly dismissed the thought. If she had been born a girl, she probably wouldn't have been able to be with Qinyang. Still, Qinyang was so careless. He only prepared shorts, not even underwear. Could it be in that exquisite box? Bai Qin picked up the box. It was also a bit heavy, not as much as the model, but still had some weight. Underwear couldn't be that heavy, could it? During the first 10 minutes of his punishment, Qinyang didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just to make Bai Qin happy. By the 20th minute, an itch stirred in his heart, and recalling Bai Qin's earlier behavior, a flame ignited within him. By the 25th minute, Qinyang vowed to punish Bai Qin severely once he got out. By the 30th minute he opened the bathroom door and immediately saw Baichin opening an exquisite box. That box looked oddly familiar. After a few seconds of blankness, he suddenly remembered it was the one the staff member had said could enhance the intimacy between husband and wife. Only it might be a bit inappropriate. Wait! Xinyang cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Baichin had already opened the box and was curiously pulling out a package. It was a pair of sexy stockings. Baichin stared at the cover for a moment, then her face slowly flushed as she looked incredulously at Xinyang, who had just emerged from the bathroom. What? What did he mean by this? Xinyang had been praying that the staff member had given him something proper, but when Baichin pulled out the stockings he realized he had been too optimistic. Baichin turned around, her cheeks crimson. She took out one item after another from the package, each one deepening her blush and lowering Xinyang's head further. Having written risque stories, Baichin was no stranger to these items. They were adult products. Xinyang had no idea when he had slowly moved to Baichin's side. He stared awkwardly at the items on the table, thinking that the staff member really knew how to play with several items being ones Xinyang had only discovered after searching for the obscure references in Baichin's novels. He had once imagined trying these on Baichin, but only in his mind, as he felt it was too perverse. Although he was indeed perverse and thought being perverse in mind was different from being perverse in action, he dared only to think, not to act. Yet now the staff member had pushed him into doing what he feared to do. Xinyang regretted asking the staff member about these things. He quickly stammered an apology. Baichin, these weren't bought by me. I asked the staff member. He explained the whole story, but Baichin remained silent. He kept his head low, not daring to look at her, even though he was taller, thinking she was still angry. He stole a cautious glance at her. Xinyang saw that expression on Baichin again. Her eyes were wide, her face no longer flushed, but pale. There was terror in her beautiful eyes, and her breathing was slightly rapid. The signs of an impending episode. Baichin held an object in her hand, staring at it fixedly. Xinyang looked, and saw it was a She threw the object away, stumbled backward, and fell straight back. Xinyang caught her just in time, but as he touched her, she seemed to have a psychic reaction and stared at him. Baichin, Chiner. No matter how Xinyang called, her gaze never changed. There was no love for Xinyang in her eyes, only terror. A woman's terror of a man. Man, you don't come near. Go away, go away. Baichin struggled to get up in Xinyang's arms, tears streaming down her face. Seeing the situation turn dire, Xinyang quickly let go. Baichin scurried like a monkey back to the room, locking the door behind her. Xinyang fell silent. He had seen that fearful look in Baichin's eyes before. When he had tried to pry into her memories, she had shown a similar expression. It was the look of extreme fear. From the medical report, Xinyang could only see the physical damage the incident had caused Baichin, but he could not fathom the scars on her soul. Looking at the exquisite box, Xinyang for the first time entertained the idea of using his power to fire that staff member. If not for his perverse games with his wife, if not for his instruction to open it later, and for the hotel bellboy who had delivered this box along with the others, Xinyang decided he must fire him. Didn't he say to just bring up the ticket and clothes? Why the hell did he bring this thing up too? All the effort of that confession went to waste. He swept all the items off the table onto the floor, stomped them to pieces, then sighed, and sat down slowly on the ground. Xinyang knew this was a heart ailment, not something medicine could cure. Only time could slowly heal it. That object must have triggered Baichin's memories of that dark time. With that thought, Xinyang slapped himself hard. I am so dirty. So dirty. Baichin trembled, wanting to curl herself up, but upon seeing her pristine skin, she did not even dare to move her limbs. She lay on the bed like a corpse, her gaze lifelessly fixed on the ceiling. Tears slid down her cheeks, and as she saw that, memories of that incident once again rose from the depths of her heart. However, the reason for her breakdown was not solely due to that incident, for she had discovered that she seemed to truly embody those two characters that Mother Xiaohong had carved into her thigh back then. When she took out those socks, just now her heart swelled with shame and indignation, yet there was also a trace of something she refused to acknowledge: fondness. As one item after another was revealed, her complexion grew increasingly flushed with shame, until she pulled out something strikingly similar to the marks that man had left on her back then. She collapsed. The events of those years haunted her like a nightmare, and she would never forget that. After that incident, the young Baichin had discovered her peculiar inclinations. She had actually cast herself in the role of that villain from years past. Shunned by her parents, she rarely dared to don a dress again when alone in her room. The moment her gaze met the mirror, her face flushed. She was so lovely, yet she was a boy. As she grew older, Baichin's mind grew increasingly confused. Sometimes she fantasized about being a real girl, just as Xiaohong's mother had described. Other times she wished to become a tall, handsome man who would love himself wholeheartedly. As these thoughts worsened, the young Baichin maintained a facade of despising how others perceived her as a girl, but in secret, she would don feminine clothing. Each time she saw those indelible marks on her thighs, Baichin would nearly break down. Yet she never acted on these impulses, for the trauma from those past events ran too deep. She could only channel everything into her novels, mostly side stories, and satisfy her emotional needs through writing. Her head throbbed with pain. Bai Qin finally broke down. She pressed her hands against her head, face buried in the pillow, biting down hard. She felt revulsed with herself. Xiaohong's mother's words held truth, yet missed the mark. She was yet not entirely so. In her mind, the masculine and feminine versions of herself had stopped arguing over whether she should be male or female. Instead, both personas whispered those two English letters like demons, relentlessly repeating them. Those letters swirled through Bai Qin's mind like pinyin lessons from childhood, each rotation bringing sharper pain. She was so filthy. So filthy. The filth was laughable. Why couldn't she have two selves, one male, one female? Why couldn't she sometimes command her male self, and other times her female self? Was she male or female? Was she truly those two characters carved into her leg by Xiaohong's mother? I can't tell. I can't tell. Bang. With a crashing sound of the door being forced open, Chen Yang burst in with firefighters and medical personnel. Before losing consciousness, Bai Qin faintly heard them calling her name. I don't deserve to be saved. After reading Bai Qin's novels and the side stories in the book club, Li Shui felt something was deeply wrong. Those side stories were indeed written by Bai Qin, and they read with such authenticity that it was as if she had lived through them personally. Li Shui knew she had experienced them firsthand. The real question was why Bai Qin would write about such nightmarish memories in those side stories. Moreover, they seemed almost pleasurable to write. Combining this with the symptoms and triggers Chen Yang had described, Li Shui formed a bold hypothesis. Xiao Qin loves herself deeply. Chen Yang fell silent for a moment before responding, I love myself too. After all, one must love oneself before loving others. Li Shui shook her head and quickly clarified, the love I mean is romantic love between a man and a woman. Chen Yang scratched his head in confusion. Himself loving himself, romantic love between man and woman. These phrases strung together made no sense to him. Was this even Chinese anymore? Chen Yang stroked his chin as a word suddenly surfaced in his mind. Are you saying narcissism? Narcissism. Readers of this novel should understand. Li Shui nodded and showed Chen Yang a purchase record on her phone. This is information captured by a friend through hacking. Chen Yang looked and saw a purchase record for a woman's white dress. The date was 5 years ago with the recipient listed as by Xian. By Xian Bai Qin. She secretly bought women's clothing. The incident 10 years prior was a nightmare for Xiao Qin. Records show she had decided to stop being a girl, but 5 years ago, at around 15, my friend discovered she was secretly bringing her phone to school and watching pornography in the dormitory. Chen Yang's lip twitched. They can find out about this kind of thing. I'm so wealthy, how come I never knew? Ignoring Chen Yang's remark, Li Shui continued, that was her first contact with, or rather her second time engaging in such matters. This purchase record came after her second encounter, and at the time, I was still trying to understand why she had bought women's clothing. Now I think I know. Bai Qin suffers from severe dissociative identity disorder. This is not merely about wanting to be a boy or a girl. It is about punishing herself and being punished by herself. I know this sounds harsh, but I must say it. She loves herself, meaning she is a narcissist and extremely perverse one. But her subconscious likely rejects this reality, which is why she is breaking down. As the book club administrator, you have probably read her side stories too. Something is deeply wrong here. Chen Yang fell completely silent. After a long while he asked Li Shui, is there any way to save her? Li Shui sighed and answered firmly, yes. Destroying personality and taming personality. Chen Yang frowned, thinking to himself whether Xiao Shui had actually taught him these skills. He had never heard of these two terms before. Yet these two words didn't sound like anything good. Sensing Chen Yang's confusion, Li Shui coughed and said, ahem, I came up with these based on the current situation. A psychologist shouldn't be limited to terms in books, one must also create their own. So what are these two treatment plans? Hearing Chen Yang's question, Li Shui turned serious. One method involves physical, means the other psychological. Let's start with the physical one, destroying the personality. Brother Yang, I know your medical expertise covers the brain, and you have the ability to establish mental communication. This, destroying personality, would involve destroying part of the. No need to continue. This one is out. Before Li Shui could finish, Chen Yang had already rejected it, and a glint of admiration for him flickered in Li Shui's eyes. In truth, Chen Yang had once considered this treatment plan himself, erasing all of Bai Qin's memories, turning her into a blank slate to re-encounter the world. But upon reflection, how was that any different from directly killing a person? A person is distinguished not only by appearance and gender, but also by thoughts. Everyone's thoughts are unique. Destroying a person's personality and thoughts, Chen Yang could never bring himself to do that. At least you have some conscience. Li Shui smiled. Truly, this was the man she had set her eyes on. What about the second plan? The second plan is psychological. Simply put, it's about awakening the yin attribute within Bai Qin, reversing her mindset, so that she becomes inseparable from you, suppressing the taming personality to a minimum, while the being tamed personality takes the dominant position. The consequence would be that she becomes very clingy and obedient to you like a little dog. Chen Yang's heart stirred. In truth, there was a part of him that was like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been perverse enough to read Bai Qin's novel. From the very first time he saw Bai Qin, even when Bai Qin was still male, a desire to completely conquer her had already taken root in his heart. Hearing Li Shui's treatment plan, wasn't this exactly the conquest he had dreamed of? Immediately Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Shui. How do we do it? Li Shui stroked her chin, thought for a moment, and continued. In daily life you can help her with all the trivial tasks, including feeding her and assisting her with the bathroom, turning her into a little helpless creature who can't survive without you. Of course, that's just the daily routine. The most important thing is... Li Shui flashed a cunning, lewd smile. You need to conquer her in bed. Chen Yang seemed thoughtful. Bai Qin was awakened by the pungent smell of disinfectant. She slowly opened her eyes, surveyed her surroundings, and noticed a man's back. He seemed to be peeling an apple. His broad, sturdy back gave Bai Qin a sense of security. Yet beneath that security lay guilt. She felt she had hurt his heart. She raised her hand to touch Chen Yang's back, but suddenly let out a soft hiss of pain, realizing that she had an IV drip in her hand. Chen Yang heard Bai Qin and turned around with a joyful expression. Honey, you're awake. The word honey felt strange to Bai Qin, but seeing Chen Yang so overjoyed, she couldn't bear to scold him. Besides, she still felt guilty toward him. Bai Qin nodded, which could be taken as her acceptance of the term honey. As expected, seeing Bai Qin nod only made Chen Yang happier. He really wanted to kiss her, but considering her current condition, he held back. He quickly finished peeling the apple, hesitated for a moment, and then handed it over. Thank you. Bai Qin's right hand was on the fork, so she could only use her left hand. Since Chen Yang was on her right side, she had to turn her body to reach for the apple. Just as she was about to grab it, Chen Yang suddenly pulled his hand back, putting the apple out of reach. Bai Qin, let me feed you. Chen Yang recalled Li Shui's words in daily life. Do everything for her, turn her into a little helpless creature who can't survive without you. Though she didn't know why Chen Yang was doing this, Bai Qin's guilt toward him made her nod anyway. Chen Yang cut a piece of apple, speared it with a toothpick, and fed it to Bai Qin. She took a bite, chewed, and found it sweet. Her heart felt the same. Bai Qin rather liked this feeling of being fed. Her eyes curved as she looked at Chen Yang. Is it good? Bai Qin nodded. Chen Yang took another apple from the fruit behind him. Want another one? No, I feel like if I eat another, I'll need to pee. Chen Yang found it amusing that the word pee came from such a beautiful woman. A bit of a contrast. He joked, you're quite a water baby. Bai Qin's cheeks flushed instantly. She knew exactly what he meant, and she shot him a fierce glare. I'm sorry. Bai Qin turned her head away, her voice full of apology. Why are you apologizing? At that time. Don't think about it too much. I don't mind. Chen Yang reached out and tousled Bai Qin's hair. The soft long strands felt wonderful. Bai Qin frowned slightly, finding it a bit strange. His warm large hand rubbing her head felt kind of comfortable. The one who should apologize is actually me. Chen Yang sighed, and then confessed his true feelings. Back then, for my own sake, for the sake of balancing my plans, I turned you into a girl, binding your life to mine. I'm sorry. Don't say anymore. Bai Qin's expression darkened slightly. This was a memory she didn't want to revisit. It's all in the past. And I think things are fine now. Bai Qin took out her phone, opened the camera, and switched to the front-facing lens. She saw a pale, delicate, sickly face. She bit her lip and hesitantly voiced her true thoughts at that moment. I'm so beautiful. Thank you for making me so beautiful. She had already accepted her identity as a girl. At the same time, a desire for love, the feminine essence within her thoughts, quietly began to sprout. She yearned to be loved. In truth, she had been conquered to submission. Chen Yang received a call from Jiangsheng the day before the cruise was set to depart. The moment he saw the caller's name, his brows instantly knitted together. He quickly answered the call, and upon hearing Jiangsheng's slightly weary voice, his frown deepened. Chen Yang, I need your help. What's wrong? This Crimson Scarf Research Institute is riddled with problems. I have a strong feeling someone upstairs doesn't want me investigating here. I need to spend money hiring a few private detectives and grease a few palms. My guess is that Lu Feng likely knows some secrets about that Crimson Scarf Research Institute. Jiangsheng's words made Chen Yang realize the matter might be more serious than he had imagined. He had previously looked into the Crimson Scarf Research Institute, but had not pursued it deeply. He never expected the complications within to be so thorny. Even a deputy police chief like Jiangsheng found it daunting. Deputy Jiang, apart from money, I can't help you with anything else. I'll have my assistant contact you shortly. If you're short on funds, just reach out to my assistant. He'll cover your needs. Alright Xiaoyang, you know I lack nothing except money. Rest assured I'll get to the bottom of this case for you. I already have a hunch. If I solve this case, I could even kick the police chief out. Then you'll have a man you can rely on at your back. Chen Yang's expression darkened. Although the words sounded fine, something about them felt peculiar. Alright, go ahead and investigate. I'm going traveling with my wife now. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Copy that. Enjoy your romantic getaway with your wife. I promise not to disturb you. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Yang put away his phone and watched the three young women emerge from the room. When his gaze fell on Bai Qin standing in the center, he bowed his head slightly. Yanxi on the left wore a pale blue swimsuit adorned with frost-colored tulle black flip-flops on her feet and adorable bear decals on her toenails. Li Shui on the right was even more extravagant than Yunxi. Her pure white lace swimsuit barely contained her curves, and the matching tight white hot pants below made one wonder if they would become translucent the moment they got wet. Was that even swimwear? Even more striking was Bai Qin in the center, whether she chose to dress like that, or if the other two had deliberately made her where it was unclear. Her pink one-piece swimsuit clung tightly to her body. Since Bai Qin's figure had been sculpted by Chunyang according to his preferences, she possessed not only a slender frame with generous curves, but also a breathtaking beauty that stole one's breath. Bai Qin blushed and hesitantly looked at Chunyang, one hand crossed over her chest, while the other rested low, covering herself, seemingly unwilling to let Chunyang notice anything, yet her eyes carried a hint of anticipation. Her beautiful legs stood in an endearing inward stance, like an anime girl, her cute toes curling and relaxing intermittently, clearly revealing her extreme nervousness. For a moment Chunyang was so captivated his face flushed. Even with two stunning beauties beside Bai Qin, his eyes held only her. Li Shui pouted and poked the exposed waist beside Bai Qin. Bai Qin immediately trembled slightly and looked at Li Shui with a dazed, adorable expression. Brother Yang is completely mesmerized by you. Hurry over to him already. Oh. Bai Qin slowly walked over and stood gracefully before Chunyang. When she was a bit farther away she could meet his gaze, but now the warmth of each other's breath between them made Bai Qin too shy to look at him. Chunyang naturally grasped Bai Qin's right hand since it was crossed over her chest, so. Even though this had happened many times before, it still felt very different when they were alone compared to being in front of friends. The moment their skin touched, Bai Qin's pretty face flushed completely. She lifted her head and looked at Chunyang with eyes full of embarrassment. Chunyang was instantly captivated. He wanted so badly, desperately wanted to have intimate relations with Bai Qin. Chunyang tried to pull Bai Qin's hand over, but noticed she seemed to resist moving her right hand from her chest. A thought flashed through his mind that made him blush. He suddenly exerted force and pulled Bai Qin's right hand to his own chest. Bai Qin struggled to pull her hand free, but by then Chunyang had already seen it. As expected. Then, taking advantage of Bai Qin's attention being fixed on her right hand, Chunyang suddenly pulled her left hand over as well. It was utterly blush-inducing. Chunyang breathed heavily and directly lifted Bai Qin into his arms. What are you doing? Bai Qin was inwardly panicked. There were still people around. Chunyang didn't respond and paid no mind to the shocked stares from Li Shui and Yunxi. He stood up straight and carried Bai Qin back to the room. Closing the door, Yunxi swallowed hard, looking in disbelief at Li Shui, who was equally shocked and blushing. Boss. No wonder Xiao Qin needs to rest for so long every time. Let me go. Bai Qin struggled to rise like a little pig during the spring festival. But she was just a little pig firmly pinned beneath Chunyang. Watching Bai Qin struggle endlessly beneath him, Chunyang chuckled. Dressed like this, weren't you trying to seduce me? You slut. Bai Qin suddenly stopped and stared blankly at Chunyang. It was the first time she had ever heard him speak to her this way. Normally, he treated her like a treasured jewel, never scolding her. And just now he had actually scolded her. But why? Why didn't she feel angry? There was something strange stirring in her heart. What are you looking at? Shut up. Chunyang's heart was also pounding. He was a bit worried, afraid Bai Qin would get angry, but soon after he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Bai Qin suddenly turned her head away from Chunyang, but he could clearly see her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her breathing was very quick. Looking further down, Chunyang was stunned. His breath caught suddenly, and a strong sense of fulfillment surged through his body. Bai Qin actually. Xiao Shui and Yunxi are outside the door. Keep it down. Chunyang leaned down, adjusted her head, and pressed his lips against her sweet ones. The dream. The crew members helped carry the luggage, looking at Chunyang with some confusion, while Li Shui and Yunxi following behind him glanced awkwardly at the surrounding scenery. The captain also looked at Chunyang oddly, thinking it was probably just a hug. Mr. Chen, it seems you and your wife have a wonderful relationship. After National Day, the sea breeze carried a hint of chill. Chunyang draped a large coat over Bai Qin, pulling her tightly into his embrace. She wrapped around him like an octopus, her face buried in his chest, the coat's hem covering her body and reaching Chunyang's knees. Hearing the captain's praise, Chunyang's expression suddenly brightened. He smiled and said, "Of course. I love my wife the most. Please board the ship, Mr. Chun." Chunyang stepped forward and walked onto the deck. Suddenly, distant waves crashed against the harbor, splashing water over everyone like rain. Chunyang suddenly stopped on the deck. "Boss, what's wrong?" Yunxi asked. Chunyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "Nothing." Everyone boarded the Dream, but only Li Shui gazed at Chunyang's retreating figure, lost in thought. Day 1. The Dream was enormous, featuring a restaurant and swimming pool within its decks. Yunxi, an ordinary young worker, had never before laid eyes on such an opulent cruise ship. Like a country girl venturing into the city for the first time, she eagerly toured every corner with Li Shui. Inside were sports courts, basketball, volleyball, badminton. The level of extravagance was so extraordinary that even a writer could scarcely imagine what else might exist within its walls. Yunqi and Li Shui played basketball, volleyball, and badminton, yet the entire morning passed, and they still hadn't explored half of the ship. Sweating profusely, each of them cracked open a bottle of ice-cold cola. Yunqi tilted her head back, ready to gulp it down. After exercise, don't drink something so cold. Li Shui took the cola from Yunqi and set it aside, grinning as she nudged Yunqi's scrunching nose with her finger. Girls' constitutions aren't the same as boys. Drinking something this freezing will upset your stomach. Yunqi knew Li Jie meant well and said nothing further, shifting the conversation elsewhere instead. Our relationship, shouldn't it stay hidden from the government? Li Shui pondered for a moment before nodding. Yunqi sighed deeply. In an era where men vastly outnumbered women and pure female births continued to dwindle, relationships between women were absolutely forbidden. If discovered, the two of them would be forcibly separated and the government would arrange for them to find suitable partners. They would marry within a month and bear children within 3 months, regardless of whether the women wished it. They would be compelled to contribute to society. Thus Yunqi and Li Shui were forced to keep their distance in public, watching their every gesture. Even when they desperately wanted closeness, they dared not risk it. A single report from a malicious observer could tear them apart forever. Suddenly Yunqi seemed to remember something, and a blush spread across her cheeks. I'd rather not sleep with a man. Li Shui gazed at Yunqi's cute, flushed face and felt an irresistible urge to kiss her. Moi? Yunqi quickly pulled back in distaste, stepping away. We're all sweaty. You don't think that's dirty? What's wrong with sweat when you're in bed with someone? Sisterly. Yunqi's entire face burned crimson. This Li Jie really had no filter. She said anything. Didn't she care if someone overheard? Li Shui chuckled wickedly. She simply adored seeing Yunqi this flustered. Not all men are like Brother Yang, and not all women are like Xiaoqin. You think he's handsome on the surface, but behind closed doors he's quite something else. I heard that when he was young his father fed him something that caused his height to shoot up like a beanstalk. But it wasn't just his height, it was everything. So you can't judge Brother Yang by the standard of ordinary men. As for Xiaoqin, what you don't know is just how powerful the type 1 serum that Brother Yang developed truly is. Many disgusting men long to experience what it feels like to be a woman. Even if they're ugly or overweight and don't meet the balance plan standards, they'll sell everything just to bribe someone into altering them for the procedure. But here's what they don't realize: the type 1 serum can only be injected by Brother Yang himself, and normally at a standard concentration. Xiaoqin received a high concentration dose. That's why back then, the moment you barely touched her, she acted as though her life depended on it. That may be so, but that day Xiaoqin's voice was so terrifying. Sisterly. You weren't there, but you could have heard what came from behind the door. Cough, cough, cough. Who said I heard anything behind the door? I'm certainly not as perverted as you sneaking peeks at people. Oh, come on, don't deny it. Your screams that day. Are you trying to get me killed? The two of them erupted into playful wrestling right where they stood. Li Ergu was a single man in his middle years, having remained alone for 50 long years. He envied those who had partners greatly. Long deprived, he had gradually come to understand the feelings of men who desired men. Back in the day, he too had been a man who pursued beautiful women. Those had been his proudest days. In his youth, Li Ergu had sailed the seas alongside his father, honing exceptional navigational skills and a formidable physique. Later, his father died in an accident, leaving behind a substantial inheritance. With that fortune, Li Ergu indulged in countless women. Unfortunately, no one at the time had noticed the declining birth rate of females. Had he realized it, perhaps he would have spent his wealth to marry a beautiful woman. But instead, he wasted it all on fleeting pleasures. By the time the female birth rate plummeted, girls who once required only tens of thousands of credits as bride price now cost dozens of times that amount. Li Ergu found himself utterly unable to find a woman. He grew tired of artificial substitutes and ran out of money. Li Ergu stumbled through those years in a haze of emptiness. Only when he truly faced financial ruin did he sign up as a sailor for the Dream Ocean Corporation. Thanks to his youthful adventures, he stood out among the many applicants and secured a position as a crew member aboard the Dream. Now he deeply regretted not spending his money to marry a girl when he had the chance. There was nothing he could do about it now. Today was Li Ergu's turn to clean the Dream. He had heard that the vessel had been chartered by Chunyang, the proposer of the balance plan. That Bai Qin was his wife. Whenever Li Ergu thought of that, Bai Qin, his mind wandered to darker imaginings. What a fortunate man. When Li Ergu reached the badminton court, the scene before his eyes filled him with rage from the depths of his heart. He actually witnessed two extraordinarily beautiful women clinging to one another, kissing. Two such stunning girls lost in passion, devouring each other's lips. While society teemed with single men like him, women were in such short supply that men competed desperately for them. The government had even proposed a system of one woman with multiple husbands. Yet here were such precious female resources being consumed within their own kind, wasted entirely. Day 4. Chunyang had changed. That was what Bai Qin sensed when she awoke from her enormous bed, far wider than 100 meters, an exaggeration of course. How dare he? No, how could he treat me like this? And yet why? Why do I feel something different from it, something unlike anything I have ever felt before? Xiaohong's mother's words surfaced in Bai Qin's mind once again. This time, however, she was no longer afraid. Instead, deep contemplation stirred within her heart. Could it really be? Snap! The bedroom door opened, and Chunyang, the man who had rendered her utterly helpless, appeared before her once more. Bai Qin's body instinctively shivered, but this time it was different from before. She was not trembling from fear of Chunyang, but from some physiological reaction. Chunyang smiled at Bai Qin's reaction, set the milk-boiled eggs and corn he was carrying on the nearby table, then sat beside her and casually reached his hand into. Behave yourself. Bai Qin did not resist. She felt her masculine thoughts growing weaker by the day. Many times moments of bliss made her question whether she had ever truly been a boy. After these past few days of Chunyang's abnormal behavior, Bai Qin's concern had shifted from, am I male or female, to am I even real? She appeared afraid on the surface, yet deep down felt a certain longing. Time to get up and have breakfast. Chunyang smiled, gently removed his hand, cracked an egg, peeled it, and held the pristine white egg to Bai Qin's lips. Bai Qin puffed out her cheeks and took a bite of the egg, accidentally biting his finger along with it. Who asked him to nearly bite her flesh off? It still hurt. But Bai Qin hadn't actually bitten Chunyang's finger off. It tasted salty. Why would she want that? Yet Chunyang refused to let it go so easily. You bite me and think you can just run. No way. Cough, cough, cough. Panicking, Chunyang hurriedly handed her the milk. Bai Qin's face flushed crimson. She snatched it and gulped a large mouthful, finally swallowing the yolk lodged in her throat. Tears streaming from the choking fit, Bai Qin immediately punched Chunyang without holding back. Go away. She turned her back, refusing to acknowledge him further. Chunyang knew it was his fault. He really should not have let Bai Qin choke on the egg yolk. But when he saw her barely able to breathe, a terrible thought had flashed through his mind. Suppressing his alarm, Chunyang hastily apologized, knowing he had gone too far this time. After several days of coaxing, Chunyang had also identified Bai Qin's weak points. Under the combined force of his persistence and targeted attacks on those vulnerabilities, Bai Qin finally grew fed up. Oh, stop bothering me. I'm trying to think about my novel. It's all your fault. I've missed updating for days. My fault, baby, all my fault. How about we play that queen minigame today? As expected, the moment Chunyang mentioned that game, Bai Qin's eyes lit up. Really? Chunyang found it somewhat difficult to bring up, but seeing the way Bai Qin looked at him like that, he softened and agreed. Immediately, Chunyang placed Bai Qin's slippers in front of him and knelt, pressing his knees against them. This humble servant greets your majesty the queen. Witnessing Chunyang suddenly bow, Bai Qin was first stunned, then burst into bell-like laughter. Ha! Look at you now, Chunyang. Bai Qin went to kick Chunyang, but barely had she risen halfway when the soreness throughout her body struck like cannonballs. Her legs gave way and she toppled forward, landing face first on Chunyang's face. Splat. So soft. That was Chunyang's first thought. Bai Qin struggled to pull herself away from Chunyang, wanting to cry, but having no tears left. Why is my body so weak? It was so uncomfortable, so painful. 1 day of pleasure meant 3 days of exhaustion. Chunyang gently stroked Bai Qin's cheek and felt a sudden surge of tenderness. Who told you to wear such a tight sakomizu? Everything was on display. Bai Qin turned her head to avoid Chunyang's touch, a blush suddenly rising to her cheeks. Sisterly said you would like. Chunyang's heart swelled with sweetness. He did like it. I liked it very much, but you're the one who'll suffer for it. Regret wearing it so revealing. Chunyang suddenly leaned close to her ear. My queen. No regrets. Bai Qin suddenly wrapped her arms around Chunyang's neck, gazing into his eyes. Chunyang was somewhat surprised. I also quite enjoyed those things. But since you've reduced my body to this state, you must take full responsibility for my livelihood from now on. Bai Qin breathed fragrantly upon his skin, casting him a seductive glance. My dog servant. Cruise service certainly involved more than letting passengers spend money wandering an empty ship or entertaining themselves. A professional team was essential to ensure the atmosphere remained lively with entertainment activities designed to provide an excellent experience. Take for instance the sports and recreational events hosted by the Dream Ship staff. Badminton, swimming, volleyball, table tennis, basketball, and more, adding a vibrant energy to what would otherwise have been a quiet cruise. After all, with 4 days sailing remaining to reach their first stop, Socrates Island, they had ample time to enjoy all these activities. The competition certainly had prizes. The Dream Ship Company had prepared the latest model of fruit brand phone as the grand prize for the winner of each sporting event. Other placements also received corresponding prizes. Li Shui and Yun Shi were both delighted. Li Shui, however, was rather indifferent toward the prizes. After all, she was already wealthy, and these rewards amounted to little more than pocket change. Yun Shi was different. Upon hearing that the prize included the latest fruit phone, her eyes immediately sparkled with golden light. Li Shui had never seen her eyes gleam like that, even when they played together, and she felt a twinge of jealousy. It's just a fruit phone. I'll just sell mine to you later. Sisterly, you don't understand. Us rural kids live by the principle of never pay if we can get it for free. That's different from you gifting it to me. It's earned through skill, a true windfall. And with so many events, I'm certain I can take first place in at least one. Of course she could. Or rather, all four of them would undoubtedly take first place. Li Shui had already guessed that these latest fruit phones were prearranged for their group of four. But seeing Yunxi so delighted, Li Shui simply let her be. Meanwhile, Qinyang, who had little interest in sports, pushed Bai Qin in her wheelchair over. A look of dissatisfaction marked Bai Qin's face, and she glared at Qinyang with growing annoyance. It's all your fault. Now I won't get the latest fruit phone. Qinyang had never imagined that a billionaire worth trillions would be scolded by his beloved wife over a phone worth little more than 10,000 yuan. Table tennis had initially been scheduled for the first day, but since Qinyang was the sponsor, rescheduling it to the fourth day was not unreasonable. Qinyang was well aware that Bai Qin was a table tennis expert. He had come across this when looking into her background, discovering she had once placed third in the provincial high school athletic games. That had been her proudest moment, though later, for reasons unknown, she had simply abandoned table tennis. The basketball competition came first. Qinyang had initially had no desire to participate, since beyond studying bizarre things like balance plans, he possessed no other athletic skills. But Bai Qin insisted he join the match, as she simply wanted to watch him humiliated. Naturally, Qinyang would not defy the queen's command. He immediately changed into sportswear and went onto the court alongside Yunxi and Li Shui. Qinyang's team consisted of himself, Yunxi, Li Shui, and several assistants he had brought along. On the Dreamship crew side were some of the staff members. Li Ergu did not step onto the court. Instead, he served as part of the atmosphere crew, his eyes fixed on Yunxi and Li Shui in their sportswear. Their youthful beauty stirred something within him. He swore he would eventually claim them. It had been far too long since he had tasted meat. The match began. Bai Qin had assumed Qinyang would be thoroughly crushed, but she was wrong. Every time the basketball found its way to Qinyang, the opposing players moved as though lead weights were tied to their legs, shuffling like octogenarians. Their feeble attempts to block were equally pathetic. Bai Qin, seated in her wheelchair, nearly rose to the occasion, wishing she could substitute herself and angrily dunk on these deliberate losers. By the end, it could not be said that Qinyang lacked athletic talent entirely. He sank several three-pointers in succession, though mainly because the others simply let him, allowing him to shoot freely from beyond the arc. In that moment, Bai Qin realized this was no sports competition at all. It was plainly a match rigged to curry the sponsor's favor. In the end, Qinyang claimed MVP. The staff rushed forward to celebrate while Yunxi and Li Shui passed a water bottle back and forth between them, each pretending to sip before offering it to the other, though both could have drunk from their own. Recording concluded. Li Ergu put away his phone and joined the surrounding staff in cheers and screams, celebrating Qinyang's MVP victory. Well, wasn't your servant impressive? Qinyang approached Bai Qin and gently massaged her calves. Though his thoughts as ever strayed toward carnal matters, he restrained himself. At the very least, he needed to let Bai Qin's body recover first. By the way, why hadn't Bai Qin fallen pregnant after so many encounters? The ocean, and it is nothing but water. Bai Qin bluntly revealed the reason, robbing Qinyang of any face. Qinyang simply chuckled without reply, then produced the latest iPhone he had won and handed it to Bai Qin. Bai Qin accepted it without hesitation. After all, what belonged to her husband was hers by right. Since they were all letting you win, you should let Yunxi and Sisterly have it easy too. I noticed Yunxi seems to want an iPhone quite badly. Qinyang shrugged nonchalantly. He had no particular fondness for iPhone anyway. Watching Bai Qin, already absorbed in playing with her new phone, Qinyang began leisurely admiring his wife's delicate, beautiful legs. In the afternoon came the badminton matches, divided into singles and doubles. To heighten the entertainment value, and with the approval of the sponsors Qinyang, Bai Qin, Yunxi, and Li Shui, the organizers arranged for sponsors and staff to form mixed doubles teams. That meant Qinyang would partner with a female staff member, while Yunxi and Li Shui each paired with a male staff member. Xiao Shishi, if you want the latest iPhone, prove it to me. Sisterly, I am the badminton ace on campus. You'd better watch out. Haha, just don't spin around in place like you did on the ship. Yunxi clenched her teeth. Li Shui always used that incident to mock her. No, she absolutely had to defeat her this time. One thing that set Li Ergu apart from the others was this: he knew how to give gifts. For the badminton doubles event, Li Ergu spent nearly a month's salary to secure a spot on the court, hoping to be paired with one of the two beautiful women. And in fact, it succeeded. In the singles badminton match, Yunxi truly was a master. Even the staff members pretending to lose had to admit she was formidable. She overwhelmed Li Shui, who could barely return a single shot, and then proceeded to defeat everyone else as well. Watching Yunxi leap and cheer with her newly won iPhone, Bai Qin felt a pang of envy. Not only did she envy that Yunxi had earned the latest iPhone through her own skill, but she also envied Yunxi's ability to leap and dance freely. She envied even more the innocent, harm-free bond between Yunxi and Sisterly. The doubles badminton match began. Yunxi glanced at Li Ergu beside her, and for some reason felt deeply unsettled. It was not merely that he looked somewhat sleazy, but rather those repeated vile glances cast toward her private areas. Yunxi was about to request a substitution when, to her dismay, the match started immediately, and it happened to be the same group pitting her against Sisterly. Li Shue's partner was also a staff member, a decent-looking young man who appeared honest and reliable. Go Yunxi, Bai Qin shouted. Yunxi gave her a thumbs up. So little Qin does favor me after all. Go sisterly. Well, she simply wanted to watch the two of them compete. But never mind. There was no way Sister Li could ever possibly defeat her. Li Shui entered the court with her partner, and her first glance landed on Yunxi and her partner across the net. It was that uncle who had been sweeping on the first day. The two of them had been gossiping then, and thankfully they parted quickly, or else that uncle would have discovered them. But then, Li Shui looked at Li Ergu in his sportswear. His eyes were restless, unsettlingly so. They kept drifting toward Yunxi's athletic shorts, making Li Shui feel a growing discomfort. After this match, she would need to thoroughly investigate this staff member. The match began. The Atmosphere crew as always erupted in roaring cheers. They were indeed a professional team purchased by Dream Company at great expense, delivering impeccable emotional energy. Even Bai Qin found herself nearly rising from her seat to join the court. Smack! Yunxi's pretty face darkened as she glared back at Li Ergu behind her. That shuttlecock had been slow, easily returnable by even a beginner, yet Li Ergu had failed to return it. And when Yunxi turned around, he was still staring at her lower body. Sorry, I was distracted. I apologized profusely. With the audience watching Yun, she could not bring herself to scold him too harshly. She simply scooped up the shuttlecock and urged Li Ergu to focus. Li Ergu's gloomy gaze fixed on Yunxi as she prepared to serve. He would make that woman his. Stand away from me. Take your position at the back. After losing yet another point she finally lost her patience. That uncle was clearly doing it on purpose. He stood far too close to her, invading her personal space despite knowing full well that the rear court was his designated area. He stubbornly refused to move back, clinging to her side instead. She felt exceedingly uncomfortable, convinced he was deliberately breathing in the salty tang of her perspiration. Li Shui noticed it as well, standing on the opposite side of the court. Her expression darkened instantly. So sorry, I'm not accustomed to doubles badminton. I'll step back right away. Li Ergu immediately retreated a few steps, creating distance between himself and Yunxi. Upon seeing this, Li Shui chose to suppress her anger, for now. But after this match, she vowed to ensure Dream Company fired that cretin. Yunxi served and struck the shuttlecock. By now she had entirely given up on that useless uncle. Fortunately, she was a skilled badminton player herself, and handling two opponents was far from impossible. She simply told Li Ergu to stay out of her way and keep his distance. Smash! Smash! Yunxi's offense and defense were both exceptional. Facing two opponents, she held her ground effortlessly, drawing loud cheers from the onlookers. Bai Qin was stunned. She never expected Yunxi to be this formidable. Qin Yang regarded her with surprised approval. Perhaps his judgment in hiring was indeed sharp. But what was that creepy uncle doing? He hadn't touched the shuttlecock once. Though Yunxi played brilliantly, her stamina gradually waned as the match progressed. Noticing the sweat trickling down Yunxi's cheek, Li Shui felt a pang of sympathy. She decided to concede the match after this point. Even though she was competitive by nature, she had no interest in claiming victory over someone taking advantage of an injury. Li Shui served. Yunxi leaped and smashed the shuttlecock downward, but Li Shui's partner returned it skillfully. The shuttlecock arced through the air in a graceful parabola toward Yunxi, who sprang into the air once more despite her fatigue. Crack! Yunxi! Li Shui's eyes widened in horror. She watched Yunxi land awkwardly from her jump, her overstretched ankle twisting violently to the side and her body toppled sideways. Agonizing pain erupted from Yunxi's ankle, drawing a cry from her lips. She braced for impact, expecting to hit the ground hard, but what followed was even worse. Someone had caught her. That person carried a peculiar smell. And worse still, through the searing pain, she could feel those fingers roughly squeezing her buttocks. She tried desperately to push him away, but her body responded only to the overwhelming agony in her ankle. A pain so intense it momentarily eclipsed the violation she had just endured. Oh! Li Shui stormed over and shoved Li Ergu aside, glaring at him fiercely. She had seen his hand. There was no excusing it. But there was no time to deal with him now. Swiftly she scooped Yunxi into her arms and rushed her toward the ship's infirmary, ignoring the worried gazes of onlookers. Bai Qin had risen to her feet unnoticed. After resting for a while, she had recovered considerably and hurried after Sister Li Shui, her heart heavy with anxiety. Since the benefactor herself had been injured, every staff member on board was utterly frantic. They all followed along. Though their presence was futile, it was a gesture demonstrating their allegiance. Only Qin Yang remained behind. It was not that he lacked concern for his employee, but he had more pressing matters to attend to first. He approached Li Ergu and looked down at the sleazy middle-aged man. Qin Yang's expression grew steadily colder. Deleted. Li Ergu's heart lurched. He forced a bland, honest-looking smile. "B-Boss Qin, what do you mean? Hand over your phone." Qin Yang's assistant crossed his thick arms and cracked his knuckles. A series of sharp pops echoed through the air. Confronted by the hulking figure before him, Li Ergu tremblingly produced his phone. Qin Yang took the phone and quickly scrolled to the gallery, locating the stolen photos just moments ago. They captured Li Shui carrying Yunxi in her arms. While nothing explicit was visible, Qin Yang deleted them without hesitation. He then thoroughly searched the rest of the device, finding only anime wallpapers and images of attractive women. Nothing else of note. Qin Yang returned the phone to Li Ergu and issued a single icy pronouncement, "You're fired." Then rising to his feet, he led his assistant toward the infirmary. A dark smile crept across Li Ergu's face. Fortunately, or so he told himself, he had already transferred those incriminating photos and videos onto a memory card. The damned Qin Yang likely didn't know his phone supported expandable storage. Had he checked properly, Li Ergu might not have escaped so easily. As for being fired, Li Ergu didn't care. Anyway, he had gotten what he wanted. Soon he would use those photographs to blackmail those two women. Li Ergu stared at the hand that had just groped Yunxi. With nobody around, he recalled the feel of her skin and that pungent, sweaty aroma, and brought his hand to his lips. Infirmary. They're there. It doesn't hurt anymore. Li Shui whispered soothingly to Yunxi. The attending physician eyed them curiously before proceeding with treatment. Just a sprained ankle. I'll apply some medicine. Avoid exercise for a few days. After treatment, Yunxi was escorted back to her room. Li Shui, Baiqin, and Qin Yang were all present, their faces etched with worry, particularly Li Shui's, whose concern ran deepest. Yunxi's face was pale, but seeing her boss and sister Li Shui visiting her warmed her heart. Sisterly, you win. Xiaoxi concedes defeat. The pain had been excruciating in that split second, but the medication had dulled it considerably. Yunxi was already in enough spirits to joke with Li Shui. Smooth talker. Winning because you took advantage of someone getting hurt. What kind of victory is that? Don't you know how much it pains me to see you injured? Li Shui scolded Yunxi, though internally, she fretted over something else entirely. She adored Yunxi's delicate feet, and now they were injured. How would she ever enjoy them again? Yunxi merely smiled, then turned to her boss and Baiqin with a pleading gaze. Boss Baiqin. Please don't fire me. Yunxi's pitiful expression made Baiqin burst into laughter. Since her own perspective had shifted, Baiqin had come to see Yunxi as a genuine friend, long forgetting that Qin Yang had originally assigned her as a nanny. Paid leave. Qin Yang responded. Yunxi's face lit up with joy, so overjoyed, she nearly hopped up to hug her boss. But she restrained herself. Baiqin might get jealous after all. I've already had them fire that Li Ergu. Li Shui nodded. She had long noticed Li Ergu's inappropriate behavior, but that wasn't enough. How dare he touch Xiaoxi's buttocks? It was absolutely outrageous. That's not enough. We absolutely cannot let Li Ergu off the hook like this. Qin Yang looked at the angry Li Shui, then glanced at Yunxi lying on the bed. After a moment's thought, he asked, you two, are you a couple? Yunxi's cheeks flushed crimson. Li Shui awkwardly turned her head away, and Baiqin also appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, this was something all three of them knew, yet none had ever told Qin Yang. Baiqin secretly observed Qin Yang's expression, wanting to know his attitude on the matter. Although the Equal Balance Program had led the nation to accept the concept of nutong, there had been no true legal abolition of penalties against nutong, and the acceptance mainly applied to those of ordinary appearance. For beauties like Li Shui and Yunxi, the state would most certainly still enforce the legal penalties as stipulated. Seeing the women unable to meet his gaze, Qin Yang already had his answer. As for nutong, Qin Yang understood and respected it, but his expression suddenly grew grave as he asked Li Shui and Yunxi, have you two been discovered by that Li Ergu? Seeing the three women's bewildered expressions, Qin Yang recounted what he had just observed. Li Ergu secretly filming Li Shui princess carrying Yunxi. Li Shui's face immediately darkened. She still remembered the first day aboard the ship when she and Yunxi had been sharing an intimate moment and paused upon hearing loud footsteps approaching. It was Li Ergu himself. At the time, both Li Shui and Yunxi had felt relieved that their relationship had not been discovered by him. But now thinking back, something seemed off. That Li Ergu was clearly wearing sports shoes, and the badminton court was so spacious that normal walking sounds shouldn't have been audible enough for Yunxi and Li Shui, who were kissing, to hear. It was obvious. Li Ergu had deliberately made those steps. He intentionally amplified his footfall to let them discover him, but in reality their intimate moment might have been exposed long before that. A chill ran down Li Shui's spine. She knew perfectly well the consequences if a nutong couple were discovered. Forced to marry a man she didn't even know, then bear children. That was the reality of contemporary society. No. Impossible. She absolutely would not marry someone else. Yang Jiyu. Are you certain there are no photos of the two of us on his phone? Qin Yang nodded. But I'm not sure whether he hasn't already uploaded a backup. Yunxi suddenly gripped the bedsheets tightly, her face filled with dread. She didn't want this. She didn't want to get married. She didn't want to share a bed with a man. No. Don't worry. I'll have my assistant monitor all of Li Ergu's cloud storage and messaging apps for any possibility of photo leakage, even if he reports us to the government. Qin Yang paused. He never thought he would one day have to wield his financial power. Even if he reports us, I'll handle it with money. Upon hearing this, Yunxi and Li Shui felt somewhat relieved. After all, they were wealthy people and money could solve 90% of the world's problems. And yet Baiqin remained somewhat concerned. Yunqi, Li Shui, and Chun Yang had all been born into comfortable or affluent families, so they had never experienced the student era of listening to music via MP3 players with inserted storage cards. Some older models of mobile phones could also insert SD cards. Perhaps Chun Yang and the others had never even seen a phone that supported SD cards. And SD cards were immune to network restrictions. Bai Qin quickly shared this possibility with the others. As she had expected upon hearing the term SD card, both Chun Yang and Li Shui fell silent for a moment. Neither was involved in any photography industry, had never listened to music on an MP3 player, nor had they ever used older generation phones. They had never even heard of such a thing. Only Yunqi, upon hearing Bai Qin mention SD card, turned pale once again. Quick, check Li Ergu's belongings right now. Chun Yang also realized the severity of the situation and immediately phoned his assistant to apprehend Li Ergu. I'll go inspect him myself. Chun Yang left the room first, and Bai Qin followed close behind. I'll come take a look too. Senior sister Li, please keep an eye on Xiaoxi. Li Shui murmured in acknowledgement and watched Bai Qin walk out somewhat awkwardly before sitting down beside Yunqi. She gently patted Yunqi's back, her voice soft and tender. Don't worry. Brother Yang and Xiao Qin will help us deal with that pervert. Bang. What are you doing? Li Ergu would never have imagined that even after being dismissed he would still be locked in a room for interrogation. The captain dared not say a word, looking at Chun Yang. This Li Ergu had provoked Chun Yang, the very proposer of the Equal Balance Program, a man endowed with national privilege. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose Chun Yang over a single staff member. As for whether the reputation of the dream ship would be tarnished if the matter were discovered, that was simply bad luck for Li Ergu. Chun Yang's face was grim as he directed his subordinates. Search. His assistant held Li Ergu in place while staff members began scanning the room and Li Ergu's body with a metal detector. Pull it open. Chun Yang paused and turned to Bai Qin, who was standing behind him. Would you like to step out? Bai Qin shook her head. You know better than anyone what my original gender was. Is there anything I haven't seen? Chun Yang could hardly argue. Soon Li Ergu was stripped down to nothing but his underwear. Humiliation and fury contorted his face. Pointing angrily at Chun Yang, he snarled. What do you think you're doing? You fired me, and now you're humiliating me. Where's the law? This is illegal imprisonment and assault. I'll report you. I'll report you all. Chun Yang paid no mind to Li Ergu's furious barking. The man had committed such despicable acts, so what? For the sake of Yunqi and Li Shui's safety, he had to thoroughly search this Li Ergu. Even if nothing were found in the end, so what? He'd simply pay compensation. Since leaving the laboratory, Chun Yang had gradually learned to solve problems with money. No matter the person or the situation, money could resolve the vast majority of issues. Boss Chun, no SD card found. Boss Chun, nothing on his clothing either. Boss Chun, given how small an object an SD card is, it could potentially be concealed inside the human body. Shall we? Hearing the staff's words, Li Ergu immediately collapsed to the floor in terror. He shook his head fearfully and broke into tears. No, don't kill me. I don't have any SD card. W.A. Chun Yang's brows knit tightly together. Watching Li Ergu in tears, he still allowed the man to retain his final shred of dignity. His inner moral compass simply would not permit him to go that far. Give him some money and make him keep his mouth shut about this. Yes. Chun Yang turned and left the room with Bai Qin, and the staff and assistants followed suit. As they departed, they failed to notice the bitter, resentful glare lingering in Li Ergu's eyes. Is there none? Are you sure, Brother Yang? Li Shui and Yunqi still couldn't quite believe what Chun Yang had just said. Chun Yang has already searched the man's room from top to bottom. They even stripped him down to his underwear and found nothing. No SD card anywhere. But his phone does have an SD card slot. Unless... Bai Qin furrowed her brows, a look of disgust suddenly crossing her face. Unless he hid the SD card in. Bai Qin covered her mouth with her hand, then quickly shoved Chun Yang away and hurried to the bathroom. Chun Yang watched Bai Qin's sudden change, his stomach turning with nausea. Moments later, a sound of vomiting echoed from the bathroom. Donna, don't come in. Chun Yang stood outside the bathroom door, anxiety bubbling inside him. He had no idea what had suddenly struck Bai Qin. Why did mentioning the SD card hidden somewhere make Chun Yang suddenly freeze? He seemed to understand why Bai Qin was reacting this way. When Li Ergu had been reduced to nothing but his underwear, the only place anything could have been concealed was somewhere Chun Yang would never have thought of in a lifetime. But Bai Qin could have imagined it, likely because of something from her childhood when she was still a boy. The realization made Chun Yang's stomach churn with unease. The bathroom door opened, and Bai Qin emerged, her face pale as she looked at Chun Yang. Her body tensed involuntarily at the sight of him, and in her voice laced with both fear and a faint hope, she said, Chun Yang, from now on you're not allowed to use my... Chun Yang's face flushed red. He didn't recall the old Bai Qin ever speaking such words. Cough, I'm not that perverted. But if you want to try it, I suppose I could accommodate you. I definitely don't want to try. As if her thoughts had been exposed, Bai Qin's face flushed crimson instantly. How could she possibly enjoy something so disgusting? Absolutely not. Bai Qin walked out from beside Chun Yang, and he watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. She could have kept this to herself. Why tell him? If she did share it, did that mean? The more he thought about it, the more aroused he became. Perhaps if the TJ truly succeeded, he might consider giving it a try. Go grab Lee Ergu right now. This time search him thoroughly, from his clothes to every inch of his body. Chen hurriedly gave the order, and his assistant's voice came through the phone almost immediately. What do you mean Lee Ergu left? Isn't this area surrounded by sea? How did he get away? Boss, it seems Lee Ergu paid the captain to bring the boat near the nearby bay. He claimed you humiliated him, and the captain felt sorry for him. So he took the money and dropped him off at the closest harbor. Can we go back and catch him? We can, but it would cost extra. Money isn't the issue. What matters is the boat has been traveling for over an hour since they dropped him off. If we return now, he's probably already far gone. Chen rubbed his throbbing forehead. All he could do now was hope Lee Ergu hadn't hidden anything else on him. Giving up on the idea of hunting down Lee Ergu, Chen realized the day's race had also been called off because Yunxi had injured her foot. The event was organized for them in the first place, so to make amends the captain had arranged a seaside barbecue with the crew. A light sea breeze carried the salt-kissed air of the night as Yunxi rolled into the barbecue in her wheelchair. Due to the Lee Ergu incident, she and Li Shui had to maintain some distance in this public setting, leaving Bai Qin to assist Yunxi with her meal. After all, Bai Qin was a married woman. It was only natural she'd help tend to the girls. Yunxi felt awkward about the situation. She was supposed to be the servant while Bai Qin was the master, yet now the roles were reversed with the master attending to the servant. After finishing the barbecue, Bai Qin felt deceived once again. Wasn't it said that a woman's monthly visit was the one who could subdue her husband after marriage? Why did she feel like Chen had endless energy? Are you an animal? Why do you want to do this every day? It wasn't that Bai Qin didn't enjoy it, but rather that her body hadn't fully recovered yet. And Chen always pushed her to the point of breaking, which meant she'd have to lie in bed for several more days. Is this a vacation, or just an excuse? Actually, it's not just you. I've also modified myself. Chen took Bai Qin's hand and pulled it over. You know what? I think I'm pretty much a pervert too. The kind of stuff I like. Anime type. I wanted my wife to be like an anime, so when I was little I took some pills to help my body develop. Bai Qin looked at Chen with disdain. Damn, no wonder he always pushed further every time she was about to give up, making her head spin. And his preferences were so similar to hers. She also liked watching girls become flushed like that. It felt like treating them as objects, giving her a sense of conquest. But that female lead couldn't possibly be her. Pervert. Bai Qin's curse seemed to excite Chen He. Disgusting. Chen lifted Bai Qin into his arms and carried her to the bathroom, thoroughly cleansing her before returning her to bed. Despite her struggles throughout, she couldn't break free from his grasp. This made her wonder if Chen had lost his mind. Was carrying her really necessary for something so minor? My legs aren't broken, I don't need you to carry me. And stop moving around. I'm actually going to sleep tonight. Bai Qin slapped away his wandering hands and glared at the unscrupulous Chen I just like you so much. Your body is so soft, holding you feels like cradling a marshmallow, fragrant and soft. Chen said this sincerely, and Bai Qin's cheeks flushed pink. How did she not remember this Chen being so smooth with his words? She pushed his hands away that were about to wander again. Smooth talker humph. Disappointed that his advances had failed, Chen settled for wrapping his arms around her slender waist instead. The lights went out and their breaths mingled between them. Bai Qin felt she needed to start a conversation before she lost control. Why did just smelling Chen make her want? Chen moi. You know I really envy you. Why is that? I envy how beautiful you are, like a wife straight out of an anime. I envy how capable you are. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Actually, I'm the same as you. I really love watching anime, hoping to become powerful myself. That feeling of being acknowledged by your wife. It's truly satisfying. But I'm the wife. Do you think there's such a thing as souls in this world? If there is, could souls switch places? Let me be Chen for once, and you be Bai Qin he. Suddenly Chen raised his hand. What are you doing? In the darkness, Bai Qin looked at Chen in confusion, wondering why he was raising his hand. But the next moment she understood. A sound came from the darkness, accompanied by Bai Qin's shy protests. Let me go. Bai Qin grabbed Chen Yang's wrist, not understanding why he had suddenly lost his mind. If you have other thoughts about me, can I punish you? Actually, your body was specially modified by me for myself. The pills I took as a child made every part of my body grow rapidly. Most women probably can't handle me, though I haven't tried with anyone. I guess I'd only bring them pain, not pleasure, though I do enjoy watching them suffer. As for the soul you mentioned, even if it exists, your soul should be a girl's right. After all, you looked so much like a girl when you were young. Maybe you were really a fairy in your past life. But this time you were reborn into a male body and happened to be saved by me. If you're the one who was a woman in your past life. If not for you, I would have taken my 500,000 and gone to have fun with girls long ago. And stop touching me. Aren't we just? Chen Yang's eyes gleamed as he looked at Bai Qin. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly, the desire within them equally vivid. He spoke softly, this time I want something different. Bai Qin's face flushed crimson, her body heating up rapidly, her breathing growing erratic. Without a word, she slapped Qinyang across the face, then turned her back to him like an angry little girl. But her body pressed tightly against Qinyang's. Fear lingered in her heart, as if she'd been dragged back to that sorrowful time, that sensation of being completely dominated. It terrified her, yet stirred something strange within her. I am not ready. Qinyang knew exactly what she meant by not ready. He leaned in close and gently bit her earlobe. It's fine, just consider it preparation for the future. But, I have a table tennis competition the day after tomorrow. Bai Qin rested for several more days. Only when the day of the table tennis competition arrived did she limp to the venue. She was wearing casual athletic clothing, very loose and comfortable. During her rest, she had caught up on the novel chapters she'd missed, finally getting some real work done. But Qinyang, besides taking meticulous care of her, actually wanted to participate in her novel creation process. Even worse, he wanted to subtly weave their intimate encounters into her story. How despicable. Why was he thinking so much like her? But why am I the female lead? Li Shui pushed Yunxi in a wheelchair to watch the competition. Today was the final day of sports and the beginning of their first stop at Socrates Island. Go for it, Xiao Qin. Bai Qin returned a confident smile. Under the sunlight, her smile brought comfort to everyone's hearts, showcasing the breathtaking beauty that Qinyang had cultivated. Many in the crowd secretly aimed their phones at her, capturing this picturesque moment. But they wouldn't underestimate her just because she was a pretty girl. After all, Bai Qin's third-place finish at the provincial games made her a formidable opponent. While they could play table tennis, none of them were anywhere near professional level. Bai Qin had once been qualified to coach table tennis. Even though it had been a while since she last played, handling these amateurs was straightforward. Over these matches, she swept through round after round with thunderous momentum, claiming the championship and winning the latest model smartphone. She bounced with joy, head held high, and marched proudly toward Qinyang. Well, isn't that impressive? Your basketball skills were only because they let you win. Otherwise, how could you possibly come in first? But I'm different. I earned this honestly. Watching Bai Qin's proud smile, Qinyang really wanted to push her down and teach her a lesson. How do you want to see my strength tonight? These words seemed to trigger something in Bai Qin's mind. She let out a cold hum and immediately walked over to find Yunxi and Li Shui. This Qinyang only knew how to bully her in bed, useless guy. Not far away, a stunning island appeared on the horizon, crowded with tourists, beautiful beaches, clear waters, and seagulls soaring overhead. Socrates Island had arrived. Bai Qin changed into a relatively loose swimsuit. She really didn't want to wear that tight sailor-style outfit that could reveal what divine beast she was for. Apart from driving some beast of a man wild, it served only to cause discomfort. He had let him sample that area only a few days prior, and it still ached slightly. Wearing something so constricting was simply torture. The primary concern was that everyone around here were foreigners. She was already strikingly beautiful, and donning such a skimpy two-piece swimsuit made her truly fear that Qinyang's slim frame might not be enough to protect her. Well, it seemed Qinyang was hardly a weakling after all. Those 8-pack abs had certainly made her suffer enough. If he hadn't held back, she might not have been able to get out of bed. How could there exist such a formidable man? Gazing at the vast ocean before her, Bai Qin could hardly contain her excitement to go swimming. She called Qinyang, and the two plunged straight into the sea. As for Yunxi, her foot had not yet recovered, so she could only lie on the beach alongside Li Shui, soaking up the sun. There was little fear of those foreigners harboring ill intentions after all. The crew of the dream ship were all skilled in various arts and renowned for their combat prowess. Moreover, many locals here were familiar with the dream ship, for in previous visits it had brought numerous tourists to Socrates Island, boosting the local economy. The residents held no malice toward those aboard. Socrates Island lay within the tropics, blessed with no winter, its seawater warm and inviting. The moment Qinyang entered the water, he found that familiar, comforting sensation and could not help but murmur in contentment. Bai Qin happened to overhear and turned her head, shooting Qinyang a look of utter disdain. Disgusting. Do you really want to do something awful just by swimming? Qinyang scratched his head, offering no excuse, then rubbed his hands together and retorted, Can you even swim? Seeing his somewhat vulgar expression, Bai Qin knew precisely what was running through his mind. Of course I can. I don't need your instruction. Having his thoughts laid bare, Qinyang shamelessly pressed closer. Bai Qin hastily stepped back a few paces, but as if walking right into Qinyang's scheme, she stumbled directly into a large reef rock. What are you planning? I think you can't swim, or rather you don't know any advanced swimming techniques. Why would I need to know those advanced swimming styles? For my sake. Bai Qin fell silent, and as she caught Qinyang's increasingly lecherous gaze, a troubling thought began to surface in her mind. You don't mean to? Qinyang nodded, confirming Bai Qin's suspicions. Damn it, I haven't even written this scene in my novel. Why you stop being so depraved, alright? Qinyang walked over and gently embraced Bai Qin, causing her body to stiffen instantly. Tonight I'll help you write this scene. Let's find a quieter place to practice our swimming. Meanwhile in Daxia, a tiny media company named Zhenghua Society was formally established in a dilapidated street. Nobody knew why President Li Yunzong would set up a news agency here. All that was known was that he had apparently offended some powerful figure and been dismissed from a media company. And at that moment inside the news agency, Li Yunzong was instructing his sole employee to write an article. President, is this really alright? Shouldn't news prioritize authenticity? If we spread rumors like this, isn't it wrong? Li Yunzong glared at the recent hire. He was not paying him 8,000 a month to defy his orders. Who told you this was rumor mongering? We are writing an analytical piece examining a particular matter. As for whether the conclusions are right or wrong, they are merely interpretations. Even if we analyze incorrectly, it hardly matters. And even if they come after us, so what? We can simply close shop and flee. After all, our news agency has nothing but you and me, nothing of value. We can run anywhere. But what if they trace us through our identities? Fool, can't you publish anonymously? Just write it the way I say. I still need to continue gathering dirt on Qinyang. Finish this article and send it out quickly. Employee Xiao Zhang fell silent. He pondered and reasoned that it made sense. And in turn, like him, earning 8,000 a month was something he would never have dared to dream of. The president was right. This was merely analytical discussion, not rumor spreading. If trouble came, they would simply run. And so Xiao Zhang typed out the title of his first article. Shocking. Qinyang, executor of the Balance Project, may be having marital troubles. That evening, an article capable of igniting fierce debate across the internet was produced by an intern. Xiao Zhang could never have known the enormity of the catastrophe this single article would bring upon him. Jiang Sheng's phone rang, and he visibly paused when he saw the caller's name. Answering the call, Jiang Sheng asked in puzzlement, Chief Yuan. The caller was indeed Chief Yuan Tian, the officer who had been strangely absent. Deputy Jiang, from now on stop investigating the Red Scarf Research Institute. Jiang Sheng's eyes narrowed and a storm began to stir within his heart. Oh, why? I will do everything in my power to help you locate Lu Feng. Your task is simply to arrest him and bring him to justice. Chief, the fact that you're telling me this now suggests you're not afraid I might suspect your connection to the Red Scarf Research Institute, correct? I know you are stubborn, even coveting this chief's position. You desire merit to seize it from me. I will make you a promise: if you abandon your investigation into the Red Scarf Research Institute, I will yield this chief's position to you. You need not bother recording this conversation. The clearance I possess can directly delete this call recording. You will not be able to recover it. Jiang Sheng, who had been recording the call, fell silent. After a moment, a cold smile crossed his face. Chief, I recall you being the embodiment of justice. Since when did you become a lapdog for this Red Scarf Research Institute? You need not probe me further. I will not deny my association with this organization. I merely wish for you to understand this organization is humanity's hope for survival. It may have committed grievous acts, but everything serves the continuation of the human race. When the time comes, not only will this organization face judgment, but I myself will too. Moreover, the state has tacitly permitted this. Do you truly believe the nation is unaware? When the appointed moment arrives, I will reveal everything to you, and it will be you who brings us to justice. A tempest raged within Jiang Sheng's heart. He had never expected the chief would openly discuss the Red Scarf Research Institute's affairs with him directly. The implications seemed gravely serious, and the chief claimed that when the time came, Jiang Sheng himself would hold them accountable. What exactly are you people doing? Jiang Sheng's inner peace had shattered, his voice trembling with barely concealed agitation. I cannot tell you yet. Your sense of justice runs too deep. When the moment arrives, you will naturally understand everything. And by then, you will be the one to bring us to justice. For now, cease your investigation. After Yuan Tian spoke, the call ended immediately. Jiang Sheng lowered his phone with trembling hands, his spirit shaken. The very next moment, the phone he had just set down vibrated again. Jiang Sheng opened it to find a series of emails. Hesitantly, he clicked open the first one, and the very first glance sent his hair standing on end. All the investigators he had hired at great expense had resigned. Although every penny had been refunded in full, not a single lead had been sent to him. The waters here ran exceedingly deep. Bai Qin had no idea where Qinyang had learned these water yoga poses. Some of the unconventional movements she couldn't have even imagined completing herself. Who would have thought this body possessed such extraordinary flexibility? It couldn't help but remind her of the comments on those yoga videos featuring beautiful women. The more you can do, the more demands arise. When we get back, won't he make me attempt some moves that are simply impossible to complete? Seeing no one around, Bai Qin mimicked the poses she'd seen in short videos, gently pressing her body forward. Her palms easily touched the ground, and she could continue lowering herself further. Bai Qin found a stone and faced it, bending down and lowering her body. She wrapped her hands around her shins, pressing her head directly between her legs. Bai Qin felt blood rushing to her head, her face flushing crimson, as she quickly rose to bid farewell to Lifu. That angle from just now seemed remarkably different. With excitement surging, Bai Qin was eager to find Qinyang to test it out. She'd already practiced all those difficult water yoga poses anyway, so what was one more attempt? She had yet to conquer Qinyang, who every time before she'd been left completely bewildered by him. Tonight she would make him pay. That evening after dinner, Bai Qin took the initiative to seek out Qinyang, who was somewhat surprised. Bai Qin's face also flushed slightly. For every prior encounter, Qinyang had been the one to initiate. This marked her first time taking the lead after fully accepting this body. You want to challenge me? Chen Yang was taken aback, and as he looked at her flushed little face, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. What are you laughing at? Bai Qin felt as though she'd been mocked. Then let's do it. Go take a shower first. On the surface, Chen Yang appeared unfazed, but internally, he was already wondering whether to ask Li Shui for another pill. Eager and brimming with confidence, Bai Qin declared boldly, I'm not the same Bai Qin I was at the start. Tonight you'll wait to be conquered by me. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qin rushed into the bathroom, clearly excited at the thought of seeing Chen Yang defeated. Watching Bai Qin in this state, Chen Yang couldn't help but think of what people online said about married life. That women in their 30s burn with desire, and those in their 40s are like tigers. He never expected that Bai Qin, barely in her early 20s, would already be starting down this path. As her husband, he naturally couldn't afford to admit defeat. Not knowing whether Bai Qin had picked up some new technique that would embolden her to speak so boldly, he decided to play it safe, and immediately called Li Shui. After her bath, Bai Qin emerged with the intoxicating scent of lilies enveloping her. Chen Yang swallowed hard, fighting the urge to devour her right there, before she pushed him into the bathroom to wash. Back in the room, Bai Qin's flushed face nestled under the covers, waiting for Chen Yang to come to her. Wait. Bai Qin's heart skipped a beat. It had been nearly a week since their last encounter, which meant her recovery was almost complete. Would those words I said have angered him? Will he be gentler? The evidence suggested otherwise. As Chen Yang entered the room and dimmed the lights, Bai Qin stared in horror at the flush on his face, and something far more terrifying. Mother of God, he'd taken medicine. And not just any medicine. This was the same drug he'd used their very first time together. The memory of that near-death sensation finally seized hold of her, and fear took over. Stop. I. Before Bai Qin could finish her plea, she was engulfed by an overwhelming masculine presence. Weren't you the one trying to challenge me? Chen Yang grinned as he pulled back the covers and climbed in before she could respond. By the way, where has Xiao Qinqin been lately? I haven't seen her. Neither does Brother Yang, Yunqi replied. Her foot had nearly recovered, and she sat chatting with Li Shui. Throughout these past few days, they hadn't encountered Bai Qin, and Yang had been shuttling constantly between the hotel and the island, always returning with local specialties in hand. Li Shui's eyes showed a hint of concern. A few days ago, Brother Yang asked me for that pill again. What pill, eh? The one that can enhance one's constitution. Yunqi fell silent. She found herself drifting back to that night, when she'd lain hidden under her covers, eavesdropping on the sounds drifting down from upstairs. On their final day on the island, Bai Qin emerged from the hotel. Li Shui immediately noticed her still recovering, not fully healed yet, and felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Chen Yang's wife had to be a participant in the balance plan, otherwise if it were her, she wondered whether she could have endured it. After all, in her relationship with Yunqi, she was always the one taking the initiative. At times, she'd even wonder if she should have been born a man, or perhaps her inner masculine side had awakened. If things continued like this every day, she simply couldn't handle it. But Yunqi, as if oblivious to Bai Qin's physical condition, stepped forward and wrapped her in a tight embrace. Xiao Qinqin. Bai Qin's expression suddenly shifted. You can hug me, but don't squeeze so tight. I'm still. Aya. Huh. Yunqi turned her head to look at Bai Qin, whose eyes were glassy, and whose flushed face reminded her of herself from back then. No way. She'd only given a hug. Bai Qin's face burned as she pulled away from Yunqi's embrace. Actually, Yunqi was imagining things. This level was still within her tolerance. She felt herself inching closer to those two words, and her mindset was shifting. What had once seemed like shame now felt different, and with growing experience, she seemed to truly be transforming herself. Shaking off these wandering thoughts under Yunqi's curious gaze, Bai Qin pressed on with her question, what's on the agenda for today? Oh, right. Where's the boss? The locals are throwing a thank you party today to celebrate the boss's investment in Socrates Island. Xiao Qinqin, you didn't know. Oh, that makes sense. You've been holed up in your room all these days. Just the day before yesterday, the boss came through with a substantial investment for the island's development project. Oh, why? It said the boss felt the island lacked any truly private spots beyond the hotel and restrooms. Something must have triggered it. He brought in a professional team to redesign and develop Socrates Island, aiming to make it more beautiful while creating secluded areas, ideally with a private beach. Then you and the boss can come to that private beach together for some interesting activities. Hey Xiao Qinqin, why is your face so red? Only after saying all this did Yunqi notice Bai Qin's burning cheeks, confused about what she'd said to fluster her so. Had she imagined future romantic moments on that private beach with the boss? It's nothing. Bai Qin merely recalled those days practicing water ballet with Chen Yang when they'd almost been caught. When Chen Yang returned, he had changed into a sharp black suit that showcased his handsomeness. After all, this was about making a good impression, so he had to dress neatly. Seeing the foreign women in swimwear casting wolfish glances at Chen Yang, Bai Qin didn't know why, but she felt a slight discomfort in her heart. You could almost see the desire to sleep with Chen Yang carved into your faces. No way, this lady needs to put on something nice to put you all in your place. Bai Qin thought to herself, and after thinking it over she paused for a moment, a helpless, yet warm smile blooming on her face like a spring breeze. She seemed to have truly become a girl again. The male figure in her mind had not appeared for a long time. Bai Qin still remembered that man who had appeared in her dream the night after she lost to Qin Yang in the challenge. It had looked at her with clear disappointment and then vanished from the dream. At that moment Bai Qin didn't know what emotions swirled within her. It was like the thrill of being reborn, yet also the sorrow of all that had passed. But perhaps it was better to forget the past. Remembering it only brought pain. Sisterly, did you see the way those loose women were looking at Qin Yang? Li Shui looked at Bai Qin in surprise. The look in Bai Qin's eyes was full of possessiveness. It seemed that the thought of Qin Yang being pursued by these foreign women angered her greatly. She had indeed transformed enough to now guard her husband. I saw them. What's wrong, little Qin Qin? Are you going to put on a white dress and walk over to Brother Yang to give those little vixens who are eyeing him a stunning display? Li Shui's words made Bai Qin's eyes light up. That was actually a brilliant idea. She was so beautiful, how could she not show it off? Sisterly, please keep an eye on things, and don't let any other women get too close to Qin Yang. Yunqi, let's go change. Alright. After the local government expressed their gratitude to Qin Yang, the party began. Many people came forward to toast him. The men were fine, but the women were all stopped by Li Shui beside Qin Yang. Xiaoxua, where are Yunqi, Bai Qin, and the others? Bai Qin couldn't stand seeing you exchanging flirtatious looks with those foreign girls, so she went back with Yunqi to change clothes. Qin Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and declined another foreign beauty who had invited him to dance. I see. But don't frame me, okay? I wasn't flirting with those foreign girls. Beautiful music filled the air as the men and women present swayed to the rhythm. They had originally assumed Li Shui and Qin Yang were a couple, but seeing them not dancing together they thought perhaps they were simply shy. A government staff member approached with a dance partner, a smile on his face, and said to Qin Yang in broken Daxiao language, Sir, no need to be shy. Let us take a proper dance, shall we? Qin Yang smiled and replied, my dance partner hasn't arrived yet. The staff member seemed somewhat surprised. Wasn't the beautiful and captivating girl beside Qin Yang his dance partner? Just as Qin Yang was about to say something, a commotion erupted among the guests. All eyes were drawn to a dazzling white light not far away. The spotlight was also quite perceptive. The moment the commotion began, it had already shifted to focus on the curvaceous phantom appearing at the ball. Qin Yang curled his lips into a smile and said to the government staff member, my dance partner has arrived. The newcomer had long hair with a pink to blue gradient adorned with beautiful hair ornaments. She wore a figure-hugging gown that shimmered with iridescent colors, the fabric glowing with hues of blue and purple. Paired with sheer long gloves and delicate lace cuffs, blue and white flowers surrounded her, and crystal high heels completed the ensemble. Her overall aura was both magnificent and lively. Everyone around her seemed to catch a scent they found irresistibly appealing. They were not only captivated by her beauty, but intoxicated by her fragrance. Bai Qin took delicate steps, moving with grace from her waist, her heart pounding like the sound of her crystal heels clicking against the floor. She was nervous, different from when they were getting married. This time she hadn't taken any medicine. All eyes in the room were on her, but hers were fixed on only one person. Watching Bai Qin slowly approach, Qin Yang slowly rose to meet her. He casually picked up a nearby microphone, and the two walked toward each other to the astonishment of everyone present. Their eyes held only each other. Qin Yang raised the microphone to his lips, and the musicians, seeing this, stopped the music. Let me introduce everyone to my wife, Bai Qin. Applause erupted from the crowd. Everyone present couldn't help but clap. The foreign women's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Of course they knew Qin Yang was married, but they had still wanted to try their luck in seducing him. After all, men with money would never be content with just one woman. If they could catch Qin Yang's eye, they would never worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. But when they saw the way Qin Yang looked at Bai Qin, they knew it was impossible. The look of deep love for one person. Even without experiencing it themselves, they could tell. The music started again. Qin Yang and Bai Qin linked their fingers and began to dance clumsily. Anyone with eyes could see they didn't know how to dance, but no one would dare to comment. After all, their love for each other surpassed everything else. The ball continued, and everyone resumed dancing except for Yunqi and Li Shui, who sat together at the bar drinking. They too wanted to dance together, but they didn't dare. After the incident with Li Ergu, they were extremely cautious around each other. Drinking together was fine, but dancing hand in hand would be a major problem. If photos of them were leaked online, those single middle-aged men would definitely seize the opportunity to make a scandal out of it. They would be condemned by netizens and labeled by the government as lesbians. They would be forcibly separated, and each married off to a man they didn't love to bear children. Yunqi's eyelids fluttered gently. Watching the others dance around her, she felt as though she were coveting someone else's happiness. Unconsciously, she rested her head lightly against Li Shui's shoulder. Li Shui's delicate body trembled slightly. She nervously scanned her surroundings, and when she confirmed no one was watching them, her expression gradually relaxed. Sisterly, moi, when do you think we'll be able to be together openly? One day will come. Click. As they leaned against each other, there was a very faint sound of a camera shutter hidden in the shadows, a sound they did not hear. It seems I really do need to write out detailed outlines. Having forced out over 100,000 words without one was exhausting. After I finish the outline and complete the 20,000-word book test, I'll resume posting 2 chapters daily. The article titled Shocking. Is Chun-Yang, the executor of the Balance Project, having marital problems with his wife? Immediately attracted a massive wave of online discussion when it was published. Intern Xiao Zhang was stunned. Was his very first article really generating such enormous traffic? Could he truly be a genius journalist? Glancing at the heated discussion in the article, Xiao Zhang frowned. Boss, something feels off. Why are they dragging family and politics into an argument? Of course I boosted the traffic. This article is just meant to steer netizens to write about Chun-Yang. It'll be taken down soon, but we've already achieved our objective. If the article gets removed, doesn't that only strengthen the suspicion that Chun-Yang and his wife are estranged? Once that takes effect, even more people will dig into Chun-Yang and Bai-Qin's relationship. By then the traffic will surge, and our pre-prepared articles will go viral nationwide. Xiao Zhang scratched his head, a hint of worry in his heart. But aren't we just offending Chun-Yang this way? And why are we digging into his family life? Isn't this essentially spreading rumors? Li Yunzong gave Xiao Zhang a look that said, you still don't understand. Let me ask you, do the marketing accounts on social media always tell the truth? Xiao Zhang thought for a moment, then shook his head. Those marketing accounts mix truth and falsehood, but most of it is unreliable. Then we're no different from them. Besides, Chun-Yang is a public figure. He needs to watch his behavior at all times. Being scrutinized by obsessive journalists is only natural. Intern Xiao Zhang couldn't wrestle with the ethics of it all. His boss had already said it was fine, so it must be fine, right? All right, now write an article suggesting that Yun Shi and Li Shui, who are close to Chun-Yang, might be lesbians. I'll go gather evidence of Chun-Yang and Bai-Qin's strained relationship. If this article gets taken down, you publish the piece about Yun Shi and Li Shui. Xiao Zhang was truly frightened now. If the rumor about Chun-Yang and Bai-Qin was speculation, then claiming Li Shui and Yun Shi were lesbians was outright defamation. Boss, spreading rumors like this could get us in real trouble. Suspected? I'm suspected. You understand what that means. Plus, I have photos of Li Shui and Yun Shi being affectionate together. They may not prove they're lesbians, but we're still using the word suspected. As long as we generate enough traffic, investors will come knocking. If this article performs well, I'll give you a raise and a bonus. You'll become a senior employee in my company. At the mention of a raise and bonus, Xiao Zhang's spirits lifted instantly. And in turn, just a rookie at a fledgling media company, and he was being offered a promotion and salary increase. This had to be a dream. As for Chun-Yang's retaliation, who cared? Chun-Yang wasn't the one paying his salary. He'd write whatever he wanted. If Chun-Yang had a problem with it, he could come through the internet and deal with him himself. Meanwhile, Chun-Yang and Bai-Qin and the others had already boarded the Dream and set off on their trip. Unbeknownst to them, this article had already ignited a firestorm online. The 3 signs that Chun-Yang and Bai-Qin's relationship is in trouble. 1. Their expressions at the wedding were off. Let's analyze Bai-Qin's micro-expressions at the wedding. Chun-Yang doesn't actually like Bai-Qin. He's repulsed by the balancer. Why did Chun-Yang refuse to answer when they'd have children? Why are you meddling in someone else's family affairs? None of your business. You're just jealous of Bai-Qin and Chun-Yang. What kind of garbage article is this? How dare you speculate about our hero of humanity? Believe it or not, we'll throw you in the river. This article has been removed. Li Yunzong curled his lips into a smile. His studio immediately received a violation warning, but he simply tossed it into the trash. In this world where nobody dared to speak the truth, he would become the sole beacon of light. Xiao Zhang published the lesbian article. Yes. Li Yunzong recalled how Chun-Yang had treated him during a previous interview, costing him his job. A dark expression clouded his face. Chun-Yang, I won't just ruin you. I'll destroy your friends, your family, everyone around you. Overseas. In a cramped rental room somewhere abroad, a disheveled middle-aged man was eating instant noodles. He stared at the article on his computer, already downloaded before it was taken down, a look of admiration in his eyes. Daring to openly target Chun-Yang. Now that's interesting. Before he could finish his noodles, a knock came at the door. Lu Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He was about to climb out the window to escape when a foreign voice called out from outside. Brother Lu, it's me. James. James was Lu Feng's landlord and his so-called good buddy overseas. But at this hour, Lu Feng's eyelids were twitching. Something about this visit felt wrong. He secretly hid a dagger in his sleeve, opened the door, and saw James. A portly foreigner with a warm, approachable smile that made him appear simple and honest at first glance. James, what brings you here? James flashed his usual honest grin. Brother Lu, are you comfortable here? Lu Feng's guard tightened, though his face remained impassive. It's fine, James. I don't have high standards for accommodation. Besides, didn't I already pay you a month's rent? Yes. I just wanted to check in and make sure you're settling in well. Oh, have you checked enough? I need to rest. Brother Lu, no need to rush me out. I'm just here to show some concern. Lu Feng's eyelids continued to twitch. He studied James. His hand was also tucked into his pocket, and though James wore a smile, something lurked beneath it. Lu Feng's fingers brushed the dagger in his sleeve. Keeping his voice calm, he said, "I'm fine. You can leave now." James's expression darkened. The naive foreigner's face contorted into something eerie. "Brother Lu, you should know I've always been registered on HunterNet." No sooner had James finished speaking than the dagger in Lu Feng's sleeve flew out, aimed straight for James's throat. Yet James's hefty frame suddenly exploded with extraordinary reflexes, narrowly dodging the strike. Footsteps echoed up and down the stairs. Lu Feng knew his people were arriving. He quickly pulled the USB drive from his computer, stuffed his pre-packed documents and cards into his pocket, and grabbed the computer itself. He hurled it at James. James, who had just pulled out a syringe of anesthetic from his pocket, was struck squarely in the face and saw stars. Before James's men could arrive, Lu Feng had already leaped out the window from the third floor. "Catch him!" James's eyes burned red with fury. If only he had fired the tranquilizer gun the moment he opened the door. 100 million in gold. How could he let it slip away like that? Lu Feng knew all too well just how exorbitant his bounty was on the Hunt Network. That bastard Chen Xian had actually spent 100 million gold coins to put a price on his head. James's relentless pursuit had driven Lu Feng into a desperate predicament. With a sprained ankle from running, he was now huddled in a cave, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he had managed to escape James's clutches. He was exhausted. He no longer wished to cower and hide. At this moment, he would willingly spend 10 or 20 years in a prison cell, or even face the death penalty, as long as he could expose Chen Xian before then. Zhenghua society, is it? Let's see whether you can stomach the information I'm about to feed you. Chen Yang stared at his phone, his face darkening as news stories suddenly flooded the screen. They were all articles speculating about his relationship with Bai Qin. Some speculated about his relationship with Bai Qin, while others claimed he was child-free by choice. In short, their discussions all converged on one topic: when would he have children? Or whether he would want children at all. Yunqi watched her boss with a hint of nervousness. She had only stumbled upon these stories while idly browsing her phone. Barely any time had passed, yet such news had resurfaced online. Why did netizens so enthusiastically pry into other people's private lives? Just then the assistant hurried over. "Boss, I've traced it. All these news stories originate from Zhenghua Society, a media company that was recently established. They published the first article exploring your relationship with your wife, and the company's legal representative is named Li Yunzong." Chen Yang's expression turned cold. Who the hell is this Li Yunzong? Why is he targeting me like this? Is he chasing traffic? That kind of exposure might not sit well with the public, you know. The assistant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Boss, I looked into it. This Li Yunzong was that reporter you refused to interview and threw your microphone at." Chen Yang thought for a moment and soon recalled that persistent fly buzzing around him back then. His expression immediately grew grim. Back then he had not been ruthless enough. He had merely had Li Yunzong dismissed from his company, yet still left him a path to remain in the journalism circle. Who could have predicted? Rubbing his throbbing forehead, Chen Yang felt that the greatest difference between himself and his father was a lack of ruthlessness. This was also the reason he was ill-suited to manage his own company. Then what should we do now? Chen Yang had previously ignored such slander and rumors since fabrication was fabrication. He could simply disregard it. After all, it did not affect his research. But now things were different. As long as these rumors implicated Bai Qin, a surge of fury would well up within him. "You may slander me, but do not spread lies about Bai Qin." Before the assistant could respond, Chen Yang's phone rang again. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the Balance Association. Although Chen Yang served as president of the Balance Association, he rarely participated in its daily operations. He only needed to follow their directives, since this was an official organization concerned with maintaining societal gender balance. Chen Yang provided the technology, while the association was responsible for applying it to society. Except for the dozens of balancers each year whom Chen Yang could personally oversee, the association generally did not require his involvement. The last time they had called upon him was half a month ago, requesting that he marry Bai Qin within 2 weeks to bolster the association's credibility in society. The timing of this call gave Chen Yang a bad premonition. "Hello." The caller was Yi Mian, a senior member of the association who specialized in promoting the benefits of the balance plan. She was also one of the balancers Chen Yang had personally overseen, since only male-to-female balancers could lend credibility to the balance plan. "President, have you seen those news reports?" Yi Mian's voice carried a hint of urgency, and Chen Yang could discern her anxiety. "I have. What do you need me to do?" Chen Yang understood that once again he would need to step forward to clarify matters. Issues concerning the credibility of the balance plan always demanded his utmost attention. "Our committee deliberated all morning and decided that both you and your wife need to appear together to address the public. I do not know the nature of your relationship with your wife, but if you appear on camera, you should ideally portray yourselves as deeply affectionate. By the way, President, do you have any photos of you and your wife looking loving together? Both of you in the frame appearing genuinely devoted." Chen Yang's expression paused. What kind of deeply affectionate? Honestly, after spending so much time with Bai Qin, his mind had grown a certain haze. Why did every topic involving love inevitably drift to such thoughts? My relationship with my wife is excellent. Do not believe the rumors online. As for photos, would one of us dancing together count? Xinyang recalled the elegant dance he and Baichin had shared on the island not long ago. Someone had captured the moment, and their performance must have appeared quite affectionate, had it not. Of course. Please send it over as soon as possible, President. We need to quell the online frenzy first. Also, please return quickly to prepare for the press conference. We will need you to publicly clarify your relationship with your wife. The sooner the better. People online are already launching attacks against our Balance Association. We will use your affectionate photos with your wife to deflect the criticism for now, but it is far better if you personally come forward to clarify matters. Can you hold a press conference within 3 days? Xinyang fell silent for a moment. Their trip had only just begun half a month ago, and there were still several stops ahead. It seemed he would have to return early. Alright, I will return as soon as possible. After hanging up, Yunxi beside him realized that this journey might soon come to an end. She let out a slight sigh of regret. Xinyang instructed his assistant to find the captain and turn the ship around immediately. Just as the assistant departed, Li Shui appeared a moment later, leading a skipping and bouncing Baichin. At that moment, Baichin and Li Shui were both dressed in thick winter coats. It was said that continuing their journey would lead them to a land of snow where everything would be blanketed in white winter frost, and the entire village would transform into a breathtaking winter wonderland. And they had heard that Santa Claus lived there. If you hung a stocking by your bedside, gifts would appear inside it the very next morning. Those sheer stockings probably would not work, as some beautiful women had hung them up only to find them missing the next day. It had to be said that whoever invented yoga pants was a genius. From a distance, Baichin could be seen wearing pure white cotton yoga pants with fluffy calf-length socks paired with a white fleece coat. She looked lively and adorable like a spirit of the snow. Unfortunately, they would not reach their destination after all. Baichin initially felt somewhat disheartened, but upon learning the reason, she was filled with intense anger. Who was spreading those rumors about them? She would definitely make these people pay. The return trip took only 4 days at full speed, yet the media storm was already overwhelming. Even the photograph of Xinyang and Baichin posing together, released by the Balance Association to showcase their relationship, proved powerless against the relentless publicity machine. Whether someone orchestrated this deliberately remained unclear, but Xinyang and Baichin's romance had suddenly been thrust into the spotlight. Meanwhile, a new article from Zhenghua Society had surfaced and disappeared within 30 minutes, yet someone managed to preserve an image from it before it was taken down. The article speculated about a romantic relationship between Li Shui and Yunxi, and the image captured them in an intimate moment together. The photo spread rapidly across the internet. While it did not completely overshadow the narrative about Xinyang and Baichin's relationship ending, it came close enough that netizens connecting both stories created a compounded effect that amplified the controversy far beyond what either could achieve alone. Xinyang, Baichin, Li Shui, and Yunxi were all immediately swept into the whirlwind of public opinion. At that moment, Xinyang had already contacted lawyers and reporters. Tomorrow they would hold a press conference to clarify the situation, and he intended to bring everyone who spread those false rumors to justice. Especially that Li Yuzong from Zhenghua Society. As for Xiao Shui and Yunxi's situation, Xinyang naturally understood their relationship. In the current society, this was strictly prohibited. In a world where men significantly outnumbered women, every girl was an extremely precious resource, especially those who were exceptionally beautiful. Even though his balance plan had improved modern society, the public still did not accept the relationship between two women from decades past. He had also seen that photo. It was merely an ordinary picture of girls being affectionate with each other. It could not be classified as evidence of a romantic couple. It was more like best friends. However, Xinyang immediately thought of someone else. That Li Erga, the man who liked to take secret photos. This was the most unpredictable variable. Xinyang had no idea whether he had actually taken any candid shots, whether he had returned to the country, or if he even knew what was happening online. His head was giving him a headache. He should have just been a researcher peacefully working on his studies and enjoying a quiet life with his wife. He was starting to envy his father now. His father could simply continue his research, while Xinyang had married a wife, yet still dealt with rumors and scandals every single day. As he reached up to rub his forehead, Xinyang suddenly caught a pleasant lily fragrance. Was it Chiner? Don't move. Baichin's voice came from behind him. Xinyang obeyed and stayed still. A moment later, a pair of petite, yet firm white hands appeared before his forehead, gently massaging his slightly swollen temples. Baichin was massaging him. Her technique was somewhat unrefined, yet he could detect the faint lily fragrance on her hands. Just relax, Baichin said softly. During their return journey these past few days, she had watched him make one phone call after another. He had not even touched her at night, though she had not been particularly desiring it herself. Well, she had to admit she was becoming somewhat addicted to it. But seeing him in such a state, Baichin felt a pang of heartache. In her memory, had her father massaged her mother in the same way. For some reason, after receiving the nourishment of love, Baichin seemed to have developed a greater capacity for empathy toward many things. especially her mother's almost twisted love for her. She realized her resentment toward her mother was not as deep as it once had been. Qinyang was truly exhausted. Leaning against the soft warmth behind him, feeling the gentle massage on his forehead, he gradually fell into a deep, heavy breathing rhythm. Seeing that Qinyang appeared to have fallen asleep, Bai Qin gently dragged him to the bed, carefully pulled the covers over him, and then sat in a chair beside him watching over him. The slight furrow in his brows and his fatigued breathing made Bai Qin's heart ache. He was far too exhausted. Perhaps she ought to do something for him. But how could she as a young woman possibly assist Qinyang? Carrying a camera around in daily life. That might only provoke even greater controversy. At that moment Bai Qin's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was her brother Bai Tian calling. After answering, his first words instantly brightened her day. "Qin'er, your sister-in-law, is pregnant." Xiao Zhang was already regretting his actions. Since publishing those 2 articles, he had received no fewer than 5 legal notices. Anonymity was completely useless against such powerful capital. If they wanted to investigate, they could easily trace back to their Zhenghua society and easily find him. He planned to resign as soon as his boss returned. He truly did not want to deal with Qinyang anymore. He was just an intern. He did not want to go to prison. Shortly after Li Yuzhong returned. However, his eyes showed a certain excitement, as if something good had happened. Ha ha ha. The heavens have not betrayed me. So there are indeed others who cannot stand this society. Finally, someone has materials willing to sell to me. Finally, someone is willing to fund me. Li Yuzhong noticed Xiao Zhang beside him and immediately approached, handing him a large red envelope right in front of him. A full 10,000 yuan. Xiao Zhang's pupils contracted. He looked at his boss with confusion. "We have finally turned things around. Someone is willing to sell me the lesbian photos of Yunqi and Li Shui, and a foreign company has sent me a substantial sum saying they deeply appreciate my righteous actions. Ha ha, your boss is now wealthy. This 10,000 is your reward. I am also bumping your salary to 20,000 a month. Following me, that is how you make money." Xiao Zhang swallowed hard. His hand trembled slightly as he accepted the red envelope. He suddenly changed his mind. Since the boss had evidence proving those 2 were lesbians, the articles he had published would not be considered rumors. In fact, this could trigger an even more fierce storm. The crime of being a lesbian. A label that was not technically a crime, yet carried the weight of one. For 2 women officially recognized as lesbians, the punishment was not imprisonment. Instead, they would be forcibly separated. Then the government would arrange marriages for the matching families of similar backgrounds, and they would be compelled to wed and have children. Only after each had given birth to at least 2 children could they legally divorce. If they returned to lesbian relationships after divorce, they would face the punishment again. 2 such beautiful girls with such excellent genes, yet they were wasting them on this irresponsible behavior. As a member of Zhenghua society and a beacon of light in the journalism circle, Zhang Chun had to expose this harmful conduct. Director Qinyang is holding a press conference tomorrow. We can use this evidence as our trump card. The next day, the clarification meeting was held at Century Square, the very place where Qinyang and Bai Qin had held their wedding. Now the crowd was just as large as on their wedding day. Reporters and curious onlookers had already gathered in the square waiting. The scene was abuzz with chatter, many eyes were fixed on the road ahead, and numerous journalists had already aimed their lenses at the roadside. Boom. From not far away came the roar of a sports car engine, drawing everyone's attention. Soon a red convertible supercar slowly drove into the venue. The car moved at a leisurely pace, and many could see what was inside. The breathtakingly beautiful girl, dressed in an elegant red gown, had her black stocking legs draped across the lap of the strikingly handsome boy beside her. The girl leaned against Qinyang, her seductive eyes fixed solely on him, as if nothing else around them mattered. A perfect portrait of a loving couple. The crowd was stunned. Weren't they supposed to have a strained relationship? How could they look so different after only a few months of marriage? When the supercar stopped, Qinyang gently touched Bai Qin's crimson lips in front of everyone. Countless camera flashes lit up their faces. This scene would surely be splashed across every media outlet. Of course, there were many who refused to accept this. They simply couldn't believe that Qinyang and Bai Qin were truly in love. It's fake. It must be fake. Exactly. Qinyang is so rich, he must have paid Bai Qin to play along. Their relationship isn't that good at all. Maybe Qinyang is abusive. Bai Qin might just be too afraid to resist. Angry voices rose from the crowd. Those who couldn't accept the truth insisted that Qinyang must have threatened Bai Qin. But there were also supporters. The netizens who had always shipped Qinyang and Bai Qin immediately started arguing with the skeptics. The truth was right before their eyes, yet they still refused to admit it, igniting fury. Despite the loud commotion, Qinyang still personally opened the door for Bai Qin and then lifted her sideways into his arms. Nervous. Because the surrounding noise was so loud and chaotic, Qinyang leaned down as low as possible, his lips brushing against Bai Qin's ear as he whispered. This gesture immediately quieted much of the noise. Everyone watched as Qinyang, holding Bai Qin in his arms, walked slowly toward the microphone. Maybe it wasn't an act. Bai Qin gently shook her head. With you here, I'm not nervous. Qinyang smiled. He remembered that 2 months ago Bai Qin stood with him here for their so-called century wedding. Back then she had to take the calming pills Li Shui gave her. Now she no longer needed them. Her feminization was almost complete. The moment they stood on stage, microphones were thrust toward them. Mr. Qinyang, may I ask? Mr. Qinyang, regarding the online. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. Mrs. Why, I heard that you. Bai Qin frowned slightly, seemingly uncomfortable with the microphones so close to her face. Seeing her frown, Qinyang immediately pulled her behind him, coughed, and his personal bodyguards quickly separated the reporters. After clearing the space around them, Qinyang picked up the prepared microphone. He tapped the microphone, cleared his throat, and then spoke. My wife and I have recently been slandered by some ill-intentioned individuals who claimed our relationship was strained. Let me clarify here and now. I, Qinyang, love my wife Bai Qin dearly, and my wife Bai Qin loves me just as much. As Qinyang finished speaking, Bai Qin leaned in and kissed him. Qinyang seemed surprised by this move. He turned to look at Bai Qin, seeing both nervousness and excitement in her eyes. It seemed kissing him in front of so many people had taken a lot of courage. Truly, love had grown over time. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Bai Qin's action had ignited the atmosphere. Who would have thought she would make the first move in front of so many people? What courage! With this gesture, the online rumor of marital discord was shattered. Qinyang continued, the internet is not a lawless place, especially when you mess with me, Qinyang. Perhaps because I've been focused on research, some people don't know me. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the son of the chairman of Chen's biotechnology company, Qinyang, the proposer of the balance plan, and also the world's richest man. I have already contacted the best lawyers. Anyone who dares to slander me will pay the price. With these words, camera flashes flared once more. Supporters cheered loudly while certain members and executives of the slandering companies quietly slipped away, genuinely afraid. Qinyang's influence was immense, capable of making or breaking fortunes overnight. But beneath that massive influence lay a huge trap. They should have known the consequences of slandering Qinyang, but when the traffic surged, every media company wanted a piece of the pie. They profited from the traffic, and in the end the traffic would defeat them. That very evening, many large, medium, and small media companies announced their immediate dissolution, all thanks to Qinyang. But that was later. At the scene, Qinyang dropped another earth-shattering piece of news. My wife Bai Qin and I have decided to have a child between next year and the year after. The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent, as if they hadn't fully understood what Qinyang had said. What did he mean by having a child? If an ordinary person were to have a child, this might not have sparked such widespread discussion. But this person is different. He is Qinyang, the proposer of the Balance Project, and his wife is a balancer, someone originally male who had been transformed into a female. Qinyang's words not only thoroughly debunked the rumors of marital discord, but also dealt a heavy blow to those who questioned the Balance Project. Since even the architect of the Balance Project himself chose to marry and raise a family with a balancer, what justification remained for critics to dismiss the social concerns it raised? Qinyang and Bai Qin's decision to start a family not only validated the Balance Project, but also brought spiritual comfort to countless balancers across society. If even the world's wealthiest man was willing to wed and raise children with a balancer, what social pressure could these women possibly face? After all, even such a distinguished and handsome billionaire had yielded to the charm of a balancer. Consequently, when Qinyang announced the news, most of the balancers present erupted in cheers, offering their heartfelt blessings to Qinyang and Bai Qin. Meanwhile, those netizens who had been misled by marketing accounts found themselves seething with embarrassment. Their online bravado had crumbled under scrutiny. A stark reminder that internet commentary should remain just that, online. Yet certain detractors who had long harbored disdain for Qinyang immediately seized upon another matter to launch their accusations. Your friends Li Shui and the maid Yunxi are lesbians. And what beautiful young women they were. In today's society where men are so abundant, such outstanding females should never be permitted to unite. I refuse to believe you never noticed the signals between Li Shui and Yunxi. Are you shielding them? Or perhaps you support their relationship? Does this not constitute contempt of law? The questioner had directly accused Qinyang of contempt of law, a ruthlessly bold move. All eyes shifted between the accuser and Qinyang. The photographs circulating online did show Yunxi and Li Shui together, but it was limited to friendly embraces between girls, nothing resembling a kiss. This merely indicated they were close companions, not that they were a romantic couple. Bai Qin watched the questioner and clenched her fists tightly, beads of sweat forming in her palms. Though the photograph alone could not prove Sister Shui and Yunxi were romantic partners, suspicion had already taken root. And ironically, they were correct, for they truly were a couple. If they were truly exposed, they would be forced to marry men devoid of any affection and bear children. At this thought, Bai Qin's gaze drifted toward Qinyang. Wasn't she in the same situation? And hers seemed even more dire. Not only had her gender changed, but she was also marrying a man with no emotional connection. Yet why did she find herself growing fond of him? Had affection grown from familiarity? Or was this simply her true nature revealing itself? No, that couldn't be it. It was all due to that mysterious injection Qinyang had administered combined with his striking appearance. It must be the female hormones at work. Yes, that had to be the explanation. Qinyang turned his gaze toward the questioner and fired back sharply, "What evidence do you have that they are lesbians?" "Just that one viral photograph. That hardly proves anything. And you referred to them as high-quality girls. I'd like to ask, isn't that objectifying language toward women? By categorizing women as high-quality, aren't you reducing them from human beings to objects? Doesn't that show a fundamental disrespect for women?" Qinyang's rebuttal left the other party speechless. Having accused him of contempt of law, Qinyang now countered with charges of sexism. As expected after Qinyang's devastating argument, every woman present, both balancers and natural-born, turned their piercing gazes toward the accuser. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Renjia's forehead. He hadn't anticipated Qinyang's skillful deflection, yet he wondered whether his own words held any truth. Wasn't a woman's purpose in contemporary society still tied to bearing children and perpetuating civilization? But he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Even if his convictions ran this way, speaking them would have earned him a hospital visit before the day ended. Thus, beneath the watchful eyes of every woman surrounding him, Lu Renjia flushed crimson and attempted to take his seat. But Qinyang offered him no such reprieve. Only by making an example of one could he extinguish any lingering desire among others to spread false rumors about them. "Sir, if you remain silent, I will file a lawsuit against you for defaming women. I intend to make it clear to everyone present that spreading lies carries consequences, especially when those lies target me." Qinyang's voice carried an icy edge, his tone unyielding. He had already sacrificed his personal desires by marrying Bai Qin to uphold the Balance Project's credibility, though he'd grown to cherish her deeply, and now this stranger dared to question both his relationship with Bai Qin and the bond between Xiao Xue and Yun Shi. Was his family in the business of policing roads, dictating what others could and couldn't discuss? Lu Renjia couldn't meet Qinyang's gaze, his body trembling with fear. Hadn't Qinyang been described as magnanimous and easygoing? Why was he so aggressively confrontational now? What should he do? Could the viewers watching him escape this peril? Please, someone, any reader, possess my body. The pressure is overwhelming. Meanwhile, the women surrounding Lu Renjia were closing in. Women were treasured in modern society, and he had dared to discriminate against them. He would not escape unscathed. "I don't discriminate against women." Lu Renjia suddenly roared, his face flushing crimson as the weight of everyone's stares pressed down on him. "I merely voiced what netizens wanted to ask. I was just following the crowd. I'm not the one spreading rumors. What right do you have to sue me? They are the ones fueling the misinformation." Lu Renjia pointed accusingly at the group of so-called friends who had joined him in defaming Qinyang, but they turned away as though strangers, leaving him seething with frustration. "Say something in my defense. Weren't you the loudest earlier? You fence-sitters, just blowing wherever the wind takes you, right?" His attempt to drag others down ignited their fury. "You're the one who fell in. Now you want us to drown with you? Damn it, I never spread rumors about Mr. Chun. Don't you dare point at me. Exactly, I've always supported Mr. Chun. Don't try to frame me." Watching his so-called allies abandon him, Lu Renjia's heart turned to ice. Just as he was about to beg Qinyang for mercy, a cocky male voice cut through the tension. "Who says there's no evidence?" Li Yunzong's voice rang out from offstage. No one had anticipated another brave soul daring to oppose Qinyang at this moment. Involuntarily, they all turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Dressed in a black suit and trousers, Li Yunzong carried a laptop bag, with his employee Xiao Zhang following behind him. He strode forward with an air of confidence, leading Xiao Zhang along. Xiao Zhang's body trembled slightly. As he looked at the crowd surrounding them, a pang of regret crept into his heart for agreeing to accompany his boss on this trip. "Don't be afraid. I'll give you a bonus when we get back." The boss's voice came from ahead, instantly reminding Xiao Zhang of the 30,000 yuan bonus his boss had promised. 30,000 yuan. As an intern just going on a business trip with his boss could earn him 30,000 yuan, something no other intern would even dare to dream of. Indeed, as long as you followed the right person, money would flow toward you like a rushing stream. With that thought, Xiao Zhang straightened his back slightly. Even if the person before him was Qinyang, the world's richest man, he chose to be fearless in the face of 30,000 yuan. "Who says?" "We don't have evidence." Li Yunzong's gaze met Qinyang's. The moment Qinyang saw that face, he instantly recalled the journalist who had shoved a microphone in his face many days ago. His actions were utterly detestable. Meanwhile, in the villa, Yun Shi and Li Shui, who were watching the live news broadcast, found their eyelids involuntarily twitching the moment Li Yunzong appeared. It seemed as if something ominous was about to happen. "I have evidence that Yun Shi and Li Shui are lesbians." As Li Yunzong's words rang out, the entire venue erupted into commotion. No one had expected there to be more to this. Qinyang's expression turned somewhat grim. He had a vague premonition of trouble. As if prearranged, the moment Li Yunzong appeared, a staff member pulled out a projection screen. "Today I will expose a lesbian couple who trample on the law and treat it as nothing." Li Yunzong's words rekindled hope in Lu Renjia. At the same time that fawning wind blew back, the The same fellows who had previously claimed not to know Lu Renjia now stood firmly on Li Yunzong's side, just like Lu Renjia himself. They simply hated Qinyang. Hated him for possessing so much wealth, hated him for being surrounded by beautiful women, and hated even more that two such stunning beauties had ended up together in a relationship. Hey, do you have any idea how many single older men there are in society today? If this lesbian couple goes unpunished, more will appear, and then society will descend into chaos. Yes, exactly. Lesbians deserve to be punished. And you, Qinyang, by shielding them, you're also showing contempt for the law. Lu Renjiao once again put on a show, piling accusations onto Qinyang. Since he had already taken the lead as the first to speak out, he might as well see it through to the end. Li Yunzong walked over to the projection screen and shot a mocking glance at Qinyang. You humiliated me back then. I may not be able to go after you directly, but I can go after your friends. Connecting his computer to the screen, Li Yunzong opened the file without hesitation. The next moment, photographs appeared. Images that Qinyang by Qin Yunxi and Li Shui had never expected to see. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at the photos. Not only were there pictures of them cuddling on the cruise ship, but there were even photos of Yunxi and Li Shui on the island of Socrates. Among them were photos of them kissing, enough to prove they were indeed a lesbian couple. Li Ergu, you really are ruthless. Qinyang, what do you have to say for yourself now? Huang Yuji, a beautiful girl who had lost both legs and now wore prosthetic limbs. She had been abducted as a child, later rescued and sent to Ping'an Orphanage, and then adopted by a middle-class couple, her current foster parents. Many children at Ping'an Orphanage envied Huang Yuji for being adopted. At first, Huang Yuji thought so too. She finally had parents who loved her and a happy, complete family. However, beneath that love, there seemed to be another ulterior motive. The man who had fitted Huang Yuji with her prosthetic limbs was a handsome middle-aged man. Back then, Huang Yuji didn't know, but now the more she looked at him, the more he resembled the scientist Qinyang, who had proposed the balance plan online. He had personally removed his own legs and replaced them with prosthetics. Every year, Huang Yuji's parents would bring her to him for checkups. Gradually, the frequency changed from once a year to every 6 months, then every 3 months, and finally, every month. Uncle Chun was very good to her. So good that he personally selected her underwear measurements, sanitary pads, and so on. Over the years, it was Uncle Chun who made the choices, and then her parents would give them to her to wear. One could say that Uncle Chun had seen her naked body long ago. When she was young, she didn't think much of it, but as she grew older, Huang Yuji increasingly felt that something was wrong. Her parents behaved like Uncle Chen's subordinates. Every time they took her to see him, they followed his orders. And the look in Uncle Chen's eyes when he gazed at her no longer held the compassion of before. It was replaced by an inexplicable feeling. Especially recently, when her parents took her to see Uncle Chun as usual, but this time something seemed different. Uncle Chen's eyes were bloodshot and burning with intensity. She didn't know how many nights he had gone without sleep. Huang Yuji felt a growing fear of this version of Uncle Chun, and when he told her to lie down on the hospital bed, her terror reached its peak. That bed was clearly an experimental operating table. Huang Yuji, terrified, tried to flee, but her prosthetic limbs seemed to lose connection and wouldn't move. She looked down and saw that the battery was fully charged, and there was no malfunction. At that moment, she finally understood the true purpose of the prosthetics. She turned her head in panic to look at her parents, who were still smiling and cheering her on like a pair of NPCs. Come on, Yuji, you can do it. Go with Uncle Chun. Huang Yuji walked toward the experimental bed, though it was not her will that moved her. Her legs were no longer under her control, and they naturally carried her to the bed where she lay down. Yuji, just take a nap. It'll be fine when you wake up. Uncle Chin's whisper was the last thing she remembered before losing consciousness. When Huang Yuji awoke, aside from a strange sensation in her abdomen and lower body, everything else seemed fine. But her heart was already shattered by her parents and Uncle Chun. From start to finish, she had only been their experiment. Nice to meet you. I'm your blind date. My name is Wang Jiahao. Huang Yuji accepted this blind date arrangement. In truth, she had no choice, for he was the prospective son-in-law personally chosen by Uncle Chun and her parents. Refusing him was simply out of the question. She had not had her period for 2 months. She knew her own body well enough. Although she had only been with Wang Jiahao for a little over a month, she had already missed 2 cycles. Whatever her Uncle Chun and her parents had done to her while she was unconscious was undoubtedly the cause. But Huang Yuji could not be bothered to investigate further. She felt her life had already run its course. Looking back to the day she left Ping'an Orphanage, she had naively believed happiness was finally within her grasp. Never could she have imagined that over 10 years of nurturing love were nothing more than preparation for a single experiment. That night, her parents' request to speak with her struck Huang Yuji as utterly absurd. Yuji, are you deeply disappointed in us? We are heartbroken as well that we could not give you a proper family. If anyone is to blame, it is that you were born so delicately handsome as a child. For the continuation of humanity, and for the child within you, please stop hurting yourself, won't you? We know you wish to distance yourself from us, but after raising you for over a decade, we truly do love you. Do it for us, for Dr. Chun, for the future of humanity. Just stop hurting yourself, alright? Huang Yujia finally understood her entire life had been nothing but a cruel joke. Dr. Chun. She meant Uncle Chun, the man who conceived this research project. His son Xinyang was the one who proposed the matching scheme. Huang Yujia agreed to her parents' request to stop scarring her own body, for they claimed it would affect the successful outcome developing within her. Laughable. She had never even taken her virginity, yet she was already pregnant. What a magnificent farce the world had become. Wang Jiahao's meticulous care only filled Huang Yujia with revulsion. Of course she understood. He was the boyfriend arranged by her parents and Shin Xin to legitimize her pregnancy. Love, familial bonds, friendship. None of it belonged to her. The malice of this world toward her was simply too immense. Why such cruelty? Why did my biological parents abandon me? Why was I kidnapped? Why were my legs shattered? Why must I become some test subject? Why? Smash! Startled, Wang Jiahao rushed over and found his phone shattered on the floor, being viciously stomped by Huang Yujia. Not only the phone, the television, sofa, and tables around her were all kicked over in one furious sweep. You just stay calm. Stay calm. Jiahao hastened to stop her, but she kicked him away with such force that he crashed into the corner of the wall. Act! Huang Yujia glanced at the wailing Wang Jiahao for a moment, then immediately resumed, trampling and overturning everything in the room. She had reached her limit. She needed to vent this pent-up rage. Beep! Huang Yujia's legs suddenly went numb. She whirled around to face Wang Jiahao, who held a familiar remote control in his hand, though she had no idea when he'd obtained it. Had she guessed as much? Wang Jiahao stumbled toward her, attempting to embrace her, but a single glare from Huang Yujia sent him backing away. Regret flickered in his eyes, but he said nothing further. Instead, he controlled her through the remote, guiding her to sit on the bed, and quietly began cleaning up the wreckage alone. The child in your belly, it is actually mine. Wang Jiahao's words made Huang Yujia's eyes widen in shock. What had he just said? My parents are also subordinates of Uncle Chan. But unlike you, I was not adopted. I am my parents' own biological child. As Wang Jiahao cleared the debris, he spoke to Huang Yujia, his voice tinged with a faint bitterness. Perhaps being treated as a test subject by adoptive parents is only marginally better than being treated as one by your biological parents. I am one of Uncle Chen's dozens of pilgrims. Unlike those trafficked to him, I was handed over by my own parents. This sudden revelation left Huang Yujia's mind reeling. Trafficked to Uncle Chen. Trafficked. Wang Jiahao seemed to sense her shock and turned to offer her a gentle, reassuring smile. Do not worry. They arranged for me to become your husband, so that I might be the one to tell you the truth. Even if you had not been sold to Uncle Chun, you would likely not have ended up in another family or on the streets begging. Most probably you would still have been sold directly to him as a test subject. Huang Yujia's mind struggled to process his words. Why was he telling her all this? And what exactly was the trafficking business about? Test subject. What did that even mean? Wang Jiahao took out a new phone, transferred the SIM card from the broken one, and handed it to Huang Yujia. You were genuinely fortunate, you know. At least by the time you arrived, the experiment had succeeded by more than half. At the very least, you will not perish like the previous test subjects. The horror deep within her pierced through, and she stared at Wang Jiahao in shock. What? What do you mean? Wang Jiahao glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner of the room, then at the phone, as if receiving some unseen command, and began to explain everything. If pressed, Uncle Chun himself orchestrated your trafficking. Those examinations you underwent at the Red Scarf Research Institute were meant to determine whether your body was suitable for the final plan. Huang Yujia's body began to tremble slightly. A dreadful realization was dawning on her. Your physique is precisely the constitution Uncle Chun had long searched for, the most suitable vessel for the final plan. But when Lu Feng and the others fell into the water, you could not be delivered to him directly, so he had his subordinates adopt you instead. Once you reached 20, the final research plan could be initiated. If this experiment succeeds, that is, if the child you bear is a girl, you will be humanity's savior, the great one who mends the fractured order. Tears spilled down Huang Yujia's face. She did not want to hear any of this. She did not want to be any savior. She simply wanted to live a peaceful, ordinary life. And if it fails, a trace of tenderness flickered in Wang Jiahao's eyes. Only a matter of starting over. Uncle Chun said your body differs from other recipients. You can endure this experiment up to 3 times. When you are placed in the cultivation pod to nurture the fetus, you will absorb the finest nutrients. If what is born are those filthy, stinking boys, they will be erased. If it is a girl, then we shall be Adam and Eve of this age. Rest assured you have 3 chances to conceive. It will surely succeed. Huang Yujia was utterly stunned. A grim premonition seized her. What did he mean by cultivation pod? And what were these other recipients? What do you mean by other recipients? They have sacrificed themselves for humanity. You people are committing crimes. Crimes. You will be brought to justice. Let me go. I will kill this child. Let me go. Furious, Huang Yujia tried to rise, but her legs remained unresponsive. Her hands, however, still worked, and she immediately brought them down upon her own belly. No. Wang Jiahao's eyes widened in desperation. He rushed forward and restrained her hands with crushing force. Do not hurt my daughter, I beg you, please. Wang Jiahao looked at Huang Yujia's belly with an ache that cut to his core. All the love withheld from his own imprisoned childhood, he had poured entirely into their daughter. Stop hurting our daughter, or when the time comes at the cultivation pod, Uncle Chun will do what to me? Huang Yujia began to tremble in terror. Yourself. For several months before the child is born, you will be forced to remain alive. A cold dread flooded Huang Yujia's heart. She had barely registered what Wang Jiahao had said. Forcibly kept alive. Was that not tantamount to being nothing but a human vessel? No. You are committing crimes. Crimes. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. Huang Yujia broke down completely. She could think of nothing now except one thing. To live, to survive. She would not enter any cultivation pod, and she would never accept being anyone's test subject. There is indeed a way to prevent Miss Yun and Miss Li from being forced to marry others. Chen Yang, Bai Qin, Yun Shi, and Li Shui all turned to look at the lawyer, their intense gazes causing a bead of sweat to form on the lawyer's forehead. What method? Yun Shi and Li Shui reacted most intensely. After the press conference, they were the most affected. More netizens were now rallying against them. If it hadn't been for Chen Yang shielding them, the authorities would have forcibly separated the two that very day. But Chen Yang couldn't protect them forever. This wasn't the last century where money could do anything, or even secretly bend the law. Despite Chen Yang's vast wealth, he could not alter the law itself. The lawyer flipped through legal volumes and pointed to a specific article, the punishment law for lesbian couples. According to this law, lesbian couples will be forcibly separated and assigned to marry unmarried men of equivalent social standing with the expectation that they will bear children. There is one crucial prerequisite: the couples must be well matched in status. The lawyer glanced at Chen Yang, and then continued, the law cannot be amended, but assets can be transferred. The solution is an asset transfer. Once Miss Yun and Miss Li's wealth reaches a level beyond what any unmarried man could ever match, the requirement of matching status becomes meaningless. Miss Yun and Miss Li would simply be separated, never forced to marry men of supposed equal standing. Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully after hearing the lawyer's explanation, then stated directly, then proceed with the asset transfer immediately. Transfer enough so that Yun Shi and Li Shui's wealth becomes utterly unreachable by any unmarried man. Brother Yang. Boss. Yun Shi and Li Shui cried out in astonishment. They understood perfectly what this meant. Chen Yang was offering to transfer a portion of his assets to them, making them the second wealthiest individuals after him. While it was indeed a solution, the sheer magnitude of wealth was beyond their wildest imaginings. Their hearts pounded violently. Did they like money? Of course they did. But this much wealth was something they had never even dreamed of. Moreover, they would never ask Chen Yang to spend so recklessly on their behalf. That was a matter of principle. Besides, Bai Qin would almost certainly not agree to this. Indeed, upon hearing this proposal, Bai Qin, still unaccustomed to her newly acquired wealthy status, furrowed her brow slightly. It wasn't that she refused to help Yun Shi and Li Shui. The cost was simply beyond anything she could have imagined. Only those who had experienced poverty truly understood how difficult it was to accumulate wealth. 50,000 took her over 2 years of novel writing, even with her remarkable talent. Yet for Chen Yang, 50,000 was nothing, merely a wave of his hand. He had never experienced poverty, but Bai Qin had. Even if they were close friends, Bai Qin would not give up most of her fortune to save someone else. It wasn't that she was cold-hearted, she needed to survive. To Chen Yang, a simple million was trivial. To Bai Qin, it represented her mother's medical expenses and her entire life. But if Bai Qin were to learn of Chen Yang's total assets, she might not be so visibly shaken. She had yet to experience the realization that money was merely a string of numbers. Relax. It's not a real asset transfer. The lawyer hurried forward to explain. Glancing between Chen Yang and the several beautiful women present, he said quickly, while the law cannot be forged, asset transfers can be faked. Boss Chen, if you spend a small amount, everything will be resolved smoothly. The lawyer then outlined the full plan: fabricate the asset transfer documents, then bribe relevant officials to validate these false papers, making them appear legitimate. The online records of Li Shui and Yun Shi's assets would be modified accordingly. Of course, Chen Yang controlled what was genuine and what was fabricated. As long as the funds were in place, he could manipulate the documents at will. Chen Yang possessed wealth, but lacked the knowledge of how to wield it improperly. His father had never taught him such manipulative tactics during his childhood, leaving his moral standards rather high. Even though Jiang Sheng had already set a precedent, Chen Yang still hadn't fully mastered these ways. At this moment, Chen Yang couldn't help but reflect. Money truly was an extraordinary thing. He felt grateful to have been born into a wealthy family. However, this is only a temporary measure. It cannot erase the fact that Miss Yun and Miss Li have committed crimes. Moreover, they will no longer be able to meet or maintain their intimate relationship. Hearing these words, Yun Shi and Li Shui, whose spirits had briefly lifted, sank once more. Indeed, this merely prevented them from marrying men. They would still have to part. Is there really no other way? Bai Qin asked. She believed that if one could not be with the person they loved in this lifetime, it would be a tragedy. She did not want her senior sister Li and Yun Shi to repeat her own past sorrow. Why did she call it a past tragedy? Because the current by Qin felt profoundly fulfilled. The lawyer shook his head. Unless the law is amended, there is truly no other option. This plan only ensures you won't marry men. It does not allow you to be together legally. However what? However, if your father, Mr. Chun Xin, the originator of the research program, succeeds in his work, the female birth rate would increase. Then Miss Li and Miss Yun could unite with more lesbian couples. Of course, you would need to find or rally them yourselves and petition the government with financial support. This might lead to official recognition of lesbian relationships. Although society may never fully accept it, it would no longer be considered a crime. You could then be together again. But the core of this approach depends on Mr. Chen Xion's research succeeding, and who knows how many years that will take. Li Shui and Yun Shi fell into deep thought considering the viability of this approach. Chen Yang, however, found it feasible. His father had researched for years, and Chen Yang had no idea how far along his research program actually was. I'll ask my father about the progress of his research. After all these years, he should have made some achievements. If successful, not only will you two be together, but it would also solve the female birth rate problem that my balanced plan couldn't address, restoring the world to its proper course. Chen Yang transferred the money to the lawyer's account. He didn't care how much the lawyer might keep for himself, as long as the job was done. It was the same with Jiang Sheng. By the way, he wondered if Lu Feng had been apprehended yet. He would call to check on the progress later. After the lawyer departed, it was time for Yun Shi and Li Shui to part. The two packed their belongings and said their farewells at Chun Yang's residence. Yun Shi, we will definitely be together again. Senior sister Li. Their eyes reddened as they gazed at each other, then they embraced deeply. Dusk painted the villa in the warm yellow of an old photograph. The two girls' shadows stretched and intertwined on the concrete ground before being pulled apart. Yun Shi buried her face in Li Shui's shoulder, gently inhaling her familiar fragrance, as if trying to imprint Li Shui's scent forever in her memory. The car arrived. Li Shui's family was already well off, and since the clarification meeting they had stopped hiding themselves from others. Though Li Shui's mother was somewhat displeased seeing her daughter's red eyes, she swallowed her reprimands. Boarding the car, Li Shui waved goodbye to Yun Shi. This parting, she did not know when they would meet again. As for Yun Shi, she chose to resign. After all, a wealthy young woman would no longer serve as anyone's maid. Chen Yang had already transferred one of his villas to Yun Shi. Everything had to be executed flawlessly. No traces could be discovered. Yun Shi would move into that villa and live as a wealthy princess. Xiao Qinqin, I can't continue serving you anymore. You know how to bathe yourself, right? Bai Qin pressed her lips together, her eyes slightly red, and gently patted Yun Shi's shoulder. If I can already take care of myself. Of course I know how to bathe. Yun Shi laughed, and gave Bai Qin a mischievous grin. You've become quite capable indeed. Goodbye, Xiao Qinqin. Let's stay in touch on our phones. Yun Shi boarded a luxury car, another gift from Chun Yang fitting for someone wealthy. Fortunately, Yun Shi held a driver's license, otherwise he would have needed to arrange a driver for her as well. After the engine rumbled to life, Yun Shi drove off in the direction opposite to Li Shui's. Though Yun Shi's villa was not far from Li Shui's home, the distance between them was divided by society's prejudice. They could not possibly meet for some time. Bai Qin gazed at the villa now missing two of its inhabitants and felt an inexplicable melancholy welling up inside her. Overcome with emotion, she grabbed Chun Yang's sleeve and wiped her tears onto it. Chun Yang smiled, gently drawing Bai Qin into his arms as he carried her back inside. Relax, everything will be alright. Zhenghua Agency became famous because its director Li Yunzong confronted Chun Yang head-on and succeeded. A torrent of traffic converged upon Zhenghua Agency, and it also received sponsorship from several bigwigs. In particular, a foreign company named Fengdian provided Zhenghua Agency with over 50 million in funding, and in an instant Li Yunzong became the most renowned journalist in the industry. When the industry learned that Zhenghua Agency had only 2 members including the director, it was shocked. Many journalists wanted to join Zhenghua Agency. The employee Xiao Zhang also became famous, directly uncovering numerous events in one go, and every piece he wrote garnered a huge amount of traffic. Xiao Zhang also became the assistant to director Li Yunzong, responsible for recruiting newcomers while also representing Li Yunzong's will. Lu Renjiao was also brought in by Li Yunzong as an editor. Xiao Zhang arranged the new employees. I'm going out to sea to meet a big client. You managed the article you wrote. It's now #1 on the trending list. Okay, boss. Who are you going to see? Haha, of course I'm going to see the great benefactor who helped us win this victory. Xiao Zhang waved his hand. After this joint campaign, his relationship with Li Yunzong had improved considerably. He had just casually asked Li Yunzong, and now he was frantically commenting on a news article. A recently popular article titled, Asset Transfer, Chun Yang's Crazy Scheme, was written by Xiao Zhang. Obviously, he had obtained intelligence through some means that Chun Yang had transferred part of his assets to the accounts of Yun Shi and Li Shui, and he wrote his speculation in the news. The law clearly states that lesbians will be forcibly separated, and each must find a suitable unmarried man of comparable status to marry and have children. Chun Yang's intention is not hard to guess. He wants to raise the value of Li Shui and Yunxi through asset transfer so that no man in the country can be considered compatible, thus allowing Li Shui and Yunxi to avoid marriage. Let's set aside the authenticity of the asset transfer for now and discuss whether this method can actually work. Knowing full well that Li Shui and Yunxi are a lesbian couple is shielding them in this way, not a violation of the original intention of human continuation. These paragraphs in the news were Xiao Zhang's own speculation. He found that any topic involving Qinyang would explode in traffic, especially discussions about male-female, female-female, and male-male relationships, which would amplify the traffic even more. Currently, his article had been at the top of the charts for 3 days, and online discussions were becoming increasingly heated. Because of Zhenghua Agency's fame and the explosive traffic of the news, the authorities would not take this article down. Instantly, another uproar erupted online. Some felt that this was indeed legal. After all, no man could be compatible enough to match Li Shui and Yunxi. Others felt that this was simply a waste of reproductive resources. 2 such high-quality girls, yet no one could marry them. It was a waste to society. Of course, this was also heavily criticized by more people because the statement itself was ambiguous. Was it treating girls as tools for childbirth? During these days, discussions about Li Shui and Yunxi had not stopped. Some wealthy, handsome bachelors had even begun introducing their own backgrounds, hoping to apply to become Li Shui's or Yunxi's husband at the official matchmaking event. More and more people were imitating this, and some had started to take it seriously. Even if they weren't compatible, couldn't they still marry? Although there was some gap between rich and richer, both were still rich. What difference did it make? While the online discussions were still raging, Qinyang had already completed one balancing surgery after another. Ever since Li Shui and Yunxi separated, and some news blaming him appeared online, although Qinyang's supporters fought back against these netizens, Qinyang still felt exhausted both physically and mentally. In one go, he completed the remaining 10 balancer surgeries for this year. Looking at the balancers wrapped in bandages who had passed through his hands, Qinyang suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Besides the physical fatigue from the continuous surgeries, there was more psychological discomfort. But he couldn't vomit here. If he did, it might be used against him. Suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, Qinyang struggled to have the driver take him home. However, before he even got home, he had already vomited. "Boss, are you okay?" The driver was a bit scared. His driving skills were clearly stable, and he wasn't jerky, so why was the boss vomiting? Involuntarily, the driver slowly reduced speed. "And no, it's nothing. Let's go home first." Qinyang lay on the back seat. The consecutive surgeries over the past few days made him increasingly resistant to these bodily modifications. He knew it was his duty for the continuation of humanity, but it was truly exhausting. He had done so much, yet why were people still cursing him? Even if they cursed him, why were they also attacking Xiao Shui and Yunxi? Wasn't the balancing project benefiting humanity? Qinyang couldn't understand. Perhaps the only thing that truly benefited humanity was his father's research project. Dragging his exhausted body, Qinyang returned home. Before he even entered the house, he smelled a very appetizing aroma of cooking. Qinyang raised an eyebrow and silently walked into the house. It was Baiqin, his wife. The fragrant smell of dishes came from the kitchen. On her phone, a video was playing on Douyin, a cooking video by a blogger named Kai Cohen. At that moment, Qinyang suddenly felt the meaning of marriage. He slowly walked to the kitchen door and then was shocked to find that Baiqin was wearing only an apron. And at that moment, she had her back to him, exposing her fair skin completely. Qinyang swallowed his saliva. Although he had seen a lot today, this was his wife, his most perfect wife, a wife brought about by several rigorous processes, not comparable to those few balancers he saw today. He walked over softly, watching Baiqin learn to cook while looking at her phone. Qinyang felt that at this moment, she was both alluring and adorable. Baiqin must have had some cooking skills. Qinyang watched in surprise as she lifted the spatula and stir-fried, but it seemed she had to exert a lot of effort because his type 2 potion had taken away much of her strength. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Qinyang didn't know how much effort she had put in. He felt a bit of tenderness in his heart. He had long decided to raise Baiqin as a beautiful princess who would never have to suffer any hardship, yet now she had made such a lavish table of dishes for him. Fried chicken cutlet, hairy crabs, braised rabbit, braised fish. And the most important dish, Baiqin. Eep. Baiqin's body stiffened. The strong presence behind her, along with the restless hands, made her suddenly lose the will to cook. "Why you wait, I'm still cooking. Dressed like this while cooking, aren't you seducing me? You're making me very aroused, Baiqin. As punishment, you must finish these dishes under my harassment today." Baiqin tried to argue something, but suddenly her eyes widened. The hand holding the spatula and pan instantly lost strength, and the pan and spatula fell heavily from the air with oil splattering out. Qinyang quickly spun Baiqin behind him, and the hot oil splashed onto his body, making him shudder. Baiqin furrowed her willow-like brows, her cheeks slowly reddening, and then she stomped hard on Qinyang's foot. "Oh, get out, Pop." Baiqin pushed Qinyang out of the kitchen. "Maybe we should just eat normally. I haven't showered yet." Qinyang's face flushed slightly as he looked at Baiqin, who was sitting in his lap, unwilling to part, even to pick up food. "No way. Who told you not to come home these past few days?" I'm going to punish you severely. Watching Bai Qin become so clingy, Chun Yang gave a helpless smile, thinking, well then. Hey, what are you doing? Chun Yang rested his chin on Bai Qin's shoulder, his warm breath tickling her ear. Open your mouth. Chun Yang stuffed a piece of meat into Bai Qin's mouth, not to test for poison, but to let her take the first bite. Bai Qin chewed the tender, fragrant meat, thinking to herself how delicious her own cooking was. Not just the dish in her mouth, but also the dish in her mouth. It could have been a romantic dinner for two, feeding each other, and even drinking cross-cupped wine, but Chun Yang insisted on playing the mecha combination from Fruit Baby Special Attack. Bai Qin, petite and slender, wanted to reach for the dishes far away, but that would require standing up, and once she stood up, it would be hard to sit back down. Her lower abdomen was supported by a pair of large hands. Bai Qin was puzzled for a moment, then her eyes glazed over, and the next moment, she felt as if she were floating. Chun Yang stood up with her in his arms, fetched a hairy crab from the far end that Bai Qin wanted, and then sat back down. When Bai Qin came to her senses, there was already a prepared hairy crab in her bowl. It was fragrant and tempting, but Bai Qin couldn't eat anymore. Chun Yang, maybe I should go sit over there. That way my stomach is full, and I can't eat anymore. Fine, go ahead yourself. Chun Yang's tired body and mind were swept away at the sight of Bai Qin, wearing only an apron. Now he had a mischievous idea. Though reluctant, if they didn't separate, Bai Qin wouldn't be able to eat. So he decided to save some reserves for later. Bai Qin stuffed a bit of crab roe into her mouth, frowned, and left Chun Yang's embrace. Phew, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Though her heart felt empty, at least she could eat now, right? She regretted teasing him while wearing only an apron. Why hadn't he come home at night these past few days? Just as she was about to leave Chun Yang, he suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her firmly into his arms, rushing toward the sky of happiness. This meal lasted a long time until the dishes were cold and still not over. Finally, Bai Qin couldn't bear it anymore and struggled to fill her stomach. She decided she wouldn't cook so many dishes next time. I won't cook so many dishes for you next time. As if dissatisfied with this dinner, Bai Qin said sulkily to Chun Yang behind her while drying herself in the bath. Chun Yang was unconcerned, humming a tune while washing his hair. It had to be said, this dinner washed away his recent fatigue, and he seemed to have rediscovered the joy of life. That joy was teasing Bai Qin. Chun Yang hadn't expected Bai Qin to invite him to bathe together. He could no longer see any male-related emotions in her eyes. As the old saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. In online terms, Bai Qin had completely succumbed to femininity. This bold invitation to bathe together made Chun Yang's heart even more joyful, as such a thing had never happened on the Mengxiang Hao. Why did you suddenly want to take a bath with me? Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you? Chun Yang showed his true self without any concern, rinsed his hair, and looked at Bai Qin with eyes full of love. Bai Qin cast a contemptuous glance at Chun Yang and sneered, "What? You're my husband, can't I bathe with you? Besides, are you really up to it now? Maybe I should help you." Chun Yang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Bai Qin to learn to provoke him. Something unthinkable in the past. But your arrogant attitude really gets on my nerves. Thinking this, Chun Yang stepped forward, grabbed Bai Qin's hands, and pulled her close to him. Feeling Chun Yang's firm abs, Bai Qin's heart yearned even as she feigned shock. What are you doing? You forgot I was influenced by a video and modified myself too." Bai Qin's face stiffened. Sensing something unusual about Chun Yang, her cheeks grew redder, and emptiness gradually filled her heart. Then I'll reluctantly help you out." Saying this, Bai Qin closed her eyes as if resigned, putting on a look of disgust, but inside, she was filled with anticipation. After a long while, Chun Yang still hadn't moved. Bai Qin grew impatient, gently wriggling her waist. Her disdainful expression gradually cracked. "Why haven't you started?" She secretly cracked open an eye and met Chun Yang's gaze. Bai Qin quickly closed her eyes again, her heart flustered, her body burning with heat. Why is he staring at me? Did he catch me? Wanted? Bai Qin suddenly opened her eyes wide, seeing Chun Yang's knowing smirk. He had seen through her. So embarrassing. In the past, except when the medicine's effects kicked in, Chun Yang always made the first move. This time Bai Qin knew she wasn't affected by the medicine's side effects at all, but, well, she admitted she was addicted. How could this be more comfortable than when she was a man? And it was something that could go on forever. Fine, if he saw through her, so be it. She would just admit she was that kind of person. What about it? Just say whether you'll give it or not. Bai Qin dropped the pretense. What was reserve? Living comfortably was the real way. Chun Yang didn't answer. Instead, he started discussing her novel with her. Do you remember the 70th chapter of your novel? Bai Qin was stunned. What was this? How did it come to her novel? But she did recall the 70th chapter because that was when she was generous with her silver. She clearly remembered it was about the male lead and his dog. Wait, he wasn't. As if she realized something, Bai Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, a faint subtle excitement hidden in her shocked pupils. You want me to be? Chun Yang smiled and nodded, pulling her entire body into his arms. Feeling her softness, he leaned down to her ear, his warm breath tickling her delicate ear. Call me. Bai Qin's body trembled violently, her snow-white skin flushing a healthy pink. Her mind went blank as an indescribable feeling surged within her. At that moment she recalled the evaluation Xiaohong's mother had given her. You're just a mango. Ha, so be it. Bai Qin looked up charmingly, her eyes, so bright, they seemed to glisten with moisture. Her face bore a hint of shyness and anticipation, like a honey peach awaiting the emperor's plucking, exuding an alluring fragrance. Director. The sound of Chen Yang's slightly heavy breathing reached Bai Qin's ears, and she felt a twinge of heartache. Actually, over the past few days, she had known all along how exhausted he was. Bai Qin did not consider Chen Yang at fault for the rift between Yunxi and Sisterly. He had already done his best, yet he shouldered all the blame himself. His recent condition filled Bai Qin with heartache. He even wore only an apron seeking a moment's relaxation. She never expected Chen Yang to be so outrageous actually engaging in such a game. Tisk, if not for seeing how weary he was, she would have never participated in such a twisted game. She couldn't tell whether Bai Qin had grown stronger or Chen Yang had grown weaker. In the past it was always Bai Qin who fell asleep first, but now listening to Chen Yang's exhausted snores, Bai Qin knew he must be utterly worn out. But I really can't sleep when you snore. Bai Qin turned over, spread her arms, and gently pulled Chen Yang's head into her embrace. She intended to suffocate him, who made him snore. Forget it, it's a bit ticklish. I'll let you off this time. Bai Qin gently drew a little farther from Chen Yang. In the dark she tilted her head to gaze at him sleeping against her chest like a docile pup, and an indescribable emotion suddenly rose within her. A thought occurred to her. To nurture the little pup. Could this be the so-called overflowing maternal affection? Bai Qin was taken aback. Though she intended to bear children with Chen Yang, she absolutely did not wish to be called mother by him. She wasn't some squealing girl. Alas, alas, it might actually be permissible. That evening Bai Qin cradled Chen Yang against her chest, her thoughts running riot. Occasionally she would press closer to feel the warmth of his breath, sometimes with a sudden whim, she would gently plug his nostrils, occasionally she would softly toy with. Yet Chen Yang slept so deeply that he felt none of Bai Qin's fidgeting. Thus the following day when his uncle arrived, Chen Yang opened his eyes and beheld two pale curves. Chen Yang. Why is everything so stimulating the moment one opens one's eyes? However, it was tolerable since Chen Yang had already seen much before. But Bai Qin's figure was unlike any other. It had been sculpted according to his own tastes, which he adored. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Yang leaned in and pressed against her. Bai Qin, murmuring in her light slumber, puckered her delicate brows. Her small hand involuntarily relaxed, landing a gentle slap on Chen Yang. He felt as though struck by a cloud of cotton. But, if he were not mistaken, had her hand not just... Oh well, it was all part of himself. Oh, it did not matter. Chen Yang had intended to gently extricate himself from Bai Qin's embrace, but the moment he shifted she wrapped around him as tightly as an octopus, emitting sleepy murmurs. Stay still, let me sleep a bit more. Unaware of how alluring her voice sounded, Bai Qin made Chen Yang almost succumb to temptation once again. Yet at that moment he had a stronger urge to use the restroom. Good girl, loosen your grip for a moment. I must use the lavatory. Just as Chen Yang attempted to gently move Bai Qin aside, she unexpectedly clung to him even more tightly. The tightness left him gasping slightly. Staring at Bai Qin in disbelief, he wondered whether his Type 2 potion had failed. How could she still possess such formidable strength? You're not going anywhere, I'm staying asleep a while longer. A voice soft and sweet emanated from Bai Qin. With eyes still closed she nestled against Chen Yang's shoulder, refusing to let him go. But I truly can't hold it any longer. This time Bai Qin opened her eyes, her gazing steadily at Chen Yang through the haze of sleep. I shall assist you in holding it. What? Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He gazed at Bai Qin in disbelief. She had already shut her eyes again, yet her cheeks were flushed crimson. Surely this scenario was absent from the novels she had written. Indeed, that method seemed to succeed in holding back the urge. Chen Yang enfolded Bai Qin once more, a dreamlike sensation filling his heart. In merely a few short months, Bai Qin had undergone a complete transformation from a whole boy to a whole girl, not merely in physical form, but also in psychological essence. Whether due to hormonal influences, Chen Yang could now scarcely discern any trace of the so-called masculine dignity that Bai Qin had once possessed. She appeared entirely and utterly as a clingy girl, albeit one with a touch of eccentricity. Yet Chen Yang did not deem her to have lost the demureness of a maiden. Rather, he found himself liking this version of Bai Qin even more. Bai Qin had completely embraced her new physique, and her symptoms of schizophrenia had also subsided. Now she was not merely Chen Yang's wife, but also his exclusive possession. So passed an hour and a half. They lay clasped in each other's arms. Chen Yang ventured not to stir lest he disturb Bai Qin's slumber. Yet a question nagged at him: could one truly sleep soundly in such a position? Was she merely feigning sleep? Yet the answer came swiftly. Bai Qin began by stretching languidly in Chen Yang's embrace. Her striking contours stirred a restlessness within him. Though she had been transformed, that did not preclude further development. Indeed, Bai Qin now possessed a figure more exquisite and uplifted than at the very inception of her transformation. You held it, didn't you? Very well, I shall accompany you to the washroom. Bai Qin let out a yawn, her tone thoroughly languid. Having spoken, she sought to extricate herself from Chun Yang's hold, for she too had a need to relieve herself. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang suddenly enveloped her in an even firmer embrace, pinning Bai Qin, who had been about to depart, more tightly against him. What are you about? Release me, or I must use the lavatory. You refused to let me go to the toilet earlier. Can I compare myself to you? I have seen educational videos. Females possess a shorter urinary tract, and thus find it more difficult to retain urine. Release me. I can no longer hold back. Gazing at Bai Qin's frantic struggles within his embrace, an exceedingly wicked notion sprang to Qin Yang's mind. Then shall we go together? If together, then together. We bathed together yesterday. We are as familiar as an old married couple. What harm could there be in using the restroom together? Bai Qin had no desire to converse further with Qin Yang. She only wished to relieve herself. Yet Qin Yang's arms did not loosen, rather they tightened further, even pressing against her lower belly. This intensified Bai Qin's distress, rendering her so anxious that she nearly wanted to bite Qin Yang. Release me at once. Did you not agree to accompany me to the restroom? I merely said together, not to the toilet. Bai Qin stood stunned, her thoughts momentarily lagging. Yet in the very next instant, Qin Yang's actions made abundantly clear to her the true meaning of his words. It will become soiled up. We shall simply wash it later. When Qin Yang realized that Bai Qin's anger was feigned, he was already strolling in his own villa. As for Bai Qin, after personally putting the quilt into the washing machine, she seemed to have thought of some new material to write into her novel. Qin Yang took out his phone and opened his contact list. The first name he saw was his father's phone number. The last time he had contacted Qin Xian was apparently when he married Qiner. At that time his father gave him a blessing, and then there was no follow-up, as if whether he married or not had nothing to do with him. But then again, their relationship was like that of two strangers bearing the label of family. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yang still chose to dial Qin Xian's number. He didn't know how to amend the law or how to modify the legislation regarding lesbianism, but he knew that his father's research project was truly the one that could save humanity. Its success would be enough to prompt the nation to revise the law, making lesbianism no longer a crime. The phone rang for a long time until it was forcibly disconnected due to no answer. Qin Yang dialed again. This time it wasn't hung up, but the person who answered didn't seem to be his father. Hello, may I ask, is this young Master Chun? An unfamiliar middle-aged male voice sounded from the other end. Qin Yang couldn't recognize who it was, but it must be one of his father's assistants. As for why his father didn't answer, it was probably because he was still in the midst of research. Yes, this is Qin Yang. Could you let my father take the call? Yes. Your father is a bit busy right now. Then let's wait for him. When he's free, have him call me. No need to disturb him. All right, I'll inform the boss later. Qin Yang hung up the phone and let out a soft sigh. He didn't know when his father would have time, because ever since he was a child his father had never been home. He always seemed to be busy. It seemed like this call would require a long wait. However, the wait wasn't that long after all, as the phone rang again soon. Qin Yang quickly took out his phone thinking it was his father, but to his surprise it was Jiang Sheng, the deputy sheriff. Jiang Sheng hadn't contacted him for a long time. This call probably meant he had completed the task. He answered the call, and before Qin Yang could even ask, Jiang Sheng's voice came through. Xiaoyang, are you free? Can you come out? Hiccup, I have something to tell you. Qin Yang's heart sank when he heard Jiang Sheng's words. He could detect a hint of drunkenness in his voice. He had been drinking, and quite a lot. Although Jiang Sheng was greedy for money, and even made Qin Yang pay him bribes, he did get things done, and was indeed a deputy sheriff. However, Qin Yang could clearly sense a note of fatigue in Jiang Sheng's voice. What was going on with Lu Feng's case? Wasn't it just an ordinary kidnapping? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Qin Yang quickly replied, Where are you? I'll come over now. Hiccup, I'll send you my location. After hanging up, Qin Yang saw the location Jiang Sheng sent, a food street. He decided to inform Bai Qin and then head over immediately. Returning to the house, he opened the door and entered Bai Qin's room. Last night they had slept in Qin Yang's room, so Bai Qin's room showed no signs of activity. Bai Qin was sitting by the bed with a desk and a computer on it. Her face was flushed as she read the novel she had written. She only glanced at the sound of the door and then fixed her eyes back on the computer. What's up? As mentioned earlier, Bai Qin's anger was feigned. Such a trivial matter, washing the quilt and taking a shower, was enough to settle it. Bai Qin had no reason to stay angry with Qin Yang after all. She was not only his mango, but also his. I need to go out for a while. Then go out. Why, tell me? After all, Qin Yang had always slipped out without a word. Last time, when he slept in the hospital for days doing balance surgery, Bai Qin only found out a day later. Though slightly annoyed, Bai Qin felt that even as a married couple, leaving a little privacy for each other was fine. Of course, that privacy certainly wasn't about that kind of thing. After all, they had tried both water and land routes, and their familiarity with each other went without saying. This privacy was about personal matters they each wanted to pursue. This time I'm going out. Qin Yang thought for a moment. He guessed that Jiang Sheng called him out probably because of Lu Feng. He decided not to tell Bai Qin to avoid upsetting her again. What are you going out for this time? Bai Qin hated people who said half a sentence and then stopped. Either don't mention going out at all, or say what you're going out to do. Nothing much, just a little farewell between husband and wife. Don't lie to me. Really, it's nothing. Bai Qin fixed her gaze on Qin Yang. He unconsciously averted his eyes for a moment, but quickly met her gaze again. Could he have someone outside? A pang of bitterness struck Bai Qin's heart. Why was he hiding it from me? Was I not good enough? But wait, if he had someone else, why would he come to say goodbye? That would only make me find out sooner. Bai Qin didn't know why her mind had gone in that direction. Although having privacy was correct, whenever she thought of Qin Yang hiding things from her, she would suspect he had someone else. When had she become so sensitive? Really nothing. Really nothing. This time Qin Yang even added an and anyone could see something was off. But after Bai Qin had thought it through, she made a shooing gesture at him. Go on, go on. Don't bother me. If you won't say what it is, you're just being a tease. Qin Yang scratched his head and smiled. If you want to tease someone, it's not that you can't. Before he could finish, a pillow flew at him. He couldn't dodge in time, and the soft pillow carrying Bai Qin's fragrance smacked him in the face. Get lost. Qin Yang quickly retreated. Bai Qin pondered Qin Yang's words for a moment, then touched her own belly, her mind crafting scenes of silver objects. Maybe it really could work. After leaving Bai Qin's room, Qin Yang quickly drove to the food street. Jiang Sheng's location was there, and fortunately the street wasn't very large. He soon found Jiang Sheng drinking alone at a roadside stall. By now Jiang Sheng was already flushed from drinking, with a few skewers of barbecue and several bamboo sticks left on the table. Xiaoyang, you're here. Come have a drink with me, have some barbecue. Hiccup. Qin Yang sat down across from Jiang Sheng. He didn't drink much, believing that alcohol clouded judgment, but he wasn't completely averse to it. He took a plastic cup, filled it with alcohol, and before he could drink, he heard Jiang Sheng ask an unexpected question. Tell me, can a country commit a crime